Chapter 1. Rebirth. Chuntao, did the young lady wake up in fright last night? A voice from outside the window belonged to Mama Chong, who spoke in a hushed tone, perhaps worried about disturbing Shen Zhinian. Mama, the young lady did not awaken during the night. She has been taking soothing medicine for several days and seems to be improving, Chuntao replied softly. Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Zhinian felt a moment of disorientation. This marked the 6th day of her affliction with a cold. Not long ago, in her pursuit of leisure, she had ventured with friends to the countryside to admire the blossoms, caught in a drizzle, and returned home to find herself plagued by a persistent fever, which left the officials of the minister's residence in a state of distress. Her father even sought an audience with the emperor to summon a physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau for her treatment. Fortunately, after consuming the prescribed remedies, Shen Zhinian gradually regained her health. However, this illness had also flooded her mind with a multitude of memories from her past life. It became apparent that the successful scholar Lu Qingchuan, who had just completed the marriage proposal rites, was not her true match in her previous life. Not only did her father admire him, but she herself had also fallen deeply in love at first sight. She believed it to be a fateful union, and with a heart brimming with joy, she married into the Lu family. In the initial days of their marriage, they shared a harmonious relationship, and life was indeed pleasant. In the scholar's residence, she endeavored to manage the household, aspiring to create a peaceful environment for her husband to pursue his career with ease. Once a pampered daughter of the minister's residence, she had forced herself to transform into a capable matriarch, and she had felt a sense of pride in her accomplishments. Yet Lu Qingchuan proved to be remarkably talented, swiftly ascending from a 6th-rank editor to an esteemed bachelor of the Hamlin Academy, ultimately rising to the prestigious position of a 2nd-rank counselor. Her father had indeed recognized his capabilities, and Shen Zhinian felt a sense of pride in her husband's achievements. But who could have anticipated that with his rising status, her husband would seem to undergo a transformation, growing distant from her? The affection they once shared had waned. He brought his mother from their hometown and also welcomed a childhood cousin into their home. Her father-in-law, long bedridden, passed away, and only then did her mother-in-law come to the capital to be by that time. Lu Qingchuan had already attained a prominent position, and the emperor granted him permission to grieve openly during his official duties. Shen Zhinian had no grievances in serving her mother-in-law, yet the unexpected presence of the cousin left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. During the mourning period, she felt like an outsider. Once the mourning concluded, her mother-in-law insisted that her husband provide the cousin with a formal status, and Lu Qingchuan surprisingly acquiesced, even intending to establish her as a secondary wife. What she had sought in marriage was a lifelong partnership, and she had believed their past affection to be profound, only to realize her hopes were but the fantasies of a fool. In her previous life, when Shen Zhinian confronted the unfaithful man, she was met with cold indifference, dismissed with a curt "do not cause a scene," rendering years of affection meaningless. The sharp tongue of her mother-in-law and the cousin's scheming had battered their already fragile bond. Looking back, she recognized that this so-called affection had been nothing but a facade. As these thoughts consumed her, Shen Zhinian felt a bittersweet sense of relief. The heavens had allowed her to recall the entirety of her past life, which she perceived as a blessing. The joy she once felt upon learning of Lu Qingchuan's proposal had long since faded now. Her sole desire was to avoid repeating the mistakes of her former self. She had remained in her room for some time, mustering the strength to accept her current circumstances. Her parents and elder brother were deeply concerned for her, and it was time for her to regain her composure, not only for her sake but also for theirs. In her previous life, her elder brother had perished in battle and was falsely accused of misconduct, leading to her father's dismissal from office. Her family had undergone tremendous upheaval, and her pleas for Lu Qingchuan's assistance had borne no fruit, leaving her to resent her own helplessness. In this life, she could not allow herself to be ensnared in romantic entanglements. She must seek an opportunity for change before matters deteriorated. With a renewed sense of determination, Shen Zhinian called out to her chief maid, Chuntao. "Coming, Mississippi. Did I disturb you?" Chuntao entered the bedroom, lifting the curtain. Shen Zhinian shook her head. "No, I was awake early, just lying here to gather my thoughts. Let's wash up first. I plan to pay my respects to Mother at Wenhua Academy later." "Very well," Chuntao replied, heading off to prepare water. "I could tea that moment. Mama Chong also stepped inside. Is the young lady still feeling unwell today? If you are uncomfortable, the lady has expressly instructed that you should rest in your room. Mama Chong had been Shen Zhinian's wet nurse since childhood, and their bond was deep-rooted. In her previous life, after Shen Zhinian's marriage, Mama Chong had accompanied her to the scholar's residence. Regrettably, Lu Qingchuan had deemed her too young and had not wished for her to endure the hardships of motherhood too soon. As she grew older, their relationship grew increasingly distant, particularly due to the cousin's presence, and Shen Zhinian herself had lost the desire to bear children. Mama Chong had hoped to assist her with marital matters and care for her future children, but ultimately, she witnessed the discord between Shen Zhinian and her husband. The beloved young lady she had nurtured had succumbed to sorrow and passed away too soon. After standing up for Shen Zhinian, Mama Chong was driven out by her cruel mother-in-law, left destitute and alone. Upon seeing Mama Chong again, recalling the hardships she had endured on Shen Zhinian's behalf, Shen Zhinian could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. "Mama, I'm much better now, please do not worry. I shall rise and take a walk today to regain my strength more quickly. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. You frightened me greatly these past few days," Mama Chong said, her voice trembling. "I shall have Chuanqing inform the lady at once." With that, Mama Chong hurried out to find the maid Chuanqing. Chun Tao brought in a basin filled with clear water to assist Shen Zhinian with her ablutions. "Miss, I heard from Sister Shuangning that the scholar has visited the residence these past few days to inquire about your health," but the lady turned him away. "She is concerned that you are still weak and wishes for you to rest quietly. It seems the scholar is quite considerate. In recent days, upon learning of Lu Qingchuan's proposal, Shen Zhinian had felt bashful, yet the joy she felt was undeniable, leading to playful teasing from Chun Tao and Chuanqing. The two maids, who attended to her closely, were aware that she had seen Lu Qingchuan before their official introduction and had been smitten at first sight. Their first meeting had been serendipitous. At that time, Lu Qingchuan had come to the residence with a renowned scholar to pay respects to her father. Shen Zhinian had been engrossed in a novel near the Baibo Pond when Lu Qingchuan passed by the pavilion. She read about the extraordinary beauty of a gentleman. She chanced to glance up and saw Lu Qingchuan crossing the bridge, clad in a pristine white robe, his stature tall and graceful. That in an instant, her heart raced, and she felt the stirrings of youthful infatuation. Realizing this, Shen Zhinian quickly shook her head, pushing Lu Qingchuan from her thoughts, reminding herself that she was well aware of the man's true nature from her past life, and it would be best to discard any remnants of that fleeting emotion. "What is it, miss? Are you feeling dizzy again?" Chun Tao noticed Shen Zhinian shaking her head and grew anxious. "It's nothing, Chun Tao. I'm feeling much better," Shen Zhinian reassured her. "Please fetch me the pale blue long gown that was recently made. I shall wear that today." "Certainly," Chun Tao replied, bringing the garment and helping Shen Zhinian dress. "Miss, shall we style your hair in a celestial bun today?" Shen Zhinian replied casually. "You may arrange it as you see fit." Today, she intended to subtly gauge her parents' opinions and explore how to extricate herself from this engagement. Her father had admired Lu Qingchuan even before he became a scholar. Having specifically inquired about his character, it was said that the scholar was of high moral standing, and given his eventual success, her parents were exceedingly pleased with this match. To directly inform her parents that this scholar would turn out to be heartless and unfaithful would likely lead them to believe she had lost her senses. When they had previously asked about her preferences, she had shamelessly expressed her affection for him. The path to annulling this engagement would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 2. A Whisper of the Wind. As Chun Tao helped Shen Zhinian style her hair, Chun Xing, the lively little maid, hurriedly entered the room. "Miss, I just spoke with Sister Shuangning from the madam's courtyard. The madam is overjoyed to hear that you're feeling better. She said there is no rush for you to pay your respects. Take your time and have your breakfast first." Chun Xing, still youthful and spirited, had accompanied Shen Zhinian to the scholar's residence in their previous life. After Shen's fall from grace, life became difficult for the two maids, and they eventually met a tragic fate after her departure. The thought of her past failures made Shen Zhinian feel a twinge of disdain for herself. She had been unable to protect those around her, lost in a superficial romance that wasted precious time. Looking at the cheerful girl, Shen Zhinian felt a surge of affection. "Chun Xing, I have a much better appetite today. Let us not eat from the small kitchen. We shall dine with mother instead. Due to her illness, Shen Zhinian had been eating plain, bland food in her courtyard, following the physician's orders. Now that she was recovering, she longed for something more flavorful than the monotonous porridge and cabbage. The kitchen in her mother's courtyard often kept food warm, providing the opportunity for a more satisfying meal. Chun Xing could hardly contain her excitement, grinning widely. All right, I'll follow you, and perhaps I can get a bite to eat as well. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian's plans to dine with the madam, Chun Tao hastily increased her pace, admonishing Chun Xing, "You glutton, be a bit more composed and don't trouble the miss. Since we've returned, hurry and fetch that lotus-pink brocade cloak. The miss has just recovered from her chill and must not catch a cold again." Chun Xing, chastened, stuck out her tongue and obediently went to retrieve the cloak. After finishing her grooming, the two girls accompanied Shen Zhinian out towards Wenhua courtyard, while Granny Chang remained behind in Shaoguang courtyard to tidy up. In Wenhua courtyard, Shen's mother awaited her daughter in the hall. Upon seeing her charming figure, she quickly rose to greet her. Shen Zhinian rushed forward to assist her mother to sit. "Mother, I haven't had breakfast yet. Do you have something to eat?" Upon realizing her daughter had not eaten, Shen mother promptly signaled for a servant to fetch some light noodles. "You've just recovered. You mustn't have anything too greasy. Start with a simple vegetarian noodle." She gently held her daughter's hand and offered her advice. Shen Zhinian had hoped for a feast, only to be met with a light meal, causing her expression to dim. Observing her daughter's discontent, Shen mother understood her thoughts. "Look at you. You've lost weight these past few days. Don't push it just because you're feeling better. Wait a few days before indulging again. Recovery requires a gradual approach." Realizing she had no grounds to argue, Shen Zhinian surrendered to her mother's wishes. When a maid served a bowl of 3 flavor noodles, Shen Zhinian began to eat. Internally, she drafted her thoughts, knowing that breaking off the engagement would not be simple, but she needed to gauge her parents' sentiments first. "Mother, I heard that Lu Qingchuan visited our residence a few days ago." Seeing her daughter eat heartily, Shen mother felt reassured. "Finish your meal. We can discuss other matters later. Thankfully, your father has gone to court. If he were here, he would likely scold you for talking while eating." Shen Zhinian rolled her eyes inwardly. Her father, the Minister of Rights, was particularly strict about etiquette, having been raised under numerous rules. Both she and her brother discovered that despite their father's admonishments, he was reluctant to punish them over such matters. Additionally, their mother was not one to enforce strictness, allowing them to cultivate a more relaxed demeanor, often neglecting decorum. However, despite her internal grievances, she still wished to maintain her parents' and Oppo's respect. Shen Zhinian dutifully finished her noodles, allowing the maid to clear the table, then turned her clear almond eyes toward her mother, revisiting the previous topic. "Mother, Lu Qingchuan did come, didn't he?" Shen mother chuckled. "My dear girl, you're not even married yet, and you show such concern for your future husband?" Shen Zhinian thought to herself that her concern was not for that fickle man, but for her own happiness. "Mother, I simply wish to evaluate that top scholar from all angles. If he falls short in any regard, I shall not marry him." Shen mother pinched her daughter's cheek playfully. "Rest assured, although Lu Qingchuan comes from humble beginnings, he is exceptionally talented and possesses good character. It is said that the Lu family in Linchuan, while not wealthy, upholds strong family values. Lu father has never taken a concubine, and there are no unsavory matters within the family. Your father has always held him in high esteem, and it is no surprise that this young man is truly remarkable. He achieved the highest honors at a young age. Though he is currently a compiler in the Hamlin Academy, your father believes his future prospects are limitless." The Shen family did not place undue importance on material benefits when it came to their children's marriages. Shen father and mother only hoped for their children's happiness and familial harmony. They valued character and family values more than anything else in their children's choices of partners. Shen Zhinian's elder brother, Shen Qianshun, was already engaged to Yi Qingxi, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, with a propitious wedding date set for 3 months hence. With her eldest son's marriage settled, Shen mother soon turned her attention to her youngest daughter's prospects. As a legitimate daughter of a marquis, when she married Shen father, he was merely a 6th-rank official. It was only due to Shen father's refined demeanor and elegant charm at the spring banquet that Shen mother confided her youthful affections to her own mother. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Dingyuan spoke with Shen father, and they soon became a couple. Over the years, Shen mother felt she had made a wise choice. Shen father cherished his wife, cared for their children, and diligently advanced in his career, achieving great success, which left her quite satisfied. Thus, she held no reservations about her daughter marrying into a respectable family. After hearing Shen father praise the new top scholar several times, she and her husband began to inquire about Lu Qingchuan's background, and their findings suggested he was indeed a worthy match. Contemplating how to subtly hint at her intentions, she was pleasantly surprised when he sent a matchmaker to propose marriage. This truly felt like a wish fulfilled. Yet, upon reflecting on her daughter's demeanor, Shen mother found it puzzling. Didn't you say you were quite fond of him when I asked you before? Indeed, Shen Zhinian had shown joy upon hearing of Lu Qingchuan's intentions, prompting Shen father to scold her for being undignified and needing to conduct herself with more restraint. But circumstances had changed. Mother, I have given this considerable thought in recent days, and I still believe this marriage requires further deliberation. At first, I was merely enchanted by Lu Qingchuan's appearance. But if we are to live together, all aspects must be considered. While you have gathered much information, who truly knows about his family values or his parents' character? After all, Linchuan is quite far away. Shen mother frowned. Her daughter rarely spoke ill of others, and her speculation about someone else's character was, in her eyes, inappropriate. Consequently, her tone turned serious. Onian, do not speak so lightly. How could Lu Qingchuan's character possibly stem from improper family values? Shen Zhinian, feeling thwarted, fell silent, realizing it would not be easy to sway her parents. Fortunately, the engagement had not yet been formalized, and she still had time. Chapter 3. The elder brother, upon noticing her daughter's despondency, Shenmu felt a twinge of sympathy, especially considering her recent illness. Do not dwell too heavily on your worries. Your father and I have been cautious in our inquiries. It has been mentioned by Lu Qingchuan that your father's health is not robust enough for long journeys, so it is unlikely he will come to the capital anytime soon. As for Lu Qingchuan's proposal, his mother has come to the capital for a brief visit. Once her child is married here, she will likely return home to care for her husband. By marrying into the family, you may avoid the burdens of serving in-laws, and you and your husband can lead a comfortable life together. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian had shared similar thoughts. She understood her mother's perspective and did not resent her counsel, as neither of them were privy to the future circumstances of the Lu family. She resolved to devise a different plan. It seemed to her that Lu Qingchuan had little genuine affection for her in her past life, and it would be wiser to find a way to persuade him to abandon the engagement. With her mind made up, Shen Zhinian temporarily set aside the notion of convincing her parents and shifted the conversation. Understood, mother. Is it not around noon that my brother will return from his duties? The Shen family, being of limited offspring, had only one son and one daughter. The esteemed scholar, mindful of the toll childbirth took on his wife, had chosen not to have more children after their son and daughter were born. The matriarch of the Shen family had often expressed her dissatisfaction with this decision, urging her son to take a concubine to ensure the continuation of their lineage. However, her son, protective of his wife, steadfastly refused, leaving her powerless to change the situation. With only a pair of children, the scholar and his wife doted on them dearly, allowing them considerable freedom as long as they did not cross certain boundaries. In such a liberating environment, the eldest son of the Shen family did not follow in his father's footsteps as a civil servant, but instead chose the path of a military officer. This inclination was partly due to the influence of Shenmu's father, the Duke of Dingyuan, who hailed from martial background and delighted in martial pursuits. He longed for his descendants to inherit his legacy, thus ensuring that his grandsons were trained in both literature and martial arts. To this end, he sought out skilled instructors in various combat disciplines to teach his family. The eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Zhinian, frequently visited his maternal grandfather's home, as he found little amusement at his own house with only his soft younger sister for company. His grandfather's home had lively cousins with whom he could engage in outdoor adventures. As Shen Zhinian spent more time there, the Duke began to train him, and gradually, Shen Zhinian developed a passion for martial arts. Although he was not particularly bright academically, he displayed a latent talent in combat. Reflecting on her son, Shen Mu felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. Unlike her husband, who was steady and reliable, she and her spouse wished for their child to focus on his studies and pursue a civil service career without aspirations for high office or wealth, but rather for a safe and smooth life. Unfortunately, her son was not suited for scholarly pursuits, and he had chosen the martial path instead. She had, therefore, used her father's connections to secure him a comfortable position as a military officer, which involved minimal risk and allowed him to merely report for duty without much danger. With this arrangement in place, she felt a sense of relief. Before leaving that day, Shen Zhinian had informed his mother of his intention to visit the apothecary to procure some calming herbs for his sister. Thus, Shen Mu responded, "Your brother will be going to the apothecary later. He might be a bit delayed. Do you need to speak with him?" Shen Zhinian contemplated that she would need to utilize her brother, who was well-liked and sociable, to further her plans against Lu Qingchuan. However, she deemed it unnecessary to divulge all the details to her mother. Instead, she replied succinctly, "It is nothing urgent, mother. I heard from Chun Tao that my brother was concerned about my health, and now that I am well, I wanted to assure him not to worry." After exchanging some affectionate words, Shen Zhinian took her leave and returned to her quarters. On her way back, she deliberately detoured past her brother's Qingfeng courtyard, asking Chun Tao to inform the head maid there that she wished to speak with her brother upon his return home. Around the hour of Shen Zhinian entered Shaoguang courtyard, his cheerful voice ringing out even before he stepped inside. "Onion, I have arrived." Shen Zhinian, engrossed in some light reading in the inner chamber, rose to greet him. Shen Zhinian had already entered the main hall, handing over several packets of herbs to Chun Xing outside. "These are calming herbs I specifically purchased from Jishintang. Remember to prepare them according to the prescription for your young lady." Turning his attention to his sister, he asked, "Onion, what did you want to discuss?" Shen Zhinian invited her brother to sit and signaled Chun Tao to serve tea. "Brother, have you had any recent interactions with Lu Qingchuan?" Shen Zhinian, with his straightforward nature, did not appreciate subtlety, so Shen Zhinian decided to be forthright. Upon hearing his sister's inquiry about her future fiancé, Shen Zhinian broke into a teasing grin. "You little rascal, asking about your future husband so soon after your recovery. Are you eager to marry?" Shen Zhinian feigned annoyance. "I am inquiring for another matter. Do not jump to conclusions. Just tell me, aside from his duties at the Hamlet Academy, where else might he be going these days?" Sensing her irritation, Shen Zhinian subdued his teasing and responded, "I heard from Yun Jing that this newly appointed champion has been quite diligent since joining the Hamlet Academy. He has rarely attended other gatherings since the Qianglin banquet. However, with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the Emperor will be watching the races at Jinming Pond. And since Lu Qingchuan has just been honored as a champion, he is likely to accompany the Emperor." After sharing this, he could not resist his curiosity. Why the sudden interest in him? Considering that she would need her brother's cooperation in the future, Shen Zhinian decided to reveal a hint of her thoughts to gauge his response. "Recently, I had a dream in which I married Lu Qingchuan, but he turned out to be heartless and unfaithful, leaving me in tears. Dreams often hold significance, and I believe we should deliberate on this engagement further." Upon hearing her words, Shen Zhinian and Appo's expression shifted to one of concern. "Onion, could this be pre-wedding anxiety?" "Do not fear. I have had friends keep an eye on him. Though he may be somewhat charming in appearance, he is of good character and has never engaged in any scandalous behavior." Shen Zhinian remained silent. Shen Zhinian continued, "If you are feeling anxious, perhaps you should speak more with mother or seek counsel from your future sister-in-law. I can accompany you if necessary." Shen Zhinian thought to herself that perhaps it was he who wished to meet his future sister-in-law. To prevent her brother from further rambling, she quickly interjected, "Brother, I'm not afraid. If I truly were, I would confide in mother or sister Qingxi for support. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Sister Qingxi and I will certainly attend the races, and you can simply guide Lu Qingchuan to our riverside tent." Seeing his sister's determination to meet Lu Qingchuan, Shen Zhinian assumed she must have a pressing matter to discuss. In this open-minded era, with their engagement already established, meeting in the festive atmosphere of the Dragon Boat Festival was hardly objectionable. Moreover, he could exchange a few words with Lu Qingxi. With this thought, he readily agreed. Shen Zhinian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that everything would be addressed once she met Lu Qingchuan. Chapter 4. Strolling through the market after conversing with her elder brother. Shen Zhinian felt a sense of relief in her heart. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, her playful spirit was rekindled. Aside from watching the dragon boat races, she yearned to fly kites. Having been cooped up at home for several days, she summoned Chun Tao, instructing the servant to deliver an invitation to Yi Qingxi, requesting her company to explore the market the following day and purchase some fashionable kites. On the morrow, after paying her respects to her mother and outlining her plans, Shen Zhinian stepped outside amidst her mother's admonitions. Upon arriving at Nanmen Street, she found Yi Qingxi waiting by the gate. Shen Zhinian hurriedly donned her veil and alighted from the carriage. "Sister Qingxi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." The two families had long-standing ties, with their elders working together in the same office, fostering familiarity. Yi Qingxi had also attended the private school run by the Shen family in her youth, growing up alongside the Shen siblings, which naturally made their relationship close. "Take your time, there's no rush," replied Yi Qingxi, who, though only a year older than Shen Zhinian, possessed a gentle and tranquil demeanor, embodying grace and refinement. In contrast, Shen Zhinian, while maintaining a demure facade in public, still retained a hint of youthful exuberance beneath. "Sister Qingxi, besides buying kites today, would you accompany me to the study as well? I wish to acquire some newly released novels." Shen Zhinian had a fondness for light reading, finding the intricate tales within those novels to be quite captivating, often losing herself in them to the point of staying up all night. After her inquiry, she realized it would be remiss to have Yi Qingxi accompany her without considering her own desires. "Sister Qingxi, do let me know if there is anything you wish to purchase. I shall accompany you." Yi Qingxi gently adjusted Shen Zhinian's slightly askew veil and replied, "I lack for nothing at the moment. I know you have been confined at home for quite a while and must be feeling stifled. Let's enjoy our outing to the fullest today." Yi Qingxi had always been kind to Shen Zhinian, often receiving reminders from her own parents about their friendship, and she genuinely cherished the clever girl. As they chatted, they made their way down the street, accompanied by their maids and servants following behind. On Nanmen Street, there was a renowned shop specializing in kites, known as Yinzheng, where the proprietor had been crafting kites for over 30 years with exceptional skill. Shen Zhinian and Appo's purpose for visiting was to acquire kites from this establishment. Upon entering Yinzheng, Shen Zhinian glanced around at the kites on display and immediately took a liking to a double swallows and lotus design. She instructed the shop assistant to wrap one up for her. However, the assistant's face fell as he hesitated, saying, "Miss, I sincerely apologize. This particular kite has just been reserved by a young gentleman, who will be here shortly to collect it. Due to the hasty reservation, it has yet to be taken down. Would you care to browse other options?" Shen Zhinian was puzzled. Is this design only available in a single piece? The assistant, with an apologetic smile, explained this kite was personally crafted by the master of the shop, and there is just this one. The master, now advanced in age, is unable to create more. Please have a look at the other designs. They're all made by his apprentices, trained under his guidance. Understanding the rarity of the double swallows and lotus kite, Shen Zhinian did not wish to put the assistant in a difficult position and decided to continue selecting other styles with Yi Qingxi. "Should this young lady desire it, please wrap it up for her," came a cool voice from behind. Turning around, Shen Zhinian beheld a strikingly handsome young man whose ethereal demeanor resembled that of a celestial being. Yet, there was an air of aloofness and pride about him. Although he was offering to let her have the kite, his expression remained cold and indifferent. To her surprise, Shen Zhinian recognized him. Her brother had mentioned him just the day before. It turned out that the kite had been reserved by Lord Wan Yinqing, the heir of the Duke of England. Perhaps he had recognized her and, recalling his friendship with her brother, chose to bestow the kite upon her. With Lord Wan Yinqing and Appo's generous gesture, Shen Zhinian felt no embarrassment. It was a rare honor for her to receive attention from the famed cold-faced gentleman of the capital, and thus she expressed her gratitude sincerely. "I'm truly grateful, my lord." Wen Yinqing merely nodded before proceeding to purchase a kite adorned with clouds and cranes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxi selected a pair of blue and purple mandarin duck's kites, along with the double swallows and lotus kite that had been offered to Shen Zhinian, and had them wrapped for their maid to carry. As they exited the shop, Wen Yinqing had already taken his leave. Shen Zhinian cast a glance at his elegant, aloof figure, contemplating that even the protagonist of her novels could hardly rival his beauty, though he did carry an air of chilliness. Beside her, Yi Qingxi noticed Shen Zhinian's transfixed expression and couldn't help but tease. "Your eyes nearly fell to the ground." Instantly, Shen Zhinian and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson. "Sister, you tease me again. It is said that everyone has an admiration for beauty. I merely lament the striking countenance of the Duke and Appo's heir. Nothing more." In an attempt to redeem herself from this moment of infatuation, Shen Zhinian continued, "You two are beautiful, Sister Qingxi. My brother becomes entranced every time he sees you." Her brother was an ever-convenient topic to bring up, a harmless quirk that could express her affection. Yi Qingxi, caught off guard by the mention of her future husband, couldn't help but blush, despite her typically composed demeanor. "You mischievous girl, are you mocking your brother?" Seeing her future sister-in-law becoming flustered, Shen Zhinian quickly took her arm and coaxed, "Dear sister, I shall cease. However, it is true that my brother harbors feelings for you." Yi Qingxi sighed, knowing that Shen Zhinian was seizing the opportunity to tease her once more. Yet, she had intended to offer some advice to Shen Zhinian. So, she redirected the conversation. "Onion, you're already engaged. Please maintain a distance from other young men. Exercise caution and do not allow anyone to hold anything against you, lest they spread rumors." "Understood, Sister Qingxi." In truth, Shen Zhinian had only admired beauty in passing. Her true preference lay with gentle and refined gentlemen, which was why she had previously chosen the top scholar. However, she had learned the hard way that knowing a person's face did not equate to knowing their heart. She had once been too naive. Seeing Shen Zhinian's understanding demeanor, Yi Qingxi chose not to press the matter further. Recognizing that the girl was merely uninhibited in the company of friends while still aware of propriety in public, Shen Zhinian understood that her future sister-in-law and Appo's seemingly didactic words were rooted in genuine care, and she was more than willing to accept the guidance. Yi Qingxi had always been a model of poise and decorum, often serving as a standard for Shen Zhinian and Appo's parents to encourage her. As they conversed, they arrived at the nearby Maxiang study. Upon entering, Shen Zhinian instinctively headed towards the novel stall to browse the latest releases, while Yi Qingxi sought out poetry and elegant collections. As Shen Zhinian was engrossed in her selection, she suddenly heard a voice from upstairs, "Qing Chuan. After you finish your purchases at the study today, what are your plans?" Looking up, Shen Zhinian distinctly spotted the clear silhouette of the top scholar. It seemed her day of wandering the streets had fortuitously led her to an early encounter with him. Chapter 5. The Scholar the Mo Xiang Study. Renowned as the largest library in the capital, boasts 2 expansive levels filled with an extensive array of books, including many obscure ancient texts. As a result, it has become a favored haunt for scholars and literati, making it no surprise to find Lu Qingchuan here. Shen Zhinian shifted closer to the staircase, eager to catch the conversation unfolding nearby. She soon heard the gentle voice of the scholar. "Today is a day of leisure, aside from purchasing books. I have no other plans. You should not be so absorbed in your studies all day. Haven and Appo's. We read enough historical texts? I heard that the Shi Ding Lu has introduced new dishes today. Shall we go and try them together?" It seemed that this was one of Lu Qingchuan's colleagues from the Hanlin Academy. Perhaps the colleague's enthusiasm made it difficult for Lu Qingchuan to decline, as he agreed to the invitation. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian caught a glimpse of the 2 men making their way downstairs and hastily picked up a book in front of her, pretending to be engrossed in it. As they reached the corner, she feigned a casual glance upward, allowing her veil to flutter slightly, inadvertently revealing a hint of her beauty, hoping it would momentarily halt their progress. Indeed, the scholar paused for a moment, only to quickly break into a smile. In her past life, Shen Zhinian cherished that warm, spring-like smile, but now, Reflecting on his future indifference, she found it impossible to feel moved. As Lu Qingchuan spotted Shen Zhinian, he made his way towards her. Noticing that he seemed to recognize the young lady below, his colleague discreetly wandered off to another section of the library. "Miss Shen, I heard you were unwell recently. Are you feeling better now?" Lu Qingchuan inquired with genuine concern. Shen Zhinian curtsied gracefully, replying, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lu. I'm quite well now." "And where might you be headed, young Master Lu?" Shen Zhinian asked knowingly, feigning ignorance. "I was preparing to dine at Sherding Lu. Would you care to join me and your friends?" Lu Qingchuan extended the invitation. Shen Zhinian noted that he mentioned her being with friends, aware that she and Yi Qingxi were not too far apart. Clearly, he had been observant of their presence. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her earlier behavior, she decided to embrace her situation. It is still rather early for dining. "If you are not in a hurry, might we have a moment of conversation first?" Lu Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. He had indeed noticed Zhinian entering the study earlier, and though she wore a veil, her figure had left an impression on him. Their first encounter had been at the Ministry of Rites, where he had been captivated by her beauty at a casual glance by the pond. He felt as if he had known her in a past life, destined to be intertwined with her fate. Having visited the Minister of Rites several times with his mentor, and knowing that the minister held him in high regard, Lu Qingchuan was intent on maintaining this connection. Achieving the title of the top scholar was merely the first step. His ambitions extended far beyond that. Given his modest beginnings, he sought a beneficial marriage to secure his future. In the capital, where he had no solid foundation, finding a powerful family to ally with was no simple task. At that moment, he learned that the minister was considering a son-in-law and had been weighing his suitability, prompting him to approach a matchmaker. The Shen family daughter was not only beautiful, but also intriguing. Lu Qingchuan felt fortunate to have this opportunity. However, he noted that Shen Zhinian had previously appeared shy around him, while today she was decidedly bold. He realized he must not leave her feelings unreciprocated, as the matter of their engagement was not yet settled, and he needed to keep her interest piqued. Thus, he nodded encouragingly. "Miss, feel free to speak your mind. I am at your service." Shen Zhinian called for the shopkeeper to lead them to a private chamber in the study, leaving the door ajar to avoid suspicion. With Chun Tao stationed outside, after a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "To be frank, I sought out young Master Lu today to discuss a rather delicate matter." With a glance at Lu Qingchuan, who still bore a smile, she continued, "During my illness, I often dreamt, and one dream struck me as particularly strange. It involved a courtyard shrine with a plaque inscribed with the name of the Lu clan. In the shrine, a stunning woman knelt before a memorial tablet, with a red beauty mark beneath her right eye. Beside her stood a matronly figure, admonishing, 'You will eventually marry into our Lu family. It is only proper to pay homage in the shrine, and I will ensure Qingchuan grants you a name in the future.' And Oppos, Shen Zhinian observed Lu Qingchuan and Oppos. His expression transformed as the smile faded and his brow furrowed. 'What do you imply, Miss Shen?' he asked, maintaining a facade of calm while turmoil brewed within him. He found it implausible that she, having grown up in the capital, could dream of his ancestral shrine and even describe the features of his cousin, Ruan Jixin. A smirk played at the corners of Shen Zhinian's lips as she looked at Lu Qingchuan, deliberately stating, 'The shrine bore the name of the Lu clan, and the matron mentioned you. Might this be your ancestral shrine? Could the matron be your mother? But who, pray tell, is the lovely lady with the beauty mark?' Lu Qingchuan discerned the sarcasm in her words but chose to ignore it. He was reluctant to acknowledge the existence of his childhood sweetheart, his cousin Ruan Jixin, despite his mother and Appo's fondness for her. Recently, his mother had come to the capital to help arrange his engagement and had indeed mentioned that once the marriage was settled, she would ensure Jixin received her due recognition. Why had his mother's private musings found their way into Shen Zhinian's dream? A cold sweat broke out on Lu Qingchuan's brow. At that moment, the matter of his cousin seemed insignificant compared to his aspirations and the beauty before him. He quickly reassured Shen Zhinian, "Miss Shen, perhaps you were merely unsettled during your illness. Dreams are ephemeral. Do not dwell on them. I am the only son in my family, apart from my parents. There are only a few servants to tend to their needs. I have always conducted myself with integrity and have never engaged in frivolous affairs. Shen Zhinian scoffed inwardly at his dissembling. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, she pressed on, I hold no grievance against you, young Master Lu. There is no need to be anxious. Though it was merely a dream, it serves as a reminder that marriage is a significant matter in life, one that ought to be built on mutual affection. I would not wish to jeopardize another's fortunate match due to my own actions. As the saying goes, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Given this dream, might we consider taking our engagement into careful deliberation? After laying the groundwork, Lu Qingchuan swiftly grasped her intent. Once he calmed his initial shock, he recognized that Shen Zhinian and Amp, Oppos, as direct approach indicated she was acting independently, not at the behest of the minister. There was, therefore, still hope for him. Chapter 6. Unfavorable departure. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Lu Qingchuan felt a sense of ease wash over him. Miss Shun, please rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards anyone else. Since the moment I encountered you, I have been captivated. My proposal is made with utmost sincerity, and I hope you comprehend my feelings without excessive worry, to avert any alterations in their engagement. Lu Qingchuan understood that he must win the young lady's heart. Although he was oblivious to the events that had transpired, he believed that by demonstrating his earnestness and commitment, he could eventually regain her affection. On her part, Shen Zhinian felt a twinge of displeasure as Lu Qingchuan interjected. Young Master Lu, you should be cautious with your words. We have merely met a handful of times, and we remain strangers to each other in Amp, Oppos, as true natures. To speak of being captivated seems rather hasty. Lu Qingchuan and Amp, Oppos, S expression turned awkward. Her candor was rather blunt. Although he could not claim to be deeply in love, he spoke no falsehood. Upon first seeing Shen Zhinian, she had already taken root in his heart. He was not a fool and could discern her previous interest in him. With his gentle demeanor and scholarly air, he was indeed perceived as a refined young gentleman by others. This was not mere vanity. He had been praised by many throughout his life, and numerous young ladies had expressed their admiration. However, he had previously immersed himself in his studies, uninterested in romantic pursuits. Once he contemplated the advantages of a matrimonial alliance, he began to pay particular attention to his attire and conduct, knowing that to win over his future in-laws, he must first capture the young lady and Oppos' heart. His efforts bore fruit, as Shen Zhinian had previously blushed in his presence, her gaze often averted, clearly indicating her interest. Yet what had changed so suddenly? Lu Qingchuan found himself perplexed. Shen Zhinian had seemed somewhat naive, and he had thought her easy to manage, only to realize he had misjudged her. Her assertive demeanor now left him feeling out of his depth, but he had to acquiesce. You are correct, Miss Shun. I have been remiss. Matters of marriage are typically dictated by parental wishes and matchmakers and Oppos' words. However, affection can be cultivated. If I were to marry you, I would cherish and love you, alleviating your burdens and ensuring your happiness. Regardless of whether he could fulfill such promises, he aimed to placate her. Women generally sought a considerate husband in matters of marriage. Shen Zhinian scoffed internally at Lu Qingchuan's overly meticulous nature. His mention of parental authority was a clear reminder that their union was not solely in their hands. In her second life, she had pondered Lu Qingchuan's intentions. If he held no genuine affection for her, why did he seek to marry her? Initially, she assumed it was due to her father's past support of his studies, for her father had regarded him favorably as a potential son-in-law, and Lu Qingchuan, feeling indebted, might have found it difficult to refuse. However, after this conversation, she sensed that he was not merely accepting the proposal passively. Rather, he seemed quite invested in the match. His pursuit of her was likely motivated by the advantages he perceived in the alliance. It appeared she had previously overestimated his character. She had thought him merely callous in love, yet fundamentally honorable and dutiful. Instead, it seemed he was merely driven by self-interest, seeking to marry her for the benefits her family could provide. Realizing that Lu Qingchuan and Oppos' persistence was quite thick-skinned and that his performance was earnest, Shen Zhinian abandoned any hope of resolving the engagement through direct dialogue. Since their initial encounter had faltered, she decided against continuing her face-to-face confrontation with the scholar, thus remarking, "I do not expect all to go smoothly, considering my own circumstances are far from favorable. I have already delayed you, young Master Lu. Our friends are waiting, so I shall not impose further." Lu Qingchuan felt taken aback, yet as he saw Shen Zhinian rise, he hurried to follow her. "Miss Shen, please do not take offense. If I have inadvertently upset you today, it was unintentional, and I hope for your forgiveness." It seemed he had spent the entire day apologizing, feeling quite disheveled compared to his once glorious image as a scholar. Although he harbored some grievances, he could only feign indifference. Shen Zhinian, disinterested in prolonging this charade, suggested, "Young Master Lu, you should seek your friends and join them at the dining hall. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you." With that, she descended the stairs to find Yi Qingxi. Lu Qingchuan stood momentarily stunned. Shen Zhinian and Appo's behavior was exceptionally unusual today. Despite his efforts to ingratiate himself, nothing seemed effective, and he found himself at a loss. He contemplated that perhaps his recent socializing at the Hamlin Academy had caused him to neglect the engagement with the Shen family, leading to her current displeasure. He resolved to urge his mother to choose an auspicious date for their marriage. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian remained unaware of her own miscalculations. After confronting Lu Qingchuan, she felt a sense of relief and sought out Yi Qingxi, who had already selected a book in anticipation of her arrival. "Qingxi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I ran into Lu Qingchuan and had a brief discussion," Shen Zhinian acknowledged. Yi Qingxi responded gently, "It is no trouble. I just spoke with Chuanxing. Have you chosen the book you wanted?" Shen Zhinian hurried to retrieve the volume she had previously selected and settled the bill. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Qingchuan had descended the stairs and was conversing with his colleagues. She urged the shopkeeper to hasten, wishing to avoid more forced pleasantries. After completing their purchase, they entrusted their books to a servant and exited the shop, feeling somewhat embarrassed from the earlier shopping. Shen Zhinian took the initiative to lead Yi Qingxi to the Zhenping studio, where she purchased an ivory white hairpin as a gift for her friend. To prevent Yi Qingxi from declining, she mentioned that her brother had instructed her to select a gift for her. Yi Qingxi, typically gentle and composed, became somewhat bashful when the topic of her fiancé arose. To avoid further teasing from Shen Zhinian, she accepted the gift. Shen Zhinian understood that invoking her brother and Appo's name would be the most effective way to persuade Yi Qingxi. As for the money spent on the hairpin, she would simply ask her brother to reimburse her later. After browsing a few more shops, the two prepared to return home. The Yi and Shen families resided close to one another, their mansions situated on opposite sides of the same street. Shen Zhinian invited Yi Qingxi to share a carriage, providing them the opportunity to converse further. As they boarded the carriage, Shen Zhinian intended to invite Yi Qingxi to watch the dragon boat races during the Dragon Boat Festival. However, before she could speak, Yi Qingxi inquired, "Anian, what was the specific purpose of your meeting with young Master Lu in the study? You even chose to speak in a private parlor." Shen Zhinian had initially thought Yi Qingxi disinterested in the matter, especially since she had not asked about it on their way to the Zhenping studio. It appeared that her friend had been saving her curiosity for the journey home. However, since the question had been posed, Shen Zhinian felt compelled to unburden herself. "Qingxi, I have been contemplating recently, and I am increasingly reluctant to marry." Her words took Yi Qingxi by surprise. Chapter 7. Views on marriage. What does it mean to not want to marry? Are you contemplating a life as a nun? Yi Qingxi lamented, her heart heavy with concern for Lord Shen and Lady Shen. Shen Zhinian, feeling awkward, realized her failure to articulate her thoughts clearly had led to this misunderstanding. "Sister, please do not rush to conclusions. What I meant is that I do not wish to marry at this moment. Not that I intend to become a nun," she hastily clarified. Yi Qingxi sighed in relief, but her curiosity was piqued. "What does temporarily mean? Does that imply you plan to marry in a few years? Is this what you and the top scholar discussed?" A cascade of questions flowed from her. She recalled how, not long ago, Shen Zhinian had expressed enthusiasm about the marriage, wondering what had caused such a sudden change of heart. "Have you spoken to Lady Shen about delaying the engagement?" Shen Zhinian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Sister, I simply do not wish to marry that top scholar at present. There is no other intention behind it." Are you still curious why I no longer desire him? Recently, I learned that he seems to have affections for another. I refuse to intrude upon their feelings. Yi Qingxi pursed her lips. How did you come by this information? Shen Zhinian, with a mischievous glint, declared, my brother helped me uncover this. Lu Qingchuan has a childhood cousin in Linchuan, and they were quite close before she went to study at the county school. I must return home today to corroborate this with him, lest the truth come to light later. Upon learning that the information came from Shen Zhinian, Yi Qingxi ceased her doubts. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Yin, a woman in Appo's marriage is often dictated by circumstance. I understand your lofty ideals, yet in this era, most men take multiple wives. Being overly fixated on emotions may lead to your own suffering. The scholar in Appo's childhood sweetheart is merely a past affair. Even if you were to take her as a concubine in the future, you would still be the legitimate wife, enjoying the status and respect that comes with it. Why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? Yi Qingxi and Appo's father, the vice minister of rights, maintained several concubines, yet he held great respect for her mother, often spending the majority of his time with her, visiting the concubines only occasionally. Due to her father and Appo's demeanor, the concubines dared not overstep their bounds, and her mother managed her role with relative ease. Educated in the principles of womanhood, Yi Qingxi had long been taught that a woman's worth lay in her devotion to her husband, adhering to the virtues expected of her to earn his respect. She had grown accustomed to such beliefs and had never envisioned a life with Shen Zhinian that consisted solely of the two of them in harmonious unity. As long as he granted her the dignity befitting a wife, she could overlook his potential concubines. Such was the nature of the times, difficult to resist. Yi Qingxi did not want Shen Zhinian to suffer the wounds of reality. However, Shen Zhinian was different. Her parents enjoyed a harmonious marriage, and she longed for a lifelong partnership devoid of others, supporting one another through thick and thin. In her past life, she had misjudged a person and invested too much emotion, leading to profound suffering. In this new life, she had come to terms with her desires, yet she did not intend to compromise her ideals for a fickle lover, even if she were to embrace her role as the primary wife. How could she not be affected by the chaos of competing affections? The unfaithful should not dictate her fate. Opportunities must be seized through her own efforts. Realizing that her views might seem naive to Yi Qingxi, Shen Zhinian firmly stated, Sister Qingxi, I refuse to abandon my pursuit simply because it is common for men to have multiple wives. Though it may be challenging, such celestial pairs do exist, do they not? Just look at my parents. I believe that one day, brother will be devoted to you as well. Yi Qingxi momentarily forgot their differing backgrounds, feeling powerless to persuade further. While she did not impose such expectations on Shen Zhinian, if he were truly devoted to her alone in the future, she would consider herself fortunate. If Shen Zhinian could find her true match, she would genuinely rejoice for her. Yi Qingxi decided to shift the conversation. So, did you bring this up with the top scholar today? What was his response? Shen Zhinian replied, I hinted at my feelings, but Lu Qingchuan did not respond. Yi Qingxi gently patted Shen Zhinian's head. Do not rush. This is a significant matter. You must discuss it thoroughly with your parents and not act impulsively. Shen Zhinian nodded, acknowledging the importance of the discussion, but she intended to gather more concrete evidence first. As they concluded their conversation and prepared to rest, their carriage suddenly came to a halt. Moments later, they heard Chun Tao's voice outside. Miss, there's a broken carriage blocking the road ahead. Shen Zhinian lifted the curtain and peered out, noticing a slender young woman beside a broken carriage, with a round-faced maid peering back. The girl conferred with her maid, who then approached them. Shen Zhinian thought, if the young woman desired to share their carriage, it would not be an inconvenience. After all, fostering goodwill while traveling is beneficial. However, before she could complete her thought, the maid bypassed their carriage and headed toward the rear. Shen Zhinian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had misread the situation. Following her gaze, she saw another carriage behind theirs. The round-faced maid reached the back carriage and bowed to the attendant, exchanging a few words. The attendant lifted the curtain and inquired about the occupants within. Peering closely, Shen Zhinian recognized the young English nobleman who had previously gifted her a kite. After listening to the attendant, he appeared displeased and slowly shook his head, giving the attendant further instructions. The attendant lowered the curtain and, accompanied by several other servants, followed the disappointed maid away. As the attendant approached Shen Zhinian and Appo's carriage, she had already lowered her own curtain. She overheard the round-faced maid pleading, "My lady is the third daughter of the Duke of Loyalty. Is it truly impossible for the nobleman to offer us a ride?" The attendant did not respond. Instead, addressing Chun Tao outside, "Miss, the carriage ahead is broken. We are preparing to clear the road. Please wait a moment for passage." This was likely directed toward Chun Tao, revealing that the nobleman and Appo's household was far more courteous than that of the third daughter. Shen Zhinian recognized the name of the Duke of Loyalty. She had encountered the girl a few times at banquets. Had it not been for her sudden recollection of past lives, she would have regarded the girl as merely a delicate and fragile maiden, unaware of the reckless nature that lay beneath, which had surely caused the English nobleman much distress in her previous life. Chapter 8. Watching the play, the third daughter of the loyal Duke, Jiang Yitong, had been raised in the shadow of her family and Appo's noble heritage. The Duke of England, having lost his wife early in life, had taken Jiang Yitong and Appo's aunt as his second wife. Although the heir was born of the previous duchess, the familial ties were apparent. Hence the maid and Appo's tone of entitlement towards them. In a past life, Jiang Yitong had attended the Duke and Appo's birthday celebration, only to inadvertently tumble into a pond within the estate, where she was fortuitously rescued by the heir passing by. Mortified by her drenched state, she implored her mother, the Duchess, to negotiate with the Duke, arguing that a lady and Appo's modesty should be preserved for her future husband. This incident, rather than being a source of embarrassment, could fortuitously bond the two families, preserving her dignity while embellishing the heir and Appo's reputation as a gallant savior. The Duke, valuing his family and Appo's honor, preferred to avoid the scandal of his son being labeled irresponsible for performing a good deed, especially as the other party was his wife and aunt, Appo's niece. Thus, he consented to the union, a decision made without consulting the heir and Appo's sentiments. It is worth noting that Jiang Yitong was indeed fortunate. Although her engagement to the heir seemed somewhat forced, he remained loyal, never taking multiple concubines, and only ever had her as his wife. However, when he fell from grace and was exiled to Lingnan, Jiang Yitong reportedly married the Duke's second son, who was also her cousin, sharing the same father but different mothers. Rumors circulated that she had quickly taken up with her cousin soon after entering the Duke's residence. Whether true or not, her rapid remarriage certainly hinted at her opportunistic nature. Now, encountering this melodramatic scene, Shen Zhinian felt a sudden urge to observe more closely, prompting Chun Tao to lift the curtain once again. Ahead, Wen Yunjing and Appo's attendants were maneuvering the vehicles, and a round-faced maid was vocally lamenting to her young mistress, her voice rising just enough to reach Shen Zhinian and Appo's ears. "Miss, the heir refuses to take us, and our carriage is temporarily out of commission. What shall we do?" she complained, adding indignantly, "Not only did he refuse to assist us, but he also claimed our carriage is blocking the road." Jiang Yitong's voice reached them as well. "It must be because you spoke out of turn. I will personally speak to Cousin Jing." With that, she and her maid walked past Zhinian and Appo's carriage, maintaining a haughty demeanor, seemingly dismissive of those around them. Unable to proceed with her own vehicle, Shen Zhinian decided to alight and continue observing the unfolding drama, while also looking for an opportunity to assist the heir, whose impolite behavior irked her greatly. After contemplating this, she informed Yi Qingxi that she was stepping down for some fresh air and took Chun Xing with her, leaving Chun Tao to attend to Yi Qingxi. At the rear of the carriage, Jiang Yitong gently addressed Wen Yunjing from behind the curtain. "Cousin Jing, I hope you are well. My carriage has unexpectedly broken down here, and we are unable to move forward. As this location is quite far from the Duke's residence, might I request you to give me a lift?" After a moment, Wen Yunjing and Appo's handsome face emerged from behind the curtain. He paused before speaking, first acknowledging Shen Zhinian, who was watching the scene unfold with keen interest with a slight nod. Initially embarrassed at being caught watching, Shen Zhinian soon realized he bore no ill will and decided to observe openly. Regrettably, she had not brought a seat or snacks. Jiang Yitong, noticing Wen Yunjing's delayed response while he smiled at Shen Zhinian, felt a prick of jealousy despite herself. Although she reluctantly acknowledged her own beauty, she quickly turned her gaze away. As Wen Yunjing redirected his attention to Jiang Yitong, his expression turned icy. Miss Jiang, please conduct yourself with propriety. It is improper for men and women to engage intimately. I cannot assist you. I suggest you seek alternative means. Caught off guard and embarrassed, Jiang Yitong's face flushed crimson. However, unwilling to concede, she boldly retorted, Cousin Jing, considering our familial ties, we are indeed relatives. Why should we be cautious with each other? Unable to stifle a laugh, Shen Zhinian's amusement drew Jiang Yitong's ire, prompting a glare in her direction. The round-faced maid immediately interjected, Which young lady are you? What do you mean by that? Chun Xing, witnessing the rudeness, couldn't help but respond. And what is your status to speak so to my mistress? The maid seemed to forget that the daughter of a minister of rights held considerable standing, while a count was merely of lower rank. As Shen Zhinian observed the altercation unfold, she approached leisurely, addressing Jiang Yitong. Miss Jiang, it has been some time. I am Shen Zhinian, daughter of the Minister of Rights. I happened to overhear your conversation and was genuinely delighted for you, but I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. Jiang Yitong fell silent upon realizing Shen Zhinian's identity. The title of Duke had been conferred since the founding of the dynasty, but her family had dwindled to the 5th generation, with her father in Appo's S-line facing potential demotion. Though she could assert her status among those of lower rank, she dared not offend someone of high standing. The round-faced maid, now intimidated, fell silent. Shen Zhinian continued, As a daughter of the Duke, your comportment should be beyond reproach. Perhaps your maid could benefit from some instruction, lest her words tarnish your reputation. The maiden Appo's face flushed with anger, yet she held her tongue. Jiang Yitong, though reluctant to offend Shen Zhinian, felt emboldened by her cousin and Appo's presence. She offered a conciliatory smile. I was unaware it was Miss Shen. I apologize for any offense. I shall certainly reprimand my maid. Are you returning home? The carriage ahead will soon be moved, and you may proceed. Internally, Shen Zhinian scoffed at the insinuation that she should depart, aware that Jiang Yitong intended to monopolize her cousin's attention. She recognized that Wen Yunjing's earlier act of kindness with the kite had created an opportunity for her to return the favor. Chapter 9. The rescue. Shen Zhinian wore a facade of laughter that failed to reach her eyes as she addressed Miss Jiang. You are indeed considerate. Since you haven't moved yet, I find myself with ample time today. I wouldn't mind keeping you company a little longer. Jiang Yitong, feeling exasperated, ponder how someone could possess such an audacious demeanor. How on earth is the daughter of the Minister of Rights educated? Shen Zhinian and Appo's persistent presence was a nuisance, and she grew weary of the charade. Turning her gaze, she looked longingly at Wen Yunjing. Cousin Jing, what do you think? I truly cannot conceive of another solution. I implore your kindness. Shen Zhinian felt a shiver down her spine from the plaintive tone in her voice. Wen Yunjing, having observed Shen Zhinian as playful banter with Jiang Yitong, found the situation amusing. However, as Shen Zhinian seemed unaffected by the exchange, he chose to remain silent. Noticing Jiang Yitong struggling to contend with Shen Zhinian, he could only smirk at her attempts to feign innocence. Wen Yunjing remarked coldly, It is merely 2 miles to the Duke's residence. Miss Jiang could summon a servant to fetch another carriage. Jiang Yitong rebuffed yet again, feigned tears, and cast a glance at her maid. The round-faced maid promptly interjected, Young master, Miss Appo's constitution has always been frail. With the sun blazing down, and having lingered here for some time, she is unable to endure further delay for a servant to bring carriage. She then stepped forward to support her mistress, allowing her to lean against her. Wen Yunjing was about to retort that Miss Appo's health was of no concern to him when Shen Zhinian interjected, Miss Jiang, I happen to have an empty carriage. I shall have it sent to you promptly so that you may return home to rest. It is wise to venture out less when one is unwell. The spectacle had become tedious. Rather than allowing Jiang Yitong to persist in her entanglement, it would be better for her to provide assistance. Wan Yunjing seemed to harbor a distinct aversion to Jiang Yitong, and she likely resented him for it. Rumor had it that the Duke's heir was not particularly favored in his household. Having lost his biological mother at a young age and being overshadowed by a stepmother who held the Duke in Oppose as affection. Jiang Yitong, being the stepmother and Oppose as niece, would most likely complain to her aunt, who would then whisper in the Duke and Oppose as ear, potentially leading to the heir and Oppose as reprimand. Shen Zhinian and Yi Qingxi had departed in the same carriage, but now they were set to share a different one, with another following closely behind. As Shen Zhinian intervened, Jiang Yitong hesitated, unsure how to reject the offer. She merely wished to linger a while longer in the presence of the ethereal Wan Yunjing. Usually, when visiting her aunt at the Duke's residence, she would contrive excuses to remain there, hoping for serendipitous encounters with him. Alas, Wan Yunjing always appeared preoccupied, leaving little opportunity for such meetings. Today, she had fortuitously spotted him while shopping, waiting on this very street, only to find her plans thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. Before Jiang Yitong could conjure an excuse, Shen Zhinian had already sent Chuanqing to speak with the driver of the carriage behind Wan Yunjing and Oppose. Yes. Shen Zhinian winked at Wan Yunjing, who returned her smile before addressing Jiang Yitong. Miss Shen possesses a kind heart. Since there is already a carriage available, Miss Jiang may return home to rest. With no other options, Jiang Yitong reluctantly followed her maid to the rear carriage, casting glances back as she departed. With the matter resolved, Shen Zhinian prepared to bid farewell to Wan Yunjing. The front carriage had moved aside, allowing passage for both of them. She curtsied. The road ahead is clear. Young master, I shall take my leave now. As she turned to depart with Chuanqing, Wan Yunjing called out to her, his tone cool yet gentle. Miss Shen, please wait. Shen Zhinian turned back, puzzled. Is there something else, young master? Wan Yunjing smiled. I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely assistance. I purchased some Wufu rice dumplings from a Zhu family eatery today. Would you care for some? Shen Zhinian and Oppo's eyes sparkled at the mention. She had nearly forgotten to buy them herself. Although someone would procure them for her at home, they typically prepared sweet dumplings, a tradition for the Dragon Boat Festival. This year, the Zhu family had introduced a new variation, combining sweet and savory flavors in a Wufu dumpling gift box, which had quickly sold out upon release. These dumplings were indeed rare to find, and the prospect of receiving them piqued her interest. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Zhinian succumbed to the allure of the delicacy. Accepting the offer with gratitude, having just repaid a favor, she found herself in debt once more. However, it was not of great concern. Her brother shared a close friendship with him, and she could always ask her brother to return the favor later. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. Shen Zhinian curtsied again. With their exchange complete, she finally made her way back to the carriage, feeling the urging gaze of Yi Qingxi upon her. Wan Yunjing watched as Shen Zhinian mounted her carriage before returning to his own. It seemed Shen Qianshan was right. Shen Zhinian truly had a weakness for food. He smiled at the thought of her earlier expression. Inside the Shen family carriage, Shen Zhinian took the initiative, Sister Qingxi. I was merely observing how the air was besieged and felt compelled to intervene. He just gifted me a kite today. I could not stand by idly. Shen Zhinian mused that those who had been similarly wronged often felt a kinship, a desire to assist one another in their plight. Yi Qingxi sighed, acknowledging that Shen Zhinian had not acted inappropriately, especially under the bright light of day, and she had no intention of reprimanding her. It appeared Shen Zhinian was feeling guilty about something else entirely. A glance at the gift box brought into the carriage confirmed her suspicions. It was likely a token from a recent encounter that Shen Zhinian was too shy to admit. To spare Shen Zhinian some embarrassment, Yi Qingxi refrained from questioning her about the dumpling gift box, instead asking, prior to today, have you had any interactions with the Duke's heir? He seems to regard you with a certain distinction. Shen Zhinian had been somewhat perplexed as well, given Wan Yunjing's esteemed background and striking looks. He typically maintained a reserved demeanor towards women, likely to fend off the affections of those enamored by his charm. Yet today, his actions suggested a notable degree of care for her, a departure from his usual aloofness. After some reflection, she concluded it might be due to her brother and Oppo's influence, leading to his considerate behavior. It certainly could not be attributed to her beauty, as he surpassed her in that regard. She shared her thoughts with Yi Qingxi, who found them reasonable enough to cease further inquiries. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Zhinian made her way to her own Shaowang courtyard. The day in Oppos, as shopping had been somewhat exhausting, and she needed a rest. "Miss, will you be dining in the courtyard, or shall I take the meal to Madame and Oppos, as quarters?" Chun Tao asked as she massaged Shen Zhinian and Oppos, as calves, noting that it was nearly noon and time for lunch. Shen Zhinian replied, "Let us dine in the courtyard. I have no desire to walk further. Please send someone to inquire if my brother is at home and invite him to join us for a meal." She intended to discuss a few matters with him. Chapter 10. Conspiracy on this day of respite. Shen Qianshan chose to remain at home rather than venture out to join the festivities, instead dedicating his time to practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Upon receiving an invitation from the residents of Shaowang courtyard to join them for a meal, he tidied himself up and eagerly made his way over. In Shaowang courtyard, Shen Zhinian was already seated at the square table in the main room, where a delightful array of dishes awaited, including bamboo shoots with chicken and goose, 5-flavor apricot cheese with lamb, dompa tofu, and a salad, complemented by a sweet bean cake. The fare was certainly superior to what he typically enjoyed at home. As Shen Qianshan entered, Chun Tao greeted him and provided an additional set of chopsticks. Shen Zhinian had already begun her meal, having requested the small kitchen to prepare some meat in advance to enhance the flavors before she left home. She had also informed their mother not to prepare a meal for her that morning. "Onion, I heard from mother that you went out shopping with your sister Qingxi today. Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Shen Qianshan chided his sister while eating. Opportunities to meet Yi Qingxi were rare for him, and it was a pity that his sister had not informed him. Had he known of their outing, he would have insisted on accompanying them. Shen Zhinian cast a sidelong glance at her brother. "I was worried that Sister Qingxi might feel uncomfortable, so I purposely kept it to myself." Shen Qianshan sighed internally, realizing that his sister could be quite inconsiderate at times. However, she quickly added, "I did send Sister Qingxi a hairpin your name." Shen Qianshan chuckled, realizing he had misjudged his sister. She had indeed acted with good intentions. "That must have cost me quite a bit. You'll need to reimburse me later." Shen Zhinian nodded in agreement, knowing her brother, despite being merely a martial officer, still had a modest income, more than her own. After this exchange, Shen Zhinian casually inquired, "Brother, you mentioned yesterday that you had inquired about Lu Qingchuan. Where did you gather your information?" Shen Qianshan replied, while picking at his meat, "Most of my inquiries were made within the capital. Some information about his hometown, Linchuan, came from his fellow townsmen, but our father also has some channels through which he can gather details. His family consists of just a few members. His father was a scholarly gentleman, but fell ill and lacked connections for a government position. His mother is the daughter of a scholar, who has remained at home caring for her husband. He is an only child with no other family members. Now that he has achieved the status of a top scholar and entered the Hamlin Academy, he has somewhat compensated for his father's unfulfilled aspirations." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian pondered for a moment before smiling at her brother. "Brother, am I your only sister?" "Of course," Shen Qianshan replied, looking at her as if she were foolish. Shen Zhinian held her tongue, knowing she needed something from him. "You see, as your only sister, you must take my lifelong happiness seriously, right?" Shen Qianshan arched his brow, encouraging her to continue. "I believe the information you gathered previously is somewhat incomplete, setting aside the situation in the capital. After all, he has only recently settled here, and it's easier to learn about him. However, Linchuan is different. You only know the basic details about his family and their social standing. Have you inquired about how the locals view the Liu family? Do they have any close relatives? What is the situation of those relatives? This information is crucial. If there are any unsavory matters within his household, or if there are any unscrupulous relatives, it could spell trouble now that he has achieved such high honors. If I were to truly marry into that family, it would be quite worrisome." Shen Qianshan found himself drawn into her reasoning, realizing that his sister had a point. He certainly did not want her marry into a family fraught with issues. Shen Zhinian had been sheltered by their parents and his protection, having faced relatively few hardships. If she were to wed into a complicated family, it could lead to her suffering. After a moment of reflection, Shen Qianshan reassured his sister, I will think of ways to investigate further. Yunjing has extensive connections. I'll see if he can arrange for someone to gather more detailed information about Linchuan. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian and Appo's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. She placed a piece of lamb onto her brother and Appo's plate and cautioned, when you inquire, be thorough and do not overlook the minutiae. For instance, does he have any childhood friends or past romantic interests in his hometown? After all, Lu Qingchuan is quite handsome and might easily attract the attention of young women. Shen Zhinian nodded while savoring the lamb. Since his brother had mentioned Wen Yunjing, Shen Zhinian added, today the son of the Earl of England gave me a kite and sent me a box of wufu dumplings. Don't forget to repay this kindness later. Shen Zhinian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He went shopping today? I rarely hear of him doing so. Although Wen Yunjing was the son of a noble family, he was not one to rely solely on his family status. The nobility was fraught with intrigue. Wen Yunjing was ambitious and capable. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he had already distinguished himself alongside his uncle, the general of Huaihua, in the northern territories. He had built a promising future through his exceptional martial skills and, at such a young age, had risen to the rank of General Ningyuan, a fifth-grade official. Moreover, due to his remarkable martial prowess, he had gained the emperor and Appo's favor, who had discreetly assigned him special tasks involving the elite troops. Naturally, these matters were not something Shen Zhinian could share with his sister. He, too, did not wish to remain a mere idle officer and had sought to befriend Wen Yunjing for future opportunities. Beyond their friendship, Shen Zhinian had also been assisting Wen Yunjing with various tasks, aiming to secure a military position himself in the future. He had not confided this to their parents, fearing it might cause them undue worry, as they were not supportive of his martial pursuits. Shen Zhinian, less acquainted with Wen Yunjing, brushed off her brother's surprise, responding, I ran into him on Southgate Street today, where he bought kites, trinkets, and some snacks. He was likely purchasing gifts for someone else. Kites are primarily toys for girls and children, and trinkets are typically for women. It's unlikely he was buying those for himself, Shen Zhinian conjectured. Wen Yunjing also had a sister, born of the same mother, who had recently been betrothed to the third prince and was set to marry in a couple of months. With the wedding approaching, it was likely that the palace had already dispatched instructors to the Earl's residence to train her in court etiquette. It made sense that Wen Yunjing would procure items for his sister during this busy time. Noted, if Yunjing has given you these gifts, you should keep them. I shall invite him to a meal at Shitting Tower later. After finishing their meal, Shen Zhinian rose and strode out. With her brother's promise to investigate the Lu family's ancestral home, Shen Zhinian felt a sense of relief and decided to take a moment to rest indoors. Chapter 11. The Lu family of Linchuan. It is said that the esteemed scholar Lu Qingchuan hurried back to the scholar's residence after socializing with his colleagues. Gifted with remarkable intelligence since childhood, he exhibited a natural aptitude for his studies. His father, Lu, took great pride in his son and Appo's academic progress. The Lu family did not lead an affluent life. Although Lu, the elder, had attained the status of a jiren, which should have afforded them some respect, his long years of diligent study had taken a toll on his health. Moreover, coming from a humble background, he lacked the connections and financial means to secure a government position, ultimately failing to attain an official post. Nonetheless, despite his inability to serve in an official capacity, he remained a legitimate jiren, exempt from corps labor and taxes, and was entitled to a modest stipend. He also took up teaching to earn additional income, driven solely by the desire for his son to focus on his studies and achieve the scholarly success he himself could not attain. Lu Qingchuan, motivated by filial piety, dedicated himself to his studies and ultimately lived up to his parents' expectations by becoming the top scholar, earning him fame and distinction. Upon entering the Hamlin Academy, he was awarded a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold and, due to the emperor's special favor, was granted the prestigious scholar's residence. For a time, Lu Qingchuan basked in glory. With a residence in the capital, he felt secure enough to wish to bring his parents to live with him, to honor them. However, by this time, Lu, the elder, had seen a decline in his health and could hardly endure long journeys, leading him to forego the idea. He himself was unconcerned, knowing that his son had achieved success, thus validating the sacrifices he had made over the years. Lu's mother, on the other hand, yearned to move to the capital. But with her husband bedridden, she could not abandon him, fearing the gossip of their neighbors. Yet, with her son achieving such remarkable success at a young age, her thoughts soon turned to his marriage. She was aware that her niece, Ruan Jixin, harbored feelings for her cousin and was fond of the girl herself. Ruan Jixin, having lost her parents at an early age, was a pitiable child. Seeking refuge with her aunt meant merely having a place to eat. In their earlier years, life had been difficult. With her son needing funds for his education, they could barely afford many servants. Ruan Jixin's presence helped alleviate some of the burdens. Ruan Jixin proved to be diligent and considerate, treating her aunt and uncle as her own parents. When Lu Qingchuan had not yet gone to study away from home, the two cousins had spent much time together, developing a close bond. Whenever she heard that he would be returning home for a break, she eagerly prepared his room and anticipated his arrival. If she learned that he would not return due to the long journey, she would feel a pang of disappointment, which did not go unnoticed by Lu and Apos, S. mother. Had her son not been so accomplished, Lu and Apos, S. mother would have readily sought to bring the two together. However, with her son now a top scholar, establishing himself in the capital, and having a residence, her thoughts on his marriage had changed. With so many suitors vying for the hand of her son, she felt that they must be more discerning. After all, her son was a top scholar in the Hamlin Academy, and the prospects for marriage should not be taken lightly. Before she could even begin to consider a suitable match, her son sent a letter expressing his admiration for the daughter of the Minister of Rights, who was also interested in him as a potential son-in-law, requesting her assistance in arranging the courtship in the capital. Filled with joy, Lu's mother rejoiced that her son had not only secured a promising future, but also found a worthy match. After receiving the letter, she discussed the matter with her husband, deciding to leave Ruan Jixin at home to assist with household duties, along with the servants and maids that Lu Qingchuan had sent back after success. There was no immediate need to worry about the old residence. As Ruan Jixin helped her aunt pack, tears began to fall silently. Lu's mother, already feeling guilty towards her niece, noticed her quiet sorrow and said tenderly, "Jixin, I understand that you and your cousin have shared a close bond since childhood. If he marries another, it is only natural for you to feel a sense of loss. But do not hold it against me. Your cousin has achieved great success and will surely have a bright future in the capital. His status necessitates a match of equal standing." Ruan Jixin shook her head and softly replied, "And I am fine. If my cousin marries the daughter of the Minister of Rights, it will only pave the way for a smoother career. I am happy for him." She then added, "But I do worry that such a lady will be delicate, and I wonder if my cousin will still receive the care he deserves. As he embarks on his official career, he may find himself overwhelmed with various matters, and I fear he may not have someone to attend to him properly." Her words struck a chord with Lu's mother, who, upon reflecting on her son's letter, felt a twinge of concern. Initially elated, she pondered whether her son was indeed aiming too high, while the match would benefit his career. There was wisdom in the saying that a man of humble origins should be cautious in his pursuits. What would happen if he faced undue pressure in a relationship with someone from a more affluent family? Yet, Lu Qingchuan had emphasized his desire to marry the minister and Apos, S. daughter, and she did not wish to dampen his spirits. Over time, she had come to terms with the notion that once a woman entered their family, she would be one of them, and there would be ample time to cultivate her character. As for ensuring her son received proper care, Lu's mother had her own considerations. She patted her niece and Amp, Apos, S. hand and said, "Good child, I know you are considerate. Your cousin and Amp, Apos, S. journey to academic success has been arduous, and he lacks support in the capital. Establishing connections is vital for him at this stage, and this marriage will be advantageous. The union must proceed, but do not fret. Should the minister's daughter prove inadequate in her duties, I will ensure that additional help is found for your cousin. He must not be burdened unduly." Ruan Jixin felt a pang of reluctance, but maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, "Aunt, you speak wisely. If you are to seek additional help, I would be happy to assist in caring for my cousin, so you need not worry." She was confident that Lu and Apos, S. mother cared for her son and would not leave him to fend for himself in the capital. Seeing her niece and Apos, S. understanding, Lu and Amp, Appo's mother suddenly realized that rather than entrusting her son to strangers, it would be better for Ruan Jixin to look after him. Their deep bond would ensure her son was well cared for. Jixin, your thoughtfulness touches me. I have watched you grow and have always considered you as a prospective partner for Qin Chuan. However, fate is unpredictable. If you wish to remain by his side, I will speak with him about formally recognizing you. In time, you can assist me in caring for him, Lu's mother promised. Ruan Jixin's sorrow transformed into joy, and she playfully replied, Aunt, I do not care for titles. I simply wish to serve my cousin and bring you and Uncle peace of mind. Lu and Appo's mother affectionately stroked her niece and Appo's head, contemplating how to broach the subject with her son once they reached the capital. Chapter 12. The mother-son dispute at the scholar's residence. As Lu Qingchuan returned home, he was immediately met by his mother, who had traveled a long distance from Linchuan. Arriving in the bustling capital, she found herself without acquaintances and struggled to adapt to the vibrant yet overwhelming city life. With her son occupied with his official duties, she was reluctant to intrude upon him. Thus, much of her time was spent in the scholar's residence. Fortunately, the newly granted estate was staffed with maidservants and attendants. And with no mistress to oversee affairs, she found herself preoccupied with various household tasks, alleviating her sense of boredom. Today, as her son enjoyed a rare day off and was out socializing with colleagues, she busied herself with household chores, directing the servants in cleaning the courtyard and tending to the kitchen, feeling quite fulfilled. Upon receiving news from a young servant in the front courtyard that her son had returned, Lu's mother had just finished her lunch. Noticing her son's early return, she inquired with concern, Chuan and Appo's, have you had your lunch? Lu Qingchuan frowned slightly at his mother's words and replied, Mother, I've already eaten. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me Chuana. Just call me Qingchuan. The term of endearment made him feel as though he had not yet matured. You are such a peculiar child. I have grown accustomed to calling you that. Lu's mother dismissed his request lightly. Lu Qingchuan, feeling resigned, decided to let it be. Why are you back so soon? Did you not mention this morning that you would spend more time with your colleagues? I thought you would return at the hour of the rooster. Mother, please sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Qingchuan entered the main hall. Lu's mother instructed a maidservant to pour a cup of tea for her son and took a seat herself. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingchuan began, Mother, please choose an auspicious date soon and send a matchmaker to the Shen family to discuss the engagement. His mother, taken aback, reminded him that just a few days prior, she had informed him that the Shen family did not wish to rush their daughter's marriage and intended to postpone the wedding until after her elder brother and aunt, Appo's, nuptials. Do not worry. We can proceed, and the date can simply be set a little later than Shen and Appo's, brother and Appo's. Yes. I will speak to the minister about it. Lu Qingchuan reassured her, dispelling her concerns. He believed that by formalizing the engagement sooner, even with a slight delay in the wedding date, the betrothal would become more certain. With only a few months remaining, what complications could arise? Lu's mother had no objections. Her son was resolute in his decisions. Understood. I shall consult someone for an auspicious date tomorrow, she said, willing to assist him. And, Mother, you have not spoken of my cousin to anyone, have you? Lu Qingchuan added. He could not fathom how Shen Zhinian knew of Ruan Jixin unless his mother had mentioned it since her arrival in the capital. Lu's mother looked puzzled. What do you mean? I mean, you have not spoken of giving my cousin a formal title or taking her as a concubine, have you? Lu Qingchuan stated plainly. Lu's mother and Appo's expression darkened. Is that how you perceive your mother? Do you think I am so foolish? Your marriage has not yet been established. And I would go around spreading gossip. Seeing his mother's anger, Lu Qingchuan handed her a cup of tea without a word. As she simmered in silence, her anger grew, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, Chuan, have you forgotten your parents after achieving your success? Your father and I have worked tirelessly to raise you, providing for your education and sustenance. Your father's health has declined due to his hard work, and I traveled a great distance to arrange your marriage and manage household affairs. Is this how you repay us? Look at your father, confined to bed for years. How much longer can he endure? You are away, and I am here taking care of him, exhausting myself to the point of gray hairs. For the sake of marrying, you would speak so of your mother. Let me be clear, even if I had talked about it, what would it matter? You are now an esteemed official. What harm is there in taking a concubine? Having another person to care for you would bring me peace of mind. Lu Qingchuan felt overwhelmed. After marrying his father, his mother had expected a life of ease as the wife of a scholar. Yet his father had never entered officialdom and was frail. She harbored many grievances. His cousin, Lu Zhixin, had often been a confidant for his mother, and he appreciated her support in caring for their parents. If she belonged to a less distinguished family, he would not mind taking her as a concubine. However, he was now engaged to a prominent family, and Shen Zhinian appeared to be sensitive about such matters. He did not wish to cause her discomfort. "Mother, I am merely concerned about jeopardizing this engagement. I am not blaming you. Please do not be upset. Have some water to soothe yourself," he gently urged. Seeing her son soften, Lu mother's voice lowered, tinged with tears. "I too feel unwell. Your cousin is dutiful and understanding, having sacrificed much for our family. I feel that taking a concubine would be unfair to her. She is selfless, only wishing well for you, caring not for titles. Look at you, distancing yourself. It truly pains me for your cousin." Lu Qingchuan, observing his mother's descent into her thoughts, subtly reminded her, "This is not the right time for such discussions. You are aware of the challenges I face in the capital. I cannot act solely on feelings. The minister has but one legitimate wife, who dotes on her daughter. They have their own criteria for choosing a son-in-law. Since I am seeking to marry her, I must also win the favor of her family. How can we speak of concubinage now? Moreover, the minister's daughter is educated and astute. Marrying her would alleviate your worries." Lu mother pursed her lips. She had indeed observed the minister's daughter from a distance. The young lady was delicate and beautiful, deserving of her son. However, her demeanor suggested she had been pampered, raising doubts about her ability to care for her son. "I am not unreasonable. I will ensure your marriage is arranged properly. But as I mentioned before, should that young lady prove incapable of tending to you, we must consider a caring companion. Your cousin is close to you. That would truly ease my worries," Lu mother spoke earnestly. Lu Qingchuan found it challenging to dissuade his mother from her thoughts and could only respond helplessly. "Father is still in our hometown, and my cousin will need to help care for him. I will return to Linchuan once your marriage is settled. I do not feel comfortable here, and I worry about my father being alone at home. When I am there to care for him, you need not fret about the household with the additional servants. Your cousin can simply attend to you." Lu mother believed her son's reasoning was unfounded. "Let us deliberate on this matter further. For now, arranging the engagement is paramount. I shall assist with that, and we can discuss other matters later." Lu Qingchuan decided to take things one step at a time. Lu mother rubbed her chest, still feeling agitated by her son's words. Yet what else could she do? As a mother, her love for her son prevailed. She would first assist him in finalizing his marriage. Chapter 13. The banquet. While Madame Lu was consulting an expert to select an auspicious date, Shen Zhinian was at home, idly perusing a storybook. The matriarch of the Yongping Marquis family was hosting a birthday banquet and had extended an invitation to the Shen family. Upon learning of this, Shen Zhinian eagerly implored her mother to take her along. Considering that her daughter would eventually need to manage various banquets herself, Madame Shen agreed, hoping to broaden her daughter's horizons. On the day of the celebration, Madame Shen accompanied her daughter to the Yongping Marquis mansion. The banquet was indeed lively, as the Yongping Marquis had recently performed a great service to the crown, thus garnering significant favor from the emperor. Numerous guests arrived to pay their respects to the matriarch. Following her mother into the matriarch and Appo's chamber, Shen Zhinian dutifully performed her greetings, offering her well wishes for longevity and happiness. The matriarch, with a kind expression and a gentle smile, invited Shen Zhinian to speak a few words. Sensing that the young lady might grow bored, she instructed her maids to escort her to the Songfeng garden for some performances. In the garden, several stages were set up for various acts such as acrobatics, singing, and traditional opera. Shen Zhinian felt a surge of excitement, realizing she had made the right choice in attending. The garden was already bustling with young ladies, and as she surveyed the scene, she noticed the presence of the esteemed Pingyang princess, who was surrounded by a group of noble young women, including Jiang Yitong from the loyal Yi Bo family, with whom Shen Zhinian had recently interacted. Jiang Yitong's gaze was not particularly friendly, likely due to their previous unpleasant encounter. Unfazed, Shen Zhinian chose a quiet spot to observe the performances, content to enjoy the show without mingling with others. Just as she was engrossed in the spectacle, a melodious voice called out to her, "Miss Shen, this area seems rather quiet. Would you care to join us at our table?" Turning to see the source of the voice, she recognized it as Yan Mingyue, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Yongping Marquis, who was both graceful and soft-spoken, instantly endearing herself to Shen Zhinian. With a smile, Shen Zhinian replied, "Then I shall intrude upon your company, dear sister." At Yan Mingyue and Appo's table, there were only a few guests. Shen Zhinian quickly surmised that the preparations for the banquet required considerable assistance, with the Yongping Marquis wife likely engaging the female members of the household in hosting duties. Meanwhile, the Pingyang princess was being attended to by Yan Mingzhu, the illegitimate daughter of the Yongping Marquis, who was said to be quite favored by him and whose name had been personally bestowed by the Marquis. The young ladies at the table were chattering animatedly, and Shen Zhinian and Appo's table could easily overhear their conversation. Yan Mingzhu complimented the Pingyang princess, saying, "Your Royal Highness, that yellow gown and red skirt truly accentuate your exquisite beauty, making it impossible for anyone to look away." A chorus of agreement followed from the surrounding ladies, and the Pingyang princess, pleased, responded, "Your sister speaks so sweetly." However, a voice chimed in, "Such colors can only be worn by someone as beautiful as the princess. Others, wearing the same, merely resemble an imitation." It was Jiang Yitong. Glancing down at her own attire, Shen Zhinian noted that she too wore a yellow gown and red skirt. Scanning the area, she observed that no one else was dressed similarly. It seemed she had unintentionally made an enemy during their last encounter. The other young ladies fell silent, likely realizing the comment was directed at Shen Zhinian. Yan Mingzhu quickly took the opportunity to add, "Miss Jiang is correct. Only the princess possesses the grace to carry such vibrant colors." Shen Zhinian remained speechless, puzzled as to why Yan Mingzhu felt compelled to join the mockery. Noticing her sister's discomfort, Yan Mingyue cast an apologetic glance at Shen Zhinian. In turn, Shen Zhinian offered her a reassuring look, as she was one to clearly distinguish between grievances and friendships, never wishing to involve others in her disputes. Rising from her seat, she approached the group, prompting immediate wariness from Jiang Yitong and a dismissive attitude from Yan Mingzhu, which struck Shen Zhinian as amusing. After all, this second daughter of the Yan family certainly had an air of superiority. Shen Zhinian first bowed to the Pingyang princess, acknowledging her noble status with respect. Having heard tales of the princess and Appo's beauty, she found the rumors to be wholly accurate upon witnessing her in person. Shen Zhinian offered her compliments without reservation. The Pingyang princess regarded Shen Zhinian, taking in her pale yellow narrow robe and apricot red skirt, her slender waist accentuating her elegance. The princess noted her fair complexion, delicate brows, and rosy lips, realizing that Shen Zhinian and Appo's attire was indeed more stunning than her own. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, the Pingyang princess realized that Jiang Yitong had attempted to use Shen Zhinian's reputation to undermine her. Though not overly pleased, she chose to respond graciously, "You flatter me, sister. Your beauty is equally remarkable." Shen Zhinian cleverly introduced a topic of interest. "I recently visited Ma Xiang's studio and overheard the proprietor discussing a rare edition of Mandarin Duck Dream that you were seeking. Have you managed to find it?" The Pingyang princess's eyes lit up, for she had recently developed a passion for reading tales of enduring love. And Mandarin Duck Dream was a celebrated work from the previous dynasty, renowned for its captivating narrative. However, it had become increasingly difficult to procure, and she had offered a handsome sum for the proprietor to locate a copy. With excitement, she inquired, "Could it be that you have access to it?" Seeing the Pingyang princess's interest piqued, Shen Zhinian smiled. "I have a penchant for collecting various storybooks and compilations. I was fortunate enough to come across a copy not long ago. If it pleases you, I shall have someone deliver it to your residence." Encouraged by their shared interest, Shen Zhinian proposed, "I suspect you enjoy reading other stories as well. Why not join me at that table to converse? Perhaps we may find that we share more favorites." The Pingyang princess, delighted by the prospect of finding a kindred spirit, followed Shen Zhinian back to Yan Mingyue's table, where the other young ladies quickly stood to greet her. Yan Mingyue graciously arranged for the princess to take the honored seat, secretly thanking Shen Zhinian with a smile. It seemed that her mother's reprimands would not be forthcoming today, as her father constantly lavished affection on his concubine and younger sister. The burden of navigating family dynamics weighed heavily on Yan Mingyue, the legitimate daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu, incensed that the princess had been so easily charmed away by Shen Zhinian, seethed in frustration. The princess's esteemed status made her a desirable ally, and they were dismayed to have lost that opportunity. Chapter 14. The chaotic battle. Princess Pingyang and Shen Zhinian engaged in delightful conversation, becoming familiar with the ladies at their table. As they parted, the princess graciously invited the young women to gather at the prince's residence in the future. The ladies were secretly elated by the princess's invitation. Princess Pingyang had to leave for an urgent matter, and as the performance on stage drew to a close, Shen Zhinian felt a twinge of regret for having been too occupied with socializing to enjoy much of the opera. How truly disappointing that some individuals possess no decorum. While the host graciously entertained, one person had the audacity to monopolize the attention. Jiang Yitong was once again causing a scene. Previously, she had shown some restraint, but following the incident involving Wen Yunjing, she had adopted an increasingly acerbic demeanor. Yan Mingzhu was equally displeased. Yan Mingyue, upon hearing the exchange, felt a flush of embarrassment. If their earlier remarks had been veiled, they were now akin to direct insults. She wished to avoid the gossip that would ensue if it were said that the daughters of the Ho residents lacked proper upbringing. So she interjected, "Sister, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Today is grandmother's birthday. All guests are to be treated with respect, as mother has instructed us." Yan Mingzhu, incensed by her normally reticent elder sister speaking out against her, felt her pride wounded. What did this sister mean? I was merely attending to Princess Pingyang when an outsider diverted her attention. If the princess were to say that the hospitality was lacking, could my sister bear the blame? Yan Mingzhu retorted sharply. Yan Mingyue found herself at a loss with her half-sister's obstinacy, rendered speechless for the moment. With the princess's departure, Shen Zhinian had no intention of remaining silent. Observing the blatant rudeness, she replied, "Which branch of the Ho family do you belong to, my dear? I have heard that the lady of Yongping Ho has but one son and daughter. I am aware of you, Sister Mingyue, who has diligently attended to the princess. How could one say that the hospitality was lacking?" Yan Mingzhu, feeling dismissed by Shen Zhinian, became even more infuriated. Though her birth mother was a concubine, she was favored by her father and regarded with more esteem than the legitimate wife. Thus, she had grown accustomed to being spoiled and had never truly respected her legitimate sister. In a moment of cunning, Yan Mingzhu signaled to her maid, feigning weakness and leaning dramatically against her. The maid immediately cried out, "Oh, my lady, what is wrong?" Unable to bear her mistress in oppose, weight. The maid gently lowered her to the ground, exclaiming in distress, "My lady, your health has never been strong. To be so upset by an outsider, it is truly tragic." Shen Zhinian was left speechless. This girl could outdo even Jiang Yitong in her pretense of frailty. The sudden fainting of the second young lady of the Ho residence caused a stir among the guests, who began to murmur amongst themselves. What happened? She appeared fine just moments ago. The Miss Shun from the minister's family had previously mocked her as a concubine's daughter. It seemed that had truly upset her. Yet, Miss Shun had not made any particularly offensive remarks, and indeed, the second Miss Yan had shown her elder sister a lack of respect. On the ground, Yan Mingzhu tightened her grip and lowered her head in discontent. Shen Zhinian had been observing her closely, and it was clear that she was merely acting. The maid continued to wail, and Jiang Yitong seized the opportunity, declaring, "Shen Zhinian, I have noticed your penchant for bullying others. How can you, as the daughter of the Minister of Rights, be so ignorant of etiquette?" The maid chimed in, "Miss Shun, my lady has been feeling unwell and has been helping to host you all day. How can you treat her in such a manner? My lady is suffering." Shen Zhinian replied languidly, "There is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Hierarchy must be upheld. I merely observed that your lady seems to lack understanding of this principle, and I sought to offer some guidance." Who could have imagined she would be so intolerant of instruction? Jiang Yitong shot back. Do you think you are qualified to teach her? With a smile, Shen Zhinian retorted, my father is well-versed in these matters of etiquette, and I have learned quite a bit as well. Miss Jiang appears to be in need of some lessons herself. Perhaps I could offer my services free of charge. As the argument continued, Yin Mingyue grew anxious, fearing that Shen Zhinian might be taken advantage of. Her half-sister was notorious for her theatrical fainting spells, and she had suffered losses in the past due to them. Noticing that Yin Mingzhu remained sprawled on the ground, Shen Zhinian thought it best to intervene. She crouched down, but the maid immediately clutched her mistress, blocking her approach. What do you intend to do? Please step aside. I have some knowledge of medicine and can provide emergency assistance. Shen Zhinian instructed the maid. No, my lady is a precious daughter. We must wait for the physician. The maid, sensing unease, was reluctant to allow Shen Zhinian near. Yin Mingzhu, still on the ground, pinched her palm. Shen Zhinian glanced at Yin Mingyue, signaling her to intervene. This time, Yin Mingyue understood and quickly ordered, Ningbi, your lady often faints. The physician will take time to arrive. If something were to happen, who would be responsible? Let Miss Shen assist for now. With that, she urged her maid to step aside. Shen Zhinian took Yin Mingzhu's hand gently, checking her pulse. The pulse is steady. There is no major issue. She then rolled Yin Mingzhu's eyes, who was filled with rage, yet made an effort to conceal it. Shen Zhinian pinched Yin Mingzhu's philtrum with a bit of force. But to her surprise, Yin Mingzhu managed to endure it. Shen Zhinian's hand discreetly slid down to Yin Mingzhu's waist, teasing her with gentle tickles. This time, Yin Mingzhu could no longer contain herself. Her eyelids fluttered, and her mouth betrayed a struggle to suppress a smile. After a moment, Yin Mingzhu finally succumbed, opening her eyes, with tears glistening at the corners. The onlookers rejoiced to see Yin Mingzhu awake, marveling at Shen Zhinian's unexpected medical skill. It seemed that the second Miss Yin was not seriously harmed, possibly just pretending. I believe I saw her smile just now, one remarked. Yin Mingzhu seethed with anger. This incident had backfired spectacularly. She glared at Shen Zhinian, convinced that the latter had acted with intent. Shen Zhinian smiled warmly at Yin Mingzhu. You are awake, my lady. We were all quite worried. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of medicine and was able to rouse you. There is no need for excessive gratitude, but do take care of your health and avoid angering yourself. Yin Mingzhu, unwilling to engage, signaled to her maid Ningbi to assist her in standing. At that moment, a group of ladies approached from a distance. As soon as Yin Mingzhu fainted, the maid had hurried to inform them. By the time the ladies arrived, Yin Mingzhu had regained consciousness quickly. The second concubine of the Ho family rushed over, alarmed upon hearing her precious daughter had fainted. Upon entering the courtyard and discovering her daughter standing unharmed, her expression of distress turned awkwardly stiff as she softly inquired, What happened, my dear? Meanwhile, Shen's mother, having learned that her daughter was embroiled in trouble, rushed over in a panic, disregarding propriety as she enveloped Shen Zhinian in a hug. Yen, are you all right? Following closely behind was the lady of Yongping Ho, who regarded the Yin mother and daughter with a look of derision. Chapter 15. Pacification. Shen Zhinian shook her head at her mother, indicating that she was unscathed. Shen Mu let out a sigh of relief. Today, the mother and daughter had ventured out, accompanied only by the maid Shuangning from their household. As Chun Tao and Chun Xing were inexplicably afflicted by chill and felt unwell, Shen Zhinian had instructed them to remain at home to rest, believing that Shuangning would suffice for the banquet. Little did they know that a mishap would occur in such a short span of time. With Shuangning in the courtyard, there was no one to attend to her daughter, and Shen Mu felt guilty for not bringing along an additional maid to accompany Shen Zhinian. At the banquet, Yin Mingzhu, observing her mother's concerned expression, pouted, her face a picture of grievance and indignation. The maid Ningbai beside her seized the moment to interject, replying to the madam. The second young lady has been spoken of as being raised by a concubine, and it was implied that she lacks understanding of social hierarchies. With that, she pointed a finger at Shen Zhinian. Ningbai was astute in summarizing the situation, yet Shen Zhinian had never uttered such words regarding a concubine. The maid was deliberately stoking the flames. The second concubine had once fallen in love at first sight with the current Duke of Yongping, and their affection had flourished. During their youthful romance, the Duke had wished to take her as his legitimate wife, but the concubine hailed from a merchant family, and the old matriarch disapproved, firmly opposing the match. The Duke had a fierce argument with his family over this matter, and in the end, they had reached a compromise, allowing the second concubine to enter the household as a favored concubine. Subsequently, the Duke, following the old matriarch and Apos' wishes, married the current rightful lady. Yet he remained indifferent towards her, merely fulfilling his obligations to placate the old matriarch, as his heart belonged to the second concubine. Despite this, the second concubine was filled with resentment. Why should she, having encountered the Duke first, be compelled to show deference to the later arrived lady? Apart from the Duke and Apos' affection, she felt belittled in every other matter, harboring a deep-seated hatred for her status as a concubine. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, the second concubine seethed internally but maintained a facade of sorrow, saying, "This young lady appears to be well-educated and composed. Why must she utter such vulgar words in the Duke's residence, causing distress to my son? Though I am a concubine, I was formally accepted into the household by the Duke, who has never looked down upon me. Why must the young lady speak ill of others?" Shenmu glanced at her daughter, doubting that she would directly utter such words regarding a concubine. As she noticed her daughter about to speak, she gently patted Shen Zhinian's hand, signaling her to clarify. "There seems to be some misunderstanding here. My daughter has never resorted to such crude language." Should the concubine not ascertain the facts before speaking? After all, it is merely the word of a maidservant. After Shenmu spoke, she turned her gaze toward the Duchess of Yongping, who understood the cue and called upon Yin Mingwei to elucidate the situation. Yin Mingwei hesitantly stated, "The Princess of Pingyang and the young lady of the Shen family seem to have a good rapport today, conversing at our table for quite some time. My younger sister appeared quite upset, feeling that she ought to have been the one to entertain the princess, leading her to make some sarcastic remarks about Miss Shen. However, Miss Shen merely spoke of familial etiquette without any malice." Many present nodded in agreement. The second concubine felt a bit embarrassed, glaring at Ning Bai before turning to Yin Mingzhu. "Mingzhu, do tell us what transpired. Fear not, for your mother is here." Yin Mingzhu, emboldened by her mother's support, replied, "I was in the midst of attending to the Princess of Pingyang when this Miss Shen, lacking in decorum, interrupted our conversation. Before I could voice my concerns, Sister Mingwei advised me to hold my tongue, and Miss Shen even insinuated that I was a mere illegitimate child." Shen Zhinian exchanged a glance with her mother, signaling that she could no longer contain herself. Shenmu nodded, permitting her to speak. From where did the second young lady derive such claims? To engage with the princess and share in jovial conversation, while the eldest young lady was present to entertain, is that a breach of etiquette? Is it not rather the second young lady who seeks to bind the princess and stifle her enjoyment? Is it proper to inhibit the princess from reveling in her leisure? "I have not," Yin Mingzhu retorted, her face flushed with anger. Shen Zhinian smirked slightly. As for the second young lady and her maid, repeatedly emphasizing the notions of concubine and illegitimacy, I pondered and realized that I have only mentioned the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring and the hierarchy of respect. Does the second young lady find this unreasonable? Did she not just publicly refute her own legitimate sister, perhaps out of sense of injustice? Yu Yin Mingzhu's complexion shifted between crimson and pale, her indignation palpable. The second concubine, feeling sympathetic towards her daughter, was about to speak up in defense when the Duchess of Yongping interjected, her expression darkening. "On such a joyous occasion as the matriarch and Apos' birthday, is this how you allow your daughter to misbehave?" With the old matriarch's name invoked, the second concubine felt silenced, unable to speak further. Disrespecting her legitimate sister, lacking an understanding of social hierarchies, and casually slandering esteemed guests. "This is what you teach your daughter?" The Duchess of Yongping accused, her tone sharp. The second concubine felt the heat of humiliation, her hand clenching the handkerchief tightly. "Yue Ying, escort the second young lady to the ancestral hall, and fetch old madam, she from the matriarch's side. Inform her that today the second young lady has offended a guest, indicating her poor grasp of propriety." and let her educate the second young lady on what is appropriate and what is not. The Duchess commanded a nearby maid. Yin Mingzhu, in a frenzy, stamped her foot and called out for her mother. Mother! The second concubine felt helpless, though she grieved for her daughter. They were at a disadvantage and could not confront the matter directly. She could only comfort her daughter to obey for now, promising to seek justice later that evening when the Duke returned to the courtyard. The Duchess of Yongping, dismissive of the mother-daughter duo, turned to Shen Mu and Shen Zhinian, offering her apologies. The household is unfamiliar with proper etiquette, and I regret that Miss Shen was wronged. Today, the Duke's residence failed to accommodate properly, startling the young lady. I will have Mingwei personally accompany you to explore the estate. Please enjoy yourselves without worry. Shen Zhinian bowed gracefully, expressing her gratitude. Madam is overly courteous. I am well. Thank you for your consideration. Once the situation had settled, Shen Mu instructed Shuangning to remain with Shen Zhinian while she and the Duchess returned to the front courtyard. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, having witnessed the turmoil, realizing that being the matriarch of the Duke's household is no easy task. With such a favored concubine in the household, trouble could arise even during the old matriarch's birthday celebration. One could only imagine the daily tribulations. Following her mother's instructions, Yin Mingyue arranged for other sisters and maidservants to attend to the guests in the garden before approaching Shen Zhinian with an invitation to tour the estate. Understanding Yin Mingyue's intentions to make amends for her earlier behavior, Shen Zhinian graciously acquiesced. I truly regret having neglected Miss Shen today. Please do not take offense. Yin Mingyue seemed to carry an air of unease, her posture uncharacteristically humble despite being the legitimate daughter of the Duke. Shen Zhinian consoled her. Sister need not apologize further. Today's incident was entirely the fault of the second young lady. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingyue merely sighed. Chapter 16 Reunion. Yin Mingyue harbored a deep envy for Shen Zhinian. She had heard that the Minister of Rites had but one legitimate wife, with a son and a daughter, and their household was harmonious. Observing the way Madame Shen held Shen Zhinian with concern, she felt a profound admiration. In contrast, her own father indulged in concubines, leaving her mother with only the title of the primary wife, while enduring daily distress. She had never received her father in Appo's affection, and her mother frequently quarreled with him, resulting in a cold demeanor towards both of them. Despite her noble status, she felt as though she had been born into a cage. How much better would it be if their family resembled that of the minister, with just a father and mother? Would it not be a tad happier? Lost in such thoughts, Yin Mingyue found herself momentarily dazed. Shen Zhinian, noticing her distraction, chose not to disturb her. The young lady from the Marquis's residence harbored numerous sorrows, and it would not be prudent to offer words of comfort that might inadvertently cause further pain. The two walked in silence along the corridor of the estate, and Yin Mingyue initially intended to guide Shen Zhinian to the moon viewing pavilion, situated midway up the hill, where one could enjoy a splendid view of the entire Marquis. Miss, we should turn ahead, reminded Yin Mingyue and Appo's maid. Snapping back to reality, Yin Mingyue smiled apologetically at Shen Zhinian. I hope I haven't and Appo's cause you any amusement. Shen Zhinian, aware of her unintentional distraction, merely shook her head with a smile. After a brief passage of time, they finally approached the moon viewing pavilion. To their surprise, several gentlemen were already seated inside. Yin Mingyue, unable to avoid being seen, was called over by a handsome young man who waved at her. Sister, you are here too. Upon recognizing her younger brother, Yin Shizhong, a smile broke on her face as she nodded, intending to lead Shen Zhinian away. However, Yin Shizhong dashed over. Sister, I've just heard that you were bullied by second sister. Are you all right? Seeing her brother's concern, Yin Mingyue paused to reassure him. I am fine. You should entertain the other guests here. A few years younger than Yin Mingyue, Yin Shizhong was not yet fully composed and had always shared a close bond with his sister, often displaying affection. Sister, you wouldn't have kept everything bottled up again, would you? You silly boy. I didn't suffer any grievances today, thanks to this sister beside me, who can vouch for me. Yin Mingyue sighed at her brother's persistence. Yin Shizhong had already noticed the exquisite young lady standing next to his sister, and, driven by both concern for his sister and youthful curiosity, approached her. "Thank you for assisting my sister," he said, adjusting his hairpiece before bowing to Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but smile at the boy's feigned seriousness. "Young master, you honor me. What are you discussing with Miss Shen?" Came a warm voice from within the pavilion, belonging to Lu Qingchuan, who had also been seated there. Shen Zhinian suppressed her smile. In truth, she had seen Lu Qingchuan earlier and had not intended to engage him. However, she found herself unable to evade him. "Brother Qingchuan, I was just thanking this sister for her help with my sister," Yin Shizhong replied. "Miss Shen, it is good to see you again," Lu Qingchuan said gently, disregarding Yin Shizhong's inquiry. With Shuangning following him, Shen Zhinian felt it would be rude to ignore him, so she offered a slight bow. Yin Shizhong, unaware of the relationship between Lu Qingchuan and Shen Zhinian, was oblivious to the subtle exchange. However, Yin Mingwei understood and, sensing that the engaged couple had much to discuss, tactfully pulled her brother aside for a private conversation. Lu Qingchuan cast a grateful glance at Yin Mingwei before inquiring softly. "I recently heard of some disturbances at Songfeng Courtyard and was informed that Miss Shen was involved. I am quite worried, as the gathering there was predominantly female and I could not offer assistance. May I inquire if you faced any grievances?" Shen Zhinian felt a cold disdain within her. She thought of the grievances she had endured previously at his hands. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lu, but I did not suffer any grievances. Even if I had, your assistance would have been of no use, so it is better left unsaid." Her expression remained impassive. Noticing Shen Zhinian's frosty demeanor, Lu Qingchuan felt an unease settle in his heart. Since their encounter at the Mo Xiang studio, he had been plagued by dreams where they were married, and she would tenderly attend to him. Upon awakening, he found himself eagerly anticipating their future life together. Yet, upon this reunion, Shen Zhinian remained as aloof as ever, making him feel as if those dreams had merely been figments of his imagination. "Miss, do you harbor resentment towards me? I feel inadequate for not being able to protect you," Lu Qingchuan lamented, his words painting Shen Zhinian as unreasonable. Shen Zhinian remained silent, inwardly lamenting her unfortunate day. "There is no need for you to blame yourself, young master. I harbor no such sentiments. The recent disputes were merely trivial matters among the women. You had no means to intervene. Everything has been resolved, and I have managed it well, so there is no need for you to worry." She spoke disingenuously. Seeing Shen Zhinian soften somewhat, Lu Qingchuan felt a flicker of joy. Miss Shen is wise and surely capable of handling such matters with grace, he praised with a smile. "Is there anything else, young master? If not, I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment any longer," Shen Zhinian said, eager to depart. It was better to avoid encounters until she secured evidence for the annulment of their engagement. "Miss Shen, after our meeting at Mo Xiang studio, I have been quite anxious. Upon returning home, I discussed it with my mother, and we will soon choose an auspicious day to formally request your hand, so I hope you will be at ease." Lu Qingchuan's words nearly sent Shen Zhinian into a frenzy. She had not anticipated facing such a situation so soon. His timing was indeed inconvenient. In her previous life, Lu Qingchuan had sought her hand only after Shen Qianqian's marriage, and the wedding date had been set for later. Regret washed over her for being so impulsive earlier. "Young Master Lu, there is no need to rush. The matter of the proposal requires careful discussion," Shen Zhinian urged. "Do not worry, Miss Shen. I have already informed the minister in advance that the chosen date will be after the marriage of young Master Shen." Lu Qingchuan assumed she was concerned about the timing. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian decided it would be wise to return home and prompt her brother for updates. She did not wish to linger any longer and calmly stated, "Young Master Lu, please return to your friends. It would not be courteous to keep them waiting." Seeing her urge him to leave, Lu Qingchuan mused to himself about how swiftly a woman's mood could change. Nevertheless, he had to return to the pavilion, so he bid farewell to Shen Zhinian. Meanwhile, Yin Mingwei had already ushered her brother back to entertain the other male guests. Once Shen Zhinian concluded her conversation, she hurried over to guide her to explore the estate further. After learning that the Lu family intended to arrange the proposal sooner, Shen Zhinian lost interest in sightseeing and asked Yin Mingwei to take her to a quiet spot where she could await her mother's return. Yen Mingwei assumed she was merely tired and thought nothing further of it. With numerous matters to attend to in the estate, she made sure Shen Zhinian was settled before attending to other guests. Seated in the garden pavilion of the Marquisate, Shen Zhinian contemplated what further measures she could take to delay this matter. Chapter 17. The Shen family. As the mother and daughter of the Shen family returned home from the Yongping Marquis' residence, it was already nearing the hour of you. Noticing Shen Zhinian's distracted demeanor and apparent fatigue, Shen's mother merely reminded her to rest well in her courtyard before allowing her to leave. In recent days, with Shuang Xue attending to Shen Zhinian and the other maids, Chantao and Chuanxing, unwell, only Mama Chong and a few young maids remained, which might lead to inadequate care. Shen and Amp, Appo's mother instructed Shuangning accordingly, who responded respectfully. Reflecting on the conversation she witnessed between the young lady and the top scholar today, Shuangning bowed slightly and addressed Shen and Amp. Amp, Appo's mother. Madam, today the scholar approached the young lady for conversation. Shen and Amp, Appo's mother frowned. They were not yet married, and she did not appreciate her daughter having excessive contact with him. Understanding her mistress's sentiments, Shuangning continued. It was the eldest daughter of the Marquis who introduced them during an outing, and there were many people present, so they did not converse privately. Thus it is unlikely to attract gossip. Shen and Appo's mother nodded. Today, I observed the young lady and Appo's demeanor towards the scholar. She seemed rather aloof. Shen and Appo's mother glanced at Shuangning, urging her to elaborate. The scholar was quite attentive, inquiring if she faced any grievances at the Marquis and Appo's residence, yet she appeared somewhat irritated. Having witnessed the young lady and Appo's shyness when the scholar visited previously, Shuangning found this shift in attitude puzzling. Nevertheless, she deemed it necessary to inform her mistress of this unusual behavior. Shen's mother recalled her daughter's earlier remarks, seemingly indicating discontent towards the scholar since her recovery from illness. Are there any other peculiarities? She inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Shuangning replied. The scholar mentioned that he would soon visit to discuss the betrothal date. Shen and Appo's mother furrowed her brow. Troubled previously, I had spoken with the Liu family about waiting until Qinshin's marriage before setting a date, to which they had no objections. Why the sudden change? After a brief hesitation, Shuangning reported, Madam, the scholar claimed to have already discussed this with the gentleman. Perhaps he has been preoccupied with official duties and has yet to consult you? Shen and Amp, Appo's mother, feeling aggrieved, thought to herself, what a cunning Shen Lijian. He does not even inform me of such matters. Shuangning refrained from further urging, knowing that discussing the situation would only exacerbate her mistress's anger. Now that it had been mentioned, with the gentleman's capabilities, he could surely placate her. Upon returning to Wenhua Courtyard, Shen and Amp, Appo's mother was informed by maid that her husband was in his study. She instructed that he be brought to her for a discussion. At that moment, the minister was engrossed in his writing at the desk when a maid reminded him that his wife was somewhat upset and wished to speak with him, leaving him puzzled, as he had not perceived any wrongdoing on his part. Upon entering the main room, he found Shen's mother seated on a rattan couch, sipping tea, and unlike before, she did not greet him with a smile. Shen and Appo's father felt a pang of anxiety and forced a cheerful expression as he approached her gently. My dear, have you not yet had dinner? I imagine you barely had a bite at the banquet today. Shall I have the maids prepare something delicious for you? Shen and Appo's mother cast a sidelong glance at him. I am too full of anger to eat. He slammed his hand on the table. Who has angered my wife? Please, let me know, and I shall rectify this. Shen and Appo's mother looked at him disdainfully. Do not act foolishly. He persisted. I am merely concerned for you, my dear. If something troubles you, do not keep it hidden. Bottling it up is not beneficial. The maidservants had already been dismissed when Shen's father entered, as he, the esteemed minister, still valued his dignity. Think carefully. Is there anything you have forgotten to mention recently? Shen's mother prompted. The minister reflected and tentatively suggested. Could it be that I spent some silver to treat my colleagues to drinks? Shen's mother was exasperated. You handle your own affairs. I have never interfered. He pleaded. Please clarify, so I may amend my ways. Did Lu Qingchuan mention to you about advancing the betrothal date? Seeing her husband's lack of understanding, she decided to be forthright. "Ah, so that is the matter. I did encounter Qin Chuan previously, and he indeed mentioned it. Then why did you agree without consulting me? Had we not decided to choose an auspicious date after Qian Chen's wedding?" Shen's mother pressed. "Dear, do not be hasty. Qin Chuan assured me that they would still select a date post-Qian Chen and Appo's marriage. Having completed the contract, it is customary to arrange the betrothal. I believe Qin Chuan is sincere, and the date aligns with our previous discussions, allowing An Yin to remain with us for a while longer," Shen's father reasoned, finding little cause for concern. Hearing her husband's response, Shen's mother fell silent. She understood that her daughter would inevitably marry. Her reluctance stemmed from a desire to prolong their time together. Yet, the date would eventually be set, and the betrothal was a matter that would soon arise. Perhaps her worries were excessive. "I just feel that the prior agreement between the families has suddenly shifted. This scholar seems quite resolute. Will An Yin find happiness in such a marriage? You know she possesses a strong will of her own." Shen's mother expressed her concerns. Understanding his daughter well, Shen's father reassured her, "Qin Chuan's change is not sudden. He consulted me first. It is merely my oversight for not informing you. In my view, he is earnest in his pursuit of our daughter, which is why he is eager to secure the marriage." Shen's mother lowered her gaze, perhaps. After a moment, she added, "I sense that An Yin has been somewhat discontented with this engagement lately, which leaves me unsettled." Shen's father embraced her. "She may be troubled by the thought of leaving us. Do not dwell on it. Our daughter will eventually marry. We have painstakingly chosen this match for her, ensuring she will not endure hardships in a high-ranking family. You ought to take comfort in that." "One can only hope," Shen and Appo's mother replied as they conversed. Shen Zhinian was preoccupied in her own courtyard. She had just formulated a plan as she reflected on her past life, where her mother-in-law, Lady Lu, fervently practiced divination and made frequent offerings, influenced by her husband's frail health and her son's pursuit of academic success. Although they had previously aligned their birth dates, time could alter one's fate, and she intended to see what the master had to say. It would be difficult to sway her parents, but she believed she could influence Lady Lu. If only she could delay matters a bit longer, she might glean news from her brother. If she could successfully mislead them, perhaps she could thwart this marriage altogether, which would be even better. Chapter 18. The Great Immortal Miss. "Do you have something you wish to privately instruct?" Chunxing inquired with curiosity. The young lady, being considerate, decided that since they were both slightly unwell, she would not allow them to accompany her and sister Chuntao to the Ho residence today, allowing them to rest for a day, which had improved their health. "Are you aware of any clever young servants in the front courtyard?" Shen Zhinian asked. "Indeed, my brother knows a few, quick-witted, adept at reading expressions and diligent in running errands." Chuanxing replied, as her elder brother also worked in the household and was quite familiar with the young servants. "Please help me find someone who frequently goes out on errands and can keep a secret," Shen Zhinian instructed. Chuanxing, puzzled, asked, "Does the young lady wish to meet someone? Should I call them here today?" "Yes, have them come to the courtyard shortly," Shen Zhinian affirmed. Chuanxing obediently went to the front courtyard to find her brother. Once she had left, Chuntao hesitated, glancing at her mistress. Shen Zhinian understood that the two maidservants were curious about her intentions, but she could not divulge more at the moment. She merely offered a reassuring glance. "Miss, the person has been brought here and is waiting in the courtyard. He is a young servant from the outer courtyard named Guoquan, who goes out daily to purchase items needed for the household. My brother said he is quite nimble." Chunxing returned quickly, sensing Shen Zhinian and Appo's urgency. "Very well, let us proceed to the courtyard, but do not allow anyone else to enter for now," Shen Zhinian instructed as she headed outside. Chuntao directed someone to keep watch outside, while she and Chunxing followed Shen Zhinian to the stone table in the courtyard. The young servant, having only occasionally encountered the young lady, was eager to impress, hoping to gain favor from the household's mistress, and thus he was particularly attentive. "Greetings, Mississippi. I am at your service. Please instruct me, and I shall ensure to fulfill your request," Guoquan said, bowing deeply without daring to look up, lest he offend her. Seated on the stone bench, Shen Zhinian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Do you know the whereabouts of the scholar's residence? I am a local, and in my youth my family was poor. I accompany my father through the streets selling goods, so I am quite familiar with the city's layout. I do indeed know where the scholar's residence is located, Guo Quan replied. Shen Zhinian continued, currently, there is a lady of the household. Please inquire where she has recently sought out a fortune teller. If the Liu family wishes to choose an auspicious day, they must first find this person. Although Guo Quan felt many questions bubbling up within him, he refrained from asking further, merely nodding in agreement. It was best to focus on his master's request and ask fewer questions. Be prompt. Once you find a fortune teller, return with the news immediately, Shen Zhinian urged. Guo Quan nodded in response, saying, I understand, and I will inquire as quickly as possible. Once the task was assigned, Shen Zhinian instructed Chuanxing to escort Guo Quan outside. Chuanxing ushered Guo Quan to the courtyard's entrance and handed him a small amount of silver as a token of appreciation. Thank you for your assistance, young sir. Please keep today and Oppos, matter confidential. Guo Quan accepted the silver with both hands, feeling elated. He understood the importance of discretion. Chuanxing smiled and returned to the courtyard. Miss, why are you inquiring about a fortune teller? Chuanxing, having held back her curiosity, finally asked once Guo Quan had departed. Shen Zhinian chuckled lightly, saying, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Since her return, she had finally managed to smile a bit more comfortably. It was said that Guo Quan was indeed efficient in his duties. Within just 2 days, he returned with news. Miss, I have learned that the lady of the scholar's residence sought out the renowned Liu Daxian on Jiqing Street. It is said that Liu Daxian is quite adept at divination. Not only has the lady visited recently, but she also sought Liu Daxian's counsel upon her arrival in the capital. When does Liu Daxian usually set up his stall? Shen Zhinian pressed further. Seeing her urgency, Guo Quan quickly replied, Liu Daxian sets up his stall on double days, usually appearing around the hour of Chun and packing up by noon. I have also discovered that his residence is located in Jixiang Alley, not far from Jiqing Street. As Liu and Oppos' mother had already consulted for an auspicious date, it was likely that a matchmaker would soon come to propose a date. This matter could not be delayed. Shen Zhinian thought to herself and instructed Chuanxing and Chuntao to prepare for their departure. As it was nearing the hour of Wu, Liu Daxian had likely closed his stall and would be heading home. Shen Zhinian decided to have Guo Quan accompany her to guide the way. It was indeed an ideal opportunity for a private discussion. Upon arriving at Jixiang Alley, Guo Quan led Shen Zhinian to Liu Daxian's dwelling. After knocking on the door, an elderly man dressed in a long robe with deep-set eyes soon opened it. Guo Quan gestured to Shen Zhinian, indicating that this was indeed Liu Daxian himself. With her face veiled, Shen Zhinian bowed slightly, saying, I apologize for the intrusion, sir. I have a matter to discuss, and hope you might grant me a moment of your time. As she spoke, she gestured for Chuanxing to present the gifts she had brought. 2 rare books on divination, Bagua Xuanji and Batzi Ishu, which she had instructed to be prepared days prior. These texts were not easily found and were considered valuable works on the principles of fate, yin, yang, and the 5 elements. The old man's eyes brightened at the sight of the gifts, and he turned to Shen Zhinian, saying, Please, come in and let us converse. Shen Zhinian entered with Chuanxing and Chuntao, immediately noting the humble nature of Liu Daxian and Oppos' residence. Upon stepping inside, her assumptions were confirmed. The courtyard walls were weathered, the ground uneven, and the house was constructed of thatch. There were no servants in sight, which explained why Liu Daxian had personally answered the door. The interior was sparsely furnished, with a rickety table and a few patched-up wooden stools. Liu Daxian motioned for Shen Zhinian to take a seat on one of the stools. Chuanxing could not help but want to offer a cloth to cushion it, but Shen Zhinian shook her head to prevent her. Chuntao placed the 2 books on the square table, and Liu Daxian began to examine them, then turned to Shen Zhinian, asking, What is it that you seek? I have heard that you once helped the new top scholar in arranging a marriage, Shen Zhinian stated directly, sensing that Liu Daxian might already suspect her motives, thus deciding to forego any pretense. Indeed, Liu Daxian had assisted in matching the top scholar with the daughter of a high-ranking official, and recently, the scholar's wife had returned to seek auspicious dates. He had found it curious that after some time, their fates seemed to have changed, and their compatibility appeared lacking. He had attributed it to his own fatigue, assuming that his divination was not as effective that day. However, seeing the young lady before him clarified matters. Some individuals had indeed undergone transformations. "Miss, if you have a purpose today, you may as well state it plainly," Lu Daxian suggested. Without hesitation, Shen Zhinian replied, "Master, you have likely guessed my identity. Today, I have a rather unusual request. I hope you can foresee the circumstances and understand my intentions. To be frank, I wish to ask for your assistance in reassessing the marriage between the top scholar and Madame Lu, as I believe the shifting fates may have altered the compatibility, leading to a convoluted union." Chapter 19. The deal. Lu Daxian squinted, stroking his sparse long beard, and spoke gravely, "One must not defy destiny, having already divined the omens. The request from a young lady truly places me in a quandary." Shen Zhinian glanced at Chuntao, who understood and stepped forward to place a bundle on the table, producing a soft clinking sound of coins within the room. However, Lu Daxian cast a sidelong glance at the package, revealing a flicker of delight in his eyes. Knowing the ways of such masters, Shen Zhinian earnestly inquired, "What else must I do to alleviate your concerns, esteemed master?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daxian replied, "The concept of matching birth dates is merely a rudimentary approach. Fate is intricate, and the workings of heaven are elusive. I observe that your destiny has shifted, yet the underlying mystery remains difficult to decipher. I require the destiny chart treasure to proceed with my calculations. Rest assured, I shall procure this book for you by tomorrow." Shen Zhinian promised, taken aback by the master and Appo's level of expertise. Fortunately, she had already gathered some texts, intending to keep one or two for herself, but now she resolved to present them as a tribute. Lu Daxian pondered whether the alteration of destiny and the compatibility of their birth dates warranted further deliberation. "You have been exceedingly generous, making it difficult for me to refuse," he mused. Those engaged in his line of work often glean too much from celestial insights, necessitating acts of charity to accumulate merit. Despite his considerable reputation, he found himself somewhat financially constrained. He planned to donate a portion of the newfound wealth while retaining some for personal use, which greatly satisfied him. Moreover, upon observation, he noted that the birth dates of the two individuals were indeed no longer aligned. Revealing this truth could serve to dissolve the ill-fated union, thereby accruing good karma for himself. "Of course, once you obtain the destiny chart treasure, I shall certainly discuss the matter further with the lady," he added, upon hearing the master's eventual agreement. Shen Zhinian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the delay. The two reached a consensus, and she took her leave to return home. As the Shen family's carriage exited the bustling streets, Wen Yunjing was secretly listening to his attendant, Changfu, report on recent tasks. After finishing his account, Changfu awaited further instructions, but was met with a prolonged silence. When he glanced up, he noticed his master gazing thoughtfully at a distant carriage. "Young master?" Changfu gently prodded. Wen Yunjing, drawn back from his reverie by Changfu's call, replied earnestly, "Continue to monitor the situation at the Privy Council. Ensure no traces are left behind." "Understood," Changfu affirmed. After a brief pause, Wen Yunjing deliberated before continuing, "Investigate the activities of that carriage from earlier." Changfu, surprised, noted that the carriage belonged to a young lady, and his master was typically indifferent to such matters. Why the sudden interest? He wondered, casting a puzzled glance at his master. Wen Yunjing coughed lightly. "Just do as I say. Refrain from unnecessary curiosity." Feeling reprimanded, Changfu lowered his gaze, preparing to comply. "Wait," Wen Yunjing called out. "What the inquiry regarding the Lu family that Shen Zhinian entrusted you with? There's been no response yet." "I will urge them to expedite it," Changfu replied. Shen Zhinian mentioned it was a matter concerning his sister and Lu Qingchuan, so Shen Zhinian is likely anxious for news. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Shen Zhinian conversed with Chuntao and Chuanqing. "Miss, why did you urge the diviner to change his words?" Chuanqing whispered, aware of the need for discretion. Understanding that this matter could not remain concealed from all, and trusting her confidence, Shen Zhinian decided against further obfuscation. "I no longer wish to marry that top scholar," she declared, casually nibbling on an apricot blossom pastry. "Ah, why?" Chuanqing exclaimed, momentarily unable to contain her voice. Chuntao swiftly hushed her, equally astonished. That young master Lu has affections for another. I do not wish to covet another's love, Shen Zhinian mused. I heard from the ladies in the household that the master and mistress chose the top scholar as a son-in-law precisely because he promised to take only you as his wife. Has he, then, spoken falsehoods? Chunqing expressed indignation. Chuntao anxiously inquired, How do you know this? Are the master and mistress aware? Why not discuss it with them? Seeing their concern, Shen Zhinian gently replied, I cannot disclose my source just yet, but I assure you this is true. Unfortunately, I have no evidence at present, so I cannot bring it to my parents. Once I acquire proof, I shall discuss the matter of the broken engagement with them. Is it difficult to find evidence? Would consulting the diviner resolve this? Chunqing pressed. Shen Zhinian patted Chunqing and Damp, Appo's hands soothingly. I have already sent someone to investigate. It will take some time. The diviner may not provide an immediate solution, but he can certainly buy us some time. Chunqing sighed with relief, while Chuntao remained troubled. Shen Zhinian reassured her. Do not worry. I will strive for a favorable outcome. Should we keep this from Mama? Chuntao continued to inquire. Yes, fewer people knowing is better. We will address other matters after the engagement is annulled, Shen Zhinian replied, wishing to spare Mama from worry. Observing the reactions of her two maids warmed Shen Zhinian's heart, and she smiled. You both never doubted my intentions, did you? Miss Donotist. Such matters are not trifles. You would not speak lightly of them, Chunqing replied, unwavering in her loyalty. Chuntao hesitated, but eventually asked, Will father and mother have concerns? Father regards Lu Qingchuan with too much favor, without evidence. He may dismiss my claims as unfounded. However, with proof in hand, and with mother as support, convincing father should pose no issue. In ordinary families, such matters might not seem significant. As long as the daughter is the legitimate wife, few would concern themselves with future trifles. In a Shen family, as long as I do not act irrationally, my parents will always stand by me. I worry that if this engagement is broken, finding another true partner may prove difficult. Chuntao sometimes felt that her young mistress had read too many romantic tales, overly fixated on mutual affection. In this world, how many men marry only one legitimate wife? Shen Zhinian paused before responding with a radiant smile. I am well aware of the challenges, but knowing it is difficult does not compel one to retreat. Only through effort can one avoid regret. The future is uncertain, yet I can grasp the present. Knowing it is a pitfall, why should I leap into it? Things will naturally resolve themselves. There is no need to overthink. There will be a way out. Seeing Shen Zhinian's smile, Chuntao felt reassured. Regardless of whether the future held sweetness or bitterness, they would stand by their mistress. Chapter 20. A change of circumstances that night, after gathering intelligence. Changfu returned to the Duke's residence to report to his master. The Duke's son cherished tranquility, and thus the Lingxian Hall was enveloped in silence, with maids and servants moving about with utmost care. Upon entering the courtyard, Changfu inquired with a young servant and learned that his master was in the study. So he proceeded there. Inside the study, when Yunjing was engrossed in military strategy books. Upon seeing Changfu enter, he set the book aside, pinched the bridge of his nose, and closed his eyes, leaning back to relax. Speak, he instructed. Approaching his master with a hint of uncertainty, Changfu reported, Master, today the carriage belonged to the daughter of the Minister of Rights. He paused, casting a glance at his master, wondering when he had developed an interest in the minister's daughter. When Yunjing opened his eyes and met Changfu and Damp, Appo's gaze. Noticing his hesitation, he frowned. Why have you stopped? Continue. Regaining his composure, Changfu resumed. That minister's daughter visited a residence on Jixiang Alley to consult a renowned fortune-teller. It is said that this fortune-teller possesses extraordinary insight and is quite esteemed in the art of divination. We employed certain methods, and the fortune-teller agreed to speak. He mentioned that the minister's daughter had offered him some silver and ancient texts on fortune-telling to persuade him to deliberately reveal that the horoscopes of her family and that of the top scholar's family, Lady Lu, were incompatible. When Yunjing listened, surprised, he recalled that in his previous life, Shen Zhinian had married that top scholar, Lu Qingchuan, and they were said to have shared a deep bond. Before his exile to Lingnan, No rumors of infidelity had ever reached him regarding the top scholar, who had only taken Shen Zhinian as his legal wife. Why, in this life, did it seem that Shen Zhinian was so reluctant before their marriage? First, she sought to investigate the Liu family, and now she was conspiring with a fortune teller to obstruct the match. What did this imply? Had she been coerced into the marriage in the past? Did she have to feign affection within the top scholar's residence? Were the tales of their deep love merely fabrications? Had her previous life not been fulfilling? Seeing his master lost in thought again, Changfu refrained from disturbing him. Since his master had been thrown from a wild horse a few days prior, he had developed this habit of contemplation, which had become familiar to Changfu. Perhaps the fall had affected his mind. It would take time to recover. After a moment, when Yunjing lifted his head and instructed Changfu, "Since the minister's daughter is intent on this, provide her with additional banknotes to expedite the matter. It must not be delayed." Changfu hesitated, asking, "Master, what is our intention in assisting the minister's daughter?" "The minister's son has always been keen on following you. If we aim to win over the minister, wouldn't the minister's son suffice?" Changfu pondered. Could it be that our aloof master, usually oblivious to matters of the heart, has suddenly developed feelings for someone already betrothed? Wen Yunjing, understanding Changfu's musings, sighed, "There is no ulterior motive. Shen Zhinian is my confidant, and her sister is in need. I am merely extending a helping hand. It is a trifling matter." Changfu thought to himself, "I have not seen you assist the sisters of any other confidants." However, he dared not voice his thoughts, knowing further discussion would lead to reprimand. He promptly set off to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian remained unaware of Wen Yunjing's clandestine assistance. The following day, when a messenger was sent to deliver the Book of Fate, they reported that Liu Daxian had left to attend to matters. Shen Zhinian believed her efforts to be fruitful and awaited the response from the top scholar's residence. At the top scholar's estate, Lady Liu received a distinguished guest that afternoon, Liu Daxian, the fortune teller from Jiqing Street. Since arriving in the capital, she had consulted him for her son's career prospects and auspicious dates for their marriage, all of which had yielded favorable results, much to her delight. However, unexpectedly, Liu Daxian informed her that upon reviewing her son's and the minister's daughter's horoscopes, he discovered significant changes, indicating that their compatibility had diminished. Lady Liu was taken aback, her mind racing as she struggled to comprehend the implications. After Liu Daxian finished speaking and took his leave, she immediately summoned a servant to call her son home for a discussion. Upon receiving the message, Liu Qingchuan thought it urgent and hurried back to the residence. "Mother, why'd you call for me?" he asked as he entered the hall, finding Lady Liu lost in thought. "Chuan, it may be best to reconsider this marriage." She finally spoke, her voice tinged with concern. Liu Qingchuan frowned, perplexed by her sudden declaration. "But we are on the verge of setting a date. Haven't we chosen an auspicious day? We are to visit the minister's residence in just a few days." Lady Liu struck her thigh, her voice trembling. "Who could have predicted that the minister's daughter is incompatible with you? Your horoscopes do not align. This union must not proceed." Seeing his mother's agitation, Liu Qingchuan attempted to soothe her, but the horoscopes were previously deemed harmonious. Weren't they considered a match made by heaven? The engagement is already in place. It would be wise to refrain from such talk. Lady Liu, exasperated, retorted, "Do you disregard my words?" Liu Qingchuan, resigned, replied, "It is not that I do not listen, but we are already poised to set a date. We have merely to choose a good day for the visit. Why this sudden insistence on the incompatibility of horoscopes? It is a blessing from a minister to marry Miss Shen. How can I respond to your concerns?" "You do not understand," Lady Liu lamented, wiping her tears. "Today, Liu Daxian informed me that upon re-examining your horoscopes, he found them no longer compatible. If you insist on pursuing this marriage, how will it affect your career?" Liu Qingchuan felt a sense of unease. Why had the compatibility suddenly changed? Previously, Lady Liu had determined that Shen Zhinian's elemental attributes were beneficial to him. A fortuitous match. How could fate and fortune shift so rapidly? He expressed his skepticism. If one must constantly consult the stars for compatibility, how can any union ever be deemed stable? If we once received a positive reading, How can we suddenly be faced with a negative one? Should I continue to wait for favorable omens? Will this marriage be realized? Furthermore, the minister and Apos S family had previously agreed. How can we take the words of one fortune teller so lightly? Does mother wish for me to offend the minister? Hearing her son's rational arguments, Lady Lu fell silent, unsure of how to counter him. Let's not rush to set a date. I shall consult another expert. If their readings differ from Lu Daxian's, we shall reconsider. Lady Lu conceded, taking a step back. Lu Qingchuan, relieved to have calmed his mother, decided to allow her to seek another master for an opinion. Regardless of the outcome, he intended to proceed with the marriage. However, he recognized he would need to prepare further justifications to present to the minister's family. Chapter 21. The arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. In a few days, the Dragon Boat Festival would arrive. During this period, Shen Zhinian had not received any news from the Lu family, which brought her a sense of relief. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, she urged her elder brother once more to investigate matters regarding the Lu family of Linchuan. Her brother merely replied that he had already taken urgent measures. Although it wasn't an Apos his own initiative, relying on Wen Yunjing for assistance was indeed reassuring. He had not even made a request, yet the other party had already anticipated it. Truly, the heir of the Duke's mansion was someone worth befriending. Shen Zhinian was momentarily at ease. The Dragon Boat Festival required many preparations, and Yi Qingxi frequently visited the minister's residence, bringing invitations. The two young ladies spent their days together, guided by Aunt Chong, learning to craft various small items for the festival. Yi Qingxi excelled in needlework, sparing Aunt Chong much trouble as she created fragrant sachets filled with herbal medicine, embellished with embroidery of mugwort and designs of zongzi, which were quite fitting for the occasion. Shen Zhinian, lacking in skill, opted for simplicity, learning to weave longevity threads. This craft merely required knots of 5-colored silk, and the process was not complex. She silently calculated the recipients, excluding her parents and elder brother, and including her sister Qingxi. During the dragon boat races, it was possible that they would encounter relatives from her maternal grandfather's side, so she needed to prepare a few more. While they busied themselves, Shen Qianshan returned from outside each day at an early hour. Recently, she hadn't seen Shen Yan invite her brother, yet he found various excuses to visit her, borrowing books, seeking food, or checking on his sister's needlework. In short, there was hardly a day he did not come. His intentions were exceedingly apparent. However, upon seeing her brother and Amp, Apos' goofy smile coupled with Yi Qingxi and Amp, Apos' bashful demeanor, she chose to remain oblivious to her brother and Amp, Apos' little schemes. In her previous life, the two married only a few years before her brother perished on the battlefield, subsequently accused of seeking personal glory. Shen's father was dismissed from his post, and Yi Qingxi's father ascended to the position of Minister of Rights. At that time, should Yi Qingxi have wished to remarry, finding a suitable match would not have been difficult. Shen's mother, not wanting her daughter to remain a widow at such a young age, advised her to consider her own future, but Yi Qingxi insisted on remaining devoted to her in-laws after her brother and Apos' death. Reflecting upon the fate of these two in her past life, Shen Zhinian felt a twinge of sorrow. With 5 years remaining until that war, and her brother currently not serving in the military, she needed to watch over him closely and seek opportunities to prevent him from repeating the tragic path. Harboring these thoughts, she became increasingly protective of her brother, even crafting a few more longevity threads for him, surpassing the number she made for her father. As for her brother's awkward attempts to appear nonchalant near his future sister-in-law, she pretended not to notice. On the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, Shen Zhinian and Yi Qingxi arrived early at Jining Pond, as both their families were occupied and could not join in the festivities. The pond was quite lively that day, with a tall viewing platform erected on the eastern side, surrounded by several layers of guards, indicating it was the viewing area for the emperor and noble guests. Numerous tents lined the southern and northern sides, gathering the high-ranking officials of the capital, while the western side was reserved for the common folk, separated by barriers to avoid encroaching on the nobles. The Shen and Yi families were on friendly terms, hence their tents were pitched together. Upon reaching the Shen family's tent, Shen Zhinian invited Yi Qingxi to rest inside, while she took Chun Tao to find the colorful tent of the Duke of Dingyuan and Appo's, his residence. After delivering the longevity threads to her relatives on her maternal grandfather and aunt, Appo's side, she returned to the Shun family and aunt Appo's tent, where the dragon boat races had already commenced. Before long, several ornately decorated dragon boats sped across the lake, flags fluttering and oars moving vigorously. Alongside the main competition boats, accompanying vessels waved flags and sounded drums, creating a raucous atmosphere. Shen Zhinian watched with great enjoyment from within the tent. As the race progressed to its halfway point, she heard Shen Qianqian's voice from outside. "Onion, I'm coming over." Distracted, she glanced outside and saw not only Shen Qianqian, but also someone she was not particularly eager to meet, the scholar Lu Qingchuan, who had yet to withdraw his engagement. Shen Zhinian's brows furrowed. She had completely forgotten about this. She had previously asked her brother to bring Lu Qingchuan to the tent for the festival, and he had indeed remembered. The question was, had her brother and aunt Appo's mind become too straightforward? She had instructed him to investigate the Lu family of Linchuan, clearly indicating her lack of trust in Lu Qingchuan. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly be eager to see him? Unaware of his sister and aunt Appo's convoluted thoughts, Shen Qianqian only recalled her request to bring Lu Qingchuan to the tent and wished to see Yi Qingxi as well. Upon noticing Shen Qianqian and Lu Qingchuan and Appo's arrival, Yi Qingxi hurriedly pulled Shen Zhinian to greet them. Lu Qingchuan stood there with a beaming smile, gazing at Shen Zhinian. When Shen Qianqian invited him, he felt a surge of joy, thinking perhaps Shen Zhinian would bestow upon him some auspicious gifts for the festival. His and his mother's persistence in this engagement would not be in vain. Today, Shen Zhinian wore a water-green dress, her complexion fair, and her eyes bright, presenting a fresh and charming appearance. Lu Qingchuan was momentarily dazzled by his fiancée's beauty. When he regained his composure, he noticed Shen Qianqian watching him with a teasing expression, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. "Master Shen, on this dragon boat festival, I have brought you a sachet I made a few days ago, filled with herbs like Baiji, Pai Chao, Shanai, and Gonsong, which can ward off mosquitoes and insects." Yi Qingxi instructed her maid to present the sachet to Shen Qianqian. Shen Qianqian grinned. "Miss Yi, you are thoughtful. I shall wear it every day." The nearby maids chuckled, as the sachet was intended for use after the Dragon Boat Festival and Appo's herbal bath, not as a daily custom. Yi Qingxi also chuckled. "If Master Shen requires more sachets on ordinary days, I shall gladly make some for you." Shen Qianqian scratched his head, genuinely pleased. "Very well. I shall rely on Miss Yi then." Observing her brother and Appo's foolish demeanor, Shen Zhinian couldn't and Appo's help but smile a little. When she sensed Lu Qingchuan and Appo's gaze upon her, she quickly suppressed her smile. Lu Qingchuan, having approached without receiving much in the way of conversation from Shen Zhinian, felt compelled to inquire, "Miss Shen, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Having spoken to him previously, Shen Zhinian found she had nothing to say now, so she merely replied, "There is nothing of importance. It must be that my brother misremembered, for I have not sought out Master Lu." Lu Qingchuan frowned, feeling a flicker of annoyance. Were the siblings toying with him? Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Might I have the honor of receiving some protective items for the Dragon Boat Festival from the esteemed Miss?" He noticed Shen Zhinian and Appo's maid holding a long rectangular box, presumably containing some items. Shen Zhinian felt speechless. While she did indeed have an extra longevity thread, she had no intention of giving it away. In her past life, she had diligently honed her needlework skills to create numerous items for Lu Qingchuan. But once her cousin arrived in the capital with Lu and Appo's mother, whatever Shen Zhinian crafted would soon be replicated by her cousin, often with finer craftsmanship. Initially, Lu Qingchuan used what she made for him, but before long, he switched to her cousin and Appo's creations, showing no concern for appearances. Over time, she lost the desire to create for him. In this new life, she was even less inclined to do so for him. Chapter 22. A subtle stir of the heart. Master Lu, I sincerely apologize. I have already given away the items I made recently to my elders and relatives, and I truly have none left, Shen Zhinian declined. This morning, Shen Zhinian had received several longevity threads from Shen Zhinian, which he was tying around his arm. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian and Appo's words, he was about to offer one to his future brother-in-law when he noticed Yi Qingxi gently shaking her head. Although he was puzzled by her gesture, he instinctively fell silent. Yi Qingxi, aware that Shen Zhinian still possessed longevity threads, understood her reluctance to give one away. Remembering what Shen Zhinian had said a few days prior, she chose to remain an observer. As for Lu Qingchuan, feeling rejected, he was conscious of the embarrassment it brought him, especially with a couple nearby for comparison. Momentarily angered, he decided not to linger and bade farewell to the others before leaving. Shen Zhinian, noticing that the top scholar seemed to be upset by his sister, felt a bit awkward. However, it appeared that his sister had not acted inappropriately, so he let it be. After advising Shen Zhinian to keep Yi Qingxi company, Shen Zhinian sought out friends elsewhere. Due to this incident, the dragon boat race was drawing to a close. Shen Zhinian picked up the kite she had previously purchased and invited Yi Qingxi to play at the nearby Mingyuan. Mingyuan was not far from Jiming Pond, and the area was spacious, perfect for flying kites. Upon arriving at Mingyuan, Shen Zhinian discovered that many young ladies and children were already engaged in play. She held the double swallow lotus kite, eager to fly it herself. The kites made by Yanzheng were indeed exquisite, with a brilliant design and lightweight frame, allowing it to soar effortlessly and reach impressive heights, captivating the gaze of many onlookers with its delicate craftsmanship. "Your Highness, that seems to be the kite belonging to the daughter of the Minister of Rites," reported one of the maidservants beside Princess Pingyang. Upon spotting the unique kite in the sky, Princess Pingyang secretly admired it and instructed her maid to inquire further, only to find out it belonged to an acquaintance. "Let's find Miss Shen and play together," she said. While Shen Zhinian was enjoying herself, Chun Tao noticed someone approaching from a distance and quickly alerted her. Shen Zhinian reluctantly handed the kite to Chun Xing and squinted to see. "Oh, it is Princess Pingyang. Miss Shen, your kite is truly remarkable," Princess Pingyang exclaimed as she drew closer. Her tone and gaze suggested that she wished to play with it herself. Shen Zhinian sighed inwardly, but smiled and asked, "Does your Highness wish to play with it? If you like it, I shall gift it to you." In her heart, she silently apologized to the heir of the Earl of England, as it was not her intention to borrow the beauty of the kite for another and Appo's enjoyment. The princess's noble status made it difficult for her to refuse. Princess Pingyang was delighted. This daughter of the minister always acted graciously. However, feeling somewhat ashamed for always taking things from others, she feigned politeness and said to Shen Zhinian, "I will only play with it for a while and will return it to you later." Shen Zhinian merely smiled and nodded, thinking to herself, "How courteous of you, princess." With the kite snatched away by the princess, she decided to rest in a nearby pavilion. Since she could not fly her kite for the time being, she thought it best to take a break. Before she could relax for long, she noticed someone approaching along the winding path, none other than the top scholar. Hadn't it Appo's he just stormed off in anger? What was he doing here now? It turned out that Lu Qingchuan had left in a fit of anger, but soon regretted it, fearing that Shen Zhinian might harbor resentment, especially since they were not yet wed. Upon learning that she had come to Mingyuan, he sought her out. "Miss Shen, I come again to disturb you," Lu Qingchuan said as he arrived at the pavilion, his voice warm. "Master Lu, you are being too courteous. Do you have no other matters to attend to today?" Shen Zhinian replied, wishing to enjoy her peace without interruptions. Lu Qingchuan hesitated, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling like a spring breeze. "I have no other business for now. I realized that asking for a gift earlier was rather rude. After reflecting on it, I felt quite remorseful and came to apologize." Shen Zhinian silently regarded Lu Qingchuan. If not for the lessons of her past life, she might have been charmed by his considerate demeanor. Despite her repeated rudeness towards him, he remained gentle and composed. Anyone else would have questioned if they had been too harsh. In her previous life, she had believed it unreasonable to expect Lu Qingchuan to be devoted solely to her. He had given her the recognition and respect she deserved, and even after the incident at the minister's residence, he had not abandoned her. It was she who had been unreasonable, demanding too much. Should she blame this man before her? Shen Zhinian had once been trapped in this dilemma, but now she was unwilling to waste any more time on it. Since their desires were not aligned, it was best for them to coexist peacefully. I have not taken it to heart, so there is no need for Master Lu to apologize, Shen Zhinian said, softening her tone. She had been on edge like a fighting rooster and was now weary. Master Lu, sometimes what you seek may not be what you truly desire. Why not follow your heart? Shen Zhinian advised. Lu Qingchuan was silent for a moment. He did not understand why she had said this, but he instinctively felt that he must seize this person before him. Otherwise, he would regret it. Miss Shen, how can you know what I desire if you're not me? My heart is as steadfast as the sun and moon, he declared. Shen Zhinian was overwhelmed and thought it best to wait for news from the Lu family in Linchuan. Understood. Master Lu, you should attend to your own affairs promptly and not delay. The atmosphere grew chilly again, but Lu Qingchuan sensed that Shen Zhinian's demeanor had softened compared to before, allowing him to leave with a sense of relief. From a distance, Princess Pingyang observed the handsome scholar conversing with Shen Zhinian and felt a spark of curiosity. She instructed her maid to hold the kite string while she brought others with her to the pavilion. The scholar had only exchanged a few words before departing, and as Princess Pingyang regarded his retreating figure, tall and elegant, a subtle stir of interest arose within her. Seeing that Princess Pingyang had only played for a short while before returning, Shen Zhinian was taken aback. Did your highness finish playing so soon? Yes, I played a bit, but it was just so, the princess replied, feigning indifference. By the way, I happened to notice a gentleman lingering here earlier. What did he say to you? Princess Pingyang's sharp eyes caught Shen Zhinian off guard. Indeed, there is someone here. He is Lu Xiuzhuan from the Hamlin Academy, the top scholar. The top scholar? Princess Pingyang mused. Her father had mentioned that this year's top scholar was not only talented, but also possessed striking looks, akin to Pan and making him a paragon of both talent and beauty. She had initially thought her father was exaggerating, but now she found his words credible. What did he say to you? Princess Pingyang inquired, intrigued. Shen Zhinian was taken aback by the princess and Appo's as curiosity. He is acquainted with my elder brother and merely inquired about his whereabouts today. She chose not to divulge the true nature of their relationship at present, as it ultimately held no significance for their future. Oh, Princess Pingyang said, lost in thought, contemplating further inquiries once she returned home. Chapter 23. Between Yin and Yang, seeing that Princess Pingyang no longer pursued her inquiries, Shen Zhinian chose not to dwell on the matter. With her mind occupied by various thoughts, Pingyang lost interest in flying kites. She instructed her maid to return the kite to Shen Zhinian and set off towards Jinming Pond along a winding path. Once the princess departed, Shen Zhinian breathed a sigh of relief. However, the interruption had dampened her spirits for further amusement, prompting her to linger in the pavilion for a while. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingchuan and Princess Pingyang, she was soon greeted by two familiar faces, Yin Mingzhu, the second daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, and Jiang Yitong, the third daughter of the loyal duke. Their newfound camaraderie was largely thanks to Shen Zhinian, as the old adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Both had grievances against Shen Zhinian, which fostered a bond of shared animosity. Oh, what a coincidence to meet Miss Shen once again, Yin Mingzhu remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm since being outsmarted by Shen Zhinian previously. Jiang Yitong chimed in with a soft voice, indeed. Miss Shen is quite the teacher, and we owe her a debt of gratitude. Shen Zhinian raised an eyebrow, contemplating their change in strategy to confront her. Nonetheless, she was curious to see what tactics they had devised. With a smile, she replied, Miss Jiang, Miss Yin has certainly refined her manners. You must have put in considerable effort during this time. It is truly commendable. Yin Mingzhu was left speechless, while Jiang Yitong, now more composed from their previous encounters, subtly signaled Yin Mingzhu not to react in anger, lest they fall into Shen Zhinian and Appo's as trap. Miss Shen, you yist. My sister and I have always been disciplined and courteous. It is merely that we occasionally encounter some arrogant individuals, which leads to a slight loss of composure, ultimately diminishing our dignity, Jiang Yitong said, smiling at Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian responded with an understanding nod. Miss Jiang, your awareness has indeed improved. It is essential to maintain self-control Otherwise, your inherent dignity may suffer further decline. Jiang Yitong remained silent, struggling to suppress her irritation. It seems you are shameless beyond measure, she thought, yet she continued to endure. However, I must point out that Miss Shen's private meeting with the newly appointed top scholar today is rather improper. It appears that the rituals of the Minister of Rites have not been well instilled in you, Miss Shen. Please refrain from discussing moral teachings in public. Jiang Yitong feigned concern for Shen Zhinian. Assuming they had some clever strategy up their sleeves, Shen Zhinian blinked, sincerely stating, "Is my fault. My previous teachings may have led you to hold me in higher regard, which is understandable. However, the essence of education relies on one's aptitude. Given your current capabilities, it would be prudent to focus on verbal instruction for now. Moreover, care should be taken not to speak lightly of private meetings. You both should know that the top scholar and I share a public connection, and our conversation today occurred in a public setting, guided by propriety. To speculate without understanding is rather discourteous." It appeared she would need to retract her earlier praise. Jiang Yitong and Appo's awakening was, regrettably, not as profound as she had hoped. "You." Jiang Yitong struggled to contain her indignation, her hand pressed against her chest, as if on the verge of collapse. Yin Mingzhu quickly stepped forward to support her sister, casting a glance that warned Jiang Yitong against losing her composure, reminding her of the futility of such tactics, which had failed previously. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yitong lowered her hand and, with a hint of feigned sorrow, lamented, "Miss Shen, your words are rather harsh. Why must a lady of noble birth be so cruel?" "Alas," Shen Zhinian replied earnestly, "bitter medicine cures ailments, and honest words can be unpalatable but beneficial. Though my words may sting, they serve your best interest. Today, you have honored me as your teacher, for which I am grateful. However, strictness in teaching is a virtue for your own good. Misinterpreting my intentions and labeling me as cruel only brings me sorrow." With a handkerchief, she dabbed at her eyes, which, while incapable of producing tears, could serve to mask her emotions. Jiang Yitong found herself at a loss for words, astonished at Shen Zhinian and Appo's audacity. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Mingzhu retorted, "Who do you think you are to assume the role of a teacher?" Shen Zhinian's expression darkened. But before she could respond, Chuanxing, who had been beside her, finally spoke up. "Is this young lady unaware of her own insignificance? Who does she think she is to judge others?" Yin Mingzhu and Appo's maid, Ning Bai, immediately countered. "And who are you to speak to our young lady in such a manner?" Chuanxing spat. "You think we lack for onions? There are plenty of them near the minister's residence. Go dig some up and eat them, lest you forget your own identity." Suppressing a laugh, Shen Zhinian appreciated Chuanxing's boldness. As the argument escalated, Yi Qingxi, hearing the commotion, hurriedly put away her kite and joined them. Upon arriving at the pavilion, she found Shen Zhinian leaning against the railing, calmly observing the exchange of barbs among the maids, which relieved her. However, it wasn't long before Yin Mingzhu's voice rang out again. "Miss Shen, is this how you instruct your maids?" "What audacity!" Shen Zhinian, uninterested in engaging with her initially, instead invited Yi Qingxi to sit beside her and gently asked, "Sister Qingxi, why have you stopped flying kites?" Yin Mingzhu, growing increasingly irate due to Shen Zhinian and Appo's disregard, shouted, "Are you deaf?" "Ken and Appo's, do you respond?" Frowning, Yi Qingxi noted the arrogance of this unfamiliar lady and said, "Miss, it is wise to choose one in Appo's words carefully and refrain from speaking ill of others. Why resort to such harsh language?" Unfamiliar with Yi Qingxi, Yin Mingzhu assumed she was merely an ally of Shen Zhinian and retorted, "And who are you to lecture us? This is quite amusing. Both of you seem eager to take on the role of a teacher." Yi Qingxi, unaccustomed to quarrels, had come to support Shen Zhinian. Observing the conflict escalating at her friend and Appo's expense, Shen Zhinian felt exasperated. "Miss Yin, have you forgotten that it was you two who came to express gratitude for your teacher? Were it not for my kindness, who would endure the plight of teaching those of limited capability?" These two truly were like a stubborn adhesive, relentless in their pursuits. Chapter 24. The trap. Before Yin Mingzhu could retort, Shen Zhinian preemptively silenced her. It appears both of you are struggling academically and may soon require a complete overhaul. Rather than squander time here, it would be wiser to seek a reputable mentor and truly immerse yourselves in your studies. With that, Shen Zhinian grew impatient with lingering in the pavilion, having initially wished to rest, but finding herself beset by two persistent nuisances. As she departed the pavilion with Yi Qingxi, she noticed her companion's anxious gaze and reassured her, "Don't worry, Sister Qingxi. Those two are merely overly concerned about me and enjoy engaging in verbal sparring." Yi Qingxi sighed. "I recognize the third miss of a Zhongyi family, but who is the other? They wouldn't pose any threat to you, would they? The other is the second daughter of the Yongping Marquis, born of a concubine, at the old lady's birthday banquet at the Marquis's residence. They sought to provoke me and were promptly put in their place. I suspect they still harbor resentment." Yi Qingxi understood that Shen Zhinian was not one to suffer in silence, yet she worried about accumulating too many enemies, fearing future complications. "In Oppos, it's best to avoid them for now to prevent any disadvantage," she advised. Shen Zhinian, unperturbed, replied, "When I feel like it, I might even toy with them. Rest assured, Sister Qingxi, I abide by the principle of non-aggression. If they do not provoke me, I shall not seek them out." As they conversed, they made their way back to the tent by Jinming Pond. Observing their retreating figures, Yin Mingzhu in the pavilion regained her composure and glanced at Jiang Yitong beside her. Just then, a maid arrived at the pavilion, whispering into Jiang Yitong and Oppos' ear. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yitong nodded at Yin Mingzhu, and the two shared a secretive smile. They had tolerated Shen Zhinian for long enough, and it was time for her to face consequences. "Achoo!" Shen Zhinian sneezed. Could it be that someone was speaking ill of her? Yi Qingxi noticed and inquired, "Are you feeling cold? The recent chill has just passed. You mustn't dress too lightly now." Shen Zhinian waved her hand dismissively, indicating her well-being. "It's nothing. I'll simply drink some hot water in the tent." Upon entering the Shen family's tent, they found it devoid of the matron, with tea still warming. Having spoken too much earlier, Shen Zhinian felt parched and requested Chen Ao to pour her a cup. "If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise not to drink that." A cool voice interjected from outside. Shen Zhinian halted her hand, which had just lifted the cup to her lips, and set it down. Looking up, she beheld a striking figure. Wen Lingran, the younger sister of the Earl of England's heir and the betrothed of the future third prince. "Thank you for the warning. Miss Wen, may I inquire as to the origin of this tea's questionable nature?" Shen Zhinian queried with a smile, surprised to discover that beneath Wen Lingran and Oppos' icy exterior lay a warm heart. Wen Lingran, taken aback that Shen Zhinian recognized her, accepted her warning so readily, felt a twinge of discomfort. Few could endure her frosty demeanor. Save for her brother, most kept their distance, and she relished her solitude, preferring not to engage with those she found insincere. Reflect on whom you may have offended recently. If you remain unaware, it would indicate a certain dullness, Wen Lingran suggested. Shen Zhinian and Oppos' mind raced. Aside from Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu, who else could it be? She had not anticipated their audacity to plot against her during their verbal sparring. With a cold laugh, Shen Zhinian declared, "If you wish to harm me, do not be surprised if I return the favor in kind." Wen Lingran, sensing Shen Zhinian had deduced the instigators, decided not to linger. She had already provided her warning. Had she not recognized Shen Zhinian's paper kite as the one gifted by her brother, she likely would not have intervened at all. Having long coveted the double swallow lotus kite, she had yet to find the time to procure one herself. Her brother had promised to buy it for her during his leisure, yet he returned with a different style, claiming it had been given to someone else without disclosing who. Today, upon seeing Shen Zhinian with the kite, she realized she was the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Wen Lingran had taken a special interest in this young lady, only to discover someone was scheming behind the scenes. Unable to resist, she offered her first unsolicited warning to a stranger. As Wen Lingran prepared to leave, Shen Zhinian noted her kindness and resolved to remember her goodwill. She called for Chen Tao to retrieve the last of her longevity threads and stopped Wen Lingran. "Miss Wen, please wait. I'm exceedingly grateful for your reminder. As a token of my appreciation, I wish to present you with a handcrafted longevity thread. I hope you will not find it lacking." In due course, I will send you a formal invitation along with another gift to express my gratitude. When Ling Ran paused, taken aback by Shen Zhinian's radiant smile. Aside from her brother, she had seldom received gifts. The Earl of England was distant with his children, particularly with her, perhaps due to her striking resemblance to her mother, which displeased her father. She had grown accustomed to reciprocating coldness with indifference. Encountering someone as forthright as Shen Zhinian left when Ling ran momentarily unsure of how to respond. When Shen Zhinian saw Ling ran standing still, she stepped forward, clasping her hand and placing the longevity thread into it. Realizing Shen Zhinian had insisted on bestowing the gift upon her, Ling ran murmured a soft thank you before turning away, accompanied by her maid. Shen Zhinian summoned Chuanxing and relayed a few instructions. Chuanxing nodded vigorously and shortly thereafter departed the tent, returning with a small bundle headed westward. Uncertain of Shen Zhinian and Appo's intentions, Yi Qingxi followed her outside, saying, "Anian, should we consult your brother about this?" Shen Zhinian blinked and reassured her, "Sister Qingxi and Appo's, it's nothing to trouble my brother over. Remain in the tent and await my news." With that, she called for Chuntao, instructing her to carry a pear-shaped flask and a hoof cup towards the west. Meanwhile, Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu, accompanied by their maid, observed Shen Zhinian and Appo's sudden departure from the tent with water and a cup. In a state of urgency, Yin Mingzhu asked the maid who had previously conversed with Jiang Yitong, "Was it the pear-shaped flask she just took?" The maid nodded affirmatively. Exchanging glances, Yin Mingzhu and Jiang Yitong were unsure whether Shen Zhinian had consumed anything, and to be safe, they decided to follow her. The western area bustled with activity today, featuring street performers and an abundance of food stalls. The air was filled with tempting aromas as Shen Zhinian searched for Chuanxing while eyeing the delectable offerings. Having purchased some lamb buns and dried pork, she ambled leisurely along. Meanwhile, Yin Mingzhu and Jiang Yitong, noticing her apparent ease, grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, as they passed a beverage stall, a maid stationed by the makeshift tables called out to Shen Zhinian, "Miss, over here. We have a variety of drinks." Chapter 25. The performance upon hearing Chuanxing's call. Shen Zhinian strolled over. Chuanxing placed a cloth on the stool and assisted Shen Zhinian in sitting down, cheerfully saying, "Miss, I searched for quite a while, and this stall has temporary tables and chairs where we can rest. They offer various beverages, thirst-quenching drinks, sour plum juice, and warm water. As per your instructions, I have just purchased some sour plum juice." Shen Zhinian exchanged a glance with Chuanxing, who nodded. "Yes, let's find a way to store it and take some back for Sister Qingxi to enjoy as well." "Miss, I brought a carrying pot and have already filled it," Chuanxing replied. Shen Zhinian smiled and added, "Let's order a portion of crispy mountain cake. After walking for a while, it's a bit warm. We should eat something before heading back." Chuanxing promptly went to the vendor to buy the crispy mountain cake. Chuntao set down the pear-shaped pot and horsehoof cups they had brought on the table, softly inquiring of Shen Zhinian, who was savoring her bun, "Miss, would you like to drink some tea to quench your thirst?" Shen Zhinian gestured that it was not necessary just yet. After a while, the crispy mountain cake was served, and she began to taste it, momentarily setting the tea aside. Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu arrived at the West Market and, upon seeing Shen Zhinian at the beverage stall, were delighted as the maid prepared to pour her tea. However, to their surprise, Shen Zhinian declined. How perplexing. Why bring a teapot if she won't drink tea? And why come to a drink stall if she has a pot? Yin Mingzhu complained, shaking Jiang Yitong's arm. Understanding her sentiment, Jiang Yitong thought it better to approach and devise a way to encourage Shen Zhinian. With that in mind, Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu approached the beverage stall. The stall was modest, with only a temporary table beside it. Upon reaching the stall, they found no other seats, and Jiang Yitong put on a cheerful demeanor. "Miss Shen, what a coincidence to meet you here again." Shen Zhinian glanced at the two and then lowered her head to continue eating the crispy mountain cake, offering no reply. Jiang Yitong's smile faltered slightly, but she persevered, saying, "Miss Shen, are you perhaps upset about what happened earlier? I apologize if my words were clumsy and unclear. Please do not take it to heart." She then glanced at Yin Mingzhu, who reluctantly chimed in. "What Sister Jiang said is true. I spoke directly without malice." So please do not feel displeased, Miss Shen. Shen Zhinian set down her small spoon and smiled softly. You are both too kind. I'm not so narrow-minded. We are merely tired from walking, and there are many places to sit nearby. May we rest here for a while? Yan Mingzhu quickly responded, of course. Since these tables and chairs belong to the vendor, we shall sit here without hesitation. Shen Zhinian nodded. Certainly, feel free to sit. Yan Mingzhu eagerly pulled Jiang Yitong down to sit. Shen Zhinian resumed, enjoying her crispy mountain cake. Miss Shen, you even brought your own teapot and cups to the market. How refined of you, Jiang Yitong remarked, steering the conversation towards the pear-shaped pot. Shuntao, standing nearby, curtsied and replied, This is Yangshi tea, which the miss particularly enjoys. I was concerned about finding drinks at the market, so I brought it along to ensure she would not be thirsty. Jiang Yitong and Appo's eyes brightened at the mention of the tea. Yangshi tea, how splendid. Why aren't and Appo's tea you drinking it, Miss Shen? Shen Zhinian looked at Jiang Yitong and said earnestly, Do you also enjoy it, Miss Jiang? She then instructed Shuntao, Please pour a cup for Miss Jiang and Miss Yin so they can savor this delightful tea. Jiang Yitong hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's unnecessary. The pot is small, and their ISN and Appo's tea much tea. We cannot take what you cherish, Miss Shen. Really? This Yangshi Shuya has a fresh, rich flavor with a delightful aftertaste. I only acquired some from my father during the Dragon Boat Festival, Shen Zhinian insisted sincerely. Yan Mingzhu echoed the refusal. Miss Shen, you are too polite. Since you have gone to the trouble of obtaining it from Lord Shen, you should enjoy it yourself. Shen Zhinian appeared troubled. If I were to keep it all to myself, would that not be quite rude? Not at all. You are merely overthinking it. Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu urged in unison. Shen Zhinian pondered for a moment and said, I just purchased some sour plum juice. Since you have been sitting here for so long without any drink, I shall have the maid pour some for you. We are not thirsty, Miss Shen. Please drink some tea. Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu insisted, hoping to encourage her to drink. With a soft sigh, Shen Zhinian replied, You are both exceptionally considerate. If you do not drink, then neither shall I, and I will not indulge in the crispy mountain cake either. Since you have enjoyed nothing, I feel it would be inappropriate to relish the delicacies alone. With that, she pushed the crispy mountain cake aside. Yan Mingzhu was speechless just moments ago. She had been enjoying the cake quite heartily. Jiang Yitong continued to persuade her, Miss Shen's generosity is overwhelming. We shall not decline. My sister and I will merely enjoy some sour plum juice, and Miss Shen can sip on the Yangshi tea to ease the heat. Shen Zhinian's face brightened. That sounds just right. She signaled to Chuanxing, who brought the carrying pot, to pour sour plum juice for Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu, using the cups brought by Shuntao. Shuntao also poured tea from the pear-shaped pot for Shen Zhinian. Miss Shen certainly has an eye for detail, bringing along an array of teapots and cups. Yan Mingzhu thought to herself, confused by Shen Zhinian and Appo's as choices. Why carry such burdens? It would have been easier to drink tea at the tent. Chuanxing briskly replied, The teacups outside may not be clean, and it would be unfortunate if the young ladies were to suffer from stomach discomfort. Yan Mingzhu shot a glare at Chuanxing, recalling how bold the girl had been earlier. Jiang Yitong found it amusing. It was ironic to worry about clean teacups when they had just eaten the crispy mountain cake from the stall. Shen Zhinian raised the cup of tea Shuntao poured for her, slowly bringing it to her lips. After a pause, she looked towards Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu. What is it? Is there something on my face? They quickly denied it, averting their gaze to sip on the sour plum juice, although their peripheral vision still lingered on Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian smirked slightly and took a sip of her tea. Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu felt a wave of relief and, in that moment, realized they were indeed a bit parched. The sour plum juice from the vendor was quite refreshing, with a sweet and tangy taste, though it carried a hint of tea fragrance and a slight bitterness, which did not detract from the overall flavor. Before long, they had consumed quite a bit. Miss, thank you for your generosity. We have nearly finished the sour plum juice. I heard you intend to take some back for your friend. Perhaps I should buy another serving for you? Shall we head back to Jiming Pond together? Jiang Yitong suggested politely. They wished to enjoy Shen Zhinian's company a bit longer, as the reputed laxative was said to be potent and effective quickly. They anticipated some amusing moments ahead. Shen Zhinian smiled in response. There is no need. It was merely my kind intention, without expectation of return. My friend will have her own refreshments, so there is no need for concern. Chapter 26. The joke, shall the two of us accompany Miss Shen for a stroll? Jiang Yitong continued. Shen Zhinian smiled and nodded. That sounds good. Miss Jiang, Miss Yin, you may also see if there's anything you'd like to eat at the market. The three departed from the stall, each accompanied by their maidservants as they wandered toward the west. Along the way, Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu hardly paid attention to their food, their focus primarily on Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian purchased some fish dumplings and spiced cakes, stopping intermittently to eat quite a bit, yet there were no signs of discomfort. Jiang and Yin were puzzled, suspecting perhaps the physician had exaggerated the effects of the laxative, reasoning they would need to wait a little longer. Perhaps due to excessive tension, Jiang Yitong watched as Shen Zhinian chose another greasy snack, when suddenly her stomach let out a rumble, and a sharp pain struck her, nearly causing her to cry out. She clutched her abdomen, hoping to alleviate the pain. Yet, the discomfort persisted, as if a torrent were churning within her. Jiang Yitong felt she could scarcely endure it any longer. Yitong, Shen Zhinian, I'm feeling unwell. I must take my leave, Yin Mingzhu exclaimed, her face dotted with beads of sweat, before hastily retreating with her maid, visibly distressed. Shen Zhinian watched Yin Mingzhu's retreating figure and then glanced at Jiang Yitong. With a pale face, Jiang Yitong could hold on no longer. I apologize, Miss Shen. I also have matters to attend to. Farewell. She quickly left, legs pressed together. Seeing the two ladies on the verge of losing composure, Shen Zhinian's smile widened. Ladies, please take your time. I hope we can gather again next time. Miss, it appears they were given a laxative? Chuanxing remarked, her bright eyes glancing at Shen Zhinian's profile. From what I observed, it seems likely. Chuanxing chuckled. There are no public restrooms around here at Jinminki. Shen Zhinian raised her chin slightly. That is no concern of ours. Come, let us return. Chuanxing, dispose of that teapot later, and the cups they used as well. Understood. Chuanxing replied cheerfully. Fortunately, during today's Dragon Boat Festival outing, she and her sister Chuntao had brought extra teaware, allowing them to change the water. The water in the pear-shaped pot had long been transferred to the teapot, and the pear-shaped pot was now spotless, filled with fresh tea. Shen Zhinian, in her kindness, had diluted the dirty water with dried plum water, significantly reducing the laxative's potency. The ill intent of the two ladies had backfired, and they had inadvertently benefited. Shen Zhinian returned to the tent at Jinminki with Chuanxing and Chuntao. Yiqing she approached and grasped Shen Zhinian's hand. On Yin, I just overheard some people outside discussing that the third miss of the Jiang family and the second miss of the Yin family are desperately searching for a restroom. Shen Zhinian smiled mischievously at Yi Qingxi. I saw that. They probably consumed something they shouldn't have and are now suffering the consequences. Yi Qingxi chuckled. Those two brought this upon themselves today. Who told them to harbor such malicious intentions? Seeing Shen Zhinian unharmed, she gently reminded. Don and Amp, Oppos, do forget to express your gratitude to the girl who warned you earlier. I will not forget. Meanwhile, the young lady of the British Duke and Amp, Oppos, S household, when Ling ran, was currently being informed by her maid. Miss, it is said that the third miss of the Jiang family and the second miss of the Yin family are in distress, unable to find a restroom, and looking quite disheveled. When Ling ran revealed a hint of amusement before quickly suppressing it. I see. The maid, accustomed to her mistress's aloof demeanor, did not speak further. Today, when she and Mo Hua were instructed to keep an eye on the daughter of the Minister of Rights, they were quite surprised, rarely witnessing their mistress take an interest in others. Having unintentionally spotted the maid of the Jiang family doing something to the tent of the Shen family, she reported it to her mistress, not expecting her to take the initiative to converse and offer a warning. It seemed that Miss Shen had caught her mistress's attention. One could only hope that she could cultivate a few close friendships, as it was better than remaining solitary and troubled. I shall retrieve the longevity thread for my brother later, when Lingran instructed. The maid looked puzzled. Miss, this is a gift from Miss Shen. I know, but I do not need it. Just give it to my brother, and when the time comes, mention it is from the daughter of the Minister of Rights. She had not prepared anything for her brother today, and the longevity thread carried good fortune. It would serve as a perfect gesture. Moreover, her brother held a unique regard for Shen Zhinian. so sending him a gift from her would not be amiss. Though the maid remained confused, she refrained from pressing further. Her mistress was reluctant to elaborate, and she was only required to follow instructions. Shen Zhinian enjoyed herself thoroughly today, while Wen Lingran felt a quiet satisfaction. In contrast, Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu were far from pleased. Upon returning from the market, they found themselves unable to locate a restroom, nearly brought to tears in their desperation. Eventually, after walking a considerable distance, they discovered a secluded spot under the shade of trees, where they could relieve themselves discreetly with the help of their maidservants. The stomach pains were so severe that both women took quite some time, squatting until their legs went numb. Once they regained their composure at the Minyuan Pavilion, their maid brought some warm water, hoping it would soothe their stomach aches. Yin Mingzhu waved away the offered water, fuming. "I want an Appos. Tea, drink it. Who knows if an Appos as poisoned?" She was no fool. After reflecting on the day, she realized that she and Jiang Yitong had only consumed that dried plum water together. If it wasn't Shen Zhinian's doing, who else could it be? Jiang Yitong wore a dark expression beside her. Today had been a miscalculation on their part, and they had been outmaneuvered. "I refuse to let Shen Zhinian get away unscathed," Yin Mingzhu declared angrily, turning to Jiang Yitong. "Are we really just going to let her toy with us? Today we have lost all face." A glimmer of malice flickered in Jiang Yitong's eyes as she smiled coldly. "Let Shen Zhinian go unpunished? Where will we reclaim our losses? Of course, we cannot let this slide. However, Shen Zhinian is no fool. We must devise a more intricate plan." Although she had been in a hurry to find a restroom, she was observant. Two familiar figures stood by Jinminki. Were they not the princess and the top scholar? When had the princess become acquainted with the scholar? What was she doing conversing with Shen Zhinian's fiancé? Jiang Yitong was still unaware of the specifics. But, given her some time, she would make good use of it and see how to strike back at Shen Zhinian. In the coming days, let us visit the princess more frequently, Jiang Yitong instructed Yin Mingzhu. Yin Mingzhu was puzzled. What does the princess have to do with this? Once we converse more with the princess, you will understand. Very well. As long as we can find a way to deal with Shen Zhinian, I will follow your lead. This year in Appos' Dragon Boat Festival was as splendid as ever. Besides the lively dragon boat races, there was an amusing tale circulating in the circles of nobility. It was rumored that the second miss of a Yongping Marquis family and the third miss of the Zhongyi Bo's family had indulged excessively in the Western market, resulting in a most embarrassing case of stomach troubles. Chapter 27. The Dingyuan Marquis House on the day after the Dragon Boat Festival. Shen Zhinian still had one more day of rest. After finishing breakfast, he eagerly invited Shen Zhinian to accompany him to the Dingyuan Marquis House. "Onion, let us visit grandfather today. He and grandmother have mentioned how much they miss you lately." Seeing the excited expression on Shen Zhinian's face, Shen Zhinian understood that he was restless once again, likely to engage in sparring with one of his cousins. However, she also had business at the Dingyuan Marquis House. After informing their parents, the two set off in a horse-drawn carriage to their grandfather and Appos' residence. The elderly Dingyuan Marquis, Gu Baiming, was currently listening to his wife's nagging. "At your age, do you still think you can compare with the young? Practicing martial arts is one thing, but taking off your clothes and bathing in cold water? Do you think you are made of iron?" Gu Lao Howie, with a glare, retorted, "It's nothing serious. I haven't done anything wrong. Please stop the incessant chatter in my ear." Just then he sneezed. As his wife opened her mouth to speak, he hastily interrupted, "It's just an allergy." Seeing her husband silent, Gu Lao Foreign welcomed their granddaughter as she entered. "Onion, come here. I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you terribly." Shen Zhinian, beaming, approached her grandmother. "I've been preoccupied with some matters and couldn't come by sooner." Shen Zhinian nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Onion caught a cold a few days ago and had a high fever. We almost panicked when she wouldn't wake up for 2 days." Gu Lao Foreign's expression changed. "What happened? Why didn't your parents inform us? Is she feeling better now?" Shen Zhinian shot her brother a warning glance, thinking it unnecessary to worry the elders. "It's nothing serious, just a minor issue. I'm fully recovered now. Our parents didn't want you to fret." Noticing her grandfather just outside the door, Shen Zhinian smiled. "Grandfather, were you about to head out?" Gu Lao Howie chuckled heartily. I intended to check on your cousin's martial training, but since you are here, I shall postpone that. He then turned to Shen Zhinian, urging him, you've already greeted your grandmother. Go practice in the courtyard. Don't just stand around idly. With a sense of purpose, Shen Zhinian replied. Then I shall go spar with third brother. Off you go. Gu Lao Howie waved him away. Gu Lao Foreign cautioned, be careful. Don't hurt each other. Shen Zhinian nodded and dashed outside. Watching her grandson's energetic figure, Gu Lao Foreign chuckled and shook her head. Your brother is about to marry, yet he remains so carefree. I wonder whom he takes after. He certainly doesn't resemble your parents. Recalling the man beside her, she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Lao Howie. He seems more like some old fool obsessed with martial arts. Shen Zhinian stifled a laugh, realizing her grandmother was chiding her grandfather. Gu Lao Howie, aware that his wife was targeting him, felt a swell of pride in their grandson's enthusiasm for martial arts, reminiscent of his own youth. He laughed heartily indeed. He takes after me. A man should strive for strength and health through martial practice. That is the essence of manhood. Shen Zhinian playfully teased her grandfather, so, do you dislike my father for being like that? Gu Lao Howie quickly denied it. Who said that? I never claimed such a thing. Although he indeed preferred not to see Shen Zhinian's scholarly demeanor, he knew his beloved daughter cherished him. He was cautious not to upset her, especially since Shen Zhinian had always treated her with care, resulting in a harmonious marriage, not in vain for his earlier intimidation and persuasion. Shen Zhinian grinned slyly. Grandfather didn't say it, but he thinks it. Gu Lao Foreign playfully tapped her granddaughter's forehead. You little rascal, not only do you tease your grandfather, but you also involve your father. Shen Zhinian held her grandmother and aunt, Oppo's hand, pouting playfully. Grandmother, I was just joking with grandfather. Haha, no harm done. Onion, don't mind your grandmother. She has so many rules. It's fine for her to tease grandfather. But must we not also joke with him? Gu Lao Howie, now accustomed to his wife's contradictions, quickly diverted the topic. Onion, when will you have your brother bring that top scholar over for a visit? I'd like to see what he's made of. Gu Lao Foreign frowned. Do you truly believe everyone can spar with you? A top scholar is a civil official. You cannot expect him to engage in martial arts trials. Initially, Gu Lao Howie merely stated this in jest. When his precious daughter was to wed Shen Zhinian, he had only asked him to practice stances and the 5-animal play. Scholars, too, should maintain their health. Otherwise, they might end up as weaklings. And who would care for his beloved daughter and granddaughter then? Gu Lao Foreign shot a disapproving look at her husband before turning to Shen Zhinian. Don't heed your grandfather's nonsense. Your parents have already arranged this match for you, so they must have thoroughly assessed that top scholar. You just need to marry him and manage your household well. Life will naturally be good. Shen Zhinian had not anticipated her grandparents would suddenly bring up that person, and her smile faded. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her granddaughter and aunt, Oppo's sudden change in mood, Gu Lao Foreign suspected she might have something on her mind. She exchanged a glance with Gu Lao Howie, who, not understanding, asked, What's wrong? Are your eyes twitching? Gu Lao Foreign sighed. You go on to your training grounds. I wish to have a private chat with my granddaughter. Although Gu Lao Howie wanted to say more, he saw his wife reaching toward him to pinch his arm and quickly stood up. All right, let you two converse. I shall supervise the grandson's training. Once he left, Gu Lao Foreign gently patted Shen Zhinian and aunt, Oppo's hand, speaking kindly, Onion, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind that you wish to share with your grandmother? Leaning into her grandmother's embrace, Shen Zhinian sighed softly. Grandmother, is it truly possible to find happiness simply by being a good wife and mother? Chapter 28. Cousin the elderly Mrs. Gu gently patted Shen Zhinian's back and inquired, What troubles you? Are you anxious about the engagement? After a moment, she continued to offer comfort, do not fear. Marriage for a woman is not as daunting as one might imagine. Look at your parents. They have been happily married for many years. And consider your grandparents. Despite some early challenges, they have remained devoted to each other in their old age. Life stretches before you, and once married, there will be ample time to nurture your relationship. As long as both hearts are aligned, happiness will blossom over time. My dear Anian is so clever and resourceful. How could she not lead a fulfilling life? Shen Zhinian felt a pang of emotion. In her past life, She had indeed not lived well, focusing solely on Lu Qingchuan and neglecting her own identity. Grandmother, I wish to live a life akin to that of my parents. Yet, I find this aspiration daunting. There are so few men like my father in this world. Is it so wrong of me to desire what is often deemed unattainable? It is true that such men are rare. Even her grandfather had several concubines, though as he and her grandmother aged, their bond deepened, and he ceased visiting his concubines, growing increasingly reliant on her grandmother. Thus, they enjoyed a companionship in their twilight years. With a sigh, Mrs. Gu realized her granddaughter was influenced by her parents and yearned for a lifelong partnership. She tenderly stroked Shen Zhinian's head. Grandmother does not wish to discourage your dreams. Although I have yet to find such a man myself, your mother has. If I were to claim that it is utterly impossible, it would lack conviction. However, Ingyan, you must understand that destiny plays a role. Your mother's encounter with your father was serendipitous. Your meeting with that top scholar is also fate. You may strive to forge a bond with him, but do not become overly fixated. If he does not possess your father's qualities, must you then resign yourself to despair? Sometimes, fate is beyond our control. Strive diligently, and if the outcome is not as you wish, do not let it dishearten you. Focus on what you can grasp and lead a good life. That is the path to follow. Mrs. Gu felt content that her daughter had married well, yet she refrained from boasting about this fortune, wary of leading her granddaughter into unrealistic daydreams. She knew reminders were necessary. Shen Zhinian remained silent, nodding to acknowledge her grandmother and Appo's words. The fact that her grandmother did not outright dismiss her naive thoughts was already a comfort. Do not overthink it. Your parents would never match you with someone unsuitable, especially since he is the emperor's chosen top scholar. Why fret so far ahead? Mrs. Gu teased, pinching Shen Zhinian's nose. Shen Zhinian refrained from arguing, smiling as she replied, Grandmother, I do not wish to worry. That's the spirit. You've lingered with this old woman long enough. Go seek out your cousin Jing. She recently acquired a parrot that is said to speak. It will lift your spirits. Do not spend all day in your chamber lost in thought. Mrs. Gu urged Shen Zhinian. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian's eyes brightened. After bidding farewell to her grandmother, she followed her maid to the room of the third miss of the Ho family. Come, you silly parrot. What use do you serve if you only squawk for others but remain mute before your owner? Owner, call your owner, Miss Wen Jing. Before even entering cousin Jing's room, Shen Zhinian heard the parrot and Appo's loud voice. Her cousin, Gu Wenjing, was the legitimate daughter of the main branch, with two elder sisters already married off, leaving her as the sole unmarried daughter, alongside a younger brother still in his childhood. Though her name meant calm and quiet, Gu Wenjing was anything but. Having been close to her grandfather since childhood, her bold demeanor was nurtured, and by the time her mother realized her wildness might hinder her prospects of marriage, Gu Wenjing was already around 8 or 9 years old. By then, they had employed a retired nanny from the palace to instruct her in the proper conduct of young ladies, which allowed her to maintain an appearance of decorum, though her true nature proved difficult to alter. Sister Jing, Shen Zhinian called as she entered Gu Wenjing's room, where her cousin was hopping excitedly by the birdcage. Gu Wenjing turned, her face lighting up as she rushed over to show Shen Zhinian the parrot. Ingyan, come quickly. Look at the parrot I recently got. I've named it Lai Feng. Lai Feng, quickly greet the lady. Wish her longevity. Lady longevity. Lady longevity. Lai Feng obliged, bowing its head and cheerfully repeating the phrase. Shen Zhinian was amused by the parrot's charming antics. Seeing Lai Feng speak, Gu Wenjing grew even more excited, urging, come, say it again, wish the lady longevity. Lai Feng glanced sideways at Gu Wenjing, turning its head away. Ha ha ha. Shen Zhinian could no longer contain her laughter. Alas, Lai Feng is too foolish. It has yet to learn to call its owner, Gu Wenjing lamented, scratching her head in embarrassment. Owner, silly. Owner, silly. Lai Feng proclaimed, affirming its own foolishness. Gu Wenjing sighed. Mingxia, take this parrot outside to bask in the sun. We shall roast it for dinner tonight. Her command was met with the understanding that such antics had become routine since Lai Feng arrived in the third Mrs. quarters. Mingxia, having heard that sunlight was beneficial for parrots, took Lai Feng outside to enjoy the warmth. Once Lai Feng was gone, Gu Wenjing took Shen Zhinian by the hand and sat down. After I train that silly bird a bit more, it will be clever enough to play with you. Shen Zhinian, wanting to maintain her cousin's dignity, nodded with a suppressed smile. Sister Jing, are you not going to Huijua Temple with Annie to pray for blessings soon? Shen Zhinian had another matter to address during her visit. In her previous life, her cousin had been bestowed in marriage to the current crown prince as a concubine. Shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival of this very year, Shen Zhinian recalled that the incident had occurred right after a visit to Huijua Temple, where it was rumored that the crown prince, accompanying the empress, had taken a fancy to her cousin. However, Gu Wenjing was not treated well after marriage, becoming increasingly despondent. Moreover, the crown prince had faced dire consequences in his previous life. In her rebirth, Shen Zhinian wished to prevent her cousin from falling into such a predicament again. Gu Wenjing took a hearty sip from her cup, having exerted herself training the parrot. I do not wish to go, but my mother insists I accompany her to seek a match, claiming that Huijua Temple is the most auspicious for such matters. She complained, having been nagged by her mother about her advancing age and lack of marriage prospects. Her mother, with a lower status, looked down upon potential suitors, while Gu Wenjing herself aspired to those of higher status, though they often dismissed her for her lack of grace. If I had my way, I would prefer to marry a valiant general like my grandfather. I would not care for status, just grant me some freedom. Perhaps you could concoct an excuse, like feigning an illness, to avoid going that day. Chapter 29. A reminder upon hearing this, Gu Wenjing set her teacup down, her shoulders sagging in resignation. It seemed that I have yet to be betrothed, and my mother is so troubled that she cannot sleep. If I do not cooperate and visit Huijua Temple, she will only nag me more. It would be better to accompany my aunt to banquets than to seek a match at the temple. Shen Zhinian continued to persuade her. The mere thought of attending those gatherings made Gu Wenjing even less inclined. She preferred to practice martial arts at home or ride horses in the countryside. If I accompany my mother to Huijua Temple, she would undoubtedly have less to say afterwards. If I still remain unmarried, it must be fate. I have already sought the blessings of the Bodhisattva. Ha ha ha. Why the sudden laughter? Shen Zhinian inquired. What if you visit on a different day? She suggested tentatively. In her previous life, they had encountered one another on the same day, and if Gu Wenjing were to change her visit, it could indeed alter their timing. Anyan, why do you keep urging me not to go to Huijua Temple? Gu Wenjing asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I have heard that a noble from the palace will be visiting Huijua Temple soon, and I fear you might cross paths, Shen Zhinian replied. Ah, is that what you were worried about? Noble visitors do not monopolize the venue. We are unlikely to encounter them, Gu Wenjing remarked, finding her cousin's concern exaggerated. The noble would merely be received by a high monk and would not prevent others from offering incense. Shen Zhinian, with a tone of deep concern, warned, nobles have their own high monks to receive them, which does not mean others cannot enter the temple. I have heard this noble has a penchant for beautiful women, particularly those with youthful vigor. Cousin, with your striking appearance and vivacious personality, what if you inadvertently catch their eye? A jolt of unease coursed through Gu Wenjing, and she tentatively pointed upwards. Are you suggesting that the noble is that person? Realizing Gu Wenjing's misinterpretation, Shen Zhinian found it amusing, yet knew it was for the best, as Gu Wenjing would be even less inclined if it were indeed that noble. After all, entering the palace would confine her for a lifetime. Shen Zhinian feigned agreement. Gu Wenjing hissed and pressed further. How do you know this? And how can you be sure it is the same day we are going? I heard it from my brother, who learned it from one of his friends. It coincides with the day you wish to visit. A propitious time for seeking peace and love, Shen Zhinian explained, though she could not recall the exact date, only that it was shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival. Gu Wenjing, carefree as ever, likely wouldn't pry any further. But why do I feel that if it is a noble, the chances of encountering them are slim? And why would they take an interest in me? Gu Wenjing mused. Better to be cautious than to regret. Are you willing to take that risk? Just imagine the future if you were chosen, Shen Zhinian said, deliberately adopting a sympathetic expression. Gu Wenjing rubbed her arms nervously. All right, I have no desire for the confines of the inner palace. Let's eliminate any possibility. I shall think of a way to persuade my mother to postpone our visit. Shen Zhinian sighed in relief. Having acquiesced to the previous matter, Gu Wenjing soon shifted her excitement to discussing the previous day and Appo's Dragon Boat Festival. Onion, did you watch the polo match yesterday afternoon? Gu Wenjing inquired eagerly. Shen Zhinian shook her head. She had been too busy enjoying the company of Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu to attend the match held at the royal villa. What a pity. You cannot imagine. The match was spectacular. Both teams had exceptional players. And who would have thought that the English prince was as graceful as a lady while displaying such remarkable polo skills? Gu Wenjing's enthusiasm for the polo match was palpable. There was also a young man, rumored to be the second son of the Earl of Qingyong, whose horsemanship and ball skills were equally impressive. During the match, he played fiercely and skillfully. It was thanks to him that their team did not succumb to the English princess side. The memory of the darkly handsome young man made Gu Wenjing and Appo's cheeks flush slightly, though Shen Zhinian remained oblivious. Upon hearing Gu Wenjing described when Yun Jing as delicate, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that beauty was indeed subjective. Not everyone appreciated extreme handsomeness. Were there any noteworthy gentlemen at the match that caught your eye? Aren't and Appo's? You worried about your aunt and Appo's incessant prodding? If you have someone in mind, why not let your uncle and aunt discuss it? Shen Zhinian teased. You little imp. Are you mocking me? Gu Wenjing playfully swatted her cousin and Appo's arm. However, Onion, I just remembered that Wenli mentioned she saw the top scholar speaking with Princess Pingyang by Jinming Pool yesterday. She said to remind you if you happen to meet her. Mentioning the matter of potential betrothal, Gu Wenjing recalled what Wenli had told her. Shen Zhinian raised an eyebrow, recalling the princess's inquiry at the Mingyuan Pavilion, and the reminder from her cousin felt oddly unsettling. Yet, in her previous life, there had been no indication of a connection between Princess Pingyang and Lu Qingchuan. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence or a curiosity. Surely, Lu Qingchuan could not possess such allure. Shen Zhinian shook her head, dismissing the thought. If Princess Pingyang truly fancied him, she would surely make her intentions known. After all, her noble status would likely prevent Lu Qingchuan from marrying beneath her. Perhaps it was simply a chance encounter among the crowd at Jinming Pool. Shen Zhinian concluded nonchalantly. Gu Wenjing waved her hand dismissively. I maintain that Wenli is overthinking this. Not wishing to delve further into Lu Qingchuan's affairs, Shen Zhinian redirected the conversation back to the polo match. The two sisters chatted for a while until a maid from the Gu matriarch's side summoned Shen Zhinian for lunch in their courtyard. After dining at the Dingyuan Marquis's residence, the Shen siblings took a carriage back to the minister's residence. Shen Qianqian had originally intended to ride, but his sister insisted on his company in the carriage, finding it tedious otherwise. Inside the carriage, Shen Qianqian was admiring a short dagger he had acquired from his maternal grandfather. Noticing her brother's rapt attention, Shen Zhinian teased. If Sister Qingxi is often seeing you with such sharp blades, she might be frightened away. Nonsense. Shen Qianqian stowed the dagger away, glaring at his sister. Qingxi would never react that way. She is well-educated and reasonable. I merely have a fondness for weaponry. She would certainly not oppose it. Some people are simply too eager, Shen Zhinian replied with a smirk. Shen Qianqian, seeing her brother's resentful expression directed at her, Shen Zhinian smiled and then turned serious. Brother, I speak sincerely. You are to be married soon. Have you considered the path you wish to take afterwards? She recalled how her brother had been reassigned to military service a year after his marriage due to an autumn hunt. She wished to dissuade him from that fate. Shen Qianqian, sensing her sudden earnestness, became more serious himself. At present, I am merely relying on my grandfather and aunt, Appo's patronage, holding a nominal position. Yet, I do not wish to lead a life of idleness, accomplishing nothing. Chapter 30. Ambition on Yin. To be candid, I have been contemplating seeking opportunities at the front lines in the coming years to earn military merits, which I intend to leverage to secure a noble title for your sister Qingxi. As Shen Qianqian spoke, a serious demeanor enveloped him. Shen Zhinian was not surprised. Her elder brother had pursued this path in his previous life. Yet, she felt compelled to dissuade him. But brother, have you considered the perils of the battlefield? The dangers are grave, and the weapons are indiscriminate. If you pursue this path, what if misfortune befalls you? How can one accrue military merits in peaceful territories? Unlike our father, I lack the talent for a civil service career. However, I possess commendable martial skills. Thus, I must strive to make a name for myself, not solely for Sister Qingxi and Appo's sake. With military accomplishments, I can gain real power and support you. Not only our father, but with my backing, should Lu Qingxuan ever mistreat you, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. Shen Zhinian's voice resonated with conviction. Shen Zhinian felt a pang of sorrow. She did not wish for her brother to risk his life for her future. Her desire was solely for his safety. If Lu Qingxuan is unworthy, I can simply discard him. Why must you put yourself in danger? As for Sister Qingxi, I know her. She is not one to covet glory. What honor and a noble title could possibly compare to your safe presence by her side? Moreover, have you consulted our parents about their wishes? It was understandable for Shen Zhinian to invoke familial ties to sway Shen Zhinian, since her brother had expressed his ambitions. It was only reasonable for him to reflect on the true desires of the family. After a prolonged silence, Shen Zhinian finally spoke. Onion, I recognize your concerns. This decision is not solely for your benefit. It is also a reflection of my own aspirations. Though the great Qian dynasty has enjoyed relative peace and prosperity in recent years, the western region remains a constant threat, and disturbances along the borders are frequent. The situation is not as tranquil as it seems. Should war arise, I must be prepared to safeguard our land. Only when the realm is secure can I ensure your safety. As Shen Zhinian spoke with increasing fervor, Shen Zhinian felt her heart ache. Brother, but, Onion, do not dissuade me further. Look at our grandfather. Despite years on the battlefield and numerous scars, he remains robust and spirited. While the battlefield indeed poses danger, it is not an irreversible path. Do you doubt your brother and Amp, Appo's martial prowess? Shen Zhinian feigned irritation. Tears welled in Shen Zhinian and Amp, Appo's eyes. I simply believe that the likelihood of danger increases on the battlefield. Who can guarantee their safe return? Seeing his sister in tears, Shen Zhinian felt momentarily at a loss. Hastily attempting to comfort her. You are overthinking. I merely used it as an example. Perhaps the great Qian dynasty will continue to thrive, and I will never have the chance to step onto the battlefield. Why fret over things that have yet to happen? Shen Zhinian sighed internally. Her brother's ambition should have been a source of admiration, yet to bluntly advise him against this path felt like an attempt to shatter his dreams. Perhaps this matter required careful deliberation. If he were destined to pursue a military career, perhaps there was a way to evade the impending conflict. I understand now. You have your ambitions. Just remember, brother, if you are well, our family will find peace of mind. Shen Zhinian calmed herself. Shen Zhinian chuckled heartily. I know. Our little Onion has learned to care for others at such a young age. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to discuss this matter with their parents, and urged, You must not mention this to our parents just yet, or mother will surely be upset. This is still in its infancy. I do not even know if I will have the chance to join the military. I will wait for the right moment to speak with them. Shen Zhinian had intended to solidify his plans before revealing them to their parents, aiming for a first-strike approach. At worst, he would receive a reprimand, but by then, the decision would be irrevocable. Shen Zhinian hesitated to agree, muttering, We and Appo's LLC how I feel. I will try not to let anything slip in front of our parents. It and Appo's. It's not about trying. And Appo's. It's imperative that you keep it under wraps. Shen Zhinian insisted fervently. Fine. You can handle it yourself. I won't plead on your behalf if you face any repercussions. Shen Zhinian responded with resignation. Shen Zhinian was unbothered by her reluctance. With his sister and Appo's assurance, he felt uplifted and turned his gaze to the outside. As they made their way back, they traversed Chongqing Street, a broad thoroughfare accommodating carriages. They intended to stop by Qingxiangzhai to purchase some pastries for home. During the Dragon Boat Festival, the streets were bustling and carriages moved at a leisurely pace. Before they reached Qingxiangzhai, Shen Zhinian spotted his friend when Yunjing seated in the tea-tasting pavilion. Enjoying tea. Stop. Pull over. I see Brother Yunjing. Let me greet him. Shen Zhinian called for the carriage to halt. Upon remembering that his sister was also present, he hesitated. Onion, wait for me. I won't be long. Shen Zhinian was in no rush. She wished to accompany him. Her brother had previously mentioned that he had asked Wen Yunjing to inquire about the Liu family of Linchuan, and she was eager to learn of any developments. There and Oppos. There's no need to hurry. Take me with you. The young master has been quite helpful. I should express my gratitude in person. Shen Zhinian called out to her brother. They descended the carriage and made their way to the second floor of the tea-tasting pavilion. Upon arriving, they were greeted by Chong Fu, Wen Yunjing's attendant, who had been waiting at the doorway. It appeared that Wen Yunjing had noticed their arrival as well. Master Shen, Miss Shen, please come in. Chong Fu welcomed the siblings. Shen Zhinian was a familiar face, but it was the first time Chong Fu had seen Shen Zhinian up close. Indeed, she possessed an extraordinary beauty, rivaling even that of his own master. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Chong Fu's curiosity was piqued. Initially, he had sent someone to Linchuan to investigate the Liu family's affairs due to Shen Zhinian's request. However, he soon discovered that even without that request, his master had taken the initiative to assist Shen Zhinian. Furthermore, just yesterday, his master had received a gift from her, a longevity thread. Having served his master for some time, he had never witnessed him accept a gift from a woman before. This time, not only had his master accepted it, but he had also placed it in a lacquered box for safekeeping. It was evident that his master harbored some feelings for her, and today, he intended to observe Shen Zhinian further. Should their affections align, he would not hesitate to employ some cunning strategies to assist his master in winning her heart. While such actions might be deemed unethical, if Miss Shen did not favor her betrothed, then his assistance would transform into a noble deed. Though Chong Fu's mind raced with schemes, his hands remained agile. The tea room was adorned with a round table and 3 chairs. He seated Shen Zhinian opposite Wen Yunjing and deftly moved the remaining chair next to Wen Yunjing for Shen Zhinian. Perplexed, Shen Zhinian cast a questioning glance at Chong Fu, silently inquiring about his intentions. Chong Fu nodded respectfully. Miss Shen, this side is closer to the window. The air is fresher here. Wen Yunjing rubbed his forehead, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian grinned foolishly, remarking to Shen Zhinian, then let us sit over there. Chapter 31, a cousin accompanied by Chong Fu's eager gaze and Shen Zhinian's naive smile. Shen Zhinian reluctantly took a seat. She stole a glance at Wen Yunjing beside her, who wore a rather expressionless face, exuding an air of aloof indifference. Were it not for having witnessed him smile previously, she might have assumed he was perpetually stoic. Chong Fu noticed the Shen family young lady sneaking glances at his master and inwardly rejoiced, sensing a hint of potential romance. Observing his master's demeanor, though still calm, he discerned a slight flush on his ears. Clearly, he was perceptive enough to notice. While Chong Fu was still contemplating his master's thoughts, Wen Yunjing was pondering whether this young man had recently taken a wrong turn in life, as he seemed oblivious to the potential repercussions on the young lady's reputation. He resolved to impose extra hours of training upon him when they returned. Chong Fu, pour tea for young Master Shen and young Lady Shen. Wen Yunjing instructed the oblivious Chong Fu. He then turned to Shen Zhinian. Miss Shen, this is Wui tea, fragrant and mellow, with a sweet aftertaste. Do get a try. Really? I shall try it. As I am quite parched, Shen Zhinian replied. Before she could respond further, Shen Zhinian had already taken the teapot and poured himself a cup, downing it in one go. Chong Fu, unable to serve Shen Zhinian first, redirected his efforts to Shen Zhinian. Miss Shen, please savor it slowly. Chong Fu, having gained considerable experience alongside his master, silently lamented Shen Zhinian's hasty manner of drinking, akin to a cow chewing peony petals. Shen Zhinian had grown accustomed to her brother's style, and it seemed Wen Yunjing was likewise unperturbed. Thank you, young Masterwan. My brother and I apologize for intruding today, Shen Zhinian offered with a polite smile. Their uninvited visit felt somewhat presumptuous. Miss Shen, you are too courteous. I have no pressing matters today, so is hardly an intrusion, Wen Yunjing replied, far more amiable than she had anticipated. You two converse in a rather awkward manner. Seldom do I see such banter, Shen Zhinian interjected. Shen Zhinian and Wen Yunjing exchanged silent glances. Chong Fu mused that Shen Zhinian had certainly dampened the mood. Why couldn't he learn to keep quiet? Unaware of the sudden tension, Shen Zhinian continued, Yunjing, I came here merely to say hello and to show you something impressive. Indeed, Shen Zhinian was solely motivated by a desire to flaunt a newly acquired dagger. When Yunjing, being significantly more skilled in martial arts, had outmatched him in practice, prompting Shen Zhinian to seek other avenues for validation through impressive weaponry. As Shen Zhinian spoke animatedly, Yunjing's attention drifted, pondering how Shen Zhinian had joined her brother, suspecting she might have urgent business. Shen Zhinian endured her brother's boastful chatter, patiently waiting for her moment to speak. Once Shen Zhinian finished, he poured himself another cup of tea, finally remembering his sister and aunt, Apos, as presents. Yunjing, my sister wishes to express her gratitude to you, which is why she accompanied me today. Shen Zhinian silently praised her brother for finally acknowledging her. Taking the opportunity to continue, I have received numerous favors from young Master One, and have always been grateful. If you do not mind, may my brother and I cover the cost of today's tea as a token of our appreciation? When Yunjing's eyes softened slightly, Miss Shen, you have already repaid me in full. It was merely a trifling matter. There is no need for concern. Shen Zhinian was taken aback. When had she repaid him? Perhaps it referred to her assistance in alleviating him from Lady Jiang Yitang's entanglements? However, that seemed inconsequential now. The investigation into the Liu family from Linchuan had indeed troubled him. She realized that if she wished to press him further, she needed to demonstrate sincerity. My brother has consumed a considerable amount of tea since entering, so it is not unreasonable for him to settle the bill. Young Master One, do not be modest with us. Wen Yunjing smiled, glancing at Shen Zhinian, who was frozen mid-sip, and replied, Then I shall gratefully accept Miss Shen's hospitality. Shen Zhinian waved her hand dismissively, continuing with her genuine intentions for the day. To speak candidly, I have another matter to trouble young Master One with. Previously, I entrusted my brother to investigate the circumstances surrounding Hamlin Academy's compiler, Liu Qingchuan, and his family's affairs in Linchuan. My brother mentioned that young Master One was assisting with this matter. It is rare to encounter you today, so I boldly inquire if there are any updates. Wen Yunjing, upon hearing this, felt little surprise. Ever since he learned that Shen Zhinian had approached Liu Daxian to devise a scheme against Lady Liu, he had surmised her lack of interest in the union, and had previously urged for a follow-up. Chang Fu, please inform Miss Shen of our current findings. Responding to his master's command, Chang Fu stepped forward to report, Miss Shen, our informants have gathered some fragmented information. The old residence of the Liu family is located in Jingyao town, which is sparsely populated. Liu Qingchuan's father was once a teacher, earning a modest reputation locally. So the townsfolk regard old Master Liu with respect. However, opinions about Lady Liu are mixed. Many describe her as somewhat sharp-tongued and parsimonious. They have few relatives, and no reports of any nefarious individuals have surfaced. Just some impoverished farmers who occasionally visit the Liu home to seek favors, whom Lady Liu would typically dismiss. However, recently, Lady Liu has gone to the capital, and old Master Liu has been discreetly providing support. After listening to Chang Fu's report, Shen Zhinian noted his pause and could not help but inquire, Is that all you found? Chang Fu, noticing the glimmer of hope in her eyes and recalling a detail from their correspondence, suddenly remembered, Oh, there's also a cousin of his. She lost her parents at a young age and grew up in their household, often helping out and taking care of her uncle and aunt. At this revelation, Shen Zhinian and Apos' eyes brightened. What specific role does this cousin play in their household? What is her relationship with Liu Qingchuan? Chang Fu shook his head. We have yet to investigate that thoroughly. Shen Zhinian's expression dimmed, but she could hardly blame them. It was challenging to inquire into the minutiae of domestic affairs. She spoke softly, Thank you. Wen Yunjing, having listened attentively to the conversation, noted the shift in Shen Zhinian's demeanor and instructed Chang Fu. Make it a point to investigate this cousin's background in detail. Chang Fu acknowledged his master's directive, prepared to relay further messages later. Shen Zhinian, grateful for Wen Yunjing's timely suggestion, could not help but smile at him. Although he appeared cold, his actions revealed a warm heart. At this moment, Shen Zhinian interjected. Why focus on the cousin? What is the significance of her? The two individuals who had previously encountered trouble with cousins turned their gaze toward Shen Zhinian, exchanging knowing looks that hinted an unspoken understanding. Shen Zhinian, perplexed, wondered when these two had developed such tacit rapport. Chapter 32. Continuing the inquiry, Shen Zhinian inquired about her questions, while Shen Zhinian proudly showcased her own interests, and both were quite pleased with their outing. Wen Yunjing earned the gratitude of Miss Shen, and Chang Fu noted the growing closeness between his master and Miss Shen, which brought satisfaction to both master and servant. This round of tea was enjoyed by all. However, when Shen Zhinian settled the bill, her heart bled a little. After bidding farewell, Shen Zhinian and Shen Zhinian proceeded to King Xiang's to purchase pastries. Onion, I find myself without any silver. You and Appos, LL have to cover the cost of the pastries. Shen Zhinian, having been tricked by her sister, planned to reclaim her losses. Shen Zhinian, in a cheerful mood, generously replied, I shall pay. It's no trouble at all. This delighted Shen Zhinian. After a moment in Appos, as contemplation, she could not resist asking again, You both were unresponsive earlier. Please tell me. Why are you so intent on investigating my cousin? Shen Zhinian sighed, her brother still dwelling on that matter. However, she thought it harmless to share, knowing that in due time she would have an open conversation with her family. Do you remember me telling you about a dream I had? In it, Lu Qingchuan was heartless and unfaithful. Shen Zhinian pondered, recalling such a tale. In that dream, I envisioned him harboring a childhood sweetheart cousin. After I married him, a few years passed, and that cousin became pregnant, leading him to consider her as his secondary wife. Shen Zhinian fell silent, still believing dreams do not reflect reality. Her sister likely overthought it. Yet, why did cousin truly exist? Perhaps they should further investigate any subsequent news concerning Wen Yunjing. If that cousin indeed had a significant relationship with Lu Qingchuan, their family would not send Onion into such a predicament. What a farce it would be to elevate a secondary wife and disregard Onion and Appos as position. They decided to await further updates from Yunjing. If it turned out that the two shared a secret affection, their family need not send her off in marriage. They could simply withdraw and seek another match. Shen Zhinian smiled and nodded. I shall buy an extra box of pastries for my brother, and you can send someone to deliver them to Sister Qingxi. Shen Zhinian beamed with joy, and with a playful bow to her sister, she declared, Then I shall shamelessly accept. The two proceeded to buy pastries. Meanwhile, Chang Fu, under Wen Yunjing's orders, did not dare to be negligent and hurried to the post station to send an urgent letter to Chang Gui in Linchuan. As this was a personal matter, the master did not employ the imperial guards, but instead sent Chang Gui to gather information discreetly. Chang Gui was initially reluctant, questioning the significance of investigating the family matters of a mere 6th-rank Hanlin Academy editor. However, he dared not defy his master's command and set off to fulfill his duty. Upon arriving in Jingyao town, he found a pharmacy and, after some monetary persuasion, temporarily took on the role of an errand boy. He had his own plans. Hearing that Master Lu suffered from poor health and was often bedridden, it was likely that someone from the Lu family frequently visited the pharmacy. With only one pharmacy in town, he chose to wait there, hoping to gather more information. Additionally, the bustling nature of the business meant numerous passers-by, allowing him to inquire further, even if he did not encounter anyone from the Lu family directly. The pharmacy owner was pleased to welcome such a willing worker. He had encountered many who sought payment, but had never seen someone willing to work for free. Thus, while the new errand boy was overly chatty about trivial matters, the owner turned a blind eye for the sake of profit. This tactic proved somewhat effective, as Chang Gui managed to glean some information from the local patrons and the Lu family servants. He initially thought he had gathered sufficient information and had already sent the relevant details back when Chang Fu urged him to respond. He anticipated that his master would soon read the letter and realize it contained only trivial matters, prompting his return for more significant tasks. Yet after several days, a letter from Chang Fu arrived, unfortunately not summoning him back, but instructing him to investigate the cousin of the successful scholar Lu. Resigned to his fate, Chang Gui understood he must expedite his work and fulfill his duties. He had indeed encountered Lu and Appos as cousin on several occasions. It was not the family and Appos, servants visiting the pharmacy, but this graceful and lovely cousin. She appeared humble and dutiful within the Liu household, and he had not probed too deeply into her background. Now, with Chong Fu and Appo's request for a thorough investigation, he would pay particular attention to her. Since her cousin had acquired additional servants and attendants for the Liu family, the workload had lessened considerably, and her aunt had encouraged her to undertake less. She felt elated. Her cousin had risen to prominence, far surpassing her uncle, and after enduring years of toil at the Liu residence, hope had finally dawned. However, she was disheartened to learn that her cousin's first act upon achieving success was to seek a bride from a noble family in the capital. She felt a profound sense of injustice, having contributed so much to the family, tending to her cousin's parents and alleviating his worries during his studies. She now received no acknowledgement in return. How could he ignore her feelings? While her aunt understood her plight, her cousin never once mentioned bringing her to the capital. Though saddened, she recognized that there was little she could do in the immediate future and resolved to discuss her feelings with her aunt later. For now, she must continue to endure, maintaining the appearance expected of her. Coming from a humble background, she felt she lacked the right to make a scene, patiently awaiting an opportunity to express her desires. With her aunt and Appo's support, she believed her wishes would eventually be fulfilled. In the Liu family residence, she consoled herself. Despite the influx of new servants, she still needed to uphold her reputation before her uncle, ensuring he did not perceive her as lazy. If her aunt learned of this, it could foster resentment. Thus, every few days, she personally visited the pharmacy to procure medicine, demonstrating her filial piety. On this particular day, she returned to the pharmacy with a maid in tow, and the new errand boy greeted her warmly upon her arrival. "Miss Ruan, shall we prepare the usual prescription?" he asked with a bow. Ruan Jixin admired the boy's attentiveness. She had not received such compliments before, and occasionally bringing her maid to the pharmacy was also a means to indulge her own sense of satisfaction. "Yes, please prepare it well for Chui to take home," she instructed, referring to the maid she had brought along. Chui was a long-standing servant from the Liu household, and Ruan Jixin felt comfortable utilizing her familiarity. After issuing her orders, she settled into a chair designated for waiting. Chui followed Chong Gue to gather the medicine, and as Chong Gue busied himself with the task, he engaged Chui in conversation. "Miss Chui, your Miss Ruan truly is a model of filial piety." Chapter 33. The scholar is in demand. Chui felt her cheeks flush. The new assistant at the apothecary in town was strikingly handsome and astute, exuding an inexplicable air of nobility. Moreover, he displayed remarkable enthusiasm whenever he encountered her, frequently engaging her in conversation, leaving her feeling rather bashful. After all, as a cousin, she was bound to show respect to her uncle and aunt, who had graciously taken her in. In a hushed tone, Chui chatted idly with Chong Gue. In truth, she was merely adept at putting on a facade, while all the real work was assigned to her behind the scenes. If she chose not to work, she should simply refrain from pretending in front of the lady. Chui inwardly scoffed at this notion, though she dared not voice her thoughts. After all, she was merely a poor maid sold by her family, while the other party was at least a cousin. Unbeknownst to Chong Gue, Chui harbored her secret grievances, but he continued to feign casual interest, asking, "Miss Ruan is so filial. Surely, Master Liu must feel immensely grateful? After all, she tends to his bedside, allowing him the peace of mind to pursue his studies and ambitions. A rare bond indeed." Chui thought of her own dashing master, recalling how she had only known him as a diligent scholar, never imagining he would rise to such heights, becoming a top scholar and receiving a grand residence in the capital at such a young age. It was a pity that her master's health was poor, preventing the entire family from relocating. Otherwise, she too could have ventured to the capital to broaden her horizons. "I cannot say whether he feels grateful," she replied, "but the lady certainly values her affections. She would not treat the cousin poorly." Serving the lady was no easy task, although she was the daughter of a scholar. Her long-term care of the ailing master had rendered her weary and irritable. Chui admired the cousin's ability to soothe the lady's spirits significantly. "Your cousin must be nearing marriage age, right? If she weds in the future, Your master and the lady will lose a devoted companion. Chang Gui continued, lowering his voice to gossip further. Cui shot him a sidelong glance. He was otherwise agreeable, but far too inquisitive. Still, considering his handsome appearance, she let slide. Leaning closer, she whispered, I'll confide in you, but do not spread it around. The cousin has her sights set on the capital. She has feelings for my master. Chang Gui mused silently, realizing there was indeed some intrigue between the cousin and the scholar. He replied quietly, Your master is already betrothed in the capital. Cui looked at him incredulously. So what? A betrothal doesn't preclude taking a concubine. Chang Gui disregarded her disdain, continuing with curiosity. Is your cousin willing to be a concubine? If she sought a solid family in Jingyao town to be a legitimate wife, it wouldn't oppose. Be too difficult, would it? Everyone in town wishes to align themselves with the Liu family now that your master has achieved fame in the capital. Every time Cui engaged in further conversation with Chang Gui, she dispelled her earlier daydreams when she saw his face, now wearing an expression of disdain. You do not understand, do you? If the cousin were to become a concubine, she would surely be honored as a favored one. The lady adores her, and your master would treat her with respect. As long as the main wife is not malicious, her life would be far more comfortable than in this small town. Chang Gui, perplexed, pondered how someone would prefer to be a concubine rather than a legitimate wife. Cui, seeing his confusion, sighed in frustration. Think about it. Finding a suitable family in Jingyao town to become a legitimate wife means she would have to manage household affairs, even with a few maids. It is not as if she could simply be idle. Moreover, who in this town can compare my master? He is an official in the capital, already established with a residence, and has a stable income. As his career flourishes, he will inherit lands and estates. With such wealth waiting, who will want to remain in this small town? As the two debated the merits of being a legitimate wife in town versus a favored concubine in the capital, Ruan Jixin grew impatient, waiting for their return. Her displeasure was evident as she observed them whispering to one another. Cui, hurry up. We still need to prepare medicine for the master. Upon hearing her cousin call, Cui quickly ceased her chatter and urged Chang Gui to hasten in wrapping the herbs. He promptly completed the task and handed the package to Cui for payment at the shopkeeper in Damp, Oppo's desk. With a smile, he approached Ruan Jixin to offer his apologies. Miss Ruan, I hadn't seen you and Cui for a few days, and I inadvertently delayed your time with our idle chatter. I sincerely apologize. Ruan Jixin raised her chin slightly, choosing not to berate the assistant. It's of no consequence. Miss Ruan, I have a distant relative in the capital and plan to venture there soon. I've heard your cousin's fiancé holds an official position and possesses a grand residence. Surely, your cousin will follow him there. If she requires someone to assist her, do consider me. I am quite adept at errands, Chang Gui said, humor glimmering in his eyes. Ruan Jixin found his self-recommendation amusing, especially as it pertained to future prospects in the capital. Although it was premature, she appreciated his initiative. Consideration is possible. We shall speak of it when we arrive in the capital. Observing Ruan Jixin and Oppo's confident demeanor, Chang Gui sensed that the cousin would inevitably seek out the scholar in the capital. After bidding farewell to the two ladies, he awaited an opportune moment to relay the news he had gathered that day back to the capital. According to Chang Fu's letter, this information should suffice. Ruan Jixin eagerly anticipated her reunion with her cousin in the capital. Meanwhile, at the Ping Prince's residence in the capital, Princess Pingyang had been contemplating the striking scholar who had embedded himself in her thoughts for days. On the Dragon Boat Festival, after parting from Shen Zhinian at the pavilion, Princess Pingyang Lilue went to Jinming Pond in search of the captivating scholar. Fortunately, he was not hard to find. She soon spotted Lu Qingchuan beneath a willow tree on the northern side of Jinming Pond, intently watching the dragon boat races, clad in a crescent-white brocade robe. Straightening her dress, she approached him gracefully. Before she could draw near, Lu Qingchuan, sensing a slight rustle of footsteps, turned to see a radiant beauty accompanied by several maids making her way towards him. Lowering his head in greeting, he stepped aside, intending to allow the young lady to enjoy the view unobstructed. Pray do not leave, Princess Pingyang called out to Lu Qingchuan, approaching him not with the intention of dismissing him. Lu Qingchuan, taken aback, had never encountered this charming lady before and was unaware of her identity. He wondered what she might want. Before he could inquire, Princess Pingyang spoke first. There is no need for you to move aside. The view here for watching the dragon boat races is splendid. Since you have claimed this spot, there is no need for you to yield. I hope you do not mind if I join you in watching the races. Princess Pingyang was not accustomed to initiating conversations with young men. Despite her usually bold demeanor, she felt a hint of shyness in the presence of the handsome scholar, even as she boldly invited him to share in the experience. Chapter 34. Princess Pingyang, upon hearing the woman opposite introduce herself, Lu Qingchuan mentally reviewed the information he had gathered in the past. Pingyang? It sounded like a title. Noticing the well-trained attendants surrounding her, he pondered whether this lady was indeed Princess Pingyang, the daughter of Prince Ping. Lu Qingchuan and Amp, Oppose. His heart tightened, and he composed himself, saying, I assure you, I would not mind, and I only hope I have not been too forward. Mississippi, seeing Lu Qingchuan and Amp, Oppose, as gentle demeanor and courteous nature, Princess Pingyang felt a fondness blossom within her. She smiled radiantly at him. Your surname is Lu? There is no need for such formality, young Master Lu. I am delighted to have encountered you today to witness the dragon boat race together. Lu Qingchuan, noticing the princess and Oppose, as friendliness, relaxed considerably. His gaze remained fixed on her, and a smile graced his lips. It is indeed my honor. For a moment, Princess Pingyang was captivated, gazing at his smiling face in a daze. When she finally collected herself, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she lowered her head. Young master, shall we watch the race? Lu Qingchuan noticed the princess and Oppose, bashfulness, and assumed he had inadvertently caused her embarrassment. However, he could hardly blame himself. After all, she was likely the daughter of Prince Ping. If you do not mind, may I fetch a stool for you to sit on while we enjoy the race? Ying Chun, the maidservant behind the princess, glanced at her mistress, saw the lingering blush on her face, and nodded in agreement to young Master Lu, choosing to remain silent. They had indeed brought their own stools. After Lu Qingchuan temporarily departed, Princess Pingyang lifted her head, her eyes sparkling, and turned to Ying Chun with excitement. This young Master Lu is truly thoughtful. Ying Chun smiled gently and tactfully reminded her, Princess, it is only our first meeting. It would be wise to observe him further. I am well aware, Princess Pingyang replied. But you must have seen it too. He is undeniably polite and possesses the charm of a true gentleman. As for other matters, I shall inquire with the guards back at the estate. Seeing the princess lost in her thoughts, Ying Chun knew it was best to remain silent. After Lu Qingchuan returned with the stool for Princess Pingyang, he accompanied her by the Jinming pool for a while until a colleague summoned him away. Once Lu Qingchuan departed, Princess Pingyang found it difficult to remain. She hurried back to the royal residence with her maid and attendants, summoning the guards assigned to her by her father, instructing them to swiftly gather information about this year's top scholar, so she could learn of his age, family background, and marital status. The guards of Prince Ping's residence were quite efficient, particularly given the straightforward nature of Lu's background and circumstances. They quickly returned with the information they had uncovered. That evening, however, Princess Pingyang's spirits plummeted. She skipped dinner and tossed, and turned in bed. She felt utterly disheartened. Why had the man she had taken a liking to already been promised to another? It turned out that Shen Zhinian had not revealed the full truth that day. This top scholar was indeed her fiancé. The mere thought of it filled her with frustration. While Princess Pingyang languished in her royal abode, the third young lady of the Zhongyi Bo family and the second young lady of the Yongping Marquis family arrived to pay a visit. Despite her lackluster demeanor, Princess Pingyang permitted them entry upon hearing their announcement. Princess, you haven't been out much these days, Jiang Yitong remarked with concern upon entering the princess's courtyard and noticing her lack of enthusiasm. Princess Pingyang reclined languidly on the concubine's couch, too fatigued to rise, merely instructing her maidservants to see to the comfort of her guests. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I haven't ventured out. Jiang Yitong, anxious, inquired. Is there something troubling you, princess? Have you consulted a physician? It is nothing serious, merely an uneasy heart, which has affected my health, Princess Pingyang replied. Jiang Yitong hesitated, unsure of the cause of the princess's discontent. Was it inappropriate to visit at such a time? However, if the princess harbored feelings for the top scholar, perhaps mentioning him would lift her spirits. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured on the occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival. I happen to notice that you seemed acquainted with young Master Lu, the top scholar. Princess Pingyang and Appo's expression shifted upon hearing Lu Qingchuan and Appo's name. She froze momentarily before irritation surged within her. I do not know him. Why bring him up? Jiang Yitong, taken aback, pondered the princess and Appo's peculiar reaction. Hadn't and Appo's Tishi observed a rare display of shyness from the princess previously. Why then did her mention of Lu Qingchuan provoke such a strong response? Could there be more to the story? Regardless, it was evident that the princess held some unusual sentiments towards the top scholar. Jiang Yitong pressed on. Is your unease related to young Master Lu? Did he offend you in any way? She had initially thought that if the princess were indeed interested in Lu Qingchuan, they could fan the flames of her affections to help her secure a betrothal with him, thereby embarrassing Shen Zhinian in the process. However, if Lu Qingchuan had caused her distress, it might not be such a bad turn of events. After all, offending the princess was akin to incurring the wrath of Prince Ping, and this could complicate Shen Zhinian and Appo's future prospects. Observing the princess and Appo's state of mind, Jiang Yitong weighed her words carefully, deciding whether to speak positively or negatively about Lu Qingchuan. After several days of brooding, Princess Pingyang felt a deep-seated annoyance. Though she understood her vexation was somewhat irrational, she could not shake the feeling. Lu Qingchuan would not dare to offend me. It is merely that I became acquainted with him too late. Lu Qingchuan, you already know the full name of the top scholar? Jiang Yitong mused. To have known him late implies a sense of regret for not meeting him sooner. Jiang Yitong surmised that Princess Pingyang had likely investigated Lu Qingchuan and Appo's background. Clearly, her earlier assumptions had not been far from the truth. What does it matter when one meets, as long as there's a connection? It seems you harbor an interest in young Master Lu. Princess Pingyang straightened, gazing at Jiang Yitong with a lingering question. If one were to meet someone already engaged, how could that not be considered too late? Jiang Yitong smiled encouragingly. Please do not take offense, Princess. I merely believe that in these times, unions are often arranged hastily. Marriage is dictated by parental decisions and matchmakers, without due consideration for a woman's feelings. Such blind marriages are unlikely to yield happiness. If there is already affection, why not pursue it? After all, it is a matter that will affect one and Appo's entire life. Seeking a spouse with whom one shares a genuine connection is far superior to hastily marrying just anyone. Princess Pingyang paused, taken aback. At that moment, Yin Mingzhu grasped Jiang Yitong and Appo's intention and interjected, Princess, your noble status makes you a rare gem. Few are worthy of you. If you are inclined towards young Master Lu, he ought to be grateful for the fortune of your attention. As for others, they can seek their own partners. Princess Pingyang frowned. But would this not be unfair to other women? Princess, you possess a kind heart. In the face of true love, do not be swayed by compassion. Prioritize your own desires, Jiang Yitong advised. Chapter 35. Incitement from a young age. Pingyang had been cherished, with everything she adored readily presented to her. She seldom experienced the vexation of envying others for what she could not attain. In the past, as soon as it was known that she desired something, others would eagerly find ways to bestow it upon her. However, Lu Qingchuan was not an object to be gifted. His presence could not simply be offered. For the first time, she found herself hesitating. She had contemplated vying for his affection, especially given his gentle demeanor towards her. Securing his heart could indeed lead to a blissful union. Yet, he had already exchanged engagement tokens and formalized the betrothal, leaving little room for negotiation. If she attempted to claim him now, would she not be seen as overstepping, as arrogant? While pondering whether to pursue Lu Qingchuan, her friends Jiang Yin and Jiang Yitong's visit provided her some solace. Perhaps it would not be entirely wrong to contend for him. After all, they were merely engaged, not yet wed. Her efforts to win him over could hardly be deemed outrageous. As she continued to contemplate, Jiang Yitong, fearing her indecision, boldly employed a tactic of provocation. Are you not concerned that the falling flowers may wish for the indifferent waters? How could she be? Pingyang dismissed the notion, recalling how tenderly Lu Qingchuan had treated her during the Dragon Boat Festival. Indeed, her sister Mingzhu had astutely remarked that if the princess harbored feelings for Lu Qingchuan, he would surely be delighted at the prospect. This situation would bring joy to both the princess and Lu Qingchuan. As for Shen Zhinian's feelings, they were of little consequence. What mattered was that she was displeased. Pingyang found herself swayed by their words. However, should she decide to pursue this matter, she would first speak with Shen Zhinian. If she were to take her fiancé, she would compensate Shen Zhinian with something of value. As long as it was not excessive, she would agree. If Shen Zhinian possessed any sense, she would know how to navigate this situation. Having come to this realization, Pingyang felt no need to compromise her own desires. It was rare to encounter someone who stirred her heart, and if not now, when would she act? Suddenly, she felt invigorated and invited Jiang Yin and Jiang Yitong to stay for lunch at the royal residence. Observing the renewed determination in their princess, Jiang Yitong and Yin Mingzhu believed that a delightful spectacle awaited them. Surely, Shen Zhinian would struggle to compete with this formidable presence. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian was not concerned with contending against the formidable presence. Recently, she had been gathering gifts. Feeling indebted to the young lady from the Duke of England's household for her kindness during the Dragon Boat Festival, she was determined to prepare a formal token of gratitude. Lacking knowledge of Wen Lingren's preferences, she relied on items she had seen Wen Yunjing purchase during their previous outings. Ultimately, Shen Zhinian selected a rosewood jewelry box inlaid with precious stones and a box of the newly released Ganlu cakes from Qingxiang's High, before sending a visiting card to the Duke of England's residence. At that time, Wen Lingren was at the Duke's residence, being instructed in intricate etiquette by her governess. After a long day, she finally found respite. Upon receiving the visiting card from the maid Jishu, she maintained an impassive facade while examining it multiple times. On the day Shen Zhinian arrived, she had specifically taken leave from her governess, allowing Jishu and Mahua to prepare an abundance of delicacies. When she caught sight of Shen Zhinian at the entrance, her eyes brightened. "Miss Wen, it is a pleasure to see you again," Shen Zhinian greeted warmly. "Wen Lingren," she replied coolly. Shen Zhinian paused, then realized this was an invitation to address her by her given name. "Lingren, may I call you that?" When Lingren nodded, she instructed Chun Tao to present the gifts she had brought. "Lingren, you aided me during the Dragon Boat Festival, and I have always remembered your kindness. I came today not for any other reason, but to express my gratitude with these gifts." When Lingren regarded the jewelry box and the box of Ganlu cakes, realizing that she had indeed been remembered. "You have already thanked me," when Lingren replied earnestly, fixing her gaze on Shen Zhinian. "Are you referring to the longevity thread I gifted you? That does not count. Today's gifts are specifically chosen for a young lady. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall procure it for you." Though when siblings had assisted her greatly, acquiring a few items was hardly a burden. "Then I shall accept them." When Lingren no longer declined, allowing Jishu to take the jewelry box while she laid out the Ganlu cakes. "Let's enjoy them together." Shen Zhinian felt a smile tugging at her lips. At least the pastries were well received, for Wen Lingren indeed seemed to relish them. "Do you know my brother?" Wen Lingren could not resist probing further. "The heir? I have indeed met him a few times. What do you think of my brother?" Wen Lingren continued her inquiry. Shen Zhinian, noticing her rare eagerness to converse, responded in kind. "Although my interactions with the heir have been limited, I can discern that he possesses a kind heart. Recently, he has been of great assistance to me. My brother often praises the heir's martial prowess and exceptional skills." Wen Lingren felt a flicker of pride at her brother's commendation. "That is only natural. My brother is indeed General Ning Yuan, who has fought on the battlefield." Shen Zhinian nodded with a smile. "My brother is also remarkably handsome, captivating beyond compare. He is quite popular among the ladies." When Lingren continued to extol her brother's virtues, Shen Zhinian nodded again, though she found herself puzzled by the purpose of this conversation. "He is still unengaged." When Lingren added, "Indeed, this is true." This time, Shen Zhinian did not merely nod. She directly inquired, "Lingren, are you hoping that I might assist you in finding a suitable match for your brother?" When Lingren, While it was indeed her intention to seek a match, could she not do so herself? Unaware of Wen Lingren's subtle discontent, Shen Zhinian continued, I could certainly help in this regard, but ultimately, it will depend on your brother's preferences. Furthermore, has the lady of the house already selected any potential candidates? Though the current lady of the Duke was their stepmother, she would inevitably engage in these matters. Given her title, Wen Lingren had already been betrothed to the third prince, while her brother, Wen Yunjing, remained unengaged. One would expect the Duke to feel urgency and thus encourage their stepmother to expedite the process. Shen Zhinian recalled that in her previous life, Wen Yunjing had also become engaged and married during this very year. The Duke's old lady's birthday banquet would likely occur at the end of summer, coinciding with Jiang Yitong's incident. Thinking of Jiang Yitong, she felt a tinge of sympathy for Wen Yunjing in her past life. Perhaps she should find an opportunity to alert him? As Shen Zhinian's thoughts drifted, Wen Lingren scoffed. She would hardly put in her utmost effort to assist us siblings. Shen Zhinian snapped back to reality, realizing Wen Lingren was referring to the lady of the Duke. She sighed inwardly. It seemed their stepmother was not particularly considerate towards them. Feeling a surge of compassion for Wen Lingren, Shen Zhinian reassured her, the old lady will certainly take care to assist your brother in matters of marriage. After a moment, recalling her earlier promise, she added, of course, I will also keep an eye out, though ultimately it will be the old lady who makes the final decision. Wen Lingren, feeling anxious, did not require Shen Zhinian's assistance with anyone else. She believed Shen Zhinian would suffice. Most importantly, she felt her brother would surely take a liking to her. Chapter 36. The Wen siblings, I think you are quite wonderful, Wen Lingren candidly expressed. Shen Zhinian was taken aback, momentarily flustered by her words. Are you unwilling? Wen Lingren appeared somewhat disheartened. Was it possible that she was unaware of my current situation? Although she would eventually call off the engagement, at present, she was still a betrothed woman. Wen Lingren seemed perplexed. At that moment, Chun Tao, who had been observing, hurriedly approached to clarify. Miss Wen, my young lady is already engaged. Engaged? Wen Lingren was genuinely unaware of this. She seldom attended social gatherings and rarely made an effort to connect with others. It was only recently that she learned about Shen Zhinian, and she had not anticipated that she was already promised to someone. A pang of regret struck her on behalf of her brother. I and Amp, Oppos. I'm sorry, I didn't and Amp, Oppos, Tino before, Wen Lingren murmured to Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian shook her head. There is no need for you to feel guilty, Lingren. She found the girl rather amusing, likely because her mother had passed away, leaving her particularly concerned about her brother and Oppos' marriage. How fortunate was Wen Yunqing to have such a sister. In the capital, there were many well-educated young ladies, and a young master of his stature need not worry about finding a match. Lingren would be better off focusing on her own future, for she would need to tread carefully once she entered the royal family. In her previous life, Shen Zhinian had little interaction with Wen Lingren, only knowing that this ethereal beauty had perished shortly after her marriage. If memory served her correctly, it had occurred during the war involving her brother. The third prince was away leading troops into battle, while his bride in the capital had suffered an unexpected demise. She had merely lamented the fragility of beauty at the time and had not given it much thought. Now that she had formed a connection with Wen Lingren, she felt a twinge of sympathy and could not help but wish to offer a warning to this young woman. I understand, Wen Lingren admitted, feeling somewhat uneasy about the engagement. It was said that the match had been personally arranged by the third prince's mother, Empress Shu, who had sought the emperor's approval. Wen Lingren, who rarely ventured outside, was unclear as to why she had caught the empress's eye. Of course, even if she were aware, she could not defy the imperial decree. Let's not dwell on that. If you enjoy Ganlu cakes, I shall bring some for you next time, Shen Zhinian suggested. Noticing the confusion in Wen Lingren and Oppos' expression, she decided to steer their conversation towards lighter topics. Very well. Even when I go to the third prince and Oppos' residence, you may come to visit me often, Wen Lingren proposed, contemplating their potential friendship in lieu of sisterhood. Shen Zhinian smiled in response. Naturally. If I find myself frequently visiting you, please do not hold it against me for being bothersome. Wen Lingren could not help but smile in return. How could I? She relished being called Aran by Shen Zhinian, feeling a warmth spread in her heart. May I call you Anian? Wen Lingran asked, recalling Shen Zhinian's name. Of course. The two young women felt a shared joy in having found a new friend. After leaving the Duke of England's residence, Shen Zhinian resumed her lessons in royal etiquette with the teaching matron. Upon returning to her room, she was surprised to find Wen Yinqing there. Brother, is there something you wish to discuss? Wen Yinqing pondered briefly before asking. I heard that Miss Shen visited you today? He had been taken aback when Chang Fu mentioned it, recalling how Shen Zhinian had previously asked Iran to pass along a token. When had these two become so familiar with each other? Yes, she came to play, Wen Lingran confirmed. Wen Yinqing raised an eyebrow. You seem to be in good spirits. Indeed, I had a pleasant day, Wen Lingran admitted without hesitation. Miss Shen merely came to visit? Wen Yinqing inquired, his gaze scrutinizing her. Wen Lingran glanced at her brother and replied nonchalantly, of course. She didn't bring anything? He pressed further. Wen Lingran chuckled softly. Oh, she did bring a gift. But it was for me. She would take care of the jewelry box herself, and she had already enjoyed the Ganlu cakes. Since she could not facilitate a connection between her brother and Shen Zhinian, she decided it best to keep her gifts for herself. Oh, Wen Yinqing replied succinctly. Noticing her brother fall into silence once more, Wen Lingran asked, Is that all you wish to inquire about? How have your lessons with the matron been progressing? Wen Yinqing shifted the topic. Fairly well. There are so many intricate customs to observe in the royal court. It will take some time to master, Wen Lingran replied. Seeing his sister's nonchalant demeanor, Wen Yinqing felt a pang of concern. Their mother had passed away early, and he had often been away, leaving Iran to navigate the solitude of the household. In her youth, she had been lively and cheerful, but after their mother's death, she had grown increasingly reserved and cold, only occasionally allowing herself to be more open in his presence. Although Jingyan was a trustworthy ally, Iran's previous marriage had ended tragically. Now that he had returned, he could not alter the fate that had been bestowed upon his sister, but he could certainly strive to protect her from future calamities. Once she became a princess, she must exercise utmost caution. She must learn all the necessary protocols so as not to give others leverage against her or fall into their traps. He cautioned her to maintain a safe distance from the other princes and their wives. In his past life, when Yinqing had been on the battlefield, unaware of the details surrounding his sister's suffering, he only knew that after returning wounded, he found her gone, and the crown prince had been deposed. He had been powerless to uncover the truth and avenge her, as he had been exiled due to the war. It was he and Jing Yin who had failed to protect Iran. Wen Lingran felt a sense of discomfort at the pity evident on her brother and Appo's face. You and Anian are alike. Both of you have spoken to me about such matters today. Miss Shen mentioned it as well. Yes. She advised me to be cautious upon entering the royal court, Wen Lingran replied. Wen Yinqing did not press further, surmising that Shen Zhinian believed that once one entered the palace, they would be in deep waters, and one must tread carefully in royal affairs. What she says is wise. You should heed her words, he advised. I understand. I shall try to spend more time with Miss Shen, Wen Lingran responded, casting another glance at her brother's handsome visage, feeling a sense of regret that Anian could not become her sister-in-law. What do you lament? It seems I accidentally let that slip, Wen Lingran said, sticking out her tongue. It is nothing. I simply regret having met Anian too late. Since these two were fated to be apart, there was nothing more to be done. Well, it is never too late to get acquainted. There will be ample time in the future, Wen Yinqing replied, leaving without extracting more information about Shen Zhinian from his sister. On his way back to Lin Xian Hall, he recalled Shen Zhinian and Appo's earlier request and turned to Chang Fu. It has been a few days since we sent word to Lin Chuan, has it not? Chang Fu quickly replied, calculating the days. Chang Gui should have received the message by now. He is likely already inquiring about the top scholar's cousin. Chang Gui was clever. It would not be long before he would respond. Once we receive a reply, inform me at once, Wen Yinqing instructed. Understood, Chang Fu acknowledged. Additionally, have you found those 2 skilled female guards I requested? They have been located and will soon be assigned to the young lady, Chang Fu assured. Ensure they keep a watchful eye on her safety at all times, Wen Yinqing added, and Chang Fu promptly agreed. Chapter 37. The contest for affection after Shen Zhinian returned from the British Duke and Appo's residence. She spent a few leisurely days at home. One day, she received an invitation from Princess Pingyang, which took her by surprise. Although she had interacted with the princess on several occasions, they had yet to establish a profound friendship. The sudden invitation to the Prince of Ping's estate for a flower viewing piqued her curiosity. Nevertheless, she resolved to accept the invitation, for one must face challenges as they come. Accompanied by Chun Tao and Chun Xing, Shen Zhinian arrived at the grand and imposing residence of the Prince of Ping on the appointed day. However, the princess seemed disinterested in showing her the sights, leading her instead to a pavilion by the water where she engaged Shen Zhinian in conversation. "How have you been, dear sister Zhinian?" Princess Pingyang inquired, summoning a maid to serve tea before dismissing all attendants, including Chun Tao and Chun Xing. Sister Zhinian was and oppose. Tea she referred to as mission before? Was there something she sought that required discretion? Shen Zhinian smiled lightly. "I have been well of late. Does the princess have something she wishes for me to assist with?" Princess Pingyang, seeing Shen Zhinian's direct approach, decided to be forthright. Since she had resolved to pursue her heart's desire, there was no point in withholding her intentions. "Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, I fortuitously encountered a gentleman of exquisite demeanor by the Jinming Pond, and I found myself captivated by his gentlemanly grace and courtesy." After a brief pause, Shen Zhinian sensed the princess awaited her response. "Your openness is commendable, princess. It is rare to encounter someone who boldly expresses their affections in this world. I truly admire this." Yet, she wondered how this matter concerned her. Shen Zhinian had an inkling of the connection, and indeed, what Wenli had foretold had come to pass. Princess Pingyang nodded, revealing the identity of her beloved. "He is none other than Lu Xiuquan of the Hamlin Academy, whom you mentioned before." Shen Zhinian could hardly contain her amusement. How noble of the princess to pursue her affections so boldly, regardless of existing engagements. Clearly, Princess Pingyang had investigated the relationship between Lu Xiuquan and herself. If she still harbored feelings for her betrothed, would she not become a victim in this scenario? With a gentle smile, Shen Zhinian asked, "What does the princess imply by this?" Princess Pingyang frowned at Shen Zhinian's smile, as though she were a tyrant. "Shen Zhinian, I am aware of your engagement to him, but surely it is merely a matter of parental arrangement? If you relinquish him to me, I can offer you compensation in return." Shen Zhinian burst into laughter. It was so amusing. "Nothing. I merely commend the princess for her boldness. To pursue one's beloved so actively is indeed the epitome of a refined gentleman and a virtuous lady. Just tell me whether you agree or not." Princess Pingyang recognized the audacity of her request, but felt that initiating a conversation with Shen Zhinian was a fair approach. Besides, she had not explicitly denied the possibility of compensation. "Are you truly prepared to offer me what I desire?" Shen Zhinian did not directly answer the princess's question, but sought confirmation of her earlier statement. With an air of arrogance, Princess Pingyang cast a glance at Shen Zhinian. "Naturally, as long as your requests are not too outrageous or difficult to fulfill, I can accommodate you." Shen Zhinian nodded and gazed intently at the princess. "Yes, you. I will not make excessive demands. For now, I cannot think of what I might need, so I dare to request a promise from you. Should I think of something later, I shall convey it then. Would that be acceptable?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Princess Pingyang and Appo's face. This arrangement felt somewhat akin to incurring a debt. Shen Zhinian reassured her, "This request will not cause harm to you or your family." Princess Pingyang pondered whether to agree. Shen Zhinian, not pressing her, took a sip of tea, allowing a genuine smile to surface. This visit had indeed proven worthwhile, with Princess Pingyang intervening. Her engagement with Lu Xiuquan was likely to falter. Furthermore, she might secure a promise from the princess, a delightful, unexpected turn. Seeing Shen Zhinian's calm demeanor, Princess Pingyang steeled herself and replied, "Very well." She added hastily, "But it must not involve any unlawful activities." She was no fool, unwilling to tarnish her own hands for Shen Zhinian and Appo's sake. "Of course," Shen Zhinian responded warmly. "For the sake of fairness, might we draft a written agreement?" Princess Pingyang bristled. "Shen Zhinian, do not push your luck." Feigning a pained smile, Shen Zhinian implored, "I ask for your understanding, princess. This annulment requires me to persuade my parents. and seeking another match afterward will take time. The rumors in the capital could spiral out of control. Feeling somewhat guilty about her intentions to pursue Shen Zhinian's betrothed, Princess Pingyang's earlier anger dissipated. Shen Zhinian pressed on, "This written agreement would also guarantee the commitments I just made to you. Would that not serve as a safeguard for you as well?" After contemplating, Princess Pingyang found merit in Shen Zhinian's reasoning. "Fine, I agree." Shen Zhinian smiled gently. "You must act swiftly to annul your engagement with Lu Qingchuan and sever ties." Princess Pingyang nodded. "I will discuss this with my parents. You can await news. What is your plan for discussing this with your parents?" Princess Pingyang suddenly expressed concern, fearing any missteps could damage Lu Xiuchuan's reputation and her own. Shen Zhinian looked at her in surprise. "Is there something you wish to advise me on, Princess? Simply state that you have no interest in Lu Xiuchuan and do not wish to marry him. Avoid mentioning anything else, do not involve me, nor fabricate any negative tales about him." Shen Zhinian chuckled softly, realizing how deeply the princess was invested in Lu Qingchuan's reputation. "I can only promise not to spread baseless rumors. However, some truths may inevitably surface. If I follow your advice, my parents might perceive me as willful, complicating the annulment. Rest assured, this matter will not leave the Shen residence." After a moment's contemplation, Princess Pingyang conceded that it was of little consequence. What she desired was merely the son of the Minister of Rights. Presenting him to her on a silver platter would be of no issue. "Very well. Proceed to resolve this matter swiftly." "Certainly. Would the princess like to fetch some writing materials? We should draft the agreement." Before the annulment, securing this written promise was essential. Princess Pingyang summoned a servant to retrieve the necessary writing tools. The two composed the agreement, each retaining a copy, both satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 38 Discussion. After leaving the residence of the Prince of Ping, Shen Zhinian's smile lingered on her face. Once she entered the carriage, Chuanxing, noticing her mistress's cheerful demeanor, could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Miss, that princess does not seem easy to deal with. How is it that after speaking with her, you remain in such high spirits?" Shen Zhinian's lips curled into a smile, regardless of whether she is easy to converse with. "The important thing is that I have not come off worse. Moreover, not only has she not suffered, but she has also reaped significant benefits." At that moment, Shen Zhinian sincerely expressed her gratitude towards Princess Pingyang. Chuntao, observing the joyful exchange between her mistress and Chuanxing, recalled that her mistress had instructed her to keep certain documents safe and speculated that it must be related to this matter. She silently resolved to ensure they were well hidden and never lost. Upon returning home, Shen Zhinian found that it was still early afternoon. Shen Mu was likely resting, and Shen Fu had yet to return from his duties. She did not rush to find her parents, but instructed Chuntao to inform her mother that she would visit later in the evening to discuss some matters. As the sun set, Shen Zhinian arrived punctually at Wenhua Courtyard. Shen Mu, having received Chuantao's message in the afternoon, was somewhat surprised. What could be so important that it required her husband's presence in the discussion? After Shen Fu returned home, they had dinner together, and after exchanging a few words, Shen Zhinian entered the room. Upon entering, Shen Zhinian greeted her parents respectfully. "Anian, come sit. Have you had your dinner?" Shen Mu beckoned her daughter to sit beside her. Shen Zhinian took her seat and replied with a bright smile, "I have eaten on my way here. You wanted to discuss something with your father and me?" Shen Mu observed her daughter's cheerful expression, sensing that it must be something positive. Shen Fu also looked at her with a smile, both eagerly awaiting her words. "Father, mother, I have come to discuss the engagement with the Lu family. I wish to withdraw from the marriage," Shen Zhinian stated directly. The smile faded from Shen Fu's face. Shen Mu, taken aback for a moment, recalled her daughter's earlier remarks after she had fallen ill. Could it be that these thoughts had already taken root in her mind then? Before she could inquire further, Shen Fu's stern expression broke the silence. "Marriage is not a trifling matter. My daughter, I can overlook your occasional caprices in trivial matters. But how can you treat something so significant so carelessly?" Seeing her father's anger, Shen Mu gently patted his hand, signaling him to allow her to speak. "Anian, please explain to us earnestly why you wish to break off the engagement." Having previously tested her daughter and Appo's inclinations, she was now met with a more direct proposition. She understood her daughter well. While she might be playful at times, she would not act recklessly on matters of great importance. Her determination must surely have a valid reason. Shen Zhinian did not hold back, explaining to her parents, "Today, I was summoned by Princess Pingyang, who frankly expressed her interest in Lu Qingchuan and urged me to withdraw from this engagement." Preposterous. Shen Fu slammed his hand on the table, visibly more enraged than before. Yet this time, his ire was directed not at his daughter, but rather at Princess Pingyang. What kind of upbringing has the Prince of Ping provided? To simply choose someone at will, disregarding existing engagements? After a moment, he reassured his daughter, "You need not acquiesce in this matter. Regardless, such behavior is contrary to propriety. The Prince of Ping is being excessively overbearing. I shall bring this matter before the Emperor. Even if the prince is a royal relative, I doubt the Emperor would condone such actions." Shen Mu was equally astonished by the princess's outrageous behavior. Looking at her daughter with concern, she said, "Anian, do not be afraid. Let your father think of a solution. If necessary, I shall seek assistance from your maternal grandfather and uncle to support you." Shen Zhinian hastily comforted her parents. "Father, mother, please do not rush to conclusions. While it was the princess who proposed this, I am also willing to comply." Seeing Shen Mu about to speak, Shen Zhinian quickly interjected, "Here is my reasoning. The fact that Princess Pingyang has taken a liking to Lu Qingchuan is undeniable. Since this is the case, why should we engage in a futile struggle that could lead to mutual ruin? You mentioned that if this matter escalates, the Emperor would not permit it. But would he truly wish to see the scandal of his royal relatives broadcasted far and wide? Even if we manage to preserve this engagement, it may ultimately incur the Emperor's displeasure. Secondly, our families do not share a particularly deep bond with the Lu family. Even if you hold Lu Qingchuan in high regard, must we risk offending the Prince of Ping and incurring the Emperor into Oppo's wrath just to salvage this engagement? I understand that you feel reluctant to see your daughter's engagement compromised and want to defend my honor, but my connection with Lu Qingchuan was merely arranged by our parents, devoid of any deep affection. There are countless men in this world. Why should I cling to this one? I bear no ill will toward him and do not wish to compete with anyone, so you need not worry about me suffering any grievances. Lastly, I have gained favor from the princess in this arrangement. She desires to claim the top scholar, but she does not do so empty-handed. If we manage to dissolve the engagement without causing unpleasantness, the princess may attain the one she desires, and you need not offend the Prince of Ping. I would emerge with benefits. Is that not a win-win situation?" Shen Mu was momentarily at a loss for words, and Shen Fu fell into silence for a while. Shen Zhinian took a few sips of tea, giving her parents time to process the information. Shen Mu was the first to regain her composure. She cleared her throat and quietly asked, "Is there truly no room for negotiation? Does Princess Pingyang feel it is imperative to have Lu Qingchuan?" After a brief hesitation, she added, "Have you considered Lu Qingchuan as prospective? I observed that he seemed quite invested in this engagement. If he has no interest in Princess Pingyang and rejects her, would this not resolve the matter?" Shen Zhinian did not believe Lu Qingchuan would refuse Princess Pingyang for her sake. In her previous life, he had little choice but to accept her, as she was the best option among those available to him. Now, with the sudden emergence of Princess Pingyang so enamored with him, it was likely that he would abandon her at the first opportunity. Rather than waiting for him to take the initiative to break off the engagement, it would be more prudent for her to act first. "Mother, have you considered that if Lu Qingchuan learns of Princess Pingyang and Oppo's intentions and wishes to pursue that connection, he might end up breaking off the engagement himself? How would people speak of my reputation then?" Shen Zhinian understood that her parents held a deep trust in Lu Qingchuan, but this trust could not outweigh the weight of her own sentiments in their hearts. Presenting this possibility, she hoped to elicit their sympathy and deter them from allowing her to enter such a predicament. Shen Mu's face reflected a hint of sorrow. How do we end up in such a predicament? She glanced at Shen Fu, seeking his guidance. The minister had never anticipated that the future son-in-law he had so carefully chosen would become a source of turmoil. "Let me first speak privately with Qingchuan. There is no need for your mother to personally go and break off the engagement. If it truly must come to an end, I will ensure you are not subjected to public scrutiny in the future." Chapter 39. Adding fuel to the fire with a heavy sigh. Father Shen continued, in this matter, Qingchuan could be considered a victim as well. Although you, Anian, have pointed out a possibility that cannot be dismissed, we must not leap to negative conclusions about others. Qingchuan is of upright character. Even if the two families cannot unite in marriage, he will not act in a manner that is too disgraceful. Out of respect for the kindness I have shown him, Shen Zhinian felt a sense of helplessness. Her father still wished to converse with Lu Qingchuan. Mother Shen interjected, cautioning her husband, if the negotiations ultimately fail, this engagement will still need to be withdrawn by our family. You must remember that. Disappointed, Shen Zhinian understood that this matter would not be easily resolved. However, it was of little consequence. News from the son of the British Duke would arrive soon. Seeing her daughter's despondent expression, Mother Shen grasped her hand and reassured her, do not be disheartened, Anian. Your father and I simply wish to shield you from any injustice. Shen Zhinian refrained from further comments, smiling obediently, I am not aggrieved, mother. Nevertheless, since her father was determined to speak with Lu Qingchuan, she reiterated, I believe Lu Qingchuan would not wish to offend the Ping Prince. If he displays any reluctance during your discussion, let this engagement be abandoned. I do not wish to force anything. I hope you and father can understand. Having said this, she did not linger, returning to her own courtyard. Once Shen Zhinian departed, Mother Shen, wearing a worried expression, turned to her husband. Anian has not directly rejected the engagement. Perhaps she is somewhat upset. Father Shen paused, acknowledging that she was not at fault. Yet, he felt a sense of unwillingness for her to let go of the matter so easily, particularly since Qingchuan might not be as opportunistic as Anian suggested. Reflecting on his daughter's words, he inquired of his wife, when has Anian harbored any prejudice against Qingchuan? Mother Shen pondered, after her recent bout with illness. She did mention the need to consider this marriage carefully. At the time, there was no incident concerning the princess, and I thought she was simply anxious. Father Shen expressed confusion. Previously, you mentioned that Anian was quite fond of him. I thought we must secure this engagement at all costs. Now, however, I am unclear about our daughter's true feelings. Mother Shen shared her concerns. Ever since this engagement was arranged, Anian does not seem particularly happy. Now that the Pingyang princess intends to snatch him away, should we not acquiesce to her wishes? I shall act according to the circumstances. If Qingchuan is not steadfast in his feelings for Anian, even if she has no intention of withdrawing, we must still rescind this engagement. Father Shen concluded decisively. Shen Zhinian did not remain disheartened for long. She viewed the situation from the perspective of having lived a second life. It was only natural for her parents to react as they did. In truth, matters were progressing, and she should feel a sense of joy. She contemplated what further action she could take and sent someone to Qingfeng courtyard to summon her brother for a conversation. Unable to approach Wen Yunjing directly, she decided to inquire about the developments through her brother. Not long after, Chun Tao encountered Shen Qianshun on his way to Shaowang courtyard and promptly brought him back to the residence. Anian, I was just looking for you as well. Shen Qianshun exclaimed excitedly as he entered the room. Seeing a letter in his hand, Shen Zhinian asked in surprise, what is it? Shen Qianshun handed the letter to his sister, his face alight with joy. Yunjing sent me this letter today, saying it's from Lin Chuan and instructed me to bring it to you as soon as possible. A smile blossomed on his Shen Zhinian's face as she took the letter. Let me see. She read quickly, and her smile widened even further. Shen Qianshun, curious, asked, what does it say? Let me show you, she replied, eager to share. I told you my dream was an omen, didn't I? Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Zhinian revealed her intentions to enlist her brother's support in reigniting her parents' enthusiasm. Shen Qianshun, having her permission, swiftly read the letter, but his expression gradually darkened. Since Lu Qingchuan has an ambiguous relationship with his cousin, it is best to abandon this engagement. Seeing her brother's anger, Shen Zhinian felt a sense of delight and comforted him. There is no need to be upset, brother. I have already spoken to our parents today about withdrawing from the engagement with Lu Qingchuan. Shen Qianshun was taken aback. You mentioned this before reading the letter? Yes, and there is something else I have not yet told you. The Pingyang princess has set her sights on Lu Qingchuan and wishes for me to step aside. How did the Pingyang princess come into this? Shen Qianshun frowned. In a cheerful tone, Shen Zhinian replied, is it not so? The esteemed Lu Qingchuan has both a childhood sweetheart who quietly supports him and a stunning princess pursuing him. I shall not involve myself. Shen Zhinian playfully tapped his sister's head. How can you be so carefree? You are utterly untroubled. With that, he took her by the hand. Let us go find our parents and discuss this further. Shen Zhinian initially believed news from Linchuan would take a few days to arrive, and she would approach her parents later. She was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly matters unfolded, truly a delightful turn of events. By addressing both matters simultaneously, regardless of whether their father still wished to speak with Lu Qingchuan, the engagement was certain to be dissolved. The Shen siblings made their way to Wenhua courtyard. Father and Mother Shen had intended to rest, but, upon hearing from the servants, quickly donned their outer garments and went to the outer chamber. Is there something else, Anian? Why has Qianqian joined you? Mother Shen noticed her daughter's second visit to the courtyard, this time accompanied by her brother. Shen Zhinian greeted them, linking her arm through her mother's, her demeanor radiating joyfulness. Mother Shen patted her daughter's hand, relieved to see her spirits lifted. Earlier, she had feared that her child would harbor resentment, but now it was evident that she bore little ill will. Father, Mother, let us withdraw the engagement with Lu Qingchuan. Anian should not have to endure any grievances in the Lu family. Shen Zhinian spoke first. Father and Mother Shen exchanged glances, both offering wry smiles, realizing the matter was still at hand and that Shen Zhinian was aware of it. Father Shen sighed. Rest assured, your mother and I intend to speak with Lu Qingchuan first. What more is there to discuss? With a cousin aspiring to be a favored concubine and the Pingyang princess eyeing him, why should we subject Anian to any hardships within the Lu family? The straightforward Shen Zhinian believed this matter required no further contemplation. Mother Shen, taken aback by her son's words, asked, a cousin aspiring to be a favored concubine? What is this about? Turning to her daughter, she urged, Anian, you explain. Your brother speaks without clarity. Gently stroking her mother's arm, Shen Zhinian replied, I only recently learned of this. My brother, concerned for my well-being, sent a friend to Linchuan to investigate the Lu family, fearing there might be complications. To our surprise, it was discovered that Lu Qingchuan has a childhood sweetheart who is, in essence, a half-master of the Lu household. This information comes from my brother and aunt, Appo's, as friend. You may read it as well. Shen Zhinian handed over Wen Yunjing's letter. Chapter 40. Breaking off the engagement, Mr. Shen hastily scanned the letter handed to him, and his countenance turned a shade of iron gray. Upon finishing, he passed the letter to Mrs. Shen, who, after a cursory glance, also wore a grave expression. She slammed the letter onto the table, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? Wasn't it said that our family is uncomplicated, and there have been no past entanglements in our hometown? Mr. Shen remained silent, his face stern. One of the primary reasons they had chosen Lu Qingchuan was the assurance of a family free from chaos. Lu's father had not taken a concubine, and Lu Qingchuan had pledged to marry only Anian. This was deemed the most suitable match for their daughter. Their daughter, with a touch of innocence and influenced by her parents, held high expectations for her future partner. Although Mr. Shen had never taken a concubine himself, he was aware that such men were rare, and many regarded his daughter's ideals as unrealistic. Nonetheless, as her parents, they felt it was their duty to concern themselves with her marital prospects, striving to find the best match possible. They had meticulously selected a promising family with a reputable lineage. A lesser family background was acceptable. Their daughter would still be held in high esteem after marrying into it, especially since the other party had promised not to take multiple wives. They believed this marriage to be a rare opportunity. Who could have anticipated that some individuals merely spoke sweetly without substance? Were it not for the confidence bestowed by Lu Qingchuan or his family, would Lu's cousin have willingly awaited her opportunity to enter the capital as a concubine? Mr. Shen recalled a recent conversation with Lu Qingchuan, who had mentioned wanting to set a date for the engagement, only to later claim the date was not yet determined, his words elusive. At the time, he had not given it much thought, especially since Mrs. Shen had previously quarreled with him over the matter, prompting him to refrain from pressing further. In hindsight, it seemed that the young man had been hesitant, likely concealing something significant. Enough of this. My dear wife, Please arrange a visit to formally break off the engagement, Mr. Shen sighed, his resolve firm. Mrs. Shen concurred, noting that the gifts previously sent were still stored away and could be returned in full. Upon witnessing her parents relent, Shen Zhinian felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart, momentarily overwhelmed with joy. Mrs. Shen, seeing her daughter's cheerful countenance, lamented her naivety. My dear child, how can you still smile in the face of such misfortune? Dear mother, you are mistaken. Thankfully, we have not yet married, which I consider a stroke of good fortune. It allowed us to uncover these issues before any binding commitments were made, thus sparing us from future regrets. How can this be deemed misfortune? I feel incredibly fortunate, Shen Zhinian expressed earnestly. Shen chimed in, indeed. It is a blessing that the marriage has not yet occurred. Observing their daughter and Appo's optimistic outlook, Mr. and Mrs. Shen felt their worries dissipate. Since the situation had unfolded, they resolved to look forward rather than dwell on the past. With this suitor eliminated, they could simply seek out another. That evening, the Shen family officially decided to break off the engagement with the Liu family. Having reached this conclusion, Mrs. Shen wasted no time and the following morning sent someone to the scholar and Appo's residence to deliver a formal notice. Liu Qingchuan was attending to duties at the Hamlin Academy, leaving only Liu's mother at home. Upon receiving Mrs. Shen's notice, she hurriedly instructed her servants to prepare the residence for the esteemed guests, ensuring that both the interior and exterior were impeccably arranged and that an array of delicacies was prepared for their reception. Liu and Appo's mother, hailing from a modest background, had met Mrs. Shen a few times due to the engagement. As the wife of a high-ranking official, Mrs. Shen's refined demeanor and noble lineage hinted at a life of comfort, and she exuded an air of elegance, suggesting that she had never endured hardship. Liu's mother felt somewhat uneasy in the presence of her future mother-in-law, as they were of similar age. Yet Mrs. Shen appeared significantly younger. A pang of bitterness arose within her. The disparity in their circumstances was palpable, stemming from the fortune of birth and the difference in their lifestyles. What could the esteemed Mrs. Shen possibly want today? Liu's mother pondered, her thoughts swirling. Could it be that the delay in setting a date had offended the scholar's residence? After the incident with Liu Daxian, she had consulted other masters, only to find that the couple's horoscopes did not clash. Still, she harbored doubts and wished to seek further confirmation, which had caused delays. Just days ago, her son had urged her to expedite matters, and now it seemed the time for procrastination had passed. As Liu's mother remained lost in thought, Mrs. Shen had already arrived outside the scholar's residence. Upon being announced, Liu's mother personally went out to welcome Mrs. Shen inside. After Mrs. Shen settled into her seat, Liu's mother offered tea and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "What brings you to our residence today, Mrs. Shen?" Mrs. Shen, opting not to sip her tea, pondered briefly before deciding against unnecessary pleasantries. "Mrs. Liu, to speak candidly, I have come to discuss the engagement between our families." Liu and Appo's mother's heart sank. Was this truly about hastening the engagement? Mrs. Shen wished to avoid a spectacle, but also wanted to shield her daughter from blame. So she continued straightforwardly. "It has come to my attention that Liu Xiaozhu has a cousin in your hometown with whom he shares a deep bond. During his years of diligent study, it was this cousin who cared for the Liu family. After thorough discussions with my husband regarding our daughter, we have concluded that, given Liu Xiaozhu's profound attachment to another, our daughter should not be entangled in this situation." Liu's mother was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a request to hasten the engagement, but rather a proposal to break it off? Regaining her composure, she asked for clarification. "Are you suggesting that our families will not proceed with the engagement?" Mrs. Shen nodded and added, "I have brought the engagement documents and dowry list today. Please verify that the gifts are in order. If everything is in order, we can mutually agree to dissolve this engagement. The Shen family will return all the gifts in full, and should there be any other expenses incurred on your end, please inform us, and the Shen family will ensure no financial matters are overlooked." Liu's mother was at a loss for words. Her son had been so invested in this union, and now, suddenly, the other party was withdrawing. How was she to respond? Although she had her reservations about the engagement, she felt unable to make unilateral decisions and cautiously replied, "Why the sudden change? While it is true that he has a cousin, I assure you that she would not overshadow Miss Shen's position. Mrs. Shen coldly scoffed inwardly. Would not overshadow? It appears they indeed intend to give the cousin a formal status, which contradicts Lu Qingchuan and Appo's, as previous promises. Mrs. Lu, my husband and I have no other demands regarding Anyin's marriage. We simply wish for her to marry someone who is devoted. She possesses a simple nature, and we do not want her future to be plagued by the complications of multiple wives, as she is not suited to be the kind of gracious and magnanimous matriarch. Lu and Appo's mother could not help but scoff internally. The Shen family was indeed pretentious. Mistress Shen, is it not normal for men to take multiple wives? If you view marriage in such a light, it may not bode well for your daughter. Chapter 41. A heart-to-heart between mother and daughter. Madame Shen's expression grew cold, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes as she cast a glance at Madame Lu. She replied slowly, "This matter is no longer of concern to Madame Lu. If you wish to arrange for your son to have multiple wives, you are free to do so. The Shen family will not participate." Madame Shen's resolve to withdraw from the engagement only strengthened. Seeing the irritation on her counterpart's face, Madame Lu recognized her faux pas. Although she felt disdainful, she did not dare to offend the minister's wife too severely. With a forced smile, she offered an apology. "I misspoke. Madame Shen, please do not be angry. I truly meant well. Jealousy is a great folly among women, and it ultimately harms only oneself." She then lamented, "My Chuan is not one to be fickle. He genuinely wishes to marry your esteemed daughter. He has never expressed any other intentions. As for my niece, she is a pitiable child, orphaned at a young age. She came to live with us and has endured much hardship. She is dutiful and understanding, wishing only to serve in the Lu household to repay our kindness. If you and Miss Shen are averse to the idea of concubines, we can simply have her remain as a maid to attend to Chuan. Isn't this concession sufficient?" Reflecting on how the engagement was decidedly unfavorable for her family, and having to agree to such demands, Madame Lu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Madame Shen let out a cold laugh. "It seems Madame Lu does not comprehend the situation. Regardless of whether your family chooses to take concubines, the Shen family has no intention of proceeding with this engagement." Madame Lu and Appo's countenance fell. Was this an open confrontation? Had they truly endured so much only to be treated as if the daughter of a minister were merely a trinket? Madame Shen was unyielding. "If this is how your family conducts itself, then we, the Shen family, are not in a position to pursue this marriage. With such an attitude, what sort of arrogance would the minister's daughter display once she entered our family? Even if her son harbored grievances, she would have to annul the engagement." Though the discussions regarding the annulment were not entirely amicable, both families ultimately reached an agreement. They would settle on a specific date for the engagement and Appo's dissolution, during which the Shen family would return the betrothal gifts in full and call upon a matchmaker to officially sign the annulment. Having resolved this challenging matter, Madame Shen returned home feeling relieved. Thankfully, her daughter had not yet been married off. Otherwise, this mother-in-law would certainly have caused her distress. Knowing her daughter was concerned about the outcome, she asked Shuangning to summon Shen Zhinian for conversation. Shen Zhinian had spent the morning in her courtyard, engrossed in reading, anticipating her mother's return to inquire about the negotiations. Upon being called to the Wenhua courtyard, she entered her mother's room and noticed her mother smiling, which reassured her. After greeting her mother, she approached eagerly. "Mother, has it been resolved?" Madame Shen replied gently, "Yes, it has been settled. We can withdraw from this engagement." Shen Zhinian's eyes sparkled. "Thank you for your efforts, mother." Madame Shen took her daughter's hand, urging her to sit properly. "I did not mention the princess of Pingyang, only your cousin. We, the Shen family, cannot accept that." Shen Zhinian was indifferent. As long as the engagement was terminated, the specifics were inconsequential. The princess would eventually come to seek them out. That was their matter, not hers. Madame Shen sighed, feeling a tumult of emotions. Although the engagement had been annulled, she still found it difficult to feel at ease. She worried about finding a suitable match for her daughter in the future. "Mother, why do you still fret?" Shen Zhinian spoke softly. "The matter is resolved. You should be happier." Madame Shen caressed her daughter in damp. Appo's small face This engagement was a mistake on your father and my part. Now that it is broken, it is for the best. Yet, I cannot help but feel uncertain about whether we will find another suitable match. Recalling Madame Lu and Amp, Appo's earlier words, she felt a mix of anger and realization of the harshness of reality. She had been fortunate to marry Mr. Lu, but would her daughter have such luck? If a caring partner could not be found, would her daughter remain unmarried? When she married Mr. Lu, she had not expected him to be solely devoted to her. Her own father had taken concubines, yet he still treated her mother with respect, and the household was free from many of the sordid affairs typical in such situations. She had hoped to emulate her parents and Appo's relationship, yet she had been blessed with a husband who adored her, one who cherished her so deeply that she became oblivious to the world's realities. Now, it seemed they had raised their daughter to be naive. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was uncertain. Madame Shen wished fervently that she could bestow upon her daughter the good fortune she had experienced in marriage. Sensing her mother's distress, Shen Zhinian offered comfort. "Mother, do not worry about what is yet to unfold. If something better comes along, it will. If not, it is not a calamity. Worst case, I can live my own life, free from the obligations of serving a husband or contending with co-wives for favor. That life will be quite liberating." Madame Shen patted her daughter's back. "What nonsense is this? A woman who does not marry, what will others think? Besides, in the future, when your father and I are gone, and your brother has his own family, who will support you? If you fall ill, who will care for you?" As Madame Shen spoke, her emotions swelled, and her eyes reddened. Seeing her mother in tears, Shen Zhinian quickly retrieved a handkerchief to dab her mother's eyes. "I was merely expressing a thought. When the time comes, I will find someone. It is not as though I must live alone. But we need not let this concern us. Worrying does no good. It only burdens our hearts." Moreover, she reassured her mother, "I am not as fragile as you believe. I have friends like Chun Tao and Chun Xing to look after me, and my brother and sister-in-law are kind. How could they neglect me? If all else fails, I could even become an aunt, which might be more comfortable than being the mistress of a grand household." Madame Shen fell silent, pondering the idea of her daughter becoming an aunt. Noting her mother's expression, Shen Zhinian quickly retracted her jest and said earnestly, "I was just joking. Truly, I have considered this seriously. Finding a match is important, but I must also be prepared for the possibility that I may not. Therefore, I need to occupy myself with meaningful pursuits." Madame Shen inquired, "What pursuits do you intend to undertake? What preparations can you make if you cannot find a match?" She struggled to grasp her daughter and Amp, Appo's intentions. Shen Zhinian replied earnestly, "I wish to explore business opportunities to earn some money for myself. With finances at hand, I need not fear hardship in the future." She truly pondered this matter. In her past life, she had been ensnared in romantic entanglements, leading to a narrow worldview. This lifetime, she understood that love cannot be forced, and finding a lifelong partner is a daunting challenge. Thus, she faced a choice: either compromise to become a gentle and virtuous wife, a role she could not authentically embody, or persist in her quest for a true partner. Despite the formidable obstacles, recently, she had realized her own folly in focusing solely on romantic pursuits. It was clear that there was a third path. She could live her life well, making plans for herself. Chapter 42. Reluctance observing the flicker of light in her daughter's eyes. Mother Shen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What? Are you still intent on becoming a shopkeeper?" Shen Zhinian nodded. "I need not present myself publicly. I can manage affairs from behind the scenes and hire someone to carry out the work." Mother Shen, concerned that her daughter was underestimating the challenges of commerce, advised, "Engaging in business is no simple feat, especially in this city teeming with shops and fierce competition. You lack experience in this field, so one must tread carefully." Shen Zhinian's mind was cluttered with scattered ideas, and her funding was insufficient. She needed to devise a way to find suitable partners. However, there was no rush. "Do not worry, Mother. I will establish some guidelines before proceeding. I shall not act recklessly. Indeed, this path is not the most virtuous. We should prioritize finding a suitable match." Mother Shen redirected the conversation. Shen Zhinian took her mother's hand, soothingly assuring her, "I understand. I will trouble you and Father to help scout for a good family." Mother Shen nodded, contemplating that she must attend more gatherings to inquire about suitable young men. After exchanging some intimate words, Mother Shen sent her daughter back to rest, as they had both been weary in recent days. In the scholar's mansion, after Mother Shen left, Mother Lu erupted in frustration. She had anticipated that her son, Chuan, would secure a most advantageous match in the capital, only to discover such a family. Fuming, she clutched her chest, and her maid, Luer, who had accompanied her from their hometown, hurried to soothe her back. "Madam, there is no need to be upset. At least the engagement has been called off. Master need not abide by the rules set by that ministerial family any longer." Mother Lu took a sip of tea, scoffing. The Minister of Right's household is truly comical, requiring a suitor to forego concubines just to marry off a daughter. Do they wish for their daughter to remain an old maid in their home? Luer, having overheard the conversation, found it curious that in this day and age, there were still families prohibiting their daughters from having suitors who took concubines. Reflecting on the handsome visage of their young master, she felt a tinge of shyness and could not help but feel indignant on his behalf. With her charming face, she filled another cup of tea for Mother Lu, serving her with care. "Madam, please calm down. Our young master is talented and serves at the Hamlin Academy. There are plenty of other families eager to forge connections." Mother Lu, upon hearing this, managed a rare smile. Indeed, while it remains uncertain whether the Shan family's daughter can find another suitor, my Chuan has no such worries. Yet, recalling her son's earnestness regarding this engagement, she felt a twinge of concern. That evening, when she discussed the broken engagement with her son, she could only hope he would be compliant. Lu Qingchuan, having finished his duties, returned to the scholar's mansion, intending to change his clothes before anything else. However, his mother seemed to have urgent matters, summoning him as soon as he entered. Fearing she had been waiting long, he hurried over. Upon entering Mother Lu's chamber, he found her with a stern expression and quickly inquired, "Mother, have you encountered some unhappy news today?" Mother Lu glanced at him and, seeing his fatigued demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. "Please, sit and catch your breath. Luer, bring the young master a cup of tea to refresh him." Luer, following her instructions, approached with a blush and presented the tea. Lu Qingchuan, oblivious to her shyness, took a sip and asked, "I hear you have urgent matters to discuss?" Mother Lu pondered for a moment, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, a hint of tears shimmering in her gaze. Her voice trembled with a touch of grievance. "Chuan, it seems your engagement to Miss Shen may not come to fruition." Lu Qingchuan choked on his tea, coughing several times, neglecting to take the handkerchief Lu and Appo's offered. "Mother, why do you say that? Have you consulted a fortune-teller again?" Seeing his anxious expression, Mother Lu felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. This is not the work of a fortune-teller. The Shen family exhibits no reluctance. Lu Qingchuan was taken aback, and after a moment he softly inquired, "Is this the Shen family's decision?" Indeed, the minister's wife personally came to call off the engagement today. Mother Lu sought to awaken her son to reality. Lu Qingchuan replied pensively, "Did you acquiesce? How could I allow the Shen family to trample over us?" Naturally, I agreed. She continued, fearing her son might misinterpret the situation. "The Shen family has somehow learned about your cousin, Ji Xing, claiming that Miss Shen does not wish to be entangled in your affairs with her. I have already stated that your cousin poses no threat to Miss Shen's position as the primary wife, but the minister's wife refuses to listen. Such excessive interference from the Shen family. It is best to sever ties with such an arrangement," Mother Lu declared indignantly. Lu Qingchuan lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. Mother Lu, seeing him disheartened, felt a surge of frustration. The demands of the Shen family are utterly outrageous. What is wrong with a man having multiple wives? Your father, being impoverished and without prospects, could not afford a concubine. But you are different. As an esteemed scholar, it is entirely appropriate for you to have a concubine to suit your status, ensuring you have ample care. Do not feel uneasy. This engagement and Appo's dissolution is favorable, sparing you from a domineering wife and ensuring a peaceful household. Lu Qingchuan furrowed his brow, looking up at his mother. "Mother, the dissolution of the engagement papers has not yet occurred. Has it?" Mother Lu felt a surge of frustration. "You mean you have not given up on this? What do you intend to do?" Lu Qingchuan did not answer, but reiterated, "Just tell me, has the dissolution of the engagement been signed? He hoped it had not been finalized, feeling unwilling to accept such an unclear resolution. Mother Lu sighed, rubbing her chest, exasperated by her obstinate son. Not yet signed. However, they have already set a date. In 3 days, the Shen family will come with a matchmaker and gifts to finalize the dissolution. At that time, the papers will be signed and the relationship between the Lu and Shen families will be severed. Upon hearing his mother's response, Lu Qingchuan refrained from further inquiries. He silently contemplated within these 3 days he would seek out Shen Zhinian to ascertain the truth of the matter. Recalling the dream Shen Zhinian had previously shared with him, he considered that this dissolution did not seem to bear the mark of the minister, but rather appeared to be her initiative. Having made his plans, he chose not to disclose more to his mother. Observing his demeanor, Mother Lu suspected he had formulated another idea. Her son's determination often left her with a headache. With a weighty tone, she cautioned, "Do not cling to this engagement any longer. You are the Emperor's chosen scholar. Any family would be fortunate to have you. Why must you fixate on a haughty heiress? Other daughters would not impose such restrictions. Chuan, heed my words. We will find another suitable match." Lu Qingchuan understood his mother's intentions were for his benefit and merely reassured her, "Mother, I will not act impulsively. I simply wish to understand the true reasons behind this." Chapter 43. The plan to block someone Lu Mu was at a loss. Knowing that her son would not understand until he faced the situation himself, it was better to let him encounter some setbacks, and then perhaps he would give up. So be it. However, in 3 days, the engagement would be annulled, and she would duly press her handprint on the dissolution document. Any betrothal gifts would also be returned. She waved her hand, signaling her son to return to his quarters, as she was filled with frustration and only wished to rest. Lu Qingchuan bid farewell to his mother and returned to his own courtyard. He did not change his clothes, nor did he, as was his custom, go to the study to read. He sat idly in the armchair of the main hall for a while, and then called out, "Changsheng, Master, what are your orders?" Changsheng hastened into the hall upon hearing Lu Qingchuan's summons. "Tomorrow, arrange for 2 servants to keep an eye on the Minister of Right's residence. If the minister's daughter leaves, ascertain her destination and then send someone to the Hamlin Academy to inform me." Lu Qingchuan understood that presenting a visit card at this time would likely prevent him from seeing Shen Zhinian. Thus, he could only arrange to monitor her movements and obstruct her. "Understood," Changsheng replied. Noticing Lu Qingchuan rising to head into the inner rooms, he hurriedly bowed and asked, "Are you retiring for the night, Master? Would you like some dinner?" The master went to speak with Madam as soon as he returned, and after a brief sit in the main hall, he hadn't eaten anything yet. "No need, just wash up and rest." Lu Qingchuan had little appetite that day. Changsheng called upon the maids in the courtyard to assist Lu Qingchuan with his ablutions. Lying in bed, Lu Qingchuan found it difficult to fall asleep, his mind swirling with thoughts of the engagement dissolution, contemplating what he should say tomorrow to dissuade Shen Zhinian from going through with it. He was puzzled as to why she clung so tightly to the matter concerning his cousin. His cousin had not even come to the capital, and his mother surely had not spread any rumors. Why then did Shen Zhinian believe there was something inappropriate between him and his cousin? He vaguely recalled their conversation in the study, during which he had seemingly deceived Shen Zhinian. To placate her, he had denied the existence of his cousin Ji Exing. Now, with the Shen family using this as an excuse to break off the engagement, it would be even more inappropriate for him to continue concealing her. Sighing, Lu Qingchuan gradually succumbed to sleep, worn out by his thoughts. "Qingchuan," a concerned voice called to him. Lu Qingchuan opened his eyes to see a familiar face at the head of his bed, though the person wore her hair in a woman's style, looking different from her usual lively self. She wore a hint of worry, gazing at him with concern. This was a side of Shen Zhinian he had never seen before. Lu Qingchuan coughed a few times, but did not reply. Shen Zhinian's expression grew more anxious as she murmured, "Tomorrow, I will speak with my father to see if there is any way to ensure you are called to the East Palace less frequently." She continued, her voice tinged with indignation. "Why does the Crown Prince always go out of his way to make things difficult for you? Last time, he made you wait for several hours under the scorching sun, and this time, he left you out in the rain." Lu Qingchuan coughed again and replied with a wry smile, Perhaps it is because I previously declined the Crown Prince and Appo's invitation. He is simply trying to assert his authority over me. When persuasion fails, he resorts to intimidation. Shen Zhinian held a bowl of medicine, bringing it to him. You should drink some ginger tea first, then rest. Lu Qingchuan accepted the bowl and took a few slow sips. Is there a way for us to avoid becoming embroiled in party strife? Shen Zhinian inquired softly. Lu Qingchuan frowned. This matter is beyond our control. Moreover, it is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as we choose the right side, we can advance further in the officialdom. Understanding Lu Qingchuan and Appo's ambitions, Shen Zhinian fell silent and refrained from pressing further. However, Lu Qingchuan reminded her, tomorrow, when you speak with your father, see if he could recommend me to the emperor as a tutor for the fourth prince. The fourth prince? Shen Zhinian exclaimed in surprise. There is no need for further questions. Just listen to me. Lu Qingchuan interrupted her inquiries. Shen Zhinian obediently nodded. Noticing Lu Qingchuan coughing again, she took the medicine bowl and placed it on the crescent table by the window. She closed the partially open window and returned to his bedside, urging him to rest. I see you have a bit of color in your cheeks, which likely indicates a mild fever. You should lie down and rest. Lu Qingchuan indeed felt unwell and lay down again. That night, Shen Zhinian hardly slept, worried about Lu Qingchuan's condition. She rose several times to check his temperature, and, seeing that he was burning up, she fetched water to wipe his forehead multiple times. As dawn approached, Lu Qingchuan's temperature finally stabilized, while Shen Zhinian, exhausted, began to doze off. Onion, seeing the shadows under Shen Zhinian and Appo's eyes, Lu Qingchuan called gently, filled with concern. Master, are you getting up? Changsheng, hearing a voice from the bedroom, inquired softly. Lu Qingchuan was roused from his sleep and turned to look. There was no sign of Shen Zhinian. He realized he had been dreaming again. Changsheng remained outside, silent, watching over him. What time is it? After a moment, a voice came from within. Changsheng respectfully replied, It is just the first watch of the hour. Lu Qingchuan, being a mere editor at the Hamlin Academy and not required to attend court at this hour, found it somewhat early to rise. Yet, with thoughts of Shen Zhinian's gentle demeanor in his dream and the previous day's engagement dissolution weighing on his mind, he found sleep elusive. Let us rise. Unable to sleep any longer, Lu Qingchuan decided to head to the study to catch up on his reading. Changsheng summoned the maids to assist Lu Qingchuan with his morning routine and instructed the kitchen to prepare some thin porridge. Remember to send someone to keep an eye on the minister and Appo's residence today. Lu Qingchuan reiterated his orders. Understood. Meanwhile, at the residence of the top scholar, Lu Qingchuan had tossed and turned throughout the night, while Shen Zhinian at the minister's residence slept soundly. Having resolved a significant matter, she felt considerably relaxed. With a night free of dreams, Shen Zhinian awoke rejuvenated. Chun Tao, assisting Shen Zhinian with her grooming, noticed the smile dancing in her eyes and found herself infected by the cheerfulness. Chun Tao, today we shall venture out to Longqing Street for a stroll. Shen Zhinian recalled her conversation with her mother about engaging in trade and decided to conduct some on-site reconnaissance. Chun Tao did not pry further, simply responding affirmatively. After completing her grooming and foregoing breakfast, Shen Zhinian set out with Chun Tao and Chun Xing. At the street corner outside, Changsheng had already dispatched 2 young servants to discreetly monitor the minister's residence, following Lu Qingchuan's instructions. Upon seeing the minister's daughter and her maid's board carriage, the 2 servants, cautious not to lose sight of her, hurriedly mounted their donkey cart to follow at a safe distance. Upon reaching Longqing Street, Shen Zhinian, wishing to immerse herself in the sights rather than remain in the carriage, donned a hood and disembarked to walk, leaving the Shun family carriage parked outside the street entrance. The young servants from the scholar's residence, seeing that the young lady of the Shun family had alighted, guessed she intended to explore the street and assigned one to keep watch while the other hurried off to the Hamlin Academy to report back. Chapter 44. Discussing business, Shen Zhinian and Appo's thoughts were entirely focused on the restaurant, her intentions clear and resolute. Upon alighting from the carriage, she, accompanied by Chun Tao and Chun Xing, did not meander aimlessly along Chongqing Street, but made a beeline for Tai Feng Lu, situated directly across from Pinming Pavilion. Among the various establishments on Chongqing Street, Chunhua Lu boasted the most thriving business, its doors perpetually bustling with patrons, a cacophony of voices filling the air. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to secure a table without prior reservations. However, for the influential and affluent, dining there was a different matter altogether. Noticing that her mistress had chosen not to visit Chunhua Lu for its latest offerings, and instead bypassed Qingjiang Lu, another establishment renowned for its reasonable prices, Chun Xing felt a twinge of curiosity. "Miss, are we trying a different restaurant today?" she inquired. "Let us have breakfast first," came Shen Zhinian's reply. Typhoon Lu, a three-story establishment, had enjoyed a prosperous beginning. However, it was later said that the proprietor and his wife had a falling out over a slender concubine, leading the master to present his wife with a divorce decree and establish a new venture with the concubine, which became the now thriving Qingjiang Lu. As a result, Qingjiang Lu's fortunes had surpassed those of Typhoon Lu, which had suffered a significant decline, losing both funds and manpower. Upon entering the restaurant, Shen Zhinian's party was immediately greeted by a server. "Miss, would you like to have breakfast?" he asked. "Yes, please find us a private room," Chun Xing replied. "Certainly. Right this way, miss," the server responded enthusiastically. Ascending to the second floor, they entered a private room. When the waiter presented the menu, Shen Zhinian perused it and noted that while the prices were reasonable, the variety was lacking. She decided to order several dishes, including 5-flavor meat porridge, corn porridge, white meat flatbreads, steamed buns, 3 delicacies noodles, and some spicy pickled vegetables. The waiter was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly delicate young lady had such an appetite. Regardless, recognizing the rarity of a significant patron, he immediately adopted a highly attentive demeanor, his face adorned with a servile smile. Due to Shen Zhinian's considerable expenditure, the restaurant prioritized their service, and the dishes arrived promptly. After sampling each dish, Shen Zhinian refrained from eating further, gaining insight into the reasons behind the establishment's declining business. The limited selection and mediocre taste suggested that Typhoon Lu might not endure for long if things continued in this manner. With a plan forming in her mind, she called the waiter over and inquired, "Is your owner present?" The waiter, noticing the untouched dishes, felt a pang of anxiety. Fearing the restaurant's offerings had displeased the guest, he forced a smile and apologized. "Miss, are you dissatisfied with the dishes?" Shen Zhinian merely requested, "Please ask your owner to come." Not daring to offend a valued guest, the waiter hurried out to summon the proprietress. At that moment, Madame Qin was having a meal with her daughter. When the previously jubilant waiter returned, she frowned and scolded him. "It's just a small matter. Focus on properly attending to the guests instead of running about." However, the waiter, unable to contain his urgency, reported, "Madam, the esteemed guest has hardly touched her food and seems somewhat dissatisfied. She insists on speaking with you." Madame Qin's brow furrowed deeper, and after glancing at her child, she instructed the waiter to keep an eye on things and proceeded to Shen Zhinian and Oppo's private room. Upon entering, Madame Qin was relieved to find that the esteemed guest was merely a strikingly beautiful young lady, whose demeanor showed no signs of anger. "Miss, your beauty truly illuminates our humble establishment. What may I assist you with? If our dishes do not meet your expectations, I can have the kitchen prepare something else. Or, if you prefer, we can waive your bill this time," she offered with a smile. Shen Zhinian observed Madame Qin, noting the woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, her shrewdness somewhat diminishing her natural grace, likely due to the burdens of business. A trace of fatigue marred her smile, suggesting it was forced. "Madam, you are too kind. I am not here to disrupt your establishment," Shen Zhinian responded gently, gesturing for her to take a seat. "Please do not be anxious. I have come to discuss a business proposal with you." Madame Qin was taken aback. This young lady seemed like an unmarried daughter from a noble family. Presenting herself to discuss business? It struck her as absurd, yet she masked her disbelief, curious about the nature of the proposal. "I frequently dined at Chunhua Lu and Qingjiang Lu, and today is my first visit to Typhoon Lu. Having tasted your offerings, I can understand why your business may not be thriving," Shen Zhinian stated plainly. Upon hearing the mention of Qingjiang Lu, Madame Qin and Oppo's expression soured further. Shen Zhinian's direct implication that Typhoon Lu's food was subpar made her increasingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, as a businesswoman, she maintained her composure, responding with a forced smile. "What insights do you have, miss? If our dishes do not suit your palate, please feel free to share your thoughts." Noticing that Madame Qin did not seem offended by her candor, Shen Zhinian felt a surge of appreciation. "Please do not take my directness amiss. I have dined at several establishments, and if Typhoon Lu seeks to improve its business, certain issues must be addressed. Today, I found a limited selection and average taste of your dishes concerning. If your establishment wishes to prosper, the quality of the food and wine must be able to attract customers. Have you considered any improvements?" Madame Qin, recognizing Shen Zhinian and Amp Oppo's sincerity, began to regard her with more seriousness. The previous esteemed chef was taken to Qinjiang Lu, and the remaining cooks lacked proficiency. "I have attempted to hire new chefs, but none have matched the previous standards," she lamented. "What if I could assist you in resolving this issue?" Shen Zhinian offered earnestly. Madame Qin's expression brightened momentarily. Yet doubt crept in as she regarded Shen Zhinian's youthful face. "Forgive me, but I do not know your background or whom you might be connected to," she cautiously prodded. Understanding Madame Qin's skepticism, Shen Zhinian had no intention of concealing her identity, recognizing that transparency would be essential for any potential collaboration. "To be frank, I am the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Shen Zhinian. You may call me Zhinian if you wish. I hope you do not mind my addressing you as sister," she stated plainly. Upon revealing her identity, Madame Qin felt genuine delight, regardless of whether this young lady could resolve her business challenges. Befriending the daughter of an official could only be advantageous. Chapter 45. The frightening encounter with the horse-drawn carriage. Sister Zhinian's words were quite unexpected. She came to offer guidance without any disdain for my desolate circumstances, which I found to be quite an honor. Mrs. Qin and Oppo's enthusiasm had noticeably increased compared to earlier. However, I was curious about the high opinion that Sister Zhinian claimed could alleviate my troubles with the tavern. With a gentle smile, Shen Zhinian did not keep me in suspense. "I can recommend an exceptionally skilled cook for your tavern. Additionally, I have some innovative dishes that are unlike anything available in the market, and I assure you, their flavors will not disappoint." Seeing Shen Zhinian's unwavering confidence, Mrs. Qin felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the daughter of a noble family seldom ventured beyond her doors. How could she possibly know of a talented cook? And what could these new dishes be if not mere fabrications? Noticing the hesitation in Mrs. Qin's expression, Shen Zhinian continued, "The cook can begin with a trial period of 1 month here, during which we can also introduce the new dishes at your tavern. You need not pay her for this month. Let us first assess the results." Mrs. Qin and Oppo's eyes sparkled with interest. If that were the case, she would incur no additional expenses. Business had been dwindling, and if things did not improve soon, the tavern might soon close its doors. Remembering the bustling success of Qinjiang Tower, Mrs. Qin felt a pang of resentment. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that rather than resigning herself to despair, she might as well take a chance. For her, this was indeed a bargain, and she was inclined to give it a try. Yet, she wondered what demands Sister Zhinian might have. Since this was a business discussion, it was unlikely that she would offer such benefits without seeking something in return. Shen Zhinian had anticipated this inquiry. Even if Mrs. Qin had not voiced it, she would have done so. "In exchange for providing you with the cook and the new dishes, I request that we split the additional profits 50-50. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qin hesitated again. "You need not worry about incurring losses. I am referring specifically to the additional profits. Given the current sparse clientele, I imagine you're also feeling the strain. Should we collaborate and your business revitalizes, I will not take a share from the existing profits. I only seek half of the profits generated thereafter. If your tavern continues to struggle without any additional profits, you will owe me nothing." Understanding Shen Zhinian's intentions, Mrs. Qin swiftly made her decision. "Very well. I shall agree to this arrangement." Shen Zhinian smiled, raising her teacup towards Mrs. Qin. "Let us toast with tea in place of wine to a fruitful partnership ahead." Mrs. Qin also lifted her cup, cheerfully responding, "I must attend to the tavern today, so I shall forego any wine. Instead, I raise this cup of tea to you, wishing for a successful collaboration." After they finished their tea, they exchanged smiles, solidifying their partnership. Mrs. Qin was inclined to inquire further about the details of their agreement. She wondered how long it would take to bring in the cook, what cuisine the new dishes would represent, and when they would be launched. "The cook is already arranged. I will make the necessary arrangements upon my return, and she can be here to showcase her skills within 3 days. As for the new dishes, they will be from the Zhejiang cuisine, which is currently absent from the capital's taverns. You will have the opportunity to sample them first," Shen Zhinian explained. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Zhinian was embarking on her first venture into the world of commerce, and her enthusiasm was palpable following this successful negotiation. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Qin, she departed from Taifeng Tower with Chun Tao and Chun Xing, her mind racing with plans for the future. As she stepped outside, she failed to notice a horse-drawn carriage careening towards her, out of control. The driver struggled desperately to rein in the frantic horses, shouting commands, yet they remained unresponsive. Bystanders fled to the sides of the street, some crying out in panic. Startled by the commotion, Shen Zhinian reacted too late to evade the approaching carriage, which was barreling towards her at an alarming speed. Just as she had exited the tavern, she had not stepped into the street, but the startled horses were careening wildly. Chun Tao and Chun Xing, still at the threshold of Taifeng Tower, were filled with dread upon witnessing the imminent danger, rushing forward in an attempt to pull their mistress to safety. "Mistress, be careful!" Chun Xing cried out in alarm. "Quick dodge!" Chun Tao shouted, as the carriage drew perilously close. Though Shen Zhinian intended to flee, her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, and the carriage was closing in too swiftly. Her heart raced as she fervently wished to avoid a catastrophic collision. In that critical moment, a figure descended gracefully from the 2nd floor of the tea house across the street, swiftly grasping Shen Zhinian's waist. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air, executing a spin and landing deftly in the street with Shen Zhinian safely in his arms. The out-of-control carriage crashed into the facade of Taifeng Tower, causing the horses to halt abruptly in pain, while the driver, having leaped from the vehicle just in time, now sat on the ground in shock. Chun Tao and Chun Xing, pale from fright, rushed out through the damaged entrance, tears streaming down their faces as they saw their mistress being rescued. Wen Yunjing, who had been listening to Chang Fu's report in the tea house, caught sight of Shen Zhinian's perilous situation and instinctively leapt down without a second thought. As he examined Shen Zhinian in his arms, he noticed her dazed expression, her long eyelashes glistening with tears of fright, and her typically rosy complexion now replaced with a ghostly pallor. Feeling an unexpected sensation in his heart, he glanced down to find himself still holding her delicate waist. Quickly withdrawing his hand, he steadied Shen Zhinian by her arm and discreetly stepped aside as her maids approached. Chapter 46. The Debt of Gratitude. Chun Tao and Chuanxing rushed to Miss Shen and Appo's side, relieved to see no signs of injury on her body, and their tears finally ceased. With reddened eyes, Chun Tao softly inquired about Shen Zhinian and Appo's well-being. "Miss, do you feel any other discomfort?" She feared there might be hidden injuries that were not immediately visible. Chuanxing, supporting Shen Zhinian, bore a look of lingering fear, her usual chatter silenced, as she simply stood by her mistress. Having regained her composure, Shen Zhinian shook her head in response to Chun Tao and Appo's concern, assuring her, "I am fine. I was not struck." After speaking, she turned to her savior, bowing respectfully to him. Today, she owed a significant debt of gratitude to young Master One, and she felt exceedingly fortunate. This kindness would remain etched in her heart, and she vowed to repay it should the opportunity arise. Wen Yunjing, witnessing Shen Zhinian's recovery, felt a great sense of relief. It was merely a trifling matter. "Miss Shen need not dwell on it," he remarked. Changfu had also arrived at the entrance of Taifeng Building, secretly pleased to witness his master's heroic act, seeing it as an excellent opportunity. When he noticed that Wen Yunjing had finished with pleasantries, he hastily interjected, "Miss Shen must be quite shaken. My master is enjoying tea at the tea house across the street. Perhaps you would like to rest there?" Wen Yunjing shot a dispassionate glance at Changfu. Undeterred, Changfu met his gaze, thinking it a perfect moment for romantic exchanges now that his master was unharmed. Moreover, the letter from Chang Gue had already been delivered to the Shen family, and he believed his master had a chance to make an impression. Ignoring Changfu's boldness, Wen Yunjing turned back to Shen Zhinian with gentle words. Miss Shen, having been startled today, you should not linger over tea. It would be wise to return home and rest. Changfu's expression fell. His master truly lacked an understanding of romance. Shen Zhinian couldn't help but chuckle at the banter between the master and servant. Although she intended to return, there were matters to attend to first. After the carriage was forced to a halt at the entrance of Typhoon Building, its occupants were assisted out by their servants. One of them was vociferously berating his driver. How could you drive like this? You've harmed my young master. Can your worthless life compensate for that? In a fit of rage, he kicked the driver multiple times. The driver knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Manager Qin had also arrived at the entrance, dismayed to find the FAAD of his establishment damaged and the carriage blocking the way. He sighed in frustration and approached the elegantly dressed young master, seeking to negotiate. Young sir, might you move your carriage? Typhoon Building still requires business. The young master glanced at Manager Qin with disdain and retorted. Do you not see that I have just been startled and am scolding my servant? Who would move the carriage for you? Seeing his arrogance, Madame Qin felt displeasure but did not wish to offend him. She took a step back, saying, I shall have my staff assist you. You may continue your business. She then instructed the waitstaff and kitchen personnel to move the carriage. After conversing with Wen Yunjing, Shen Zhinian had been observing the scene. Noticing that one door of Typhoon Building was precariously swaying while the other lay in ruins, she mused that the establishment would once again incur renovation expenses. Changfu, noting that his master and Miss Shen were both watching the commotion at the tavern's entrance, whispered a reminder. The person in that carriage is the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhinian inclined her body slightly and addressed Wen Yunjing. Young Master One, I am acquainted with the proprietress of Typhoon Building. I shall assist her with this matter. Wen Yunjing nodded and glanced at Changfu, receiving the unspoken command. Changfu quickly followed Shen Zhinian, saying, Miss Shen, I will help move the carriage as well. Shen Zhinian appreciated the duo's chivalry and smiled in gratitude. Changfu felt his face flush momentarily. Before he could respond, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from behind, prompting him to hastily retreat to assist with the carriage. As Shen Zhinian approached Madame Qin, she was met with concern. Sister, are you unharmed? I saw you were rescued, and I did not wish to interrupt your conversation. Shen Zhinian shook her head, indicating her safety. She then turned to the irate young master from the Duke of Zhongyi and Oppos, as household and interjected, Young Master Jiang, your family's carriage was recklessly driven through the street, disturbing the public and damaging the tavern's entrance. We must discuss compensation. Jiang Yunting, interrupted, felt displeasure swell within him. Seeing only a young lady before him, he scoffed, How absurd! I too have been disturbed. Who will compensate me? Raising her voice for all to hear, Shen Zhinian retorted, Is the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi truly so unreasonable? This carriage belongs to your family, does it not? It has damaged the tavern and frightened the people, witnessed by all present. In a bustling marketplace, carriages ought to proceed with caution. Your carriage has run rampant today and should have caused harm to any citizens. It would be treated as manslaughter. Additionally, damages to livestock and property must be compensated. Do you intend to disregard the laws of our land? The crowd murmured upon learning the identity of the carriage's owner. So was the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi. Rumors had it that the family was to be demoted in rank, and, judging by his demeanor, perhaps this was for the best. After all, one generation is indeed inferior to the last. Regardless of intent, he nearly caused injury. This was undeniable. Jiang Yunting seethed with anger. The audacity of these people to discuss him openly in the street. He glared at the instigator, Shen Zhinian, and scolded, You insolent girl. How dare you speak to me in such a manner when you know my identity? Shen Zhinian brushed off her sleeves, her expression unyielding. Yank Master Jan, Yuyist. Lawbreaking does not take one into amp, Oppos, S status into account. If I choose not to compensate today, what can you do about it? Jiang Yunting pointed at her, incensed. Behind her, Madame Qin sensed the tension and tugged at Shen Zhinian's sleeve, suggesting they let the matter go. She thought it best to perhaps pay a bit more for repairs herself. Shen Zhinian turned to offer her a reassuring glance before facing Jiang Yunting with cold resolve. This is quite simple. My father holds a position in the court and can certainly voice concerns before the emperor. Upon returning home, I will inform him of the near injury I sustained today. Naturally, I will also report the actions of the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongmi, who recklessly galloped through the marketplace, causing destruction. Jiang Yunting was rendered speechless. How dare she threaten him? What is your status? He barked. Before Shen Zhinian could respond, when Yun Jing stepped closer, addressing Jiang Yunting with a frosty demeanor. Young Master Jiang, you are quite bold. Although Jiang Yunting did not recognize Shen Zhinian, he was well aware of Wen Yun Jing, who was essentially his cousin. The young heir of the Earl of England held the title of General Ningyuan at a young age, and the pressure from his battlefield experience made Jiang Yunting momentarily falter. He had heard from his father that Wen Yun Jing was favored by the emperor, and thus, he dared not offend him. Chapter 47. A debt of gratitude. Jiang Yunting hurriedly bowed to Wen Yun Jing, saying, Your Highness, please do not take offense. The carriage losing control was truly not my intention. I was quite startled myself. This young lady here is being exceedingly unreasonable by hurling accusations, and I could not help but defend myself. Jiang Yunting felt genuinely aggrieved. He merely urged the coachman to hasten, but the driver's lack of skill startled the horses, causing him to be jostled about in the carriage, even bumping his head. Upon disembarking, he intended to reprimand his servant, only to be threatened by this girl. Wen Yunjing regarded Jiang Yunting with a hint of sarcasm. Regardless of your intentions, the fact remains that your carriage nearly harmed someone and damaged the entrance of the tavern. It is undeniable. Young Master Jiang, rather than apologizing, you chose to scold the victim. Is this how the loyal and courageous Duke's family behaves in the capital? I shall report this matter to the emperor. Jiang Yunting lowered his head, concealing the gloom on his face. He wondered which family this girl belonged to, as she boasted of her father's position in the court and threatened to file a complaint, backed by the heir of the Duke of England. Suppressing his indignation, he chose to temporarily acquiesce. Your Highness has misunderstood. I apologize to this young lady and ask that you do not disturb the emperor over this matter. Wen Yunjing remained silent, simply glancing at Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian felt grateful for Wen Yunjing and Appo's intervention and smiled in appreciation. Now that young Master Jiang acknowledged his fault, he should adequately assess the damages caused by his carriage and compensate the affected citizens accordingly. Understanding Wen Yunjing's hint for her to voice her demands, Shen Zhinian addressed Jiang Yunting. I will have my servants calculate the damages, and we shall ensure all rightful compensation is received. Though Jiang Yunting felt reluctant, he dared not protest further. He mentally noted to investigate this girl's identity later and seek an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Observing that the situation was nearly resolved, Shen Zhinian did not wish to prolong the conversation with Jiang Yunting. She turned to Qin Yangzi and instructed, Sister, besides the damaged door, we must also account for the impact on business. We must reclaim the compensation owed. Qin Yangzi nodded repeatedly, relieved to have support behind her. Meanwhile, Chong Fu and the tavern staff had already moved the carriage aside. After finishing his task, Chong Fu noticed his master had assisted Miss Shun in reprimanding the arrogant young Master Jiang, which brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. He approached his master, observing him still focused on the conversation between Shen Zhinian and the tavern keeper, and refrained from interrupting. After Shen Zhinian concluded her discussion with Qin Yangzi, she turned to see the prince and Chong Fu still waiting nearby, with Chong Fu and Appo's gaze shifting between the prince and her. She felt a pang of anxiety. Had she inadvertently offended the prince by momentarily neglecting him after receiving such great kindness? Shen Zhinian smiled and courteously addressed her benefactor, young Master One. I am greatly indebted to you for your assistance today. At this moment, I have no means to repay you, so how about I write you an IOU? Wen Yunjing paused for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile, an IOU is unnecessary, Miss Shun. There is no need for such formalities over a trivial matter. Chong Fu, listening nearby, felt a twinge of frustration at the lost opportunity for his master. Ignoring Chong Fu and Appo's discontent when Yun Jing continued, "If you are heading home, let Chang Fu escort you." Noticing that Shen Zhinian had no attendants with her, only two maidservants, he thought it prudent to ensure her safety. Chang Fu, overhearing, respectfully affirmed, "I shall not disappoint you, young master." Seeing Wen Yun Jing and Appo's earnestness, Shen Zhinian felt it would be impolite to refuse further, so she acquiesced. "Then I shall graciously accept your offer." Wen Yunjing left Chang Fu behind and returned to the tea house. After bidding farewell to Qin Yangzi, Shen Zhinian, along with Chun Tao, Chun Xing, and Chang Fu, headed for the entrance. After walking a short distance, Shen Zhinian spotted a familiar figure standing at the side of the street, her expression stiffening. She turned her gaze away, intending to ignore him and continue on her way. The person was none other than the top scholar, Lu Qingxuan, who had rushed over from the Hamlin Academy after receiving news from a servant. Upon his arrival, he had seen Xingyan embroiled in an argument with the eldest son of the Duke of Loyal and Courageous and hesitated to intervene, lacking confidence that he could be of assistance against such a powerful family. Seeing Shen Zhinian ultimately emerge unscathed with the help of the Duke of England's heir brought him a mix of discomfort and relief. Now that Shen Zhinian was approaching, he felt a sudden urgency and quickly stepped forward. "Miss Shen." Shen Zhinian was halted in her tracks, lowering her head in silence. Did he not notice her earlier aversion? Chang Fu promptly stepped forward to defend her. "What is your intention in blocking someone on the street, young sir?" He recognized Lu Qingchuan as Shen Zhinian's former fiancée, but noted her clear disinterest in him. Why was he so insistent? Lu Qingchuan, displeased, asserted, "I am acquainted with Miss Shen and have matters to discuss with her. Please step aside." Having observed that this attendant was affiliated with the Duke of England, he surmised that he was likely one of the prince's subordinates, and felt this attendant was lacking in decorum. Chang Fu remained unfazed, continuing to block Shen Zhinian's path. "Chang Fu, it and Appo's, that's all right. Let me see what young Master Lu wishes to discuss," Shen Zhinian interjected. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian speak, Chang Fu retreated to stand behind her. Chun Tao and Chun Xing positioned themselves protectively at her sides. Shen Zhinian had not anticipated Lu Qingchuan would confront her directly. She assumed his mother had informed him of the Shen family's intention to withdraw from the engagement. However, was it truly necessary to confront her over this? Shouldn't the dissolution of their engagement have eased his heart? He likely remained unaware that she had caught the attention of Princess Pingyang. If he were to learn of her newfound favor with another noble family, he would surely find some solace in such news. Not wanting to argue in the middle of the street, she noticed a small tea house nearby and headed in that direction. It would be better to clarify matters and prevent any future entanglements. Lu Qingchuan followed her into the tea house. Once seated, as Shen Zhinian perused the menu presented by the waiter, she spoke. "What is it, young Master Lu? Why have you sought me out?" Sitting across from her, Lu Qingchuan was struck by her indifferent demeanor, contrasting sharply with the tender image of her from his dreams. A pang of pain tugged at his heart. "I heard from my mother yesterday." Shen Zhinian chuckled softly. "Since you're already aware, why did you come to find me today?" Lu Qingchuan carefully articulated. "Regarding the matter of my cousin mentioned by my mother, I wish to explain. I only ask that you reconsider your decision to withdraw from the engagement." Chapter 48. Retention. Shen Zhinian remained silent, gesturing towards the tea menu for Chun Tao to order the Shuangjing tea. Lu Qingchuan, not having received a response from her, continued speaking. "Previously, I did not mention my cousin to Miss Shen, as I deemed her an inconsequential person, unworthy of troubling you. It was not my intention to—" Shen Zhinian interrupted him. "I recall asking you, young Master Lu, and you stated that only maids and servants attended to your esteemed parents at the old residence, with no one else present. If you consider it trivial, why resort to deceit? Is that not a deliberate concealment?" Lu Qingchuan and Appo's carefully crafted words were disrupted, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he lowered his gaze to compose his thoughts. "I realize that further words are futile. The matter concerning my cousin was a moment of folly on my part. I failed to be forthright with you, Miss Shen. If you are now troubled, it is my own doing." Shen Zhinian let out a soft laugh. Lu Qingchuan glanced at her before continuing earnestly. "However, my cousin and Appo's situation is unique. She lost her parents at a young age and has no one to rely on. My mother, feeling compassion for her plight, brought her into our household. My cousin has contributed significantly to our family, and my mother, recognizing her age, has begun to entertain the thought of matchmaking. Shen Zhinian withheld her judgment, questioning whether he intended to shift the blame onto his mother. Unable to discern her thoughts, Lu Qingchuan pressed on, fervently defending himself. This matter was discussed with my mother, and I advised her against hasty arrangements. Her wishes do not represent me. I came today to be candid with you. Miss Shun, I harbor no ulterior motives regarding my cousin. I will dissuade my mother from her notions, and I implore you not to dwell on this matter any longer. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Shen Zhinian, awaiting her response. She, however, did not meet his eyes. The Xuanjing tea had arrived, and Chuntao poured her a cup, taking a slow sip to soothe her throat. She eventually stated, I indeed have not given it much thought. A glimmer of hope appeared on Lu Qingchuan's face as he gently inquired, Then, will you still proceed with the annulment of the engagement? Shen Zhinian's expression was enigmatic, a semblance of a smile gracing her features as she replied, Having broached the subject of annulment, would I treat it lightly? Confusion clouded her thoughts as she added, I find it difficult to comprehend why you insist on explaining yourself to me. Whether it concerns your cousin or any other relative, I am largely indifferent. If you wish to marry whomever you please in the future, let us proceed with the annulment. Lu Qingchuan's expression shifted as the joy faded, leaving him pale. Miss Shun, why must you be so heartless? Shen Zhinian found his accusation amusing. Heartless? Her actions paled in comparison to his past cruelty. Young Master Lu, this engagement was arranged by our parents, and I have invested no genuine affection in it. How can there be talk of heartlessness? Lu Qingchuan's gaze fell upon her, noting the absence of any regard for him in her eyes, a chill settling in his heart. If I were to vow that I would never take a cousin or any such relative as my wife, would that alleviate your concerns? Shen Zhinian shook her head. Young Master Lu, rather than waste time on oaths, it would be more prudent to accept the annulment gracefully and seek your true match. She regarded the refined gentleman before her, a man she had loved in her past life. Reborn, he retained his handsome visage, his words laced with promises. Yet they could not mend the wounds of her previous heartache. Lu Qingchuan lowered his head, his tone heavy. So, you have found your fated partner, and wish to part ways with me? Shen Zhinian paused, a laugh escaping her lips at the absurdity of his implication. Did he intend to cast her as the unfaithful one? Lu Qingchuan's mind raced with thoughts of the English lord who had defended Shen Zhinian, recalling her gentle smile directed at him. That smile had once been for him alone. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became of the connection between them. Why would the English lord intervene on her behalf and send his attendant to escort her? Were they already acquainted? With a hint of doubt, Lu Qingchuan probed, Miss Shun, are you and the English lord already familiar with one another? Shen Zhinian, sensing his diversion, replied with an impassive expression, What does the matter between us have to do with the English lord? I am merely inquiring. Perhaps he is your true match. Realizing his engagement was being dismissed, Lu Qingchuan felt the weight of her words. Changfu, who had been listening, frowned. So the Shen family has indeed annulled the engagement with the Lu family. Miss Shun is quite decisive, yet ISNT young Master Lu being a bit shameless. Persisting in this futile pursuit, Shen Zhinian coldly interjected, Young Master Lu, tread carefully. In a moment of anger, to tarnish a young lady and Appo's reputation is truly unbecoming. Your so-called sincerity is quite dubious. The blame is always shifted onto others, and in an effort to find fault, he resorts to slander. Has he considered how this would affect her reputation, being engaged yet intertwined with another? What the English lord's future prospects? Such folly. How had she not seen through Lu Qingchuan's true nature in her past life? Unperturbed by her sarcasm, Lu Qingchuan maintained a dull demeanor. I merely observed you speaking with the English lord, appearing quite at ease, sharing smiles. Changfu could no longer hold his tongue. Since you were nearby, why did you not come to Miss Shun and Appo's? Essayed? Why must my master intervene? Spring Apricot nodded in agreement, echoing Changfu's sentiments. After listening for a while, she understood that Miss Shun had indeed gone to the elders' quarters to discuss the annulment. and she had swiftly concluded the matter. Yet, this Lu scholar lacked tact, clinging on and even insinuating rumors against her. She chimed in, "Young Master Lu, are you aware that Miss Shen nearly faced an accident with a carriage? It was the English lord who saved her, just in time. Should she not smile at her savior, rather than at someone who merely stood by?" Lu Qingchuan found himself cornered by their remarks, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shen Zhinian had intended to clarify matters amicably, allowing them to part ways, but further dialogue only fueled her irritation. "Since our mothers have confirmed the annulment, it will be finalized in 2 days. Henceforth, let us each find peace in our separate paths." With that, Shen Zhinian rose, accompanied by Chuntao, Spring Apricot, and Chongfu, leaving the tea house. Lu Qingchuan remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Was this engagement truly destined to dissolve? What had he done to evoke such disdain from Shen Zhinian? He found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 49. The cook Shen Zhinian had no time to ponder Lu Qingchuan's thoughts. She had matters to attend to upon her return. Arriving at the minister's residence, Shen Zhinian alighted from the carriage. Chongfu had already dismounted and awaited her. Upon seeing Shen Zhinian, he bowed and said, "Miss Shen, I shall return now to report back." Shen Zhinian replied gently, "Today, I appreciate your efforts, young masterwen. It is no trouble at all. My master does not find your matters burdensome." Chongfu added candidly. Feeling a bit awkward, Shen Zhinian touched her nose, sensing that Chongfu and Appo's words carried more than mere courtesy. "Then, miss, I shall take my leave," Chongfu said as he mounted his horse and rode away. Spring Apricot watched his retreating figure and cooed and Amp. Appo's he helped but chuckle, he and Amp. Appo's, as quite a decent fellow, having just defended the Mississippi. Much like his master, he displayed a commendable enthusiasm. Afterward, Shen Zhinian instructed the two to return. "Let us go find Zhenyang." Zhenyang was in the small kitchen of the Qingfeng courtyard preparing ingredients, intending to make the sauerkraut fish that the miss had taught her previously. She wondered where the miss had acquired such recipes, as they were rarely encountered in the capital. However, she possessed a natural talent for cooking. As soon as the miss mentioned the general method, she could replicate it with ease. "Zhenyang, come inside. The miss is calling for you," Spring Apricot shouted from outside. Zhenyang set aside her work, washed her hands, and entered the room. "Miss, you have returned. I am preparing sauerkraut fish for lunch, especially for you." Shen Zhinian smiled and beckoned Zhenyang closer. Zhenyang was still quite young, having been sold by her impoverished parents, who could not support many children. They hoped she might fare better in a wealthy household. Zhenyang retained some memories from when she was sold, which left her feeling insecure. Fortunately, she had found a kind mistress. Shen Zhinian was amiable, ensuring Zhenyang was well-fed and warmly clothed, allowing her to indulge her passion for cooking. The Zhenyang of today was no longer the frail, malnourished girl, but a plump little cook. Curiously, Zhenyang leaned closer to Shen Zhinian and asked, "Miss, have you thought of any new dishes for me to prepare?" Shen Zhinian shook her head with a smile, saying, "We shall have sauerkraut fish for lunch today. I called you here to discuss something." "Please, miss, go ahead. In a couple of days, I will take you out to showcase your skills. We will prepare dompa pork. You may handle the other dishes as you see fit." Zhenyang was puzzled. "Are we cooking in an outside kitchen?" "Yes, in a restaurant in Amp, Appo's kitchen. If there are any special ingredients needed, prepare them in advance to take along," Shen Zhinian instructed. Zhenyang nodded, but then asked curiously, "Who are we cooking for?" After a moment in Amp, Appo's thought, Shen Zhinian decided to inform Zhenyang that she would need to stay there for a while. "If the restaurant in Amp, Appo's manager likes your cooking, you may become the head chef, and the kitchen will be under your command." Zhenyang froze, her expression shifting to one of complexity. "Miss, are you dismissing me? Is it because my dishes have not been to your liking? If there is anything you wish for me to improve, I can certainly adjust." Shen Zhinian was bemused, realizing the girl had misunderstood. "No, I want you to earn good money. If the restaurant flourishes, I stand to gain as well, and your wages could increase too. Do you not wish to assist me in making money?" Zhenyang quickly shook her head in denial. "No, I thought you wanted to send me away. As long as I am with you, I can work anywhere." "Then hurry and prepare the sauerkraut fish," I am eagerly awaiting a delightful meal, Shen Zhinian said. Zhenyang happily bowed and skipped back to the small kitchen to prepare lunch. Once Zhenyang had left, Spring Peach hesitated before speaking. Miss, this girl is quite talented. If she goes to work at Typhoon Tower, we may struggle to find someone to fill her shoes in the small kitchen. Shen Zhinian, who enjoyed reading stories as much as she relished good food, felt a pang of concern that she might lose some of her culinary joys if Zhenyang worked elsewhere. Making money is paramount. Zhenyang will still belong to our household. She is merely being assigned to help at Typhoon Tower, which will also serve as valuable experience. If I desire something delicious, I can simply visit Typhoon Tower for a treat, she reasoned. Spring Peach agreed, then added, I will encourage the other kitchen staff to sharpen their skills and explore more recipes. Understanding Spring Peach and Appo's nurturing nature, especially considering her own appetite, Shen Zhinian allowed her to proceed. Lunch was finally a delightful feast, leaving Shen Zhinian satiated yet slightly drowsy. She retreated to her inner chamber for a brief rest. Just as she was about to drift off, she faintly heard her mother's voice outside. How long has your miss been resting? Not even a quarter of an hour, came Spring Peach and Appo's soft reply. I and Appo's, LL sit outside for a moment. You all go ahead and be quiet. Though her head felt heavy, Shen Zhinian recognized her mother was waiting outside, likely anxious about something urgent. Forcing herself awake, she blinked in a daze, shook her head to clear her mind, and called out, Mother, I am still awake. Upon hearing her daughter and Appo's voice, Shen and Appo's mother hurriedly parted the curtain and entered. Seeing her daughter sitting up, she grasped Shen Zhinian's hands, anxiously examining her. Onion, did you almost get hurt today? Are you feeling unwell at all? It turned out that the coachman for the Shen family had learned of the incident on Chongqing Street and had just reported it to the house steward, who dared not conceal it from Shen and Appo's mother. Why did you not inform me upon your return? I would have gone outside to fetch a doctor to check on you. Shen and Appo's mother lamented. Shen Zhinian and Appo's eyes felt a bit sore upon realizing her mother was concerned for her. Mother, I am perfectly fine, really. I was not frightened at all. How could you have nearly been struck by a carriage? You must be more cautious when going out. It is best to limit your outings. I worry, her mother insisted. Shen Zhinian quickly interjected, not wanting to lose future opportunities to venture outside. Mother, do not let one mishap deter you. Today's incident was unexpected. Such occurrences are not a daily affair. Besides, look at me. I am unharmed, am I not? I am under the protection of benevolent forces. She winked at her mother to ease her worries. I am destined to have benefactors. Sighing, Shen's mother understood that her daughter was not one to remain subdued for long. Confining her to the house would likely lead to restlessness. She resolved to ensure that Shen Zhinian had more company when she ventured out in the future. Who was it that assisted you today? You must express your gratitude later, Shen's mother asked, intrigued by the mention of a benefactor. It was the heir of the Earl of England who saved me, Shen Zhinian responded. Upon hearing this, Shen's mother racked her brain, recalling that she had heard of the Earl and Appo's son from Shen and Appo's father. He was a young and accomplished general. Now that he had come to her daughter and Appo's aid, he seemed to possess a kind heart, though she wondered about the circumstances within the Earl and Appo's household. Chapter 50. Parents. Shen Zhinian noticed her mother seemed lost in thought and called out to her. Shen and Appo's mother turned her gaze towards her daughter. I will remember this kindness and repay it when the opportunity arises. Shen Zhinian seized the moment to bring up another matter. Mother, since you are here, there is something else I would like to discuss with you. Go on, Shen and Appo's mother nodded in encouragement. Do you recall when I mentioned venturing into business? Shen Zhinian continued. I went out today specifically to discuss this matter, and I now have some preliminary insights. Is it so soon? Shen's mother expressed her astonishment. You have already begun organizing this within a day. Concerned for her daughter and Appo's impulsiveness, she pressed on. Did we not agree to avoid hasty actions? Shen Zhinian reassured her, patting her hand. It is not finalized yet. We merely had an initial conversation and established some interest. If we are to proceed, we will need to conduct thorough evaluations. What kind of business are you considering? Is it a significant investment? Shen and Appo's mother remained skeptical. Do not worry, mother. In the beginning, I will primarily provide manpower and ideas. With the support of the tavern's proprietress, we can share the profits, and if there are no gains, we will not incur losses. A tavern? Shen's mother was taken aback, realizing her daughter had likely contemplated this endeavor long before today. Shen Zhinian continued, smiling, "While I do enjoy fine food, and I possess little else in terms of expertise, so I intend to draw inspiration from the tavern and Amp, Oppo's menu. Please do not fret. I will be cautious." She sought her mother and Amp, Oppo's assistance in finding a reliable accountant, as they would need to reconcile accounts with the tavern. To enter into a business partnership, it is imperative to maintain clear accounts. Besides Zhen, an accountant will be essential. This matter, once Zhen has sampled the dishes, I plan to discuss with Manager Qin. Having been raised as the pampered daughter of the family, Shen Zhinian had never managed such affairs. Thus, she needed to turn to her mother for help. Seeing that her daughter was not as unprepared as she initially thought, Shen and Oppo's mother felt a slight sense of relief. "I can certainly find someone for you. However, do not let this business consume your time and attention. You must not neglect your own life as significant matters." With the impending dissolution of her engagement, Shen and Oppo's mother sighed internally. She did not wish to burden her daughter, but felt compelled to remind her, regarding your business endeavors, though not overtly stated. There are regulations in our dynasty concerning officials and Oppo's families engaging in commerce. You only mentioned this yesterday, and I have yet to discuss it with your father. You will need to inform him later, as any legitimate business must be reported to the Ministry of Revenue. Yes, I understand. The great Xian dynasty's commerce is thriving and does not suppress trade as previous dynasties did, yet to prevent collusion between officials and merchants. Family members of officials must report their business activities. I do not wish to impact father or my brother and Oppo's careers. Thus, I will bring this up. Once your father returns home from work today, I will speak with him. Rest well, dear. I am relieved to see you in good spirits, Shen's mother advised, urging her daughter to lie down once more before returning to the Wenhua courtyard. After a restful afternoon nap, Shen Zhinian awoke to find it had grown dark outside. Feeling momentarily disoriented, after not having slept so long in ages, she summoned Chen Tao to assist her in changing clothes and fixing her hair before seeking out her father in the Wenhua courtyard. In the Wenhua courtyard, the minister had just returned from work and was yet to dine. He had spoken briefly with Shen's mother and had only just learned of his daughter's near accident earlier that day. Anxiously, he wished to see her, but Shen and Oppo's mother had calmed him, assuring him that she had checked on Shen Zhinian during lunch and found her unharmed. As they conversed, Shen Zhinian entered the courtyard. Upon receiving the maid's announcement, her father, rarely so moved, stepped out to greet her alongside Shen's mother. "Father, mother, Ingyan is here," Shen Zhinian announced upon seeing her parents. She paused briefly before bowing to them. Shen's mother helped her rise, while Shen's father scrutinized her closely, relieved to see no signs of distress. "I hear you had an incident today?" he inquired. Shen and Oppo's mother interjected, "Let's discuss this inside." Shen and Oppo's father did not object, and the three of them entered the house together. Once seated, Shen Zhinian recounted the day and Oppo's events, reassuring her father that she had not been harmed. Though Shen's father's expression remained troubled, he could only feel gratitude that his daughter had been rescued in time. The Jiani family truly seems to be declining with each generation. "Father, it is nothing. I did not suffer any loss," Shen Zhinian replied, then proceeded to share her plans for entering business with him. Shen's father frowned. "Is it appropriate for a young lady to put herself out there? Our family is not lacking in wealth. Why subject yourself to such hardships?" Shen Zhinian looked her father in the eye, resolute. "I cannot simply rely on the family indefinitely. I must carve out my own path and secure my future. If I manage to establish some connections, it will ultimately ease your concerns. But you have no experience in such matters, and there is no one in the family to guide you. Father, there is no need for concern. Every endeavor begins with a challenge. If I do not take this step, I will never begin. I will forge ahead and learn through experience. I do not seek riches, but rather a means to secure my sustenance." Shen Zhinian felt that with some knowledge from her previous life, she could navigate this venture. Though the engagement with the Liu family has been called off, you will still need to marry in the future. There are matters for which you need not worry. Your father and brother will always be here to support you. You shall not want for anything." Shen's father remained unconvinced of his daughter's pursuit of hardship. "Father, you must manage this household, and my brother will have his own responsibilities once he marries. Should I depend on you before marriage and then rely on my in-laws afterward? I cannot remain forever tethered to my family. Even if you are willing, it weighs heavily on my conscience. As for my future husband, I cannot foresee what circumstances await me. However, by establishing my own foundation now, I will possess a degree of confidence in my marital life, alleviating your burdens." Shen Zhinian sincerely believed that having her own endeavors and wealth was the true path to fulfillment. Since the moment she expressed her desire to engage in business, Shen's father's brow had remained furrowed. His daughter appeared resolute, and his wife, remaining silent, likely did not oppose her ambitions. Observing the light shining in his daughter's eyes, he contemplated her determination. Ultimately, he relented, deciding to allow her to pursue her aspirations. "What is the worst that could happen? If you fail, I will be here to support you. You need not fear losing wealth. A little experience will not harm you. If you must proceed, do so with caution. Remember, in business, integrity is paramount. If you choose to undertake this, commit wholeheartedly." Shen's father finally acquiesced. Chapter 51. Expressing affection, a smile graced Shen Zhinian's lips as she deeply bowed to her father, saying, "I knew that father cherished his daughter the most. I shall forever hold your teachings close to my heart." Shen Fu felt a flush of embarrassment at his daughter's words, feigning a reprimand. "You have no sense of decorum." Watching the father-daughter exchange, Shen Mu chuckled. "Now that matters are settled, Nian shall dine with us this evening. Should we summon your brother as well? I presume he has returned home by now," she suggested, anticipating that her brother would soon learn of her near mishap with the carriage. Shen Zhinian thought it prudent to inform him first. Shen Mu nodded in agreement and instructed someone to check on Shen Qincheng. Before dinner was served, Shen Qincheng arrived. Spotting his sister from a distance, he called out, "Nian, I heard that you—" Shen Zhinian quickly interjected, "I am perfectly fine. I was not injured at all. There is no need for you to worry, brother." Shen Qincheng stood momentarily speechless. He entered the house and bowed to their parents, expressing his relief. Fortunately, Yin Jing was at the tea house. He alerted me and advised that I ensure the ladies of our household have proper escorts when they venture out. Shamu paused, murmuring, "The heir of the Earl of England is indeed quite observant." However, Shen Fu remained silent, even though a crown prince had been established. His frail health cast uncertainty over the court and Appo's dynamics. With the Earl and Appo's daughter poised to marry the third prince, the Earl and Appo's family would inevitably be embroiled in political strife. He wished to limit his children's association with them and felt it necessary to remind his son later. As for repaying the favor of saving his daughter, there would be no appropriate occasion until the Earl and Appo's heir became formally engaged. He could then prepare some congratulatory gifts, which would not be seen as ingratitude. With their own thoughts occupying their minds, Shen's parents refrained from further discussing matters with their children. After the family enjoyed dinner together, Shen's parents sent their children to rest and resumed their own conversation. Shen Fu informed his wife, "This afternoon, Lu Qingchuan came to the Yamen looking for me." Shen Mu and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. What did he want? He came to plead on behalf of himself, wishing for the Shen family to reconsider the engagement withdrawal. "You didn't relent, did you?" Shen Mu feared her husband might act impulsively. Shen Fu defended himself. "I would not be so foolish. We have already approached the Lu family to withdraw. How could I treat it lightly?" He sighed. However, I must admit, he appeared quite distressed, and it weighed heavily on my heart. Shen Mu cautioned her husband, "You mustn't allow his discomfort to impose upon our daughter, for that would bring her unhappiness." Shen Fu did not intend that. He merely felt a twinge of regret. "My daughter's well-being is paramount. Hence, regardless of how Qin Chuan assures me he will distance himself from his cousin, I have not acquiesced. I merely worry that perhaps we have overreacted and may miss a good match." Shen Fu could not suppress his wavering thoughts. Shen Mu chided him lightly. "A daughter's marriage is not a matter for trial and error. Knowing full well that the Lu family is not an ideal choice, why should you waver at someone else's suggestion? How do you know he is not merely trying to placate you? With a resigned sigh, Shun Fu decided to heed his wife and amp, Oppo's, counsel and let go of his concerns. Lu Qingchuan had been busy throughout the day. After meeting Shen Zhinian, he sought the Minister of Personnel, only to return empty-handed. Feeling despondent, he had no choice but to ride back to the scholar and Oppo's residence. Upon his arrival, before he could enter, he heard a gentle voice call out, "Young Master Lu." Turning around, he was surprised to see the Princess of Pingyang, whom he had met previously. She stood by the wall of the residence, clad in a stunning crimson garment, her complexion as radiant as white jade. A carriage waited quietly behind her. With a bright smile, Pingyang approached Lu Qingchuan, and upon reaching him, she tilted her head upwards. "You have just returned, young Master Lu. I have been waiting here for quite some time." Lu Qingchuan, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and spoke warmly. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Mississippi. Do you seek me for some matter?" Since her conversation with Shen Zhinian, Princess Pingyang had kept a close watch on the Shun family's movements. Learning that Shun Mu would visit the scholar and damp, Oppo's residence soon, she felt a surge of joy, sensing Shen Zhinian and amp, Oppo's swift actions. However, upon hearing reports that Lu Qingchuan sought Shen Zhinian, she felt displeased and worried about unforeseen complications. Thus, she had her carriage brought to the scholar and Oppo's residence to speak with him, hoping to persuade him to abandon his interest in Shen Zhinian. "Pingyang is just fine, or you may call me Louis," she said playfully. Lu Qingchuan was taken aback, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, pondering the apparent familiarity that the princess seemed to exhibit towards him. "Miss Pingyang," he replied, bowing slightly with a smile. A faint blush crept onto Pingyang and amp, Oppo's cheeks as she turned her head away. "Just call me Pingyang." After a moment and amp, Oppo's thought, she steeled herself to address the matter at hand. Looking directly at Lu Qingchuan, "Young Master Lu, to be frank, I am the daughter of the Prince of Ping. Ever since our meeting during the Dragon Boat Festival, I have held you in great admiration." With those words, her blush deepened, and after a pause, she continued, "You are as warm as jade, a paragon of elegance, and I fell for you at first sight. I have pondered this deeply since our encounter, and today I have gathered the courage to express my feelings to you, unaware of your own sentiments." As she spoke, her head gradually lowered, her voice dwindling. Lu Qingchuan was taken aback, uncertain how to respond to such a forthright confession of affection from the princess. The daughter of a high-ranking prince, she appeared to be well-favored, and aligning himself with her could potentially accelerate his career. As he observed the bashful princess, his mind flashed to Shen Zhinian and Oppo's aloof demeanor earlier that day and the resolute withdrawal from the engagement. Gathering his thoughts, he replied, "Princess, you are a vision of beauty and grace, but I am not one to presume upon such a distinction." Delighted by Lu Qingchuan's compliment, Pingyang smiled. "I permit you to think of me." He met her gaze with tenderness, asking, "Have you consulted your elders about this?" With a playful tone, she replied, "My father and mother heed my wishes. They would not oppose my choice. Your sincerity humbles me, but I regret that I am currently preoccupied with various matters and cannot promptly respond to your affections. Would you kindly grant me some time?" Lu Qingchuan understood her intentions, but knew he must first resolve the Shun family affair before approaching the prince's residence with a proposal. Pingyang appeared unperturbed, sensing that Lu Qingchuan had made a decision. With joy, she responded, "I shall wait for you. Just do not take too long." Chapter 52. The final decision. The two made their arrangements. Lu Qingchuan escorted Pingyang to the carriage, watching her board with the assistance of her maid. Once inside, Pingyang did not hastily draw the curtain. She turned and smiled at Lu Qingchuan, reassuring him, "Do not worry. The matters you mentioned are easily manageable." She had already made an agreement with Shen Zhinian and signed a commitment, believing that Shen Zhinian would no longer trouble Lu Qingchuan. Lu Qingchuan paused, realizing that Princess Pingyang might already understand what he meant by those matters. He replied softly, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle everything and ensure you do not wait long." Satisfied, Princess Pingyang departed. Lu Qingchuan stood silently outside the scholar and Oppo's residence, contemplating the myriad events of the past few days, his emotions in turmoil. unable to find peace. Changsheng followed him, having just overheard Princess Pingyang's heartfelt words to his young master. He was astonished and dared not speak, quietly accompanying Lu Qingchuan as they stood outside. After a while, Lu Qingchuan turned and stepped inside the residence. "Go to my mother's courtyard," Lu Qingchuan instructed Changsheng. "Yes," Changsheng replied, sending someone ahead to inform Lu's mother. By the time Lu Qingchuan arrived in his mother's courtyard, she was already waiting outside. "My dear son, why have you returned so late today?" Lu's mother asked, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, her heart aching for him. She suspected her son had not rested well the previous night. "Mother, I was delayed by some matters, hence my late return. Let us talk inside," Lu Qingchuan said, assisting his mother into the room. "Did you truly go to see the Shen family? Did they treat you poorly?" Yesterday, her son had shown reluctance to give up on the engagement with the Shen family, insisting on seeking clarity. While she had hoped that he would encounter obstacles and ultimately abandon the idea, her heart ached to see him wronged, deepening her resentment towards the Shen family. They are truly too overbearing. Lu Qingchuan glanced at Lu and Amp, Oppos, signaling her to pour tea for Lu and Amp, Oppos, S mother. Lu and Amp, Oppos, hurriedly attended to her, gently soothing her back. "Mother, do not be angry. I have already decided to abandon the engagement with the Shen family." Lu and Amp, Oppos, S mother, initially fuming, paused momentarily before her anger transformed into joy. "Have you come to your senses?" "Yes, I have. The Shen family lacks sincerity in this union, and I refuse to humiliate myself by pursuing it further." His voice still carried a hint of gloom. "That is good to hear. We shall seek another match," she replied. "Yes, we will proceed with the annulment according to the proper protocol. I will not intervene, and I must trouble you to handle it." Lu and Amp, Oppos, S mother nodded. "Rest assured. I will ensure that the bridal gifts and dowries are accounted for. We cannot allow the Shen family to take advantage of us." "Thank you for your hard work, mother." Reflecting on Pingyang and Oppos, as earlier words, Lu Qingchuan carefully added, "Mother, please keep the bridal gifts safe. Later, I will need you to procure some additional valuables. If funds are required, do not hesitate to ask the steward for withdrawal." Lu and Oppos, S mother was puzzled. "What do you mean? Why procure more valuables?" Lu Qingchuan replied solemnly, "For future proposals." "Is it so soon? Have you already set your sights on someone?" Lu's mother felt her son's change of heart was rather swift. Just yesterday, he had been unwilling, and today he was already seeking another match. "Yes, but this person's background is not simple. Mother, we'll need to find a distinguished matchmaker, and the formalities must be observed. The bridal gifts cannot be lacking." Lu and Oppos, S mother listened, sensing the significance of this potential match. "Which family does this young lady belong to?" "The daughter of Prince Ping, Princess Pingyang." Lu and Amp, Oppos, S mother opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she weakly inquired, "Will the prince consent to our request?" Though her son was indeed exceptional, the fact remained that the other party was a prince's daughter, the emperor's niece, a member of the royal family. If they were to approach her without caution, it could lead to undesirable consequences if she was displeased or offended. "Once we annul the engagement with the Shen family, we shall wait a while longer, and once the bridal gifts are suitably substantial, you may proceed with the proposal. Princess Pingyang will not refuse." Still reeling from shock, Lu and Oppos, S mother heard her son and Oppos, S resolute response, and was uncertain if she should caution him further. Lu Qingchuan noticed his mother's lingering doubts and dispelled them, saying, "Princess Pingyang has feelings for me, and the prince and princess dote on her. They will fulfill her wishes. Mother, I will not pursue anything I lack confidence in." Understanding that further persuasion would be futile, Lu's mother conceded, "Very well. The Shen family has failed to recognize your worth, but you shall find someone who will appreciate you, perhaps even someone better." After discussing the matter with his mother, Lu Qingchuan shared a meal with her before bidding her farewell and returning to his own quarters. Changsheng followed closely behind. Observing the solitary demeanor of his young master and sensing his lingering discontent, he softened his footsteps. Upon returning to his quarters, the maidservants assisted Lu Qingchuan with his evening routine. He did not visit the study today, but instead went straight to his bedroom to rest. After a sleepless night, Having settled matters and made a decision, he felt he should finally relax. As he lay in bed, drifting in and out of slumber, Lu Qingchuan seemed to see Shen Zhinian's face once more. Clad as a woman, she appeared devoid of the gentleness from his previous dreams. Her countenance was icy, and her words were sharp. "Husband, you possess remarkable skills. Having recently emerged from mourning, you have already brought joy into the household. Since my cousin is with child, you may bestow her a title as you see fit." In his dream, Lu Qingchuan sighed as he tried to explain, "It was not my intention. It was just that Zhixin needed me that day, and I happened to drink a bit too much." Shen Zhinian scoffed coldly. Lu Qingchuan fell silent, and after a moment, he murmured, "Now that Zhixin is pregnant, the child cannot be left without a name. My mother wishes for me to recognize her as a formal wife, and I cannot refuse." Shen Zhinian turned away, refusing to look at him. Lu Qingchuan gazed at her back, continuing to plead, "Even if Zhixin becomes a formal wife, it is merely for my mother's sake and for the child. Anyan, I know I have wronged you, but I promise you will always be my only legitimate wife." Shen Zhinian's smile was tinged with sarcasm, yet her tone was profoundly sorrowful. "Now that you have achieved rank and title, it is not impossible for you to take another wife." Lu Qingchuan furrowed his brow. "Why must you speak thus?" Shen Zhinian turned to face him. "Since you have made your decision, why pretend to consult me? Such hypocrisy is contemptible." Lu Qingchuan was incensed. "Do not act unreasonable." Shen Zhinian shot him a cold glance before rising to leave. Watching her depart with such resolute finality, Lu Qingchuan's expression darkened. "Shen Zhinian, do not push your luck." The figure from his dream, just like this morning, offered no response. Lu Qingchuan awoke with a start, the room still shrouded in darkness. His heart heavy with a deep-seated gloom, akin to the pitch-black night, fathomless and oppressive. "Shen Zhinian, you chose to give up. I no longer desire you." He seethed silently within himself. Chapter 53. Whispers and Rumors. 2 days later, early in the morning, Mrs. Shen prepared herself and set out to the scholar's residence to formally withdraw the engagement, since she needed to return the betrothal gifts. She instructed the steward to prepare 2 additional carriages. After loading the items, she departed with the matchmaker she had invited. There was no need for Shen Zhinian to personally attend the withdrawal. She relished the leisure and enjoyed a languid morning in her courtyard, rising only for breakfast before summoning Jinyang to accompany her to Typhone Tower. Due to the previous incident with the runaway carriage, Shen Zhinian now had additional escorts, drawn from her father's guards, who, while possessing only rudimentary martial skills, sufficed for her protection. Upon arriving at Typhone Tower, they found the establishment had been spruced up, suggesting that Madame Qin was quite adept at her tasks. Upon entering, Shen Zhinian requested the waiter to summon Madame Qin to the private room for a conversation, while she herself led her maidservant to the same previous private room. Little Zhinian came the cheerful voice of Madame Qin before she even stepped into the room. Shen Zhinian rose to greet her, and the two settled comfortably together. Madame Qin glanced around the room, noting the presence of the 2 familiar maidservants and a new round-faced girl who appeared quite festive. Redirecting her gaze, she smiled at Shen Zhinian, saying, "Last time, thanks to your assistance, Typhone Tower avoided a significant loss. I am grateful. If you have time today, let's dine here. This meal is on me." Shen Zhinian smiled gracefully, responding, "Sister, there is no need for such formalities. It was but a small effort. I come not for the meal today, but to fulfill the promise we discussed earlier." Intrigued, Madame Qin inquired, glancing at the round-faced girl, "Is she the cook?" Shen Zhinian nodded, praising her sister and Appo's keen observation. "Jinyang, please come forward to meet Madame Qin." Jinyang stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Madame Qin." Madame Qin scrutinized the charming girl, pondering her youth and experience, uncertain if she truly possessed remarkable culinary skills. Sensing Madame Qin's silence, Shen Zhinian understood that gaining her trust required tangible evidence. "Sister, may we borrow the kitchen of the restaurant?" Jinyang had brought some ingredients and was eager to showcase her skills today. Madame Qin, sharing the sentiment, readily agreed and summoned the waiter to escort Jinyang to the kitchen. After Jinyang left, Madame Qin, filled with curiosity, asked Shen Zhinian. What new dishes does little Zhinian have in store? Shen Zhinian and Amp. Appo's lips curled into a smile. One dish is called dompa pork, primarily made with pork. Once Xinjiang prepares it, I invite you to taste it. In her past life, this dish had become immensely popular in the capital, widely renowned. Madame Qin and Amp, Appo's interest was piqued. Does little Xinjiang have other dishes prepared as well? Shen Zhinian nodded. To win over Madame Qin and Amp, Appo's palate, one dish was hardly sufficient. Xinjiang was exceptionally talented and skilled in various cuisines. Shen Zhinian had previously instructed her to prepare additional dishes, confident that Xinjiang's dedication to her culinary craft would delight Madame Qin. After some more conversation, Shen Zhinian suggested that Madame Qin tend to her restaurant duties while they awaited Xinjiang and Appo's dishes. With time to spare, she took Chun Tao and Chun Xing to the first floor to enjoy the storytelling session at the restaurant. Usually, business at Typhoon Tower was sluggish, but during storytelling, more patrons frequented the establishment. The storytelling stage remained, despite any budget cuts by Madame Qin, as it attracted customers. As Shen Zhinian listened intently to the storyteller and Appo's legendary tales, she overheard snippets of conversation from nearby tables. Have you heard? It seems someone from the Minister of Rights and Appo's family went to the new top scholar and Appo's residence to withdraw the engagement. What's the situation? Was the engagement already settled? Who knows? Perhaps the scholar did something to offend the minister's family? I've never heard that before. Isn't the scholar a paragon of virtue? Could it be that the minister's family had a change of heart, seeking a more suitable match? The gossip reached Shen Zhinian's ears, and she found it amusing that while seeking a leisurely escape, she stumbled upon her own story. Chun Xing, incensed by the rumors, spoke out, "What nonsense!" Even stepping outside, one encounters gossips who spread unfounded rumors without knowing the truth. It is truly eye-opening. The gossipers glanced over, noticing the young lady in a veil and her maidservants exchanging looks before returning to their previous topic. I suspect it might be true. The scholar has just entered the political arena. Who knows if he can rise through the ranks smoothly? The Minister of Rights holds a second-rank position, and it wouldn't be difficult for a daughter of such a family to seek a more advantageous marriage. How unfortunate for the scholar. He thought he had secured a good match with a formidable father-in-law, only to be cast aside midway. Indeed, Chun Xing trembled with indignation, ready to confront them. But Shen Zhinian stopped her. "Do not go." Chun Xing halted, while Chun Tao gently tugged at her sleeve, shaking her head. Chun Xing bit her lip, her voice laced with resentment. "Miss, these people are so crass, fabricating stories without any basis in reality. I cannot stand by while they speak so disrespectfully." Chun Tao whispered, "If you confront them directly, will you not reveal to everyone that you are from the minister's family? Miss is present, and it would only bring unnecessary trouble." Shen Zhinian had not anticipated the rumors to spread so swiftly. Even if Chun Xing vented her frustrations on them today, it would not halt the forthcoming discussions in the capital. With so many gossip mongers in the city, it was impossible to silence them all. Rather than waste energy on futile arguments, it would be wiser to consider how to disperse misleading information and redirect the narrative. You cannot scold them all. In the end, it is you who will be left feeling frustrated. Shen Zhinian consoled Chun Xing. "I am unbothered. Since the engagement has been withdrawn, whispers and rumors are inevitable. If one dwells on them, it is only oneself who suffers, while the gossipers bear no burden. There is no need for us to feel hurt by the careless words of outsiders." Chun Xing bit her lip, gradually calming down. Seeing her still wear a gloomy expression, Shen Zhinian smiled and suggested, "If you're still upset, why not check if Xinjiang has finished preparing the dishes?" Chun Xing understood that her miss sought to divert her attention for her own good, and she dutifully complied, departing quietly. Chun Tao remained close to Shen Zhinian, observing that her miss seemed unaffected, and thus chose to disregard the incessant chatter around them. Chapter 54. Seeking justice, do not engage in idle gossip. My mother taught me that without knowing the full story, one should refrain from spreading rumors. A clear, youthful voice rang out. Shen Zhinian and Chun Tao turned in surprise to see a girl with her hair styled in two buns and a fair, round face admonishing those who had been gossiping. The little girl, hands on her hips, appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, yet her understanding surpassed that of many adults. Shen Zhinian glanced at Chun Tao, who nodded in understanding, and they both approached the girl. The gossipers, chastised by a child, wore expressions of humiliation and indignation, one of them huffing. Where did this child come from? How dare she speak so disrespectfully to her elders? The little girl, undeterred, shot back with a fierce glare. You adults, discussing matters without any decorum, is that what one calls respect? Shen Zhinian, Kuden, and Oppos. T helped but smile. The girl was quite eloquent. The adults, further embarrassed by her retort, fell silent, and someone began to shout, "Whose child is this?" Shuden and Oppos. T someone be watching her? Chun Tao had already reached the little girl and Oppos. S sighed. She gently patted the girl's head and said, "Little miss, do not wander about. The outside world is filled with people. And you mustn't amp, Oppos, T let yourself be disturbed by those lacking manners." The gossipers, now aware that the girl had a maid accompanying her, dressed appropriately, and having come from the same table, realized she must be from a well-to-do family. For a moment, no one dared to speak further, lest they provoke a noble household. The little girl beamed with pride, turning to Chun Tao with a broad smile, revealing 2 missing front teeth, yet still radiating charm. Chun Tao's heart softened at the sight. "Come, little miss, let's return to our conversation." Unaware of the girl and amp, Oppos, his identity, or where her guardians were, Chun Tao decided to lead her away from the crowd and would inquire about her family later. The little girl obediently extended her chubby, fair hand and grasped a few of Chun Tao's fingers, following her to Shen Zhinian's side. Despite their brief exchange, no one had yet come looking for the girl, suggesting her family was not in the main hall. Shen Zhinian leaned down and softly asked, "What is your name, little one? Where are your parents?" The girl replied in a hushed tone, "I am Yuan Yuan, and my mother is busy. I saw you last time, sister." Shen Zhinian was taken aback. She discreetly lifted a corner of her veil and, with a twinkle in her eyes, asked, "When did you see me, Yuan Yuan? Do you know who I am?" Yuan Yuan leaned closer and whispered back, "You are the sister of the Minister of Rights. I heard you and my mother talking last time. You helped her with something. No wonder no guests had come looking for her." Realizing this was likely Madame Qin's daughter, Shen Zhinian gently tapped Yuan Yuan's delicate nose. "Did you come here specifically to help your sister?" Yuan Yuan nodded vigorously, her decorative silk ribbon swaying with her enthusiasm, embodying innocence and charm. Shen Zhinian could not resist caressing the little girl's cheek. "Thank you, Yuan Yuan." Yuan Yuan shook her head, smiling brightly at Shen Zhinian. "Sister, no need for thanks. Miss, the preparations over at Madame Zhen and Oppos' are nearly complete." At that moment, Chun Xing returned. Her curiosity piqued upon noticing the presence of the charming little girl. "Come, sister, let me take you to find your mother." Shen Zhinian took Yuan Yuan's small hand and, along with Chun Tao and Chun Xing, returned to the private room. "Chun Tao, please inform Madame Qin that Yuan Yuan is in the private room." "Yes," Chun Tao replied, stepping out to seek Madame Qin. Before long, Madame Qin entered the room with Chun Tao. "Yuan Yuan, why are you here bothering your aunt?" she asked upon seeing her daughter nestled close to Shen Zhinian, enjoying the pastry she had brought. The little girl, clearly enjoying the treats, had crumbs scattered about her mouth, and Shen Zhinian was using a handkerchief to clean her up. "Mother, this is a gift from my sister," Yuan Yuan mumbled, her cheeks stuffed full. Madame Qin laughed. "Why call her sister? Isn't that confusing the hierarchy?" She then turned to Shen Zhinian with an apologetic smile. "The child does not know better. Please do not take offense." "Zhinian." Shen Zhinian responded with a playful smile. "Calling me sister is delightful. It reminds me of my youthful days." "Indeed, that works. After all, you are still of an age where you can be called a younger sister," Madame Qin agreed, not wishing to engage in unnecessary formalities. "Yuan Yuan, how did you help your sister?" Madame Qin inquired, having just returned from socializing in another private room. She was surprised to see her daughter venturing forward and growing close to Shen Zhinian. After finishing her treat, Yuan Yuan wiped her mouth with her hand and explained, "Mother, someone downstairs was saying that sister and amp, Oppos' family abandoned some scholar. It did not sound good, so I stepped in to help." Madame Qin was taken aback. In their line of work at the tavern, they frequently heard various rumors from the patrons. She was aware that the daughter of the Minister of Rites had been betrothed to the newly appointed scholar. But now, what was going on? She glanced at Shen Zhinian, contemplating whether to inquire further, yet hesitant to pry into what might be personal matters. Seeing the hesitation on Madame Qin's face, Shen Zhinian smiled gently. "It's all right, sister. My family did indeed go to the scholar and Oppo's residence today to break off the engagement, but I did not anticipate the news spreading so quickly." Madame Qin, relieved that Shen Zhinian had brought it up herself, reassured her there are many idle people in the streets who take pleasure in other people and Oppo's affairs. Often, they only see the surface and spin tales out of thin air. You mustn't Oppo's let such gossip affect you. Having gone through her own trials, Madame Qin remembered how, after being abandoned by her unfaithful husband for a concubine, she had also faced a barrage of rumors. For a time, the Typhoon Tavern even saw a small uptick in business as people came to witness the spectacle. Yet, over time, interest waned and the gossip faded. Shen Zhinian smiled, feeling warmth in her heart at Madame Qin's instinct to comfort her rather than probe further into the matter of the broken engagement. "Sister, I am not troubled by it. However, I do not intend to allow such idle chatter to continue unchecked. We must think of a way to take some action. Perhaps you could assist me with this." Madame Qin looked at her, puzzled. "I have a penchant for reading stories and have been inspired to write my own. I would like to send my work to you once it is finished. Perhaps you could encourage the storyteller to share it more widely?" Though uncertain of the impact it might have, she could not allow the minister's residence to be unjustly maligned. Chapter 55. Tasting dishes. Shen Zhinian intended to craft a play inspired by Lu Qingchuan, ensuring that their backgrounds were strikingly similar, enticing others to speculate about the talented scholar. The daughter of the minister's residence was merely a supporting character in the narrative, serving only to highlight the profound bond between the scholar and his cousin. Moreover, Lu Qingchuan was likely to have joyous news soon, alleviating any concerns regarding idle gossip. Madame Qin did not probe deeply. The storytellers at the tavern were always keen on fresh tales, and new scripts were always welcomed. "Leave this to me," she nodded in agreement. "Shopkeeper, the new chef has completed the dishes. Should we begin serving them?" called out the voice of a waiter from outside. Madame Qin had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and cheerfully replied, "Yes, bring them to the private room." Yuan, hearing that food was coming, brightened up and sweetly pleaded with her mother, "Mother, can I stay here to eat?" Madame Qin jokingly chided her daughter, "Still so greedy. Just look at the little round belly of yours." Yuan puffed her stomach out, defending herself. "I haven't eaten enough this morning. I was just hungry, and my sister gave me some pastries." Madame Qin, somewhat helpless, replied, "All right, it's nearly lunchtime anyway. Since you just had pastries, try to eat a little less later. Mind you, Don and Oppo's teeth get indigestion." Yuan nodded eagerly. Shen Zhinian smiled shyly at Madame Qin, aware of her own inexperience with children. She had simply given the little girl pastries when she mentioned being hungry, not considering the consequences of overeating. Madame Qin shared a knowing smile, understanding her daughter's penchant for indulgence. The dishes prepared by Madame Jean began to arrive, including dompa pork, wine-steamed chicken, fried spring goose, dompa tofu, 3 flavor bamboo shoots, and yellow sweet dumplings. As Madame Qin beheld the array of dishes, listened to Shen Zhinian's descriptions, and inhaled their enticing aromas, her appetite was piqued. "Sister, you must try this dompa pork," Shen Zhinian urged Madame Qin to taste. Madame Qin picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of the beautifully braised meat. Taking a bite, the pork was tender and melted in her mouth, the rich flavor and juices bursting forth, captivating her senses. This dompa pork was indeed aromatic, perfectly balanced in saltiness and sweetness, revealing the culinary potential of pork. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "This dompa pork is truly exquisite." Shen Zhinian replied gracefully, "Sister, you must sample the other dishes as well." Even a more ordinary fare, Shen Zhinian was confident, would be enhanced by Madame Jean's culinary prowess. Madame Qin savored each dish, and when she reached the dompa tofu, her eyes lit up again. It was equally tender and flavorful. This dish would only gain popularity in a few years, but unfortunately, it was not autumn yet, and the fragrant nuts were not in season. What they were enjoying was merely a modified version, yet the taste was still commendable. Due to the delightful flavors, Madame Qin indulged a bit more than usual during lunch. Sister Zhinian, this young chef's skills are truly remarkable, she praised after the meal. Do you think this could alleviate the current needs of the tavern? Certainly, Madame Qin replied eagerly, wishing for the young chef to take charge of the kitchen soon. Delicious food would surely lead to better business. Sister Zhinian, if Madame Zhen comes, the wages owed to Typhone Tower will certainly be ample. I just wonder when she will be available. By the end of the month, Shen Zhinian informed her, needing to wait for her father to finalize matters with the Ministry of Revenue. Sister, I have another matter to discuss. I will have an accountant to assist as well. If you don't mind? Of course, I don't mind. Madame Qin understood the need for transparency in partnerships. The two enjoyed a lively conversation. The tasting at Typhone Tower was a resounding success. After concluding their discussions, Shen Zhinian took her leave, estimating that her mother had returned after concluding her own matters. Upon arriving home, Shen Zhinian first sent Madame Zhen back to Shaoguang Courtyard, then proceeded to Wenhua Courtyard with Chun Tao and Chun Xing mother. Were you troubled today? Shen Zhinian greeted her mother and inquired. Madame Shen shook her head. Today's matters went quite smoothly. Madame Lu did not say much. After a moment of contemplation, she added, she seemed different from last time, even appearing somewhat pleased. Perhaps she has come to terms with things. Well, it doesn't concern us. Did you go out again today? Were you accompanied by guards? Shen Zhinian nodded. I visited Typhone Tower to discuss a few matters. Typhone Tower? Is it the tavern you mentioned before? Yes. I spoke with the shopkeeper's wife, and everything went quite well today. Madame Shen's interest was piqued. What do you plan to do? Is there only one shopkeeper's wife? Shen Zhinian shared her simple ideas with her mother, who did not discourage her. The little kitchen in her daughter-in-law's courtyard often concocted unique and delightful dishes, while this approach might not yield immense profits. It certainly wouldn't lead to loss. When Madame Zhen starts cooking there, your father and I will find opportunities to support the tavern's business. And we can also invite relatives from your maternal family to dine there. Your cousins could enjoy some drinks as well. Since their daughter was so ambitious as parents, they should offer their support. Thank you, mother. Shen Zhinian smiled brightly at her mother. Business is not achieved overnight. Even with delicious dishes, it takes time to flourish. So do not rush it. Madame Shen spoke gently to her daughter. I understand, mother. I have my plans. Madame Shen, noticing the cleverness in her daughter's demeanor, couldn't help but smile. It seems our future little shopkeeper has some clever strategies. I will consult the eldest daughter of the Duke of England soon. Shen Zhinian replied mischievously. Madame Shen paused. The eldest daughter of the Duke of England? Lately, I and Amp, Oppos, you've been hearing a lot about them. When did you get acquainted with her? I recall this girl is soon to become the third prince's consort. I met her during the Dragon Boat Festival. She even assisted me. With the heir of the Duke of England saving her, and the eldest daughter helping her as well, it seemed there was a fateful connection. But I mustn't trouble them too much. Madame Shen cautioned her daughter. I know. Shen Zhinian, sensing her mother was unaware of the rumors surrounding the broken engagement, did not wish to burden her with worries. After conversing for a while, she returned to her writing. Although she had read many scripts, this was her first attempt at writing one. Fortunately, she was well acquainted with the story and felt confident she could weave it together with a bit of time. In the evening, the Minister of Rites, Shen Lijian, entered the courtyard with a furrowed brow. Noticing his displeasure, Madame Shen curiously asked, What troubles you today? Have you encountered vexing official matters? Shen Lijian sighed heavily. There are rumors circulating that the minister's residence is disloyal, favoring the wealthy while neglecting the talented scholar. Chapter 56. Dispelling rumors upon hearing the news. Mother Shen and Damp. Oppos' face displayed a flicker of annoyance. What utter nonsense! She exclaimed, before anxiously inquiring of Father Shen. Where did you hear this? Is it spreading widely outside? There had already been some idle gossip in the magistrate in Oppos' office, and it was likely that the rumors had permeated the streets as well. Father Shen, with a grim expression, entered the room and took a seat. Such baseless gossip tarnishes our daughter and Oppos' reputation. How will we find a suitable match for her in the future? Mother Shen lamented. We should have been more prudent. We thought everything was settled, returning all the betrothal gifts to preserve Lu Qingchuan's dignity and to shield our daughter from criticism. Who could have anticipated this outcome? Father Shen regretted his desire to maintain face for the other party, not wanting to create an uncomfortable situation, ultimately leading to his daughter and Appo's suffering. Think of a solution. See what else we can do, he urged. I will seek an opportunity to speak during court, with both civil and military officials present. It will also serve to clarify the situation. Mother Shen cast a worried glance at her husband, pondering if this was a wise course of action. Will the emperor not reprimand you for discussing such matters? This hardly qualifies as a state affair. I can frame it within the context of propriety. The current regulations regarding breaking off engagements are indeed flawed. Some families discover issues with their intended partners only after the engagement is established. Yet they cannot unilaterally dissolve the agreement. If a daughter finds out midway that her suitor is abusive or has other unsavory traits, must she still plunge into the fire? Father Shen, reflecting on their own daughter and Appo's recent engagement debacle, recognized the need for reform in these customs. Mother Shen paused, realizing the merit in his suggestion. You must articulate our reasons for the broken engagement delicately and cleverly. Understood. I will present both sides of the argument, weaving our situation into the narrative, so others will grasp the essence. Father Shen nodded in agreement. While they were deep in discussion, Shen Zhinian had yet to return home. That day, he too had heard the rumors circulating about his family. After finishing his duties, he sought out Wen Yunjing for a drink. They went to Chunhua Tower, ordered dishes, and before they could even sip their drinks, they overheard male voices from the adjoining room. Qingchuan, I heard you were jilted by the daughter of the Minister of Rights today. One voice sounded somewhat familiar. Wen Yunjing glanced at Changfu, who understood the cue. Stepping out of the private room, he used lightness to leap onto the rooftop of the tavern, peering into the next room. Indeed, he found familiar faces. Jiang Yunting, the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi, was there, comforting the scholar Lu Qingchuan amid a group of acquaintances. Jiang Yunting poured a drink for Lu Qingchuan, clapping him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Qingchuan, out with the old, in with the new. That minister's daughter is hardly remarkable. This engagement's dissolution is a blessing. There are plenty of gentle and beautiful ladies out there. Lu Qingchuan offered only a grateful smile in response. Though we have just met today, we share a bond, both having been wronged by that minister's daughter. Seeing your distress, let me treat you to this meal, Jiang Yunting declared. Lu Qingchuan raised his glass, thanking him. Thank you, Brother Yunting. Do not mention it. I see that you are exceptionally talented, having achieved the highest honors at a young age and now being part of the Hanlin Academy. That minister must be blind to overlook you, Jiang Yunting continued. Indeed, with your esteemed reputation at Hanlin, you are bound for greater heights, echoed another. Do not let the minister's family intimidate you. The group, comprising Jiang Yunting's companions, chimed in, having caught wind of the gossip, and now offering their consolation. Lu Qingchuan shook his head, bowing to the group. I appreciate your kindness, but it is not their fault. I can only blame myself for not being worthy of Miss Shen and Appo's affection. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the next room as someone slammed a table. Changfu quickly covered the tile and stealthily descended from the rooftop towards his master's private room. As he approached, he noticed Shen Zhinian storming out in a furious manner. Upon seeing his master shake his head in a gesture of restraint, he followed closely, quickly relaying it and Appo's Jiang Yunting from the Duke of Zhongyi and Appo's family, the scholar Lu Qingchuan, and a few others. Shen Zhinian kicked open the door to the adjoining room, glaring at the stunned group. I thought a gaggle of gossiping women resided here. Turns out it's a pack of gossiping men. Instead of being decent men, you're reveling in slander. Without waiting for a retort, he turned his ire towards the well-dressed companion beside Lu Qingchuan, deducing him to be the instigator, Jiang Yunting. The eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi should be diligently serving the court instead of indulging in idle gossip and tarnishing the reputation of officials. Jiang Yunting, initially unfazed by Shen Zhinian and Appo's outburst, found himself disconcerted by the cold demeanor of the Earl of England and Appo's heir standing behind him, forcing him to suppress his indignation. Shen Zhinian then addressed Lu Qingchuan. Before the engagement was called off, He had genuinely regarded him as a potential brother-in-law, treating him with sincerity whenever they met. Upon learning of his long-time affection for his cousin, he had no intention of causing strife. They had simply drifted apart, and thus a peaceful separation was in order. Who could have foreseen this duplicity? Even in his clumsiness, it was evident that Lu Qingchuan was deliberately fanning the flames of rumor, attempting to cement his sister's reputation as a fickle woman. The scholar seemed to relish in his newfound freedom, celebrating the broken engagement with friends, while pretending to mourn for his sister and Apo's as honor, seemingly unbothered by the feelings of his childhood sweetheart. Lu Qingchuan and Apo's as face paled at the accusation. The room fell silent, and after delivering his scathing remarks, Shen Zhinian had no desire to linger. He turned to leave alongside Wen Yunjing. Back in their room, he remained incensed, and when Yunjing handed him a drink. This rumor has spread swiftly. Someone must be orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Shen Zhinian took the cup and pondered. Could it be the Lu family behind this? Judging from Lu Qingchuan's earlier words, it seemed likely. At the very least, he had been stirring the pot. I must take action to counter this. Shen Zhinian turned to Wen Yunjing. Can you help spread some counter-rumors to shift the narrative? Wen Yunjing nodded, addressing Chongfu. Make arrangements promptly. Gather more people to circulate the news at schools, taverns, and inns. Chongfu responded affirmatively, understood. Shen Zhinian clasped his hands in gratitude. The Shen family each busied themselves with quelling the rumors. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian was also hard at work, burning the midnight oil to complete her manuscript. Chapter 57, Dispelling Rumors, Part 2. The following day, the Minister of Rites, Shen Zhinian, rose at the break of dawn, freshened up, donned his official robes, and ventured out with unwavering determination. At this moment, Shen Zhinian had just set down her brush and climbed onto her bed. Chun Tao, feeling concern for her, covered her with a quilt, extinguished the lamp, and retreated to the outer room to rest. When Shen Zhinian awoke again, it was nearly noon. She opened her eyes and sat up. Outside, Chun Tao, who had already risen, hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered. Miss, you're awake? Yes, let us get up, she replied. After a sleepless night, she still felt weary. However, her thoughts were consumed by the story she was crafting. She knew she had to finish it today, for her performance had not yet commenced, yet the rumors were already swirling around her. Chun Tao assisted Shen Zhinian in getting up and washing up, then attended to her lunch. Afterward, she watched as the young lady began to write fervently once more, and she obediently stood by to grind ink. As dusk approached, Shen Zhinian finally set down her brush. Stretching her limbs, she realized she had been sitting too long. Noticing her discomfort, Chun Tao hurried over to massage her shoulders, while Chun Xing entered to knead her fingers. Miss, you have truly overexerted yourself these past 2 days, Chun Tao whispered. Shen Zhinian, with vacant eyes, proclaimed, no more late nights for me. Writing stories is delightful, but crafting them is quite arduous. My admiration for those skilled in storytelling has only deepened. By the way, Chun Tao, please send someone to deliver my manuscript to Typhone Tower and hand it to Manager Qin. Remember to instruct them to simply tell the story without naming any names. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian's orders, Chun Tao nodded in agreement, allowing Chun Xing to continue helping Shen Zhinian relax, while she took the manuscript to handle the task. While Shen Zhinian was engrossed in her writing at home, the streets and alleys outside buzzed with excitement. The idle townsfolk, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, gathered in small groups to chat. In the bustling tea house, a group of people was energetically gossiping. Have you heard? That top scholar was jilted yesterday. Oh, you're behind the times. I knew it yesterday. Your sources are quite swift. How'd you find out so quickly? Indeed, my distant cousin's wife has a nephew working at the scholar's residence, and they all knew it yesterday. It said that Madame Lu of the Scholar and Apo's household was so furious that she suffered chest pains and lay in bed all day. The Scholar and Amp, Apo's family is truly unfortunate. Isn't the Minister of Rites a bit too heartless? Exactly. Wait, I heard the Scholar had a sweetheart back home, and it seems he intends to take her as a concubine. The Minister of Rites learned of this and didn't want his daughter to suffer humiliation, fearing that the Scholar and Apo's household would become a scandal of favored concubines over wives. Yes, that's what I heard as well. A distant relative who worked at the scholar's residence interjected. Where did you hear that? My sister's son works there, and he knows far more. He continued. He was present when the families negotiated the return of the betrothal gifts, and the minister and Appo's family didn't take a single thing from them. One is a distant relative, and the other is a direct nephew. The accuracy of the news is evident. The crowd turned towards the one with the nephew as their source, urging him to elaborate. He continued, to be honest, one cannot blame the minister and Appo's family. How could they have known that the other party had someone they cared for back home? It's said to be a childhood sweetheart, a cousin who has cared for the scholar's parents for many years. And Madame Liu has long regarded her as a future daughter-in-law. That makes sense. Exactly. If you have someone back home, why provoke another family? It seems the minister's family was kept in the dark, and now the jilted engagement has only benefited the scholar. Indeed, it appears the minister's family is the real victim. Everyone nodded in agreement, discussing and dissecting the matter further, before dispersing to share their newfound gossip with others, passing the time with their freshly acquired knowledge. The realm remains relatively peaceful, and the common folk lead leisurely lives, while the court has no significant matters to address. Today, Emperor Zhinian announced that those with matters to present should do so, while others could depart. He anticipated a quiet session, similar to the previous days. Unexpectedly, Minister Shen Zhinian stepped forward to report, expressing a desire to reform the current customs regarding jilted engagements. He proposed that if a betrothal had been established, and one party concealed vital information, they should be allowed to return the betrothal gifts and dissolve the engagement without needing the other party's consent, although mutual negotiation should still be pursued first. This notion was quite unique and reasonable. However, the details were less significant. Shen Zhinian supported his argument with numerous examples, even disclosing personal matters regarding his own family. The officials, who had been feeling drowsy from the early hour, perked up at the prospect of the story. So, the tale of the minister's family and the engagement with the literary scholar was revealed, showcasing Shen Zhinian's diligence. Emperor Zhinian listened attentively to the report and offered no further comments. Giving Shen Zhinian a sympathetic glance, what you propose is wise. Take steps to implement these changes. He was more aware of the nuances than the officials below him. Beyond what Shen Zhinian mentioned about ensuring the scholar and his childhood sweetheart union, he also knew that Pingyang had her eyes set on Lu Qingchuan. This was revealed inadvertently during a discussion with his younger brother the previous day. Having achieved his objective, Shen Zhinian bowed and withdrew. Many sympathetic gazes followed him, which he accepted with composure. In Dashuan, only officials of the fourth rank and above were required to attend court, and today there was no other party involved. Hence, the officials' curiosity remained fixated on Shen Zhinian. After court, a throng gathered around Shen Zhinian, engaging in what appeared to be comforting yet probing conversations. He welcomed all inquiries, openly satisfying their curiosity. Having absorbed the gossip, the officials departed to their respective offices, eagerly awaiting the end of their duties to share the news with their wives at home. Shen Zhinian completed his task and returned to his residence to discuss the events with his wife, both feeling a measure of relief. Days passed, and the most talked-about topic in the capital remained the jilted engagement between the Minister of Rights and Appo's household and the scholar and Appo's family. The storytellers at Taifeng Tower crafted intricate love stories based on these events, recounting them multiple times a day. The characters bore striking similarities to the minister's daughter and the top scholar, capturing the public's interest and significantly boosting business at Taifeng Tower. People lamented that the scholar and his cousin were true lovers, while the minister and Appo's daughter was merely a victim of circumstance. Fortunately, the minister's daughter had awakened to the truth in time, proving herself to be a discerning and decisive young woman. Chapter 58. Seizing opportunities ever since the young lady of the Shangshu mansion called off her engagement. Many curious onlookers eagerly awaited to see the current state of the esteemed Shangshu heiress. After Shen Zhinian dispatched her story to the outside world, she remained confined within her residence for an additional 3 days. Upon learning from her mother that the rumors had taken a turn and that the situation was now unfavorable for the Shangshu mansion, Shen Zhinian was finally granted permission to venture outside. It was not entirely surprising that Shen Zhinian was anxious to present herself for public scrutiny. She had pressing matters to attend to. The carriage departed from the Shangshu mansion and made its way to the Duke of England and Damp, Oppo's estate. Observers found it peculiar, as it appeared that Miss Shen was set to meet friends, suggesting a swift recovery from her emotional turmoil. At the Duke of England's residence, when Ling Ran was already awaiting her arrival. After receiving Shen Zhinian and Oppo's invitation the previous day, she was filled with anticipation. It had been some time since she last saw Shen Zhinian, and having heard that Shen had recently called off her engagement, her fiancé allegedly having another childhood sweetheart, she could not help but smirk inwardly, dismissing the man as unworthy, and relieved that Shen Zhinian had managed to escape the entanglement in time. "Ah, Ran, I have come to visit today and brought some delicacies," Shen Zhinian announced with a bright smile as she entered Wen Lingran's courtyard. Wen Lingran's voice carried a hint of delight as she responded, "Oh, look at you. You've brought food, including sweet dew cakes and new dishes. Let us go inside." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Once they settled inside, Shen Zhinian instructed Chuanxing to place the food box on the table. "It's nearly lunchtime. Would you like to eat now? The culinary skills of my family and Oppo's little cook are exceptional." "Yes, let us." When Lingran nodded eagerly, the maids presented the dishes, and the aromas wafted through the air, igniting Wen Lingran's appetite. "What is this dish? I have never seen it before," she inquired, pointing to a vibrant ruby-red meat dish that resembled agate. Shen Zhinian smiled gently. "This is called dompa pork. Please try it and see if you enjoy the flavor." Wen Lingran took a piece and, after savoring it for a moment, exclaimed, "It's delightful, truly delicious. Eat your fill, and do sample the other dishes as well. They are equally delectable." Shen Zhinian felt a wave of happiness, relieved that Wen Lingran enjoyed the meal, which made conversation all the more enjoyable. "Join me," Shen Zhinian encouraged, picking up her chopsticks to partake in the feast. "Onion, how have you been lately?" Wen Lingran, feeling at ease without the watchful eye of a matron, continued to engage Shen Zhinian while they dined. Shen Zhinian paused, realizing that Wen Lingran had likely heard the recent rumors. She chuckled softly. "It's all trivial matters." Seeing Shen Zhinian's relaxed demeanor, which seemed genuine, Wen Lingran nodded appreciatively. Such men are best left behind. As they continued to eat, Wen Lingran remained engrossed in her meal, clearly relishing the flavors prepared by Zhinyang. "Your family and Oppo's cook indeed creates exquisite dishes," she remarked sincerely after finishing. "If you enjoy it, you should visit Typhon Tower when the opportunity arises. You can experience her culinary skills there," Shen Zhinian suggested. Wen Lingran expressed surprise. "Isn't she cooking at your home?" Shen Zhinian whispered, "By the end of the month, she will also be the chef at Typhon Tower." "Where's this Typhon Tower?" Wen Lingran inquired, unfamiliar with the establishment. "On Chongqing Street. If you can venture out next time, I will take you there." Wen Lingran nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, she asked Onion, "How did your cook come to work at Typhon Tower?" Shen Zhinian took a moment to compose herself before revealing her plans for a business venture to Wen Lingran. "You are quite bold," Wen Lingran remarked thoughtfully. "Few young ladies from noble families consider entering the business world, as they are supported by their families and seldom wish to endure such hardships. I am merely in the exploratory phase, with nothing else to occupy my time. I might as well put it to good use," Shen Zhinian explained. "Is there any way I can assist you?" Wen Lingran inquired earnestly. Shen Zhinian, filled with gratitude, admitted, "To be honest, I do have something I would like to ask of you." She leaned in and offered a respectful bow. Wen Lingran was taken aback by Shen Zhinian's formality. "There is no need for such formalities. Just speak your mind. I recall that you and the third prince have been married for over a month now. Might you consider adding some dishes to the banquet?" Shen Zhinian articulated her request. Wen Lingran rolled her eyes thoughtfully. "Do you wish to include the dishes I enjoy today?" Shen Zhinian nodded, "Specifically the dompa pork. With the royal wedding, the literati and officials will certainly attend to offer their congratulations. Including Typhon Tower's dompa pork at the banquet would serve as an excellent promotional opportunity. Once the dish gains renown, Typhon Tower's business will surely flourish." Wen Lingran readily agreed, "That is certainly feasible." The dompa tofu we just had was also quite good. We can include that as well. Shen Zhinian beamed. I greatly appreciate your assistance, Aran. Wen Lingran was equally pleased. Miss, old Madame Kong has come to summon you for etiquette lessons, Wen Lingran's maid announced. Wen Lingran pouted. Old Madame Kong is far too strict. Even with my absence, she still insists on hurrying me. Tell her to wait a bit longer, she instructed her maid. Shen Zhinian raised her hand to interject. Ran. You should attend to her. The palace instructors must not be kept waiting. When Lingran hesitated, what will you do? I had initially taken the day off. She then added, perhaps I could have Mo Hua show you around the estate while I finish up, and we can talk when I return. Shen Zhinian nodded, urging her friend to attend to her duties. Once when Lingran departed, Mo Hua stepped forward respectfully. Miss Shen, I shall take you for a stroll in the garden. Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, Shen Zhinian welcomed the idea of a leisurely walk. The Duke of England and Appo's estate was vast, and Mo Hua guided Shen Zhinian to the Eastern Garden, which was adorned with mountains and waters, lush flora, and elegant pavilions, creating a picturesque scene. As Shen Zhinian strolled through the garden, she felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. Upon reaching the vicinity of Yungang, Mo Hua remarked, there is a pavilion called the Inviting Moon Pavilion atop Yungang. It offers a splendid view of the estate. Would you like to ascend and take a look, Miss Shen? Not feeling fatigued, Shen Zhinian's interest piqued at the thought of a panoramic view of the estate. The Inviting Moon Pavilion also brought a sense of familiarity, reminding her of her own family and Appo's Lanyu Pavilion. Very well, please lead the way, she replied. As they approached the hillside, the sound of a woman's melodious laughter rang out, accompanied by a man and Appo's voice. Ling Long, you truly are a delightful person, the man and Appo's voice carried a hint of frivolity. Do not tease me, sir, the woman playfully retorted. Mo Hua's expression shifted, and she paused, glancing anxiously at Shen Zhinian. Aside from the young master and Aran, Shen Zhinian was not well acquainted with the other residents of the Duke of England's estate and felt it inappropriate to intrude upon their private moment. Shen Zhinian whispered to Mo Hua, let us go elsewhere. Relieved, Mo Hua replied, as you wish, Miss Shen. The two turned to retreat down the hillside when the man and Appo's voice called out, who is there? Chapter 59. A chance encounter. The man and Appo's ears were rather sharp. Mo Hua remained silent, quickening her pace to protect Shen Zhinian. What is the matter? Did I call out and receive no response? Is there no sense of decorum? The man's voice drew nearer, and Mo Hua froze. Had she known the second young master would be present, she would never have brought Miss Shen here. Who do we have here? It turns out to be the elder sister's maid. Truly imposing. Are you hiding from me? The man persisted. Mo Hua turned and bowed. Addressing the second young master, I inadvertently led a guest to this spot. To avoid disturbing your enjoyment, I refrained from approaching. I hope for your understanding. The second young master, Wen Yunche, was the son of the current Duchess of the English Duke's household and shared a father with Wen Yunjing and Wen Lingran. Shen Yan recalled that Aran was not particularly close to their stepmother, stepping back a few paces and lowering her head, avoiding eye contact with him. Wen Yunche, however, was keenly observing the guest that Mo Hua had brought. The lady before him was adorned in a gown of brocade and satin, draped in sheer silk, her appearance crystalline and pure like glass. Her head was bowed, her dark hair, styled simply, adorned only with a jade-colored hibiscus hairpin. Though her face was hidden, her ethereal grace left Wen Yunche entranced. Noticing that Wen Yunche had fallen silent for a while, Mo Hua lifted her head and saw the captivated gaze in his eyes. She shifted her stance, positioning herself in front of Shen Zhinian. If the second young master has no further matters, I shall escort the guest away. Wen Yunche, blocked from view, appeared displeased. Since a guest has arrived, how can you neglect them? Now that you're here, why not continue to enjoy the scenery together? Mo Hua was at a loss for words, momentarily unable to retort, as he was indeed the master of the household. Just as she contemplated excuses for her departure, Shen Zhinian's voice rang out from behind. Mo Hua, as the second young master suggested, let us not squander this beautiful moment. Please take me to the previous waterside pavilion. The waterside pavilion? They and T visited one previously. Mo Hua paused, realizing and responding respectfully yes. Without waiting for the second young master and Appo's reaction, their party prepared to proceed. Hey, miss, please wait. Wen Yunche hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Shen Zhinian's path. Finally seeing her face clearly, he noted that despite her expression being neutral, her complexion was as fair as jade, her beauty undeniable. Initially, he had thought her a simple, demure beauty, but up close, she radiated the allure of a begonia. Wen Yunche opened his folding fan, playfully waving it. Did you come from the Shueihua Pavilion, miss? Shen Zhinian, finding herself unable to move forward, took a moment to collect her thoughts, remaining unhurried. She glanced at Mo Hua and said, Mo Hua, I believe I lost a handkerchief at the Lingfeng Pavilion. Could you help me find it? They had indeed passed the Lingfeng Pavilion earlier, but had seen the eldest young master engaged in a game inside, prompting them to avoid it. The Lingfeng Pavilion was relatively close, and with Shen Zhinian and Appo's request, Mo Hua understood. However, she hesitated to leave Shen Zhinian alone with him. Wen Yunche urged from the side, This young lady has given an instruction. Why delay? Shen Zhinian offered Mo Hua a reassuring glance, and Mo Hua hurriedly departed. Are you still going to the Shueihua Pavilion, miss? I can escort you there. Wen Yunche offered eagerly. Shen Zhinian replied coolly, No, thank you. Undeterred, Wen Yunche continued with a charming smile, Since you have arrived at Yungang, why not visit the Yaoyue Pavilion? Is the Yaoyue Pavilion on this mountain? Shen Zhinian feigned curiosity. Wen Yunche, sensing an opportunity, grew more enthusiastic indeed. It is at the summit of Yungang, offering a splendid view. Given its elevated position, it must accumulate quite a bit of dust, I presume. Wen Yunche was taken aback by her question. Was it so trivial? However, considering the vastness of the estate, it was not implausible that the servants might neglect to clean the Yaoyue Pavilion regularly. Shen Zhinian waved her hand delicately in front of her nose, feigning a touch of drama. Second young master, you may not be aware, but I am somewhat of a neat freak. Even a speck of dust can be bothersome. Would you prefer to go elsewhere? Elsewhere is not much of an option, she replied. Perhaps the young master could take me to the resting pavilion where we just sat? At that moment, a somewhat alluring woman approached from behind, standing beside Wen Yunche, casting him a forlorn glance. Shen Zhinian assessed her attire, which seemed more akin to that of a maid. Wen Yunche closed his fan, clapping his hands. Yes, Linglong has a point. Miss Shen, we just sat at the resting pavilion. It is quite clean. He turned to Shen Zhinian, continuing his invitation. The woman named Linglong quickly shot a glance at Shen Zhinian, her expression revealing some displeasure. That one in Appo's, Tidu. The place where the second young master meets his beloved is not one I wish to intrude upon, Shen Zhinian countered. Wen Yunche forced a laugh, realizing that his flirtation with his maid had been overheard by Shen Zhinian and her companions. You jest, Mississippi Linglong is merely a maid in my service. After he explained, Linglong's face turned pale, biting her lip in silence. By the way, Linglong, summon someone to clean the Yaoyue Pavilion and bring some pastries and tea. I invite this young lady to enjoy the view. It was rare to encounter such a stunning beauty, and Wen Yunche's attention was entirely focused on charming her. The resting pavilion halfway up the hill was indeed rather shabby. The Yaoyue Pavilion would be far more appealing. Linglong, though harboring resentment, acquiesced to her master's orders. After Wen Yunche issued his instructions, he turned back to Shen Zhinian, seeking further conversation. Miss, after all this time, I still do not know which household you hail from, nor your given name. Shen Zhinian frowned, finding it quite audacious and rude to inquire about a lady's name upon their first meeting. How presumptuous. What? Wen Yunche was taken aback. My surname is Fong, and my given name is Si, Shen Zhinian replied coldly. Wen Yunche, from behind, Chun Tao and Chun Xing stifled their laughter. Why is the second young master not studying diligently in the study, but here, pestering guests? A cold voice emerged from behind Wen Yunche, having just adjusted his demeanor from a dazed expression to a charming one. Wen Yunche felt his bravado dissipate at the sound of the voice, replaced by a hint of trepidation. Elder brother, I was feeling a bit fatigued from studying earlier, and came for a stroll. Wen Yunche turned to greet Wen Yunjing. Mo Hua followed behind Wen Yunjing and an unfamiliar gentleman, offering an apologetic bow to Shen Zhinian. Wen Yunjing observed Shen Zhinian, noting her calm demeanor, then turned to Wen Yunche. Taking a stroll, yet you have startled a guest. Wen Yunche bowed, his face revealing indignation. Elder brother misunderstands. I merely saw this presumptuous young lady alone in the estate, and upon chance meeting, thought to entertain her. Wen Yunjing scoffed lightly. Your idea of entertainment is to brazenly inquire about someone in Amp. Amp? Oppo's. S-name? I had no idea you could be so audacious. Chapter 60. The tale of the bridge when Yunqing found himself at a loss, feeling as though he were at odds with the audacity of the day. Reluctantly, he defended himself. Elder brother, I harbor no ill intent. It was merely an offhand inquiry. Your manners are lacking. Return and refine your studies. Do not give others cause for amusement. Wen Yunjing waved his hand dismissively, issuing the command. With clenched teeth, Wen Yunjing performed a respectful bow and turned to leave. At that moment, Ling Long and her companions approached from below. Seeing her master descending, she hurriedly inquired, Young master, are you not going to the Yaoyu Pavilion? Wen Yunjing replied impatiently, No, I shall not be attending. Ling Long pressed further, Then will you still be cleaning the Yaoyu Pavilion? Without another word, Wen Yunqing swept away, leaving Ling Long without a response. She turned back to the eldest master, bowed, and then hurried after him. In the estate, servants summoned to tidy up stood frozen, unsure whether to proceed up or retreat. Proceed with the arrangements. When Yunjing glanced at the servants. Yes, my lord, they answered promptly. After issuing his orders, Wen Yunjing turned to Shen Zhinian. Miss Shen, have you come to visit Iran? Shen Zhinian nodded. Indeed, Iran was called away by the matron. So I asked Mo Hua to show me around the estate. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian's affectionate reference to his sister, Wen Yunjing's heart stirred. It appeared that Shen Zhinian shared a good relationship with his sister, who had few friends. Thus, her companionship was welcome. If you wish to go to the Yaoyu Pavilion, I can accompany you, he offered softly. Chang Gui, who stood nearby, widened his eyes. Miss Shen, is my lord truly so attentive? Could she be the daughter of the Minister of War, the one mentioned by Chang Fu as a potential future daughter-in-law? He discreetly assessed Shen Zhinian, noting her exquisite beauty, perfectly complementing their young master. His trip to Linchuan had not been in vain, as he had successfully disrupted Shen Zhinian's previous engagement. Unaware of Chang Gui's thoughts, Shen Zhinian hesitated at Wen Yunjing's invitation, young master one. Were you not just engaged in a game of chess? Asking Mo Hua for assistance was truly a last resort, and now that the matter is resolved, I wouldn't want to intrude on your reunion with friends. Not at all. My friend had urgent matters and has already departed. Iran will not be able to join us for a while, so I will accompany you on her behalf, Wen Yunjing reassured her. Shen Zhinian, no longer hesitant, smiled in agreement. Very well, then I appreciate your kindness. Thus, the group ultimately made their way to the Yaoyu Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, it was surprisingly clean, and the servants had managed to tidy it without much effort. As Shen Zhinian took her seat beside Wen Yunjing, she gazed out at the grand view of the Earl and Amp. Oppo's estate, adorned with azure tiles and vermilion eaves, a truly magnificent sight. You seem to have. Wen Yunjing began, breaking the silence, but trailed off midway. Upon closer inspection, he noticed faint shadows beneath Shen Zhinian and Amp. Oppo's sighs, prompting him to consider whether she had been troubled by gossip. However, he hesitated, realizing that such matters were personal and perhaps intrusive to inquire about. Shen Zhinian looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue. Seeing her clear, expressive eyes, Wen Yunjing diverted his gaze. It's nothing. Shen Zhinian grew more puzzled and ventured. Are you suggesting I have encountered some trouble recently? Wen Yunjing cleared his throat. Is there anything else you need my assistance with? Shen Zhinian smiled brightly, realizing how kind the young master truly was. Reflecting on her rebirth, she recalled how Wen Yunjing had already assisted her several times without her having offered any substantial reciprocation. In her past life, he too had suffered greatly. During the war, he lost his brother and was subsequently exiled. Shen Zhinian had even pursued him to learn about her brother's reckless ambition. Recalling the sight of Wen Yunjing, shackled and dressed in prison garb, contrasted sharply with the refined and noble figure before her now, leaving her with a sense of melancholy. She had already received ample kindness from him, but had yet to repay it. After a moment's thought, she cautiously broached a new topic. I heard from my mother that the venerable matriarch of the Earl and Amp, Oppo's estate will host a birthday banquet in a couple of months. When Yunjing nodded, yes. The celebration will be at the end of August, shortly after Aran's wedding to the third prince. Make sure to avoid any water-related incidents during the festivities, Shen Zhinian advised. When Yunjing paused, taken aback. Avoid water? What do you mean, Miss Shen? He regarded her with suspicion, recalling how he had rescued Jiang Yitong during his grandmother's birthday banquet, which ultimately led to his father's insistence that he marry her. However, Shen Zhinian could not possibly know this. Why would she caution him to avoid water? I enjoy reading tales, and such scenarios often appear within them. At banquets, certain young ladies intentionally orchestrate mishaps, leading to their rescue by the male protagonist, who must then marry the damsel to preserve her honor, she explained. She continued, typically, the damsel in distress is merely a supporting character, preventing the protagonist from being with his true love. I wonder if you will have a beloved in the future. It seems Jiang Yitong is not the one. If you avoid her, your chances of encountering true love will increase. As for the war, she reflected that she might need to find some excuse to prevent him from participating, realizing the task ahead was daunting. After all, he was a general, and once war broke out, it would be impossible to stop him, an even greater challenge than thwarting her brother. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian's words and observing her wistful expression as she recounted the tale, Wen Yunjing smiled softly to himself. It seemed he had misunderstood her intentions, not anticipating her fondness for such narratives. I shall heed your advice and strive not to become a tragic figure in a tale. Shen Zhinian thought to herself that he was quite agreeable, requiring no further effort on her part to concoct alternative reasons. If you enjoy these tales, the library in the estate boasts a considerable collection. You may visit it later, Wen Yunjing suggested, glancing at her. Shen Zhinian's eyes sparkled with delight. The Earl's estate was indeed grand, possessing its own dedicated library. May I borrow some books? She asked boldly, recognizing her limited time there. When Yunjing nodded, of course. Chang Gui, listening intently from behind, noted that although the Mingyue Tower had been constructed by the Earl, most of the rare books within were acquired by the young master. Usually, it was only the Earl and the young master who frequented the library, while the second son and other young masters rarely had such liberty. Now, witnessing such generosity towards an outsider was truly remarkable. I shall borrow a few books and return them once I've finished, Shen Zhinian said with a radiant smile. Wen Yunjing turned his gaze away. Very well, I will have Chang Gui guide you. Chang Gui stepped forward and replied, Understood, my lord. Indeed, relationships often blossom through the exchange of borrowed items, and while Chang Gui had not read many tales, he had frequently heard such stories while chatting with the ladies of Linchuan. Chapter 61, Abdominal Pain on That Day. Shen Zhinian borrowed several volumes of novels from the British consulate. Upon learning that her brother accompanied a friend to Mingyue Tower, Wen Lingren's smile became even more radiant. As Shen Zhinian prepared to return home, she merely reminded her to borrow more books next time, allowing her brother to accompany her again. Initially, she had abandoned the prospect of becoming a sister-in-law, but unexpectedly, hope had emerged anew. As the month approached its end, aside from indulging in novels, Shen Zhinian was also preoccupied with matters concerning Typhone Tower. After receiving confirmation from her father that everything had been reported to the Ministry of Revenue, she took Xinyang and headed to Typhone Tower. Thanks to the previous storytelling that had garnered attention, the business at Typhone Tower had indeed improved slightly. Upon entering Typhone Tower, Mistress Qin was still busy, and Shen Zhinian, unhurried, allowed the waiter to lead her to the private room. After resting for a while, Mistress Qin entered with a beaming smile. Zhinian, my dear sister, she greeted. Sister Qin, it seems there are more patrons today, Shen Zhinian responded with a smile. Just a few days ago, there were even more people, as some came specifically to hear Mr. Howe's storytelling. I must thank you for sending the novels. I did it for my own sake. You need not take it to heart, Shen Zhinian replied, steering the conversation back to the business of the tavern. Relying solely on storytelling to attract customers will not last long. The current play may be popular, but people will grow weary of it over time, and the subsequent performances may not fare as well. Indeed, I understand. We must rely on the wine and dishes, Mistress Qin replied. I came to discuss this as well. Xinjiang will be able to join us in the kitchen in a couple of days. Mistress Qin's eyes brightened. Really? Shen Zhinian nodded. Yes, my matters are nearly settled, and Xinjiang can assist here. Then I shall eagerly await our esteemed chef, Mistress Qin said, glancing at Xinjiang and offering a respectful gesture. Xinjiang, feeling somewhat flustered, flushed slightly and hurriedly waved her hand, not daring to accept such courtesy. Shen Zhinian found this amusing and smiled at Xinjiang, saying, Our Xinjiang and Appo's culinary skills make her truly a chef. Do not jest about me, miss, Xinjiang replied, becoming even more bashful. All right, enough of that. I know you are shy, Shen Zhinian said, turning back to Mistress Qin. I hope you will take good care of Xinjiang in the future. Of course, I shall not neglect our future golden chef, Mistress Qin assured. Sister, I previously had Xinjiang arrange some new dishes. All were crafted by her during her time at home, and their flavors are exquisite. I plan to have Xinjiang introduce a featured dish every few days in limited supply to observe the sales performance. Why limit the supply? Mistress Qin inquired, puzzled. Scarcity enhances value, which can, in turn, pique interest. I am merely speculating. We shall see how it turns out, Shen Zhinian replied, remaining unperturbed. Xinjiang's initial task was to enhance the flavors of Typhoon Tower's existing dishes, with the familiar offerings remaining the focus, while new dishes could be gradually introduced. She continued to Mistress Qin, once Xinjiang takes charge and the flavors of the usual dishes improve, sister, you might consider promoting discounts or special offers. You are far more experienced in this area than I. Mistress Qin nodded in agreement. Yes, I have been thinking along those lines as well, and I will make the necessary arrangements. The two engaged in further discussions about their upcoming plans, with Mistress Qin growing increasingly trusting of Shen Zhinian. There are certain nuances known only to those in the trade, yet Shen Zhinian articulated them eloquently, revealing her diligent efforts. Just as Mistress Qin intended to exchange a few more pleasantries, an anxious voice called from outside the room. Shopkeeper, the young lady is complaining of abdominal pain. Mistress Qin and Appo's expression changed dramatically, and she rushed towards the door. What is the matter? The young lady returned from Xinjiang Tower not long ago, and after a brief while, she complained of stomach pain, having been to the restroom several times. Drinking warm water did not help, and she just vomited, worrying for her daughter. Mistress Qin turned back to say, Sister, I must go check on my daughter. With that, she hurried away. Shen Zhinian recalled the charming little girl from their previous encounter and felt a wave of concern wash over her. She followed Mistress Qin with her maidservant to Yuan and Appo's room. Upon arrival, the little girl lay in bed, clutching her stomach and groaning, while the maidservant crouched by the bed, wiping her sweat. Yuan, mother is here. Mistress Qin entered the room, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter. Seeing her mother, Yuan and Appo's tears flowed even more profusely. Mother, my stomach hurts so much. Mistress Qin sat by the bed, placing her hand on her daughter and Appo's forehead, noticing that the child was already sweating from the pain. She asked the maidservant beside her, Have you summoned a doctor? Yes, but currently, there is no one available at Jishintang to attend to her. They said we must wait a while longer. What about doctors from other clinics? They require some time to arrive, but someone has been sent. However, the person has yet to return. Send someone to Jishintang to urge them, Mistress Qin instructed, growing increasingly anxious as she helped Yuan rub her stomach, seeing her daughter on the verge of vomiting. Yes, the maidservant replied, preparing to leave. Wait, Chun Tao, you go with them to help summon Dr. Zheng from Jishintang, Mistress Qin instructed. Understood, Chun Tao replied before hastily exiting. Mistress Qin turned her gaze to Shen Zhinian. Sister, is Dr. Zheng the owner of Jishintang? Yes, sister, do not worry. Dr. Zheng has a close relationship with my maternal grandfather's family. He often treats both my grandfather's family and mine. If he knows I'm asking for him, he will surely grant us some favor. Thank you for your trouble, sister. Shen Zhinian shook her head and looked at Yuan. Yuan, did you eat anything special today? Yuan, her face pale, nodded. Yes, sister. What did you eat? Shen Zhinian gently inquired. Sweet rice balls, date cake, tofu soup, ice cream, fava beans, and snails, she replied, wincing in pain. After a moment, she continued. Aunt Lu said I should eat more since it was a rare occasion to visit. Understanding the situation, Shen Zhinian glanced at Mistress Qin. I have heard that fava beans and snails should not be eaten together. If consumed in excess, it can lead to severe abdominal pain or even life-threatening consequences. Upon hearing this, Mistress Qin and Appo's face slowly filled with anger. Her daughter had spent the morning at her father's place, and although she and Yuan's father had long parted ways, Yuan, still young, occasionally expressed a desire to see him. Though unwilling to meet the unfaithful man herself, she had not prevented her daughter from visiting, believing that Yuan should not bear the brunt of their grievances. Yet, she realized she had been negligent. That wretched woman had dared to involve her child. Mistress Qin's chest heaved with anger. Sister, first wait for the doctor to treat Yuan. You can settle some scores later. Chapter 62. A resounding slap. Madame Qin nodded, her voice laced with bitterness. In the past, I was too lenient. Mother, I need to use the restroom. Yuan called out urgently from the side. Madame Qin swiftly turned and carried her daughter to the outhouse. After Yuan returned, having suffered from diarrhea, Madame Qin offered her some water and instructed her to lie down and rest. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chun Tao arrived in haste, accompanied by Dr. Zheng. Shen Zhinian bowed respectfully. Dr. Zheng, I appreciate your assistance. Miss Shen, there is no need for such formality, Dr. Zheng replied. As the proprietor of Jishintang, a pharmacy with resident doctors who typically did not make house calls, he understood the urgency when word reached him that Miss Shen from the minister's residence required immediate help. He usually attended to a select few patients, but upon learning of the situation, he hurried over without delay. After taking Yuan's pulse, Dr. Zheng began to inquire about her condition. Upon learning of her recent diet, he frowned. Fava beans and river snails should never be consumed together. The young girl is currently afflicted with cold stagnation in her stomach and intestines, compounded by abdominal pain and diarrhea. It appears she may have overindulged in both. He then proceeded to write a prescription. I will prepare a decoction for her shortly. Madame Qin, anxious, inquired, Dr. Zheng, how soon will the medicine alleviate her abdominal pain? She may still endure some discomfort today, but it should improve by tomorrow with proper care. Should any urgent issues arise, do not hesitate to summon me again, he assured. Dr. Zheng, is it permissible to use a hot water bottle on her abdomen? Shen Zhinian interjected, recalling that this remedy had been effective for her own past ailments. Dr. Zheng nodded appreciatively. It is worth a try. Additionally, she should maintain a light diet in the coming days. Madame Qin expressed her gratitude and summoned a servant to settle the consultation fee. After Dr. Zheng had prepared the prescription and departed, a maid was dispatched to fetch the necessary herbs for the decoction. Madame Qin also had the servants prepare a hot water bottle, placing it gently against Yuan's abdomen. After taking the medicine, and with the heat providing some relief, Yuan began to feel slightly better and soon dozed off. Madame Qin tenderly brushed aside the damp strands of hair from her daughter's forehead, adjusted the blanket, and then left the room with Shen Zhinian. Keep a close watch on the young miss, and remember to call for me if she feels unwell, Madame Qin instructed the maid. Yes, madam, came the reply. Once back in her own chamber, Madame Qin turned to Shen Zhinian and said, I apologize for troubling you with these matters. Please bear with me regarding the management of the tavern. I must attend to some family affairs first. Sister, please take your time. Shen Zhinian understood that Madame Qin was unable to suppress her indignation. Madame Qin then instructed her servant, go to Qingjiang Tower and summon Manager Huang and Concubine Lu. Inform Manager Huang that his daughter has been harmed by Concubine Lu. If they do not come to discuss this matter today, do not blame me for making a scene at the magistrate and Appo's office. The servant complied and hurried away. Manager Huang from Qingjiang Tower arrived swiftly. Earlier that day, Yuan had visited, and he had asked his current wife to look after her, ensuring she was well fed and cared for. How could it have turned into an accusation of endangering the child? Manager Huang's current wife was the same slender concubine he had taken after divorcing Madame Qin. Following his separation, he had opened Qingjiang Tower with Concubine Lu, who had been a comforting presence during his struggles to regain success. She had shown considerable affection towards Yuan Yuan, and now that the jealous woman had come to confront them, he felt compelled to defend her. Upon entering Madame Qin's room with concubine Lu, Manager Huang surveyed the scene and noticed a strange woman present, frowning with concern. "What nonsense are you up to now?" Madame Qin let out a cold laugh, rising to her feet, and strode directly towards concubine Lu. Concubine Lu, who had been standing demurely beside Manager Huang, retreated a few steps upon seeing Madame Qin's approach, hiding behind him. Manager Huang, sensing the tension, stepped forward to obstruct her path. "What is this? Do you intend to strike me, you shameless woman?" Madame Qin halted, casting a glance at her former husband. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. A crimson mark blossomed on Manager Huang's cheek as he stared at Madame Qin in disbelief. Even when he had issued her a divorce decree, she had not raised a hand against him. How could she dare now? Fuming, he pointed at her and shouted, "You barbarian! Do not think I shy away from striking a woman." He raised his hand, intending to retaliate. Shen Zhinian subtly signaled to the bodyguard beside her. The guard stepped forward and firmly grasped Manager Huang's trembling hand, preventing him from striking back. "What are you doing? Who are you?" Manager Huang yelled in frustration. Unable to free himself from the guard and damp, Oppo's grasp. Realizing he could not escape, he turned to Madame Qin, exclaiming, "This is a family matter. Are you not concerned about airing our dirty laundry? You even brought help." Shen Zhinian had indeed intended to support Madame Qin, hoping her presence might prove useful. She had asked Chun Xing to summon the bodyguard for this very reason, and now it seemed fortuitous. Madame Qin coldly chuckled. "You are aware it is a family scandal?" Without waiting for Manager Huang and Oppo's response, she seized concubine Lu by the arm and delivered another resounding slap. "Ah, what are you doing?" Concubine Lu cried out, her frail form dwarfed by Madame Qin's strength. Unable to retaliate, she merely clutched her face and glared at Madame Qin. "This is for you. Yuan Yuan suffered today because of you. Consider it a small reprisal. Should you dare harm her again, I will not hesitate to confront you." Madame Qin glared at concubine Lu with icy resolve. Manager Huang rushed to shield concubine Lu, addressing the bodyguard. "Release her. I assure you, I will not strike anyone. A gentleman settles disputes with words. After all, this is a family matter, and we shall discuss it rationally." The bodyguard released his grip, and Manager Huang quickly moved to support the swaying concubine Lu. "Jiao Jiao, does it hurt?" Concubine Lu nestled into Manager Huang and Amp. Oppo's embrace, weeping. "My lord, you must stand by me." Manager Huang gently patted her back, then turned to Madame Qin, his expression stern. "What prompted you to strike us today? Let us reason this out. If we cannot reach an understanding, we may very well end up at the magistrate and Oppo's office." Madame Qin scoffed. "Did you keep watch over my daughter when she visited your establishment today? Are you aware that your Jiao Jiao caused her food poisoning? Would it not be better to go to the magistrate?" Concubine Lu lifted her head from Manager Huang and Oppo's shoulder, tearfully defending herself. "I did not. My lord, please believe me." Then, turning to Madame Qin with a feigned innocence, she implored, "Sister, is there some misunderstanding? When Yuan Yuan came to my place, I treated her with the utmost care. How could I possibly harm her?" Concubine Lu, whose given name was Lu Jiao, came from humble beginnings. Having undergone training as a concubine, she had learned much about dietary restrictions and the principles of food compatibility. In the past, when Madame Qin and Manager Huang had not yet separated, she had often witnessed concubine Lu and Oppo's concern for her husband's diet, demonstrating her knowledge of food pairings. Now, hearing concubine Lu insist that she had not intentionally harmed Yuan Yuan, Madame Qin found it impossible to believe. Chapter 63. Retribution and kind Madame Qin cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jiao. "Did you feed Yuan Yuan a great deal of broad beans and snails today?" A flicker of panic crossed Lu Jiao's face, but she quickly masked it with a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Yes, Yuan Yuan ate some food today. The little girl loves to eat, and as her stepmother, I cannot be too harsh." Manager Huang, who had been listening nearby, looked puzzled and turned to Madame Qin. "What is the matter with eating broad beans and snails? Is Yuan Yuan feeling unwell?" Madame Qin coldly replied, "After being here for so long, you only just think to inquire about your daughter? Huang Yukai, you truly are something." Manager Huang was taken aback and stammered. "Wasn't he at you who started hitting people as soon as you arrived?" There was no time to ask. "Just tell me, what's wrong with Yuan Yuan?" Despite being less favored than the children later born to him and Lu Jiao, Manager Huang still felt it necessary to show concern. "Yuan Yuan returned from your place today, suffering from severe abdominal pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. The doctor said this was caused by an excessive intake of broad beans and snails." "Huang Yukai, perhaps you should ask your Jiao Jiao if she has fed your son these things." A chill ran down Manager Huang's spine. His son had not mentioned feeling unwell today, and Jiao Jiao was indeed knowledgeable about dietary taboos. He hesitated and glanced at Lu Jiao, who looked back at him with tear-filled eyes. "My lord, while I do know some dietary principles, I truly did not realize these two should not be eaten together. Tuan Tuan is only 3 years old. It would not be appropriate for him to eat snails, so I did not give him any. But Yuan Yuan is already 6. She loves to eat, and I felt it inappropriate to refuse her. Otherwise, my sister might think I am mistreating Yuan Yuan." Manager Huang felt a pang of sympathy. It was indeed not easy for Jiao Jiao as a stepmother. He turned to Madame Qin, hoping to negotiate. This matter was unintentional on Jiao Jiao's part. After all, she is not the doctor and cannot know every dietary restriction. "How about this? I will cover the medical expenses incurred by Yuan Yuan in the coming days, and we will pay more attention in the future." Madame Qin was utterly disappointed in the person before her and shouted angrily, "Of course, you will pay the medical fees. But this matter cannot end here. Either I take this wretched woman to the authorities, or you have her eat the same things." Seeing Madame Qin and Amp oppose S relentless attitude, Manager Huang felt discontented. Without evidence, the officials won't take your case. You need not worry about that. The criminal court is known for its discernment. Shen Zhinian interjected from the back. Manager Huang did not know who the woman sitting in the private room was, but being a businessman, he was well acquainted with people. Noticing her attire and the attendants by her side, he inferred she must come from a distinguished background. Her defense of the abandoned woman before him, coupled with her confident demeanor, suggested that if they were to go to the authorities, they would likely encounter difficulties. His eyes darted, and he looked back at Madame Qin. "After all, we are still a family. Let us try to avoid involving the authorities." Madame Qin replied, "Then let your Jiao Jiao eat. I have already had someone prepare it. Qi, go bring out the broad beans and snails." Manager Huang, seeing there was no way to evade the situation, glanced at Lu Jiao. "It's just eating some food. It might not be serious. Perhaps Yuan Yuan is simply a bit weak." Lu Jiao had hoped Manager Huang would advocate for her further, but when he quickly capitulated, she felt resentment brewing within her. Yet, not wishing to be taken to the authorities, she could only respond with reluctance. "Then I shall eat a bit, to clarify my innocence to my sister." The maid brought forth the prepared broad beans and snails, the quantity exceeding what Yuan Yuan had consumed at Qingjiang Tower. Lu Jiao timidly glanced at it. Her voice laced with pity. "I have already had lunch today. I truly cannot eat so much." "You must eat nonetheless," Madame Qin insisted, unwavering. Lu Jiao looked at Manager Huang, observing that he had no intention of speaking up, and thus concealed her disappointment, beginning to eat. Halfway through, Lu Jiao could no longer bear it. She covered her mouth and rushed outside to vomit. Manager Huang shot a glare at Madame Qin and turned to pursue her. But Madame Qin called after him, "Don and Oppos, forget to bring the medical fees." Upon returning, Lu Jiao suffered from unbearable abdominal pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. Manager Huang had no choice but to urgently summon a doctor. Unfortunately, the doctor from Jishintang was unavailable at the moment, and he had to spend additional time seeking assistance elsewhere, causing Lu Jiao further distress. Of course, this is a trivial matter for now. After Manager Huang and Lu Jiao left, Madame Qin, feeling drained, sat beside Shen Zhinian and spoke with regret. "I apologize for letting you witness such a spectacle. I appreciate your support." She knew that going to the authorities would likely be seen as a mere family dispute and would amount to nothing. However, Shen Zhinian's intervention had clearly intimidated Huang Yukai. Seeing the fatigue on Madame Qin and Appo's face, Shen Zhinian shook her head. "Sister, you need not be so modest. In the future, you must be cautious of that Lu concubine. It seems Huang Yukai can no longer be trusted. Yes, I built Typhoon Tower alongside Huang Yukai. Although I am not as adept in business as he is, we endured hardships together. Who could have imagined that while they could share in hardships, they could not enjoy the fruits of their labor together? With some silver, he took a concubine, and though I felt numerous grievances, I could not speak out. After all, it is normal for men to have multiple wives. Yet that concubine employed various tactics to ensnare Huang Yukai, and whenever I spoke out, I was labeled narrow-minded and jealous. Over time, the bond between husband and wife had eroded. Huang Yukai cast a divorce decree upon me, yet he still left Typhoon Tower to me. I thought that though we could no longer be husband and wife, he would at least remember the camaraderie from our early business ventures and would not act so ruthlessly. He occasionally wishes to see our daughter, and I do not obstruct him. Who would have thought that it nearly led to harm for my own child? Madame Qin loathed her past softness. Shen Zhinian comforted her. Fortunately, Yuan was not severely harmed this time. Sister, you have gained vigilance. In the future, you will surely do your utmost to protect Yuan. Madame Qin nodded. From now on, I will not allow Yuan to go to Qingjiang Tower again. I will arrange for someone to follow the child closely. Having said this, she turned to Shen Zhinian and spoke candidly. Sister Zhinian, I share all this with you in the spirit of openness. In the past, when the restaurant business thrived, it was Huang Yukai and Appo's expertise that drove it. I was not the one in charge. Now that you are looking to partner with me, the future may not be so straightforward. Shen Zhinian smiled gently. Sister, there is no need for undue self-deprecation. Typhoon Tower is still standing. You possess your own strengths. No one is born with the gift of business. As long as we are willing to learn and work hard, we will eventually find our way. Chapter 64. Another betrothal proposal. Madame Qin and Appo's countenance brightened as she remarked. Sister speaks wisely. Dwelling on self-doubt is indeed futile. It would serve us better to dedicate our efforts to ensuring the prosperity of our business. My earlier words were but a momentary lapse. She then turned to Shen Zhinian with a smile, adding, I am ashamed that, despite being your senior by several years, I still require your guidance. Shen Zhinian mused to herself that, were she to consider her age at the time of her passing in her previous life, she would be no younger than Madame Qin. Sister, please do not jest at my expense. You are merely ensnared by your circumstances, while I, as an outsider, can perceive things more clearly. Words are easily spoken, but the anguish of those directly involved is often beyond the comprehension of others. I hope that you may soon find solace and contentment. Madame Qin paused, a surge of warmth welling up within her. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall endeavor to adjust my perspective. Then, there should be no issue with Zhen Yang's arrival in a few days. Of course, we shall adhere to our prior agreement. With the business thriving, we can accumulate a more substantial dowry for Yuan. Seeing Madame Qin's restored spirits, Shen Zhinian felt a sense of joy. There is another matter I must disclose to you beforehand. Speak. I am close friends with the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ingwa. She is to marry the third prince in a little over a month. Dompa pork and dompa tofu may be added to the wedding banquet, and these two dishes will be supplied by Typhoon Restaurant. Madame Qin's eyes lit up. A prince's wedding banquet is bound to be grand. If these two dishes are included, Typhoon Restaurant is likely to attract many distinguished guests in the future. Shen Zhinian nodded. Have you already discussed this with the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ingwa? Yes, it is settled. That is why I am sending Zhen Yang over as soon as possible. Over the next month or so, Zhen Yang will also teach some of the dishes to your previous chefs. The restaurant in Appo's business and the banquet in Appo's food supply will need to be handled by someone as soon as possible. Madame Qin responded, that is only natural. After concluding her business with Madame Qin, Shen Zhinian went to check on Yuan. Seeing that the young girl had awakened and her abdominal pain had subsided, with no further vomiting or diarrhea, she departed with peace of mind. Since the news of the annulment between the daughter of the Minister of Rights and the #1 scholar spread, the Princess of Pingyang was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting Lu Qingchuan and Appo's proposal. However, only a day later, she heard from her father that the #1 scholar had a childhood sweetheart cousin in his hometown, and that even the annulment with Shen Zhinian was due to that cousin. This matter was revealed by the Minister of Rights himself in court. Her father asked her what she thought and whether she still wanted that compiler Lu. She did not know how to answer for a moment. A few days later, she heard from the servants that the rumors seemed to be spreading more and more widely in the capital. Pingyang was both shocked and angry. What was going on with his cousin? Why had Lu Qingchuan not mentioned it before? Not wanting to wait idly in the mansion, she found a day to go to the #1 scholar and Oppo's residence to wait for him. Lu Qingchuan had been unusually embarrassed by the rumors these days and did not go out to socialize much. He traveled back and forth between the Hanlin Academy and the #1 scholar's residence every day. On this day, he returned from the Hanlin Academy and saw the familiar carriage again, which seemed to be the princess of Pingyang's previous one. Without hesitation, he slowly walked over. The maid waiting outside the carriage saw the #1 scholar coming and whispered, "Princess, compiler Lu is back." There was no reply for a moment. After a while, Lu Qingchuan arrived in front of the carriage and asked softly, "Is that Pingyang?" The carriage curtain was suddenly lifted by Pingyang. This time, there was not much smile on her face. On closer inspection, there was even some resentment. "So, young Master Lu has returned?" Pingyang said coldly, pretending to be indifferent. She did not get out of the carriage. Seeing that the princess of Pingyang was not as enthusiastic as last time, Lu Qingchuan's mind turned, guessing that she had probably heard the rumors. "I didn't know that Pingyang would come away from me today, so I came back a little late. I only hope that Pingyang doesn't and Oppos. Take it to heart." The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, with a faint smile. Seeing Lu Qingchuan and Oppos' affectionate eyes, the resentment in Pingyang's heart was gradually replaced by shyness. "Ingchun, help me out of the carriage." Pingyang wanted to go down and have a good chat with Lu Qingchuan, thinking that there must be some misunderstanding in the rumors. After getting out of the carriage, Pingyang looked up at Lu Qingchuan and Oppos' gentle and refined face and asked softly, "Do you know what I and Oppos am here to see you for today?" Seeing Pingyang and Oppos' resentful yet expectant eyes, Lu Qingchuan sighed inwardly. The Shen family was too ruthless, bringing him so much trouble. He composed himself and replied gently, "I guess the rumors in the capital have made the princess uncomfortable?" Pingyang nodded and asked hesitantly, "Are the rumors true?" She was thinking that if it was true, then she would have another opponent, and she would have to persuade that cousin to leave. She didn't and Oppos know if Lu Qingchuan would resent her for doing so. After all, Shen Zhinian and he were just following their parents' orders, but that cousin was true love in the rumors. Lu Qingchuan looked at Pingyang seriously. "I can swear that the rumors are false." Joy appeared on Pingyang's face. "There is no cousin, right?" Lu Qingchuan recalled the loss he had suffered at Shen Zhinian and Oppos' place and said evasively, "There is a cousin, but it is not true love. She is just a relative who serves my parents." Pingyang was stunned. Lu Qingchuan continued gently, "My cousin lost her parents at a young age, so she came to my house. Other than that, there is no private relationship between us. Does Pingyang not believe me?" Pingyang looked at the gentle appearance of the person in front of her. He was looking at her so seriously and attentively, as if there was only her in his eyes. I believe you." Lu Qingchuan felt relieved, and the smile on his face became even gentler. "It's my fault for being negligent. Knowing that there are rumors in the capital, I didn't find a chance to explain to Pingyang first." Pingyang shook her head. She knew that Lu Qingchuan had no status to go to the Pingqin Prince and Oppos' mansion now. "I have already asked my mother to prepare generous gifts." The smile on Lu Qingchuan and Oppos' lips was radiant. Pingyang was really overjoyed this time. "Then I and Oppos, I'll go back and say hello to my father and mother first." Lu Qingchuan waited for the answer he wanted, and the depression in his heart these days was also dispelled. After comforting Pingyang and watching her leave in the carriage, Lu Qingchuan returned to the mansion and urged his mother to prepare for the marriage proposal to the Pingqin Prince and Oppos' mansion. He didn't in Oppos. He wanted to delay for too long. One reason was that he was afraid that the princess of Pingyang was just a whim, and if he proposed late, there might be changes. The other reason was that he had had enough of the humiliation of being annulled by the Shen family and just wanted to settle a better marriage as soon as possible to wash away his shame. At that time, the Shen family would probably have no face. Lu's mother was urged by her son and felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. But she also felt sorry for his unhappiness these days, so she accelerated the progress of the marriage proposal. So, about a month after the #1 scholar broke off the engagement with the daughter of the Minister of Rights, news of his happy event came from the capital again. It is said that the Liu family actually went to the Pingqin prince's mansion to propose marriage. Chapter 65. In difference this year, the newly crowned top scholar, Liu Qingquan, has become a remarkable figure in the capital. At the tender age of 20, he not only excelled academically, but also possessed extraordinary talent and strikingly handsome features, surpassing the typical appearance of a scholar. Traditionally, the second-place scholar often overshadowed the top scholar. Yet this year, Liu Qingquan stands unparalleled. After his success, Liu Qingquan smoothly entered the Hanlin Academy, paving the way for a promising future. While he thrived in the political arena, he also found favor in matters of the heart. It wasn't Appos, too long before he became engaged to the daughter of the Minister of Rights, renowned for her beauty. Many had assumed that, coming from a humble background, he would not easily ascend to such heights, but he proved them wrong by securing a commendable match swiftly. Recently, when the engagement was called off, the public murmured their opinions, lamenting that it seemed impossible for one person to have it all. However, it wasn't long before Liu Qingquan proposed once more, this time to Princess Pingyang, the favored daughter of the Ping prince. The crucial point was that the prince and Appos' household had given their approval. What did this signify? It indicated that the princess's family must indeed hold Liu Qingquan in high esteem. Despite the recent broken engagement with the Shen family, the princess seemed unfazed, suggesting she genuinely favored the top scholar. Within a month, Liu Qingquan's tumultuous journey became a hot topic among the townsfolk, who spoke of him as a true dragon among men, a child of destiny. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian, once a participant in this tale, was too occupied to concern herself with Liu Qingquan and Appos' affairs. She had her own matters to attend to. With Zhenyang and Appos' frequent visits to Typhoon Tower, she found herself accompanying Qin Nyangzi more often. After launching a series of promotional activities, the restaurant attracted a greater number of bargain-seeking diners. Customers soon discovered that the menu had been updated, with the flavors of traditional dishes significantly enhanced. Moreover, new dishes were introduced every few days, each more exotic than the last, tantalizing the patrons with flavors they had never experienced elsewhere. Unfortunately, the kitchen could only prepare a limited quantity of new dishes, leaving some patrons disappointed and eager to return for another taste, while those who had savored the new offerings eagerly anticipated their next visit. Gradually, business at Typhoon Tower began to flourish. Shen Zhinian felt a profound sense of fulfillment as she witnessed the restaurant's success, genuinely happy for the prospects of earning silver coins in the future. During this time, she had invited Yi Qingxi and her cousin Wen Jing to dine at Typhoon Tower, and she had also sent an invitation to Wen Lingran. One day, when Lingran finally found the time to join Shen Zhinian at Typhoon Tower, upon arrival, Shen Zhinian led her directly to a private room, which she had reserved in advance after receiving a message from Wen Lingran the previous day. Nowadays, Typhoon Tower occasionally had full houses, and the private rooms were no longer as readily available as before, necessitating early reservations. Having never dined at Typhoon Tower before, Wen Lingran was unaware of its previous business struggles. However, observing the bustling diners and Shen Zhinian's rosy complexion, she could at least infer that the establishment was thriving. "Onion, you seem quite happy," Wen Lingran remarked as she settled into her seat. "Indeed, I am. Finding something to do and earning some silver feels truly rewarding," Shen Zhinian replied. In her past life, she had never envisioned stepping outside the confines of her home. As the daughter of the Minister of Rights, she lived a life of ease and comfort. After marrying Liu Qingquan and Appos' successful career and generous salary, coupled with her family and Appos' dowry, ensured her every need was met. If not for the emotional turmoil she faced, such a life would have been exceedingly comfortable. In this new life, she had cast aside that former union, venturing into an uncertain future. Yet, since embracing the notion that she could carve out a fulfilling existence, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Noticing the sparkle in Shen Zhinian's eyes, Wen Lingran inquired softly, "Aren't you afraid of hard work?" A lady from an official family could easily live a life of leisure. Yet you choose to engage in the restaurant business, a rarity among the noble women of the capital. When Lingran admired Shen Zhinian and Appo's resolve, pondering her own inability to undertake such a venture. Shen Zhinian shook her head and Appo's manageable. The primary work is handled by the restaurant and Appo's manager, Mrs. Qin. I merely contribute a few ideas. She discovered that while she cherished leisurely days, she didn't Appo's shy away from a little bustle. After all, passing the time while earning silver was a delightful endeavor. As they conversed, the dishes they had ordered arrived. Upon seeing her favorite dompa pork, when Lingren's eyes lit up, and she momentarily lost herself in the flavors, savoring every bite. Once satiated, she spoke again, on yin, regarding the additional dishes for the wedding banquet. I have spoken to my grandmother, and the Earl and Appo's residence will accommodate the request. As for the third prince and Appo's residence, I mentioned it to Consort Shu during a recent audience, and she kindly agreed. Shen Zhinian rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, Aran, for your efforts. When Lingran and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly waved her hand. There and Appo's no need for such formality. It and Appo's a simple matter of adding a couple of dishes. Neither my grandmother nor Consort Shu would make it difficult for me. Shen Zhinian understood that this was no trivial task, but to spare when Ling ran any discomfort, she refrained from excessive pleasantries, silently cherishing the kindness in her heart. Yes, my family's cook is currently at Typhoon Tower, training others. We can split the teams to ensure 2 exquisite dishes are prepared. They must be perfect, as they bear your name. When Lingren nodded, reflecting on recent news, she hesitated before shifting the topic. On Yin, I heard that the top scholar is engaged to Princess Pingyang. Recently, various rumors had circulated, and after this development, she overheard even more sympathy directed toward the Shun family's daughter. Yes, that seems to be the case. I haven't inquired further, Shen Zhinian replied calmly. Seeing Shen Zhinian's apparent indifference, when Lingran chuckled lightly, it seems I need not worry you. You must not have been affected. The rumors that had previously cast a shadow over Lu Qingchuan dissipated following his engagement to Princess Pingyang, yet new whispers emerged, suggesting that Shen Zhinian had been overly concerned about a cousin without any official standing, while Lu Qingchuan swiftly moved on to marry the princess. Now, the Shen family appeared to be at a loss. Shen Zhinian did not dwell on these thoughts and felt no shame. After all, the princess was merely claiming what she had discarded, and she harbored no resentment toward Pingyang. They were all inconsequential figures in her life, and she chose not to expend her energy on them. She returned when Lingren smiled. Chapter 66. Pursuit. Let us not dwell on such matters. Do visit the manor when you find the time, thought when Ling ran, hoping it would coincide with her brother's presence. Well, I still have some books to return, Shen Zhinian remarked with a smile. After enjoying a hearty meal, the two emerged from Typhoon Tower. Given that it was a rare outing for when Ling ran, they took their time and strolled along Chongqing Street. While Shen Zhinian accompanied when Ling ran in browsing the jewelry store, several men discreetly lingered at various stalls nearby. Upon noticing the two ladies enter the shop, they quietly retreated into an alleyway in the center of the street. The alley was narrow and sparsely populated, with only a solitary man standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Young Master Jiang, the target, is still accompanied by those who went to the tavern with her. Jiang Yunting said without turning, his voice dark and brooding. Follow them for now. We will act when they separate. The men dispersed to keep watch near the shop. Jiang Yunting felt increasingly frustrated in the alley. After being provoked by Shen Zhinian at Typhoon Tower and subsequently reprimanded publicly by her brother at Chunhua Tower, he harbored a deep resentment, especially after hearing his sister mention Shen Zhinian's alleged scheming during the Dragon Boat Festival. The desire for revenge weighed heavily on him, not only for his own grievances, but also for his sister's honor. He had dispatched spies for some time, but discovered that since the incident with the carriage, Shen Zhinian had been accompanied by additional guards, making it difficult to act. Unwilling to accept this setback, Jiang Yunting invested heavily to hire some skilled fighters from the underworld. Since Shen Zhinian never left home without her protectors, he decided to employ even more formidable individuals for the task. However, Upon noticing that Shen Zhinian was accompanied by a lady of the British Duke's household, complications arose. It seemed she had some acquaintance with Shen Zhinian, and given her impending marriage into royalty, he dared not act recklessly. As Jiang Yunting waited for an opportune moment, Shen Zhinian and Wen Lingran continued to select jewelry. Shen Zhinian's guards waited outside the shop, while Wen Lingran had brought along 2 female guards, one of whom entered the shop with them, while the other remained outside. These female guards had been insistently provided by her brother, who insisted on her being accompanied by them when she married into royalty. When Lingran thought her brother was overreacting, believing there was little danger, yet she accepted his kindness nonetheless. After finalizing their selections, Shen Zhinian insisted on paying, claiming to have earned a bit of money, and when Lingran acquiesced. Upon exiting the shop, they noticed the time had grown late and intended to bid farewell before returning to their respective homes. Just as they were about to part ways outside the street, the female guard, Inxue, cast a few glances behind her. Shen Zhinian, noticing inadvertently, felt a spark of suspicion. What could Inxue be wary of? She turned a glance behind as well, and noticed only a few passers-by lingering at various stalls and others entering and exiting the shop. Nothing particularly alarming. Returning her attention to Inxue, she whispered, "What is it?" Inxue paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the young lady of the minister had noticed something? When Lingran, overhearing Shen Zhinian and Appo's inquiry towards her guard, felt a surge of curiosity. What was happening? Inxue considered her words carefully before expressing her suspicion. "I just spotted a few individuals behaving rather suspiciously." The other female guard, Pagio, also glanced at her partner, having entered the shop with the ladies without noticing anything amiss. Inxue added quietly, when the young ladies entered to select jewelry. A few men at the stall seemed to be browsing, but they vanished for a short while. Now that the young ladies have yet to exit, those men have returned to continue shopping, and now they are following us at a distance. When Lingran and Appo's heart raced as she exchanged glances with Shen Zhinian. At that moment, Shen Zhinian and Appo's mind raced through possibilities. As when Lingran was soon to become the future princess consort, it was unlikely many would dare to harm her. These men were likely after her. She pondered who she had recently antagonized. Perhaps only Lu Qingchuan, Jiang Yunting, and Jiang Yitong, or Yan Mingzhu. Lu Qingchuan had just become engaged to Pingyang and would likely not act foolishly. Jiang Yitong and Yan Mingzhu were known for petty tricks, typically involving laxatives. Could it be Jiang Yunting behind this? What did he intend? Noticing when Lingran and Appo's concerned gaze, Shen Zhinian steadied herself. It and Appo's nothing to fear. You have your guards. And I have mine. She then quietly asked Inxue, "What can you discern about those men's martial skills?" The guards she had brought were merely household protectors, skilled in basic combat, and Shen Zhinian was uncertain about their ability to confront potential threats. Inxue replied, "Those men seem heavy-footed and their breathing uneven. Their martial skills are likely mediocre. Either Pagio or I could easily handle them." Shen Zhinian felt a wave of relief. This was indeed favorable news. She leaned closer to Wen Lingran and winked. "Let us stop by that clothing store at the street corner for a bit more browsing." Wen Lingran nodded in understanding. "All right." Upon reaching the clothing store, Shen Zhinian and Wen Lingran entered while Pagio followed closely behind. The men trailing them grew increasingly impatient, muttering about how these women had an insatiable penchant for shopping. Yet they had no choice but to linger, feigning interest in the various stalls. Before long, Shen Zhinian and her companions emerged from the store. They no longer lingered and quickly boarded their respective carriages to part ways. Once inside, Wen Lingran remarked on how Shen Zhinian appeared more spirited in Pagio's attire. Earlier, upon entering the clothing store, Shen Zhinian had shared her suspicions. Considering that Inxue and Pagio could easily deal with the pursuers, she decided against taking unnecessary risks. After conferring with Wen Lingran, Shen Zhinian swapped outfits with Pagio, and fortunately, their similar builds ensured that from behind, they would be indistinguishable to those unfamiliar with them. Upon exiting the shop, Chuntao and Chuanqing assisted Pagio into the Shen family's carriage, with the family's guard standing by. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian followed Inxue to accompany Wen Lingran onto the carriage of the British Duke's household. Noticing when Ling Ran had relaxed, Shen Zhinian smiled. I find myself regretting not having learned some martial arts earlier, though lamenting now serves little purpose. If my deductions are correct, Peijio and the Shen guards will soon unveil who is truly orchestrating this behind the scenes. Even if my guess proves erroneous, those pursuing us have followed us here, and Inshue remains to protect us. Let us await the revelation of the hidden mastermind and see how we shall repay them. Chapter 67. The malicious plot. Jiang Yunting did not linger long in the alley. He dispatched his loyal attendant Lu De to observe the unfolding events. Within a brief span of merely 15 minutes, the skilled fighters of the martial world witnessed the separation of Miss Shun from another companion, leaving the Shun family carriage unguarded. The route back to the minister and Appo's residence had already been scouted, revealing a secluded alley that was sparsely populated, with many vacant houses, an ideal location for their nefarious plans. The group of riders stealthily followed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lu De, seeing the figures of the martial experts trailing the Shun family carriage, hurried back to report to his master. Master, they have begun to act. A glimmer of joy illuminated Jiang Yunting's face as he promptly commanded, let us proceed to the Cuihong building and await developments. This young master had meticulously orchestrated the plan for quite some time. In addition to enlisting the martial experts, he had also made arrangements with the brothel and Appo's as regular procurer. He had instructed that while the price for the girl could be reduced, certain conditions must be met. Tonight, she was to entertain guests, and when the moment came, a drug would be administered, ensuring she could not resist. Eagerly, Jiang Yunting rushed to the Cuihong building, envisioning the delightful scene of inadvertently stumbling upon the Minister of Right's daughter entertaining patrons in a brothel, a thought that brought him immense satisfaction. He relished the idea of how Shen Zhinian would face society thereafter. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Zhinian had indeed surmised correctly. Those individuals were indeed targeting her. The carriage of the British Duke's residence trailed without any followers, and Silver Frost remained vigilant, detecting no ambush. Following a prior agreement with Peijio, they arrived at the designated alley to wait. It was not long before the Shun family carriage approached. Once it came to a halt, Shen Zhinian and when Ling Ran did not rush to disembark, while Silver Frost readied her weapon. Moments later, the carriage curtain was drawn back, revealing Peijio clad in Shen Zhinian and Appo's attire, and the anxious faces of Chun Tao and Chun Xing. Shen Zhinian exhaled in relief, exchanging glances with Wen Ling Ran before they both alighted from the carriage. Miss, we were truly terrified just now. Thankfully, Sister Peijio's martial prowess is unparalleled, and she dispatched those ruffians effortlessly, Chun Xing exclaimed. Chun Tao, filled with relief, added, it is fortunate that the miss was not in the carriage, and that Peijio was nearby. Those men possessed some skills. Otherwise, our household guard would have found it challenging to cope, having ventured out frequently without incident. This was Shen Zhinian's first encounter with such danger. Although the situation had not escalated into disaster, the lingering anxiety was hard to shake. Shen Zhinian clasped her hands towards Peijio, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lady Peijio, for your protection. Chun Tao and Chun Xing bowed in agreement. Peijio waved her hand dismissively. It was a mere trifle. Mission need not be so formal. I have secured those men in an empty house on Zoer Alley, and your household guards are currently keeping watch. Shen Zhinian nodded, then turned to Wen Ling Ran, stating, Aaron, I intend to handle this matter personally. A glint of interest sparkled in Wen Ling Ran's eyes. I shall accompany you. It would be fortuitous for Silver Frost and Peijio to assist further. She was curious as to who possessed the audacity to target the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Without objection, Shen Zhinian welcomed the presence of Silver Frost and Peijio, finding it advantageous to have their support. The group then set off towards Zao and Appo's alley. Upon reaching the empty house described by Peijio, the guards from the Shun family offered their respects to Shen Zhinian and Wen Ling Ran. Miss, those individuals are secured in the woodshed, the guard surmised. Recognizing that Shen Zhinian and Appo's intent was likely to reprimand the audacious ruffians who dared to block their carriage. Very well, please bring in 2 chairs, Shen Zhinian instructed. The guard complied, retrieving 2 chairs from the vacant main room. Shen Zhinian turned to Ling Ran and added, Aaron, these men sought me out, and it would not be prudent to involve you too deeply. If they prove obstinate, I may need to resort to certain methods that might be unsettling to you. Perhaps it would be best for you to wait outside and listen. Ling Ran hesitated, but seeing the determination in Shen Zhinian and Appo's eyes, understood her reluctance to expose her friend to such villains. She nodded in agreement. The guard soon returned with 2 chairs, one for the woodshed and the other placed outside, ensuring the occupants inside remained unaware. Shen Zhinian then instructed Chun Tao to give Peizhou a few of her favorite candies, to which Peizhou regarded Shen Zhinian with curiosity. They may come in handy later, Shen Zhinian replied cryptically, providing no further explanation. Peizhou accepted the candies, tucking them away. Chun Tao and Chun Xing were left to attend to Ling Ran, while Shen Zhinian, accompanied by Silver Frost and Peizhou, entered the woodshed. Inside, 4 burly men lay bound on the floor, their hands and feet restrained, their mouths gagged with torn cloths. Upon seeing their intended target enter, they glared fiercely, struggling against their bonds. Shen Zhinian sauntered over to the vicinity of the chairs, casting a dispassionate glance at the bound ruffians. She turned to the Shun family guards standing watch and said, Do not worry about sullying my ears. There is ample firewood in this shed. If any of them dares to shout, feel free to teach them a lesson. Having already suffered at Peizhou's hands, the men bore several hidden injuries, and upon hearing Shen Zhinian's arrival, they hastily subdued their expressions, refraining from further outbursts. Noticing their compliance, Shen Zhinian settled into her chair, resting her hands on the armrests and leaning back. After a moment of silence, she began, Gentlemen, you may not realize that while I appear to be a delicate lady, I possess a rather volatile temperament and am not one to be trifled with. I'm uncertain how I have offended you, but it seems you have chosen to confront me today. Without waiting for their protests, she lowered her voice, sternly continuing, Being followed without cause has greatly displeased me, and I find myself rather agitated. If I am unhappy, I might become irrational, and when that happens, I cannot guarantee the consequences. Perhaps you might find yourselves without an arm or a leg, or worse. The men, bewildered by the seemingly unhinged demeanor of this noble lady, recognized she was far from ordinary. Fearing her potential for irrationality, coupled with the presence of not only Peizhou, but also another skilled fighter behind her, they silently regretted taking on this assignment. Having established a sense of intimidation, Shen Zhinian gradually shifted to the matter at hand. However, I remained somewhat composed. As the saying goes, and Appo's, an eye for an eye, and Appo's, if I can identify the true instigator behind this mischief, I may consider sparing those who acted under duress. This was, of course, a mere facade. She knew these men had likely been hired to commit robbery, and she could not simply let them go unpunished. To do so would be a disservice to herself. Chapter 68. Espionage. The individuals bound on the ground exchanged glances after listening to Shen Zhinian's words. Whoever reveals the mastermind behind today and Appo's plans and their intentions will be spared. The rest shall not receive such leniency. As soon as Shen Zhinian finished speaking, a scarred man on the ground began to writhe, mumbling incoherently to her. Chen Rong, remove the cloth from his mouth, Shen Zhinian commanded, raising her chin toward the attendant beside her. Yes, Chen Rong replied, stepping forward to tear away the rag. It was the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi who orchestrated this. The man managed to confess as soon as he could speak. Shen Zhinian let out a cold laugh, realizing her suspicions were accurate. Miss, we are merely trying to make a living. It was all the bad ideas of young Master Jiang. Please spare us. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, Shen Zhinian pressed on, then tell me, what sort of bad ideas did young Master Jiang propose? The man hesitated before revealing the details of their scheme. The eldest son of the Jiang family instructed us to abduct someone and deliver them to the broker. The broker is set to deliver goods to the Cuihong Lu tonight, where they will drug the guests. Shen Zhinian's expression grew even colder. Jiang Yunting's approach was indeed malicious, aiming to ruin someone and Appo's reputation from the outset. Have you set a time? Where is the location? The broker needs the person by the hour of you. If it and Appo's is late, he fears he won't be able to arrange for the guests. The specific transaction will take place in Yinlu Alley, near Cuihong Lu. By the hour of you? There is still some time left. Does Cui Hong Lu have specialized attendants? Shen Zhinian inquired, contemplating another question. The man looked at her in surprise, unsure of her intentions. What? Yudan and Appos. Tino? Noticing his silence, she cast a cold glance his way. The man hurriedly divulged what he knew. Cui Hong Lu dozen and Appos. But Nanjing Courtyard across the street specializes in this. Many noble patrons fond of male companionship frequent there. Nodding, Shen Zhinian formed a plan in her mind. Well, you have committed the crime of abduction today. It cannot be so simple to seek my mercy. I will give you an opportunity, and you may decide whether to accept it. The man was taken aback. Wasn't he promised clemency for confessing? Now, it seemed she wanted him to undertake another task. Noticing his hesitation, Shen Zhinian glanced at the three others beside him. If you refuse, there are others willing. The three had been anxiously waiting, regretting their earlier sluggishness. Now, upon catching Shen Zhinian's gaze, they eagerly sought to seize the opportunity. The Scar Man snapped back to attention. I accept. Shen Zhinian looked to Pei Jiao. Give the pill to Chen Rong and have him feed it to him. Pei Jiao understood, retrieving the previously prepared pill and handing it to Chen Rong. Upon hearing he was to be fed a pill, the man felt a surge of panic. Had he not just agreed to comply? Why then was he being forced to ingest something? Surely it could not be a harmless pill, but rather a poison. Chen Rong pinched the man into Appos, his mouth open, forcibly administering the pill. The man choked, swallowing the pill without the chance to chew, and coughed violently. Observing the man's fearful expression, Shen Zhinian smiled. My bodyguard carries various poisons, and what you just ingested is a pill that can bring death within hours. If you wish for the antidote, you must carry out the task satisfactorily. The man had previously witnessed Pei Jiao's skills and now felt an overwhelming dread as Pei Jiao's expression remained impassive. Miss, just give your orders, he stammered, unwilling to gamble with his life, desperate to comply with her wishes. You will find young Master Jiang and lure him to Yinlu Alley. I do not care what method you use. He must arrive swiftly. Understood, the man resigned himself. As Shen Zhinian observed his acquiescence, she rose to leave. Chen Rong, untie him. Chen Rong complied and released the man's bindings. Upon exiting, Shen Zhinian noticed when Ling ran listening intently, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. She turned to Chun Tao and instructed, take Miss One to the main room to avoid any confrontation with ill-intentioned individuals. Afterward, she addressed Wen Lingran, Iran, you go first. I will explain my intentions later. Wen Lingran did not hesitate and followed Chun Tao and Chun Xing to the main room. Once unbound, the man emerged from the shed and bowed respectfully to the woman. Go, and do not forget the poison, Shen Zhinian reminded him leisurely. The man in damp, Appos, nerves tightened as he hurried outside. After all, he was merely tasked with bringing young Master Jiang over, a seemingly simple affair. Haunted by the pill he had swallowed, he galloped furiously towards Cui Lu. They had previously agreed with young Master Jiang that once they succeeded, they would report to Cui Lu. Now, he rushed directly to that location. Upon arriving at Cui Lu, he spotted young Master Jiang and Appos, as attendant, Luda, and feigned urgency. Luda, aware that his master awaited news, quickly led him to the room where young Master Jiang was. As Jiang Yunting entertained a lady with wine, he was delighted to see Luda bring in the man, waving off the accompanying girl. Once she departed, he eagerly inquired, what is it? Did you succeed? With his head bowed respectfully, the man replied, the person has been captured. Jiang Yunting closed his fan, grinning broadly. Have you clarified the demands with the broker? My lord, there's been a slight complication, the man said, glancing around. Jiang Yunting frowned. What complication? The broker fears trouble as today and Appos. Goods are particularly rare and finely dressed. He has no intention of proceeding, the man explained. Such cowardice! Jiang Yunting exclaimed angrily. My lord, the broker merely fears causing a stir. He is unaware of the identity of the goods. If you were to make an appearance, they would feel reassured knowing someone powerful is backing them. Jiang Yunting hesitated. If you do not go, they will not fear us. This transaction will not occur, the man continued to persuade. Jiang Yunting's mind raced. They had already captured the person. It would be a pity to abandon the effort now. He had already exposed himself before these skilled individuals. He could afford to confront the broker. Later, he could eliminate both the skilled individuals and the broker, ensuring that no one would trace the disgrace of Shen Zhinian back to him. With this thought, he turned to the man. Let's go. You lead the way. The man felt a wave of relief and turned to guide Jiang Yunting and Lu De towards Yanlu Alley. As they neared the alley, the man and Appo's pace slowed slightly. Jiang Yunting, eager, led Lu De to enter the alley first. Where is he? Why is there no? Jiang Yunting and Appo's words trailed off as someone leaped from the opposite wall, striking him unconscious with a sword. Before Lu De could react, he too fell victim to the same swift method. Chapter 69. The transaction. Zhuang observed as the masked figure retrieved a burlap sack and proceeded to stuff Jiang Yunting and Lu De inside. He silently bowed his head, adhering to decorum by avoiding that direction. Indeed, you have demonstrated wisdom by not fleeing directly. The individuals have been swiftly brought forth. A gentle voice floated from behind. In the past, upon hearing such a sweet tone from a young woman, Zhuang would have felt a flutter in his heart. However, the voice he heard now only evoked a chilling sensation. He turned to pay his respects, speaking with deference. Miss, I have brought young Master Jiang as you instructed. I hope you will be gracious and grant me the antidote. Shen Zhinian had changed into a maid's attire, her face obscured. Zhuang, glancing at her, quickly lowered his gaze. This noble lady certainly possessed some cunning. The matter was not yet concluded. You will hand them over to the broker, ensuring they are sold to the southern Qin courtyard, with a firm instruction that they must entertain guests tonight. Shen Zhinian cast a cold glance at the burlap sacks on the ground, directly instructing the burly man to render Jiang Yunting unconscious. Shen Zhinian felt uneasy about his opportunistic demeanor, which is why she had brought Pei Jiao along to keep watch. Do not attempt any tricks. We will be observing from nearby. Zhuang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had initially believed that merely luring the individuals would suffice. Now, however, he found himself at the mercy of these high-born figures, making this endeavor far less profitable than anticipated. Yes, let us secure the antidote first. As for whether young Master Jiang will seek retribution later, that will depend on whether he can even find me. Shen Zhinian, accompanied by Pei Jiao, departed temporarily. Shortly thereafter, the broker, who had previously arranged to meet Zhuang, arrived at Yanlu Alley. Oh, I was told there was only one new addition. It appears there are two. The broker noted the two burlap sacks on the ground. Zhuang wasted no time. The situation has changed. Today, I did not manage to acquire a beautiful girl, but I found two handsome young men. You can sell them at the southern Qin courtyard. The broker hesitated for a moment, but upon reflection, he realized that the demand for young men was high, especially among the affluent. The southern Qin courtyard paid a better price for young companions than the Cuihong building did for women. However, not just any merchandise will do. I must inspect them first. Zhuang replied, You may inspect them freely, but I have a request. They must be sedated to entertain guests tonight. The broker had no objections. After all, they would meet the same fate regardless of their destination. He unfastened one of the sacks, revealing Lu De. After a mere glance, he shook his head. This one won't do. He resembles a mere servant. The southern Qin courtyard seeks only the finest. Zhuang, recalling that Shen Zhinian primarily aimed to exact revenge on Jiang Yunting, urged him to examine the other sack. The broker opened it and, after a brief inspection, remarked, This one is indeed quite handsome. However, he is adorned in fine silk. Could he possibly have a noble background? That might lead to complications. Zhuang chuckled. You have sold many before. When have you ever feared such matters? What if the broker actually hesitated? He added, They're unconscious now and cannot see you. Selling them to the southern Qin courtyard, they could not possibly harm you. We are all in the same predicament. Moreover, the southern Qin courtyard only entertains the affluent. Who would believe they lack backing? The broker gritted his teeth, realizing he was merely a middleman. If trouble arose, he could easily deny any knowledge and let others pursue Zhuang. All right, what is your asking price? 50 taels, Zhuang casually stated, recalling that they had initially intended to sell Shen Zhinian for 100 taels, which Jiang Yunting had deemed acceptable. The transaction was swiftly agreed upon. The The broker paid the silver and then used a handkerchief to cover Jiang Yunting's nose, ensuring he did not awaken prematurely. Glancing at Lu De, he declared, "I will not take that one. You can deal with him as you see fit." After readying the sack, he instructed his men to carry Jiang Yunting away. A Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the broker depart with the young man. The issue of the man on the ground no longer concerned him. Shen Zhinian emerged, having remained unnoticed. A Zhuang, following orders, hesitantly inquired, "Miss, young Master Jiang has been taken away. May I now receive the antidote?" "Wait a moment." A Zhuang lifted his gaze to Shen Zhinian, and the masked figure behind her took a step forward. A Zhuang quickly bowed his head, recognizing the figure as the woman who had subdued them earlier. "Yes, miss. Is there anything else you require of me? Did you not just receive 50 taels?" A Zhuang suddenly realized, hastily producing the silver to present it to Shen Zhinian. "No need. Keep that for later. Go to the southern Qin courtyard." A Zhuang and Appo's face displayed a flicker of alarm. "Miss, I am not inclined towards that sort of work. It is not as if you are required to engage intimately. Just enjoy a bit of wine and unintentionally encounter young Master Jiang while attending to others. Then, subtly share some information with the other patrons. Is that too difficult?" Shen Zhinian's tone remained flat. A Zhuang hesitated, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at Shen Zhinian in panic. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" "Judging by the effects of the poison, it seems you are beginning to show symptoms," Shen Zhinian remarked coldly. Pei Jiao, having discreetly intervened, retreated behind Shen Zhinian. A Zhuang, unaware of the previous incident, genuinely believed he was beginning to suffer from the poison and damp. Appo's aunt said, "I implore you for mercy, miss. I can undertake this task. But the poison will fully manifest in a few hours. How can I complete my assignment then?" Shen Zhinian had anticipated this, glancing at Pei Jiao, who stepped forward to provide A Zhuang with a sugar pill. A Zhuang hastily accepted it and swallowed it whole, sensing a hint of sweetness that alleviated the pain in his chest. "This medication will delay the poison's effects until tomorrow morning. Now, provide your address. Once the task is completed, someone will deliver the antidote to you." The joy that had briefly graced A Zhuang and Appo's features faded, and he reluctantly divulged his lodgings. "Go now." Shen Zhinian sent A Zhuang on his way. After his departure, she instructed her hidden guards to take Lu De to the vacant house they had used before. Lu De was confined in the woodshed, and Shen Zhinian chose not to enter. Chun Tao and Chun Xing rushed forward to inspect their mistress upon her return, concerned for her safety. "I am unharmed. Did Miss Wen return safely?" Shen Zhinian inquired. Earlier, she had shared her intentions with Wen Lingran and worried that the young woman might perceive her as ruthless. To her surprise, Wen Lingran appeared quite exhilarated. What was wrong with seeking vengeance for grievances? Shen Zhinian, concerned that Wen Lingran might return too late and cause worry at the Duke and Amp, Appo's residence, urged her to depart first, promising to visit later to discuss further developments. Wen Lingran glanced at the sun outside, realizing it was time for her to leave, so she did not decline. However, to assist Shen Zhinian in her endeavors, she decided to leave Pei Jiao behind to help. Yes, Chun Rong accompanied her to ensure she reached the Duke and Amp, Appo's residence before returning, Chun Tao informed her. Chapter 70. Long Yang and Appo's favor. Shen Zhinian nodded and instructed, called Chun Rong over. Yes. Chun Tao went to summon Chun Rong. Emerging from the woodshed, Chun Rong saluted the young lady. "Mississippi, those people inside have crippled my legs, and then throw them out of the capital," Shen Zhinian commanded. Chun Rong hesitated for a moment before responding. "Understood." Today, those individuals failed to achieve their goal. If they had truly abducted the young lady, the Shen family's guards would undoubtedly have a hard time explaining themselves. Chun Rong went to the woodshed, and soon the air was filled with the anguished cries of pleas for mercy. Shen Zhinian remained composed, having lived through turbulent years in her past life. She had never encountered such a scenario. Initially, upon discovering she was being followed, she felt a twinge of panic, but as events unfolded, her demeanor grew calm, replaced by a sense of vindication. Chun Tao and Chun Xing exchanged glances, their hearts racing at the commotion from woodshed. "Miss, it is getting late. Shall we return to the manor?" Chun Tao inquired. The day had not gone smoothly, and with the sun setting, Chun Tao wished to prevent any further unforeseen incidents for the young lady. Shen Zhinian glanced at the sun sinking towards the horizon and replied, "Yes, we shall leave shortly. If we return too late, my parents will surely worry." She turned to Pei Jiao, tentatively asking, "Miss Pei, do you happen to possess any medicine that can render someone mute?" Pei Jiao replied softly, "Indeed, I have such medicine, though I do not carry it with me regularly. Could you bring it to Shilo Street tomorrow?" Shen Zhinian requested. Shilo Street was the location reported by Zhuang. Pei Jiao observed Shen Zhinian's earnest expression, realizing that the young lady likely intended to leave no loose ends. She nodded, "Of course, that is no problem. I will also send guards along. That person cannot remain in the capital even if they take the medicine." A glint of cold light sparkled in Shen Zhinian and Appo's eyes. Pei Jiao admired the decisiveness of this young lady from the minister's residence, who managed to make such resolute decisions in a short time. "If Miss Shen requires assistance, I am willing to serve," she added, having been instructed by Miss Wan to regard Shen Zhinian as a superior. Shen Zhinian slightly bowed, saying, "I appreciate your help today, Miss Pei and Miss Infeng. Had it not been for your formidable skills, my day would not have gone so smoothly. It seems I must find some capable bodyguards to accompany me in the future for added security." Pei Jiao quickly returned the gesture, "You honor me." Once Chen Rong completed his task, he took another guard and delivered the individuals outside the capital. Shen Zhinian, accompanied by Pei Jiao, returned to the minister's residence. After Pei Jiao departed, Shen Zhinian entered the manor with Chun Tao and Chun Xing. Back in Shaoguang courtyard, she settled onto the familiar couch and let out a slow breath. "Miss, please have some water," Chun Tao said, pouring a cup of tea. Shen Zhinian, feeling parched, took the cup and drank several sips. "Miss, shall we have dinner now?" Chun Xing asked, bringing in a bowl of warm water and a cloth. "Yes, we must eat. Do prepare the dishes. We cannot let such a troublesome incident disrupt our meal," Shen Zhinian replied. Chun Tao called the servants to set the table, while Chun Xing assisted Shen Zhinian in washing her hands and face. Once refreshed, Shen Zhinian approached the dining table and began to savor the dishes. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Tao finally asked, "Miss, should we inform the master and madam about today's events?" With her mouth full, Shen Zhinian shook her head. "No need. The guards must be instructed not to tell my parents." "But what if such an incident happens again?" Chun Tao expressed concern over future dangers. Shen Zhinian picked up another piece of meat and solemnly declared, "If I inform my parents, it will only cause them worry without resolving anything." This time, Jiang Yunting failed in his actions, but the outside world remains unaware. If my father were to seek justice out of anger, it could lead to rumors spreading, and matters that are not true could be misconstrued. It is better to resolve this privately. Jiang Yunting had initiated trouble and ended up in a brothel. He would likely not have the face to make a scene. Shen Zhinian sipped her soup and continued, "Moreover, I have not suffered any losses today. Yet, I must remain cautious in the future and consider finding a capable female guard like Pei Jiao or Infeng." She planned to discuss this matter with her brother, Shun Qianshun. The next day, Chun Tao remained silent, recognizing the wisdom in Shen Zhinian and Appo's words. Now that the situation had been resolved, it was better to focus on ensuring their safety rather than burdening her parents with unnecessary concern. Meanwhile, as Shen Zhinian enjoyed her meal, Jiang Yunting was just awakening in a guest room at Nanqing Courtyard. The room was shrouded in darkness, and he momentarily struggled to discern his surroundings. Recalling that he had been at Yanlu Lane, "Liang de," Jiang Yunting called out, his voice hoarse and his body beginning to feel feverish. Receiving no response, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt a growing heat within him. He remembered a Zhuang had been with him and called out again, a Zhuang. Still, no one answered. These wretched servants, where have they gone? He thought, vowing to give them a good beating when he found them. Jiang Yunting felt increasingly feverish and attempted to call for water, but finding no one to attend to him, he resolved to rise. However, he quickly discovered he was too weak to support his own weight. The large man could barely lift himself, and the heat within him surged. At that moment, he wished to tear off his clothes for relief. His situation was peculiar, and as Jiang Yunting struggled to maintain his dwindling rationality, he heard a voice from outside. "Young master, there is a newcomer today, a truly handsome and well-built one, specifically brought for your enjoyment. A slightly frivolous tone followed. Is that so? The madam is indeed considerate. Jiang Yunting's fading consciousness barely registered a flicker of fear before the overwhelming heat consumed him entirely. The second son of the Tang Tai Wei, having heard the madam's introduction, eagerly pushed open the door. The room was pitch dark, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it not lit?" The madam replied, respectfully from behind, "This newcomer is shy on their first visit. If the young master truly requires it, I can have someone light the lamps." The second son smirked, "No need. I can certainly indulge the beauty in this little whim." He entered the room and closed the door, approaching the bed where he could vaguely discern the graceful outline of the person lying there. The newcomer seemed a bit anxious and attempted to move closer upon seeing him, but alas, they lacked the strength to do so. The second son's eyes brightened. This was exactly to his taste. He leaned down, pressing forward, and the room was filled with an air of seduction. Chapter 71. The Favor of Longyang, Part 2. When Jiang Yunting awoke again in the dead of night, he was beset by excruciating pain from behind and felt utterly weak and lethargic. Fragments of earlier memories flitted through his mind, and his eyes widened in horror. Turning his head to the side, he indeed found a man lying beside him. With a darkened expression, he scolded, "Who are you? State your name." Regardless of how he ended up in this predicament, the audacity of this man from last night ignited a fierce desire for revenge in him. He vowed to find a way to have the man killed by dawn. The young son of the Grand Commandant, roused from his slumber by the irate voice, furrowed his brow. Clearly, this newcomer was inexperienced and had not yet been tempered, exhibiting an excessive temper. Why was the beauty so restless? Did he yearn for more? He turned to embrace Jiang Yunting and Appo's shoulder. Repulsed, Jiang Yunting recoiled, exclaiming, "Get away! Do not touch me!" The young son of the Grand Commandant, displeased by this blatant disrespect, rose to don his garments and made his way to the door. "Bring me a light." Shortly thereafter, someone hurried into the room to light a lamp. Once the person departed, the young son of the Grand Commandant turned his gaze back to the bed. In the dim light, he observed that Jiang Yunting had propped himself up and was now focused on putting on his clothing. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. As Jiang Yunting completed his attire and lifted his gaze, his expression froze upon recognizing the man before him. The young son of the Grand Commandant also wore an odd expression upon seeing Jiang Yunting's face. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he spoke, "I never expected that the esteemed young Master Jiang from the Duke Zhongyi and Appo's residence shares such tastes, indulging in role-playing games at the Nanking court." Upon recognizing the young son of the Grand Commandant, Jiang Yunting's heart churned with turmoil. He had long been aware of the young man's proclivities, and the realization that he had fallen victim to this individual left him dismayed. With the Grand Commandant holding a high-ranking position, how could he possibly eliminate the son of such a powerful figure? Jiang Yunting remained silent, his face darkened. The young son of the Grand Commandant, perplexed by the situation, speculated that Jiang Yunting was merely embarrassed to encounter an acquaintance in such a setting and sought to offer some words of comfort. Before he could speak, a voice called from outside, "Young Master Jiang." Jiang Yunting's expression changed at the sound of Zhuang's voice. Furious, he stood up, but quickly realized his body remained feeble, and he sat back down slowly. "Get in here." Zhuang had already discerned Jiang Yunting's whereabouts, and, upon seeing someone light the lamp, guessed that matters had progressed. He approached the room, feigning urgency. "Young Master Jiang, I finally found you." Upon noticing the elegant young man beside Jiang Yunting, he deliberately displayed surprise. "So, young Master Jiang has come here to play. Now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved." Jiang Yunting, wishing to minimize his words in front of the young son of the Grand Commandant, reprimanded, "Silence. Where is Luda?" Zhuang responded respectfully. "I specifically came to seek young Master Jiang, but I have not encountered Luda. Heaven knows where Luda has been taken by that woman." Jiang Yunting and Appo's mind was awash with questions, but the young son of the Grand Commandant was observing him with suspicion. It was imperative to leave immediately. "Come here. Help me out." With Luda missing, he would have to rely on Zhuang for the moment. Zhuang stepped forward to assist Jiang Yunting, while the young son of the Grand Commandant interjected, "What? You're not going to play anymore?" Seeing the peculiar expression on Zhuang and Amp Appo's face, Jiang Yunting gritted his teeth and replied, "Let the second young Master Tang find someone else to entertain him." It was indeed unfortunate for him, being caught in such a scheme, yet he could only endure silently, unable to lay a finger on the young man. The young son of the Grand Commandant did not hinder Jiang Yunting's departure. Rather, he observed with amusement as Jiang Yunting left with Zhuang's aid, a smirk of delight playing on his lips. It seemed that his visit to the Nanking court that night had yielded unexpected pleasures. Having shared a bed with a noble scion, once outside the room, Jiang Yunting and Amp Appo's exit was not without its challenges. Upon descending the stairs, he was immediately surrounded by the ruffians of the Nanking court. Seeing these burly figures, Zhuang quickly admonished, "What is this? Who gave you the audacity to obstruct the eldest son of the Duke Zhongyi and Amp Appo's residence?" His voice rang out loudly, and lights flickered on in several rooms upstairs. Jiang Yunting and Appo's face flushed with anger as he scolded Zhuang, "Be quiet." Zhuang fell silent, having achieved his aim. The ruffians hesitated, recognizing Jiang Yunting's status from his identification. The madam of the Nanking court emerged from behind the ruffians, reflecting on the fact that they had paid for this man only to find him attempting to flee after having entertained the young son of the Grand Commandant so well the night before. They would not let such a loss occur. After pondering briefly, she called someone over and whispered a few instructions. The person hurried upstairs to the young son of the Grand Commandant's room. "Please wait a moment," she said, scrutinizing Jiang Yunting. He indeed appeared to be a noble young master, but as long as he was merely from the Marquis and Amp Appo's residence, he was not to be feared excessively. Before long, the person returned, accompanied by the young son of the Grand Commandant. "Madam, how could you neglect young Master Jiang? We had such a delightful time last night." The young son of the Grand Commandant feigned reproach, demonstrating no reservations in front of the madam of the Nanking court. This establishment was indeed a fine place, and he felt compelled to guide the madam's understanding. The madam, upon hearing the young son's words, understood immediately and offered a gracious smile. "Young Master Jiang, please do not take offense. We merely mistook you for one of our own. Should you desire such entertainment again, simply instruct us, and we shall arrange for someone to your liking." At this moment, Jiang Yunting was seething with rage, and upon seeing the young son of the Grand Commandant standing behind the madam, he abandoned any pretense of courtesy, shouting, "All of you, get away from me." The madam signaled to her subordinates, and they parted to clear a path for Jiang Yunting and Zhuang as they exited the Nanking court. In the dead of night, the Jiang family had been searching for their young master, but they had only gone to the usual places he frequented, like the Cuihong building, never suspecting he was at the Nanking court. Having found no trace of him, they left one person to guard the vicinity. This individual, feeling bored while waiting, suddenly spotted two figures emerging from the Nanking court. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was indeed his young master and hurried over. "Young master, I finally found you." The Jiang family servant was astonished by his master and Appo's unexpected change in preference, but dared not reveal any curiosity in his tone. "Where is the carriage?" "We are returning to the residence," Jiang Yunting said coldly. "Yes, sir," replied the servant, hastening to fetch the carriage. Seeing that matters were nearly resolved, Zhuang sought to take his leave. Releasing Jiang Yunting, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "Young Master Jiang, I too was attacked and lost consciousness in the Yanlu Alley. Upon awakening, no one was around, and I was worried for your safety, which is why I hurried to find you. Regrettably, I was unable to fulfill my previous instructions. The situation was too suspicious. Why had those assailants vanished from Yanlu Alley? And who were they? I hope young Master Jiang can grant us some time. My brothers and I will surely redeem ourselves and uncover the truth of this matter. We will also ensure that your prior instructions are carried out promptly." Who would genuinely take on this task? Zhuang merely sought to continue deceiving the simple-minded young master, planning to procure the antidote by tomorrow and flee the capital, far away. "Is that so?" Jiang Yunting inquired ominously, suspecting he was not a fool. Chapter 72. The murder of Zhuang. Already feeling guilty, was silenced by the tone of his interlocutor momentarily ceasing his fabrications. The murderous intent in Jiang Yunting's eyes was palpable. It was Ai Zhuang who had led him and Lu De to the Willow Lane. Upon entering, they encountered an ambush instead of their expected company. Now, with Lu De mysteriously vanished and Ai Zhuang drugged and placed in the Nanking courtyard, the method bore an uncanny resemblance to the scheme he had previously devised against Shen Zhinian. How did Ai Zhuang know which room he occupied in the Nanking courtyard? Ignoring Jiang's reputation, he brazenly revealed his identity. If Jiang had been slow to recognize the danger before, it would be sheer foolishness not to understand it now. Jiang Yunting glared at Ai Zhuang with barely contained rage. This individual had only previously attempted to abduct Shen Zhinian, but now he had turned against Jiang, likely due to some misfortune on Shen and Appo's part. Exhausted and in pain, Jiang found himself without reliable allies. Although he yearned to eliminate Ai Zhuang immediately, he had to contain his fury and wait for an opportune moment to act when he returned. I shall grant you a moment to reflect on how you might atone for your transgressions, he stated coldly. Ai Zhuang, hearing Jiang Yunting and Appo's words, hurriedly offered his apologies. Yes, young Master Jiang, you are magnanimous. We shall certainly brave any danger for your sake. As Jiang and Appo's carriage arrived, a servant approached to assist the young master. Noticing Jiang's unusual gait, the servant concealed his shock, silently helping him into the carriage. They proceeded towards the estate of Duke Zhongyi, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. Ai Zhuang realized that Jiang had begun to suspect him, making it imperative for him to leave the capital swiftly. As for his fellow accomplices, he could no longer concern himself with their fates. The following day, at the break of dawn, Shen Zhinian awoke from her slumber, recalling her instructions for the guard to coordinate with Peijio on West Building Street. She rose without hesitation. Summoning Chun Tao and Chun Xing, she washed and dressed. And while partaking in her breakfast, she received word that the guard had returned with news. Surprised, Shen Zhinian pondered how they had managed to extract the victim from the capital so swiftly after the poisoning. She invited the guard to speak. The guard entered and bowed respectfully, addressing her, "Miss, when we arrived, the individual on West Building Street had already met his demise." Shen Zhinian paused, taken aback. This was an unexpected development. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that aside from herself, Jiang Yunting was likely involved in dealing with this individual. This was fortuitous, as it spared her the need to dirty her own hands. "Was anyone able to see you?" Shen Zhinian inquired, unwilling to bear false accusations for actions she did not commit. "No, it was still early, and when we arrived, there was no one around." Miss Peijio had also taken measures to erase any traces. "Very well, you may leave now," Shen Zhinian nodded. After leisurely finishing her breakfast, she strolled about the courtyard to aid digestion and sent word to Qingfeng Courtyard to inform them to wait for Shen Qianshun to return before she spoke to him. Shen Qianshun returned later than usual. Upon entering his courtyard, he was informed by a servant that his sister was looking for him. It had been a while since he had dined with her, and feeling cheerful, he made his way to Shaoguang Courtyard. "Anyang, I'm here," he called out. Seeing her brother, weary from his travels, Shen Zhinian greeted him with a smile. "Brother, come join me for dinner." Chun Tao and Chun Xing, noticing the arrival of the eldest master, hurried to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. Once everything was ready, they discreetly withdrew, allowing the siblings to converse privately. Shen Qianshun eagerly sampled the food. "Why did you return so late today? Any news from outside?" Shen Zhinian inquired with curiosity. Chewing thoughtfully, Shen Qianshun replied, "There are indeed some matters, particularly concerning a rather unpleasant individual." After swallowing, he chuckled. Who would have thought that young Master Jiang of the Duke Zhongyi's estate is actually how should I put it, a man of peculiar tastes. Furthermore, he even masqueraded as a delicate courtesan at the Nanking courtyard. What a laugh. Realizing too late that he had mentioned the Nanking courtyard in front of his sister, he quickly silenced himself and resumed eating. Shen Zhinian smiled slyly, pleased that her plan had succeeded, and Jiang Yunting had unwittingly placed himself in a compromising position. Noticing his sister and Appo's strange smile, Shen Qianshun, thinking she was uncomfortable with his previous remarks, hastily changed the subject. Where did you go shopping yesterday? Father and mother mentioned you returned quite late. Shen Zhinian seized the opportunity to discuss something important. Brother, could you assist me in finding a skilled female bodyguard? Shen Zhinian furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Are the guards at home insufficient? The capital is not entirely safe, and our guards possess only rudimentary skills. If they encounter someone formidable, they might not be able to protect me. Did something happen to you yesterday? He asked, his concern deepening. Seeing her brother and Appo's sudden attentiveness, Shen Zhinian decided to confide in him about the situation, cautioning him not to mention it to their parents. Upon hearing her account, Shen Zhinian slammed his hand on the table. That Jiang Yunting is truly malicious. He slandered you before, and now he has the audacity to directly threaten you. It is fortunate you are clever, and with the presence of the young lady of the one family's guards, nothing worse occurred. Feeling a wave of relief, he assured her, you must stay indoors for the next few days. I will find you a female bodyguard. Shen Zhinian nodded. Thank you, brother. Shen Zhinian contemplated how to deal with Jiang Yunting, his mind racing with strategies. Observing her brother and Appo's expression, Shen Zhinian guessed he was still seething with anger. She comforted him. Fortunately, nothing happened to me. Jiang Yunting was sent to the Nanking courtyard, and today you all heard of his folly, did you not? Shen Zhinian and Appo's demeanor shifted solemnly as he considered. Had she faced a similar ordeal, her future would be fraught with difficulty. Jiang Yunting's reputation was now tarnished by his peculiar preferences, making it more challenging for him to pursue a match within the noble families. Yet he suffered little else. Do you think the incident on West Building Street could be connected to him? Shen Zhinian recalled her earlier mention. Indeed, the timing is too coincidental. If this stems from past grievances, it's rather fortuitous. That individual switched allegiances to assist me, and I suspect Jiang Yunting will not let him off lightly once he awakens. Did you leave any evidence during your previous encounters with him? Shen Zhinian sought to use this matter to entrap Jiang Yunting, careful not to involve his sister further. Shen Zhinian shook her head. None. I remained cautious, reflecting on the irony that the devious plot had ultimately ensnared Jiang Yunting. Shen Zhinian felt a sense of satisfaction. The young master of the Jiang family had brought this upon himself. Understood. In the future, be vigilant, and if anything arises, at the very least, inform me. He instructed his sister. Shen Zhinian nodded in agreement. Chapter 73. The residents of Duke Zhongyi Jiang Yunting have been experiencing quite an unpleasant few days. He had been framed and ended up in Nanking Courtyard, where he was taken advantage of by the second son of the Grand Chancellor. After a long night, he was finally brought back to the Duke Zhongyi's residence by the servants, only to be reprimanded by his father, Duke Zhongyi, who accused him of staying out all night and indulging in debauchery. Jiang Yunting hung his head in silence, as his father mistook his circumstances for mere mischief. Unaware that his son had been wronged, embarrassed to admit the truth, Jiang Yunting silently bore the brunt of his father's anger. Once Duke Zhongyi finished his tirade and retreated to his concubine's quarters to rest, Lady Yu, his wife, seized the opportunity to express her concern for her eldest son. Yunting, no matter how you choose to spend your time outside, you must not stay out all night. We sent someone to look for you last night. Your father was worried, which is why he was so angry. Seeing her son exude a gloomy aura, she assumed he was upset from the scolding. Jiang Yunting waved his hand dismissively. Mother, please don't say any more. With that, he staggered towards his own courtyard. Lady Yu noticed his unusual gait and, filled with concern, followed him, asking Yunting what happened outside. Are you unwell? Jiang Yunting paused, coolly replying, I encountered some trouble, but rest assured, I will settle the score. Lady Yu looked at her son with worry. Do you need your father's help? No need. He wouldn't assist me anyway. I'll handle it myself. Mother, you should rest early. Jiang Yunting wished to return quickly to arrange matters. By the way, where is Luda? Why didn't he come back with you? Lady Yu furrowed her brow. Jiang Yunting was unclear about Luda and Appo's whereabouts and shrugged it off, considering him just a servant. Who knows where he ran off to? If he returns, I'll give him a good beating. If he perished outside, that would be even better. It's his fault for not protecting his master. Then find another servant to assist you in the meantime, Lady Yu suggested. All right, mother, I'll take my leave. Jiang Yunting bid farewell to his mother. Lady Yu nodded and watched him depart. Upon reaching his courtyard, Jiang Yunting immediately summoned the guards. He believed he could easily deal with that Zhuang without needing to call for any experts. Just a few more guards and some sedatives would suffice to eliminate him effortlessly. The thought of not avenging this grievance kept him restless, and he feared he wouldn't sleep well that night. He instructed the guards to act swiftly the next morning while the target was still asleep. Zhuang must die to atone for his sins. Jiang Yunting thought bitterly. After giving his orders, he called for a maid to assist him with a bath. As he stripped halfway, the maid gasped upon seeing numerous bruises on his body. Jiang Yunting, irritated, shoved her aside. "Get out!" As he entered the bath, his anger towards the second son of the Grand Chancellor festered. The night dragged on, and Jiang Yunting struggled to find a restful sleep. The next morning, he awoke to the maid's persistent calls. "Young master, the guards say there's urgent news." The guards had acted efficiently, and upon learning that Zhuang had been quietly dealt with, Jiang Yunting exhaled a sigh of relief. He returned to bed to catch a few more hours of sleep. By midday, he had yet to awaken when Duke Zhongyi stormed into the courtyard, accompanied by a worried Lady Yu. Upon entering the room and finding Jiang Yunting still in bed, Duke Zhongyi angrily threw a cup of tea at him. Jiang Yunting awoke to find his father and Appo's furious face, bewildered. "Father, what is the matter? Why do you ask me what is wrong? Do you know what everyone is saying outside?" Confused, Jiang Yunting wondered what could have transpired overnight to incite such anger in his father. Seeing his son's obliviousness, Duke Zhongyi pointed accusingly. "You waste your days in idleness, and while I've overlooked your past escapades, I never expected you to stoop so low as to become a kept man at a brothel. You've utterly disgraced the Duke Zhongyi residence." Lady Yu interjected anxiously. "My lord, please don't be so hasty. There could be a misunderstanding. How could our son possibly be interested in men?" She recalled her son's peculiar gait from the previous day, her expression momentarily shifting, but she quickly suppressed her thoughts. Jiang Yunting, taking in the chaotic scene, sat up and rubbed his face, darkly stating, "I was framed." Duke Zhongyi paused, still filled with anger. "They say you become a guest of the second son of the Grand Chancellor. Doesn't he have a reputation for being fond of men? Are you denying it? If you have such inclinations, you'd better rid yourself of them quickly, marry well, and find a proper job." Duke Zhongyi lamented his son's choices. Jiang Yunting wanted to defend himself, but he caught a warning glance from his mother and fell silent. "Lady, you urge her husband, my lord. Let me speak to our son. You should calm down first." Duke Zhongyi, humiliated, retreated to the outer chamber, while Lady Yu sat by her son's bedside. Her worry evident. "Yunting, why didn't you tell us you were framed? Who is responsible for this?" Outside, Duke Zhongyi's voice boomed. "You only spoil him." Lady Yu flinched at his reprimand, but remained quiet. Jiang Yunting, not wanting his mother to be scolded, replied loudly, "I was knocked unconscious and taken to Nanking Courtyard, waking up in the bed of the second son of the Grand Chancellor. I'm still trying to figure this out myself." He suspected Shen Zhinian might be behind this, but hesitated, questioning whether a young lady from a minister's family could orchestrate such a scheme. He had also offended many in the past. Perhaps someone knew of his plans and sought revenge. Lady Yu worried that this incident would jeopardize her son's prospects for marriage. They had delayed arranging a match due to his lack of ambition, and now, with this scandal, finding a suitable noble lady would be even more challenging. Carefully, she addressed her husband in the next room. "My lord, our son wouldn't lie to us. Shouldn't we investigate this matter?" Clearing his name would save his reputation. Before Duke Zhongyi could respond, Jiang Yunting interjected, "There's no need to trouble father. I will find someone to investigate." He feared that if the investigation went too deep, his father would discover his previous intentions towards Shen Zhinian, which would complicate matters further. Duke Zhongyi re-entered the room, his demeanor calmer now. Reflecting on his son's past, he recalled that while Jiang Yunting was indeed fond of women, he had never shown any inclination towards men, which made him somewhat skeptical but no longer furious. "Since you brought this trouble upon yourself, you shall resolve it. Clean up your mess and don't bring further disgrace to the family." Chapter 74. Captured after the Duke of Zhongyi finished speaking, he disregarded the anxious expression of Madame Yu and the stunned demeanor of his son, sweeping away with a flourish. Madame Yu, feeling helpless, turned to her son and gently encouraged, "If you require assistance from anyone, Just let me know, and I shall speak to your father. He will surely oblige. Jiang Yunting nodded in response. Just then, a respectful voice from outside announced, 3rd Mississippi. A smile flickered across Madame Yu's face. Your sister has arrived. Jiang Yitong entered the inner chamber, bowed to her mother and elder brother, and voiced her concern. Elder brother, you did not suffer any indignities yesterday, did you? Previously, she had spoken to him about Shen Zhinian's scheme against her, and given that her brother had harbored some grievances against Shen Zhinian, she recalled him mentioning a desire to confront her. Upon hearing rumors about him being the subject of slander, she felt apprehensive. Upon hearing the word indignities, Jiang Yunting's expression darkened once more. Madame Yu, observing her daughter's inquiries, subtly signaled her not to broach her brother's distressing matters. Understanding the unspoken message, Jiang Yitong realized that her brother had indeed faced some tribulations the previous day. Mother, please do not fret. Why not return and rest for a while? I shall have a few private words with elder brother to offer him some comfort. Hearing her daughter's suggestion, Madame Yu contemplated their close sibling bond and agreed. Very well, you two converse for a bit. It is nearly noon. Do remember to have lunch afterward. With that, she exited the room, leaving the siblings to converse. Elder brother, was it Shen Zhinian who caused you trouble yesterday? How did you end up being ensnared? Once Madame Yu had departed, Jiang Yitong inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Yunting shook his head. I was betrayed by someone in between and remained unconscious, unaware of the circumstances. Did you not inquire of those who accompanied you? Jiang Yitong pressed. Jiang Yunting paused, recalling how he had been so consumed with venting his frustrations that he neglected to have the guards interrogate Zhuang. However, it matters not. There are others I can send to discreetly investigate, he replied. Indeed, I shall arrange for someone to inquire. Brother, if Shen Zhinian is indeed behind this, we need not endure any longer. Jiang Yunting nodded grimly in agreement. Before Jiang Yunting could take any action, Shen Zhinian, after a conversation with his sister, took steps to enlist the assistance of one Yunjing for a female guard. He also devised a means to anonymously relay a letter to the officials at the Dali Temple responsible for handling the case. The letter, written from a perspective of an informant, detailed an encounter in the vicinity of Yanlu Alley, where he witnessed the eldest son of the Duke of Zhongyi embroiled in a heated argument with the victim of the recent incident. The victim, described as tall with a grotesque scar on his face, had dared to confront the Duke's son, leaving a lasting impression on the writer. After the incident occurred, he felt compelled to visit the scene out of curiosity and was shocked to witness the victim being carried away. Disturbed by the victim's lifeless expression, he decided to anonymously provide this lead in hopes of aiding the investigation. Upon receiving the confidential letter, the officials at the Dali Temple were cautious not to overlook this lead and discreetly began to monitor Jiang Yunting while also investigating the nature of the relationship between the two individuals involved. After recuperating for 2 to 3 days, Jiang Yunting, feeling less pain, summoned several capable guards from the Jiang family to investigate those who had previously accompanied Zhuang. The guards set out on their mission, while Jiang Yunting remained at home, contemplating the potential consequences should he discover that Shen Zhinian was indeed culpable. As night fell, the guards had yet to return, causing Jiang Yunting to furrow his brow in concern. Had something gone awry? It seemed that every time he dealt with matters related to Shen Zhinian, misfortune followed him closely. If something had indeed transpired, sending his own family's guards would pose a risk. Previously, he had relied on individuals from the underworld, reasoning that their skills would increase the likelihood of success, while also considering that Shen Zhinian, being the daughter of a high-ranking official, might inadvertently expose his family's involvement should she encounter them. Now, with the prospect of confronting those underworld figures, he had no time to waste seeking out dubious characters and thus opted to enlist some of his more formidable guards equipped with discreet weaponry. After finishing dinner and preparing for bed, Jiang Yunting grew increasingly anxious as the guards failed to return. As the sounds of the night echoed outside, he paced the room, only to be interrupted by a commotion from the courtyard. He heard the sorrowful cries of his mother interspersed with his sister's urgent inquiries. Jiang Yunting, come with us to the Dali Temple, called the voice of the constable. Sir, surely you are mistaken. Why must you take my son to the Dali Temple? Madame Yu's voice trembled with emotion. Esteemed officials, My brother has been at home for the past few days. What grounds do you have for seizing him? Jiang Yitong challenged. Do you possess a warrant? Though my son may have been somewhat reckless, he would never engage in any criminal activities. The Duke of Zhongyi's stern voice interjected. Sir, this is an arrest warrant. It was presented upon entering the residence. We kindly ask you not to obstruct the Dali Temple in the execution of its duties. With that, a command was given. Proceed to apprehend him. As it appeared Jiang Yunting had not emerged for a while, the constables were ordered to enter and take him. Jiang Yunting, resting on the bed, was abruptly seized by the constables, who barred his parents and sister from following. He glanced at their sorrowful faces, noting the rare concern etched upon his father's features. Son, my child would never commit a crime, Madame Yu exclaimed, emotion overtaking her as she attempted to push past the constable to embrace her son. The Duke of Zhongyi pulled her back, his voice steady. I trust the Dali Temple will conduct its investigation with integrity. Should my son be wrongfully accused, do not blame me for seeking recourse with the emperor. The constables acted upon evidence they had gathered, having traced the victim's acquaintances, failing to locate them, but instead identifying Jiang's family servants who led them to the suspects. Following a brief interrogation, the guards revealed Jiang Yunting's involvement in the crime. Jiang Yunting was taken aback that within just 2 to 3 days, he would face the Dali Temple. Panic set in. Father, save me. The Duke of Zhongyi felt helpless, awaiting the opportunity to leverage connections the following day. Before he could secure any connections, the Dali Temple swiftly resolved the case. The Jiang family guards had disclosed the location where the weapon used in the crime was disposed, presenting undeniable evidence, thus solidifying Jiang Yunting's culpability in orchestrating the attack. Despite employing various methods to mitigate the consequences, the Duke of Zhongyi could only manage to spare his son from a death sentence. Yet the punishment of exile remained inevitable. Chapter 75. The female guard. The incident concerning the eldest son of the Duke of Loyalty and Integrity, who was accused of murder, has become the talk of the capital. Drawing comparisons to the recent scandal involving the scholar whose engagement was broken off before he sought to marry a princess. Typically, such violent affairs are confined to the highborn families, and it is rare to hear of such brazen acts occurring in public. The common folk remain oblivious to the reasons behind the young Master Zhang's actions. However, the Duke of Loyalty and Integrity, having tirelessly navigated the intricacies of the court to visit his son in prison, managed to glean some information. The young man did indeed confess to the crime, albeit with a sense of injustice, claiming he had been wronged and driven to his actions by an unseen adversary. He expressed deep resentment towards those who conspired against him, recounting his grievances with Shen Zhinian and the sequence of events that led to his predicament, imploring his father to avenge him against the Shen family. The Duke, though skeptical, couldn't fully dismiss his son's claims given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the case. Yet, he recognized that the true culpability lay with his son, and should the matter be fully exposed, it would only exacerbate his son's punishment while leaving the Shen family unscathed. With a heavy heart, he shook his head, lamenting his son's lack of wit and resourcefulness, leaving him to ponder how to rectify this dire situation. Upon returning home, his wife, Madame Yu, weeping and supported by their daughter, approached him. My lord, is there any possibility of Yunting being spared? The Duke solemnly shook his head. To secure a sentence of exile is the best outcome I can negotiate. Madame Yu nearly fainted from grief, while Jiang Yitong quietly shed tears, suggesting, Father, let us seek out aunt and implore uncle to intervene on brother's behalf. The Duke's face darkened. He remained silent. Despite their efforts to seek assistance from many, the prospect of help from his sister, now merely a secondary wife in the Earl's household, seemed futile. Forget this matter for now. Prepare provisions for his departure. On the day he leaves, we shall send him off properly, he commanded. Madame Yu, sensing her husband and Appo's resignation, felt a profound sorrow. She had other sons from concubines, yet Yunting was her sole flesh and blood. If you will not act, then I and Yitong shall go, she declared, wiping her tears and returning to their quarters with her daughter. The Duke remained silent, resigned to let her face the inevitable challenges alone. When news of Jiang Yunting's exile reached the Shen residence, Shen Zhinian was engaged in practicing self-defense techniques taught by Gu Wenjing. This unexpected turn of events had prompted her to reconsider her previous disinterest in martial arts, as she recognized the value of being able to protect herself. Shen Zhinian was pleased to learn of his sister's newfound determination. Knowing that his own training consisted of techniques more suited for men, he invited his agile cousin, who was adept in more graceful maneuvers, to instruct her for a few days. After several sessions with her cousin, Shen Zhinian felt invigorated, and her parents, initially skeptical of their daughter's pursuit of martial arts, observed her revitalized spirit and decided against dissuading her, recognizing that it could serve as a means of strengthening her well-being, even if she would never take up arms on the battlefield. One day, as Shen Zhinian practiced alone at home, Chun Tao returned with news from the guards. "I see. Thank you," Shen Zhinian replied calmly as she concluded her training. Chun Tao exhaled in relief. Ever since the previous incident, Shen Zhinian had remained indoors, even taking up martial training, a response to the fears instigated by their recent ordeal. Now that the perpetrator would be exiled, there was no longer cause for alarm. "Go wash up," Shen Zhinian said. Her mood lifted, suspecting that her brother had played a role in swiftly resolving the case. After washing up, she settled onto a couch, contemplating her plans to venture outside. The confinement had been stifling, while Typhoon Tower had sufficient staff to oversee daily affairs. Wenling Ren had sent an invitation since Jiang Yunting's capture, inviting her to visit for leisure. Her brother had mentioned that a female guard had been located and would arrive today. As the sun began to set, Shen Zhinian arrived with the female guard, who had been recommended by Wen Yunji. It was said she possessed remarkable strength and formidable skills. The guard, named Bai Ji, entered the courtyard and greeted Shen Zhinian with a respectful bow. Shen Zhinian, taken aback by Bai Ji's sweet demeanor, was pleasantly surprised to discover she was also a martial arts expert. Noticing Shen Zhinian's astonishment, Bai Ji misinterpreted it as doubt regarding her abilities and promptly offered, "Miss Shen, I can spar with a few of your guards, so you may assess my skills." Shen Zhinian smiled, intending to clarify that her surprise was not a reflection of skepticism, especially since her brother had vouched for her. "Excellent," her brother interjected enthusiastically, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing a match. Shen Zhinian, seeing her brother's eagerness, decided not to dampen his spirits. "Very well, I shall arrange for a few guards to spar with you. However, this is not out of doubt regarding your abilities, but rather to foster cooperation among you for future endeavors." Bai Ji smiled and replied, "Understood." Shen Zhinian summoned the guards who would accompany her outside, intending to allow Bai Ji to select a couple of them for practice. However, Bai Ji's confident voice rang out, "Let us have them all join in." Seeing Bai Ji's self-assured demeanor, Shen Zhinian surmised that the girl was indeed skilled. She did not wish to diminish the excitement, merely instructing the guards, "Be gentle, do not injure her." The guards exchanged glances, hesitant to engage with the petite yet spirited girl. As the guards hesitated, Bai Ji took the initiative, springing forward with agility and deftly dodging the advancing guards. In a stunning display of skill, she effortlessly lifted and tossed aside one of the larger guards, leaving the others in astonished disbelief. Chapter 76. Secretly offering assistance in the ensuing moments, the remaining guards heightened their vigilance, striving to contend with the diminutive figure before them. Yet, despite their efforts, they were no match for the young girl, each of the burly men being effortlessly dispatched one by one. Bai Ji clapped her hands. Her expression relaxed as she cupped her fists in salute to the bewildered guards still seated on the ground. "I concede." The guards, momentarily taken aback by their swift defeat, found themselves at a loss, especially as their opponent remained composed and unruffled. Shen Zhinian could not help but cheer from the sidelines, while his sister, Shen Zhinian, who had been watching in astonishment, was jolted back to reality by her brother's exuberance and broke into a radiant smile. The girl truly possessed remarkable skills. Bai Ji, slightly flushed, touched her nose and replied, "Miss Shen, you flatter me. You may simply call me Bai Ji." "Very well. I shall rely on Bai Ji and Amp Oppos as protection in the future," Shen Zhinian replied with a beaming smile. "Chun Tao, please arrange accommodations for Bai Ji and take her to familiarize herself with the surroundings." Considering that Bai Ji had just been brought in by her brother and had already engaged in a contest, Shen Zhinian insisted that she take some time to rest. After Bai Ji was escorted away, Shen Zhinian entered the main hall with his sister. What do you think? Is this guard not an excellent choice? He boasted to his sister. Indeed. Where did you find such a formidable female guard? Shen Zhinian inquired, intrigued by her brother and Appo's source. Haha. I actually enlisted the help of brother Yun Jing. Not long ago, he had his people searching for female guards and knew where to find skilled ones. Shen Zhinian admitted without reservation, acknowledging Wen Yun Jing and Appo's contribution. To his surprise, Yun Jing did not ask why he needed a female guard. He simply dispatched someone to find one with impressive abilities. The speed of his search was commendable, and the quality of the individual he provided was exceptional, truly a loyal friend. Shen Zhinian nodded, realizing that it was no wonder they had managed to locate such a capable female guard within a short span of time. It was indeed thanks to the favor of the Duke and Appo's heir. Reflecting on their recent peril, she felt fortunate to have Pei Jiao and Yin Shuang present. Suspecting that these two female guards were also arranged by her brother for her protection, unexpectedly aiding her in her time of need. Turning to her brother, Shen Zhinian suggested, "Brother, you should take young Master One to Tai Feng Lu for a meal put on my account." It was impractical for her to offer any significant token of gratitude at this moment, as a young lady did not find it appropriate to present gifts to a gentleman. This was her humble expression of appreciation. Shen Zhinian replied cheerfully, "Very well, I understand." He was aware that his sister had secretly become involved in the operations of Tai Feng Lu, as the family had dined there previously. Although he had savored the delectable dishes in his sister's courtyard, Yun Jing had yet to experience them. One Yun Jing returned to his residence at the hour of Su. While dining in the Lin Xin Hall, Chang Fu and Chang Gui stood attentively nearby. He preferred not to have maids close by, as most of his daily needs were attended to by Chang Fu and Chang Gui. Once when Yun Jing finished his meal, Chang Fu called for someone to clear the dishes. Upon seeing their master head to the study, the two quickly followed, eager to ascertain if he had any commands. Entering the study, one Yun Jing first approached the bookshelf, selecting a military treatise he had been perusing. He did not immediately open it, but casually inquired of Chang Fu, "Has the female guard been delivered to Shen Zhinian?" Chang Fu smiled as he responded, "Young master, it has been delivered, and she is indeed a remarkable individual, capable enough to replace several men. Her skills are on par with Miss Pei Jiao and Yin Shuang, ensuring that Shun Miss will be well protected." Pei Jiao and Yin Shuang were, in fact, considered part of Wen Yun Jing and Appo's retinue. When Miss Shun and the young lady from the Shun family returned late from dining out, it raised concerns in Lin Xin Hall. Fearing for her safety, they did not wait to inquire about the situation. Yin Shuang and Pei Jiao reported back promptly. Upon learning of the afternoon's peril, Wen Yun Jing's expression soured. Yin Shuang, assuming he was worried about the safety of Miss Shun, emphasized that the assailants were not targeting her specifically, hence there would be no lingering concerns. Despite this reassurance, Wen Yun Jing and Appo's demeanor remained troubled. He merely instructed them to assist Shun Miss should she require their cooperation. After Yin Shuang and Pei Jiao acknowledged his command, they took their leave. Chang Fu and Chang Gui, understanding more than most, speculated that their master's distress was not solely due to the danger faced by Miss Shun, but also his concern for her well-being. However, they were surprised to discover that the seemingly gentle Shun mispossessed a certain cunning when trouble arose. In fact, it seemed to them that she was more suited to their master than they had initially thought. As Chang Fu pondered this, he heard Wen Yun Jing instruct them to keep a watchful eye in the vicinity and to lend assistance if necessary. After accepting their orders, they discreetly monitored the situation. However, they found that their intervention was seldom required, as the foolish young master of the Jiang family was prone to creating his own troubles, inadvertently providing the Shun family with leverage. As for the request from Shen Zhinian to find a female guard, they had received instructions that day, understanding it was undoubtedly for Miss Shun, and they had taken great care in selecting a capable individual determined to fulfill this task effectively. While Chang Fu was lost in thought, he awaited further inquiries from his master. Has the Jiang family ceased their activities recently? When Yun Jing asked, Chang Fu bowed and replied, "The Duke of Loyalty seems to have abandoned his pursuits. He has not been seen out and about in the past few days." After a moment and Appo's reflection, he added quietly, However, the Duke and Amp, Oppos, as wife and the third young lady have sent invitations to the residence, presumably intending to visit the lady tomorrow. Wen Yunjing scoffed softly. The Duke and Oppos, widow and the Wen siblings were not particularly close, and he did not regard her as a mother figure. They seldom interacted, and he had hardly acknowledged Jiang Yunting as a cousin during their previous encounter. Contemplating his stepmother and his father, Wen Yunjing was convinced that his father, known for his prudence, would not meddle in such affairs, regardless of his affection for the stepmother. Moreover, the stepmother, Jiang, was not naive. She understood well enough not to provoke his father's displeasure. Thus, it was likely that the visit from the Duke and Oppos, as wife and the third young lady, would yield no fruitful outcome. Noticing his master's indifference to the situation, Chang Fu tentatively inquired, "Shall we not keep a close watch on the lady?" "There's no need. Attend to your duties," Wen Yunjing replied calmly. With the matter concerning Jiang Yunting essentially settled, he anticipated no complications arising. With his concerns alleviated, and considering that Shen Zhinian was now protected, Wen Yunjing dismissed Chang Fu and Chang Gui with a wave, returning his focus to the military treatise he had previously taken. Chapter 77. A summons from a matriarch. The following day, Shen Zhinian set forth from her residence, accompanied by Chun Tao, Chun Xing, and Bai Ji, to visit Wen Lingran. The day prior, she had dispatched a messenger to remind Wen Lingran of their previous invitation, conveying that she would pay her a visit the next day. Wen Lingran was elated. She had waited patiently, knowing that Shen Zhinian would be occupied at home for a while, and had refrained from pressing her. Now that Shen Zhinian was finally able to venture out again, they could enjoy each other's company freely before her impending marriage into the third prince's household. Upon arriving at the Duke of England and Oppos' residence, Shen Zhinian was guided to Wen Lingran and Oppos' courtyard. With the wedding banquet approaching, approximately 2 weeks away, the palace's appointed matrons had completed their duties and were summoned back. Consequently, Wen Lingran found herself without the usual oversight, granting her a rare sense of liberty. In the courtyard, Wen Lingran was seated in the shade of a tree, enjoying the cool breeze. A stone table beside her was adorned with various fruits, while a nearby scholar was engaged in calligraphy, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Upon spotting Shen Zhinian and Oppos' arrival, Wen Lingran and Oppos' eyes sparkled with delight as she stood to greet her. "And Yin, come here, it's so refreshing." 2 rocking chairs were positioned by the table, one previously occupied by Wen Lingran and the other presumably reserved for Shen Zhinian. Settling in her chair, Shen Zhinian breathed in deeply, savoring the gentle breeze. It was the height of summer, and the heat was palpable, although Chun Tao had sheltered her from the sun with an umbrella. A light sheen of perspiration still clung to her skin. Noticing the slight flush on Shen Zhinian and Oppos' face, Wen Lingran pushed the fruits toward her. "And Yin, have some fruit to cool off." Shen Zhinian nodded appreciatively and, without hesitation, plucked a lychee, peeling it while engaging in casual conversation. "Aran, how goes the preparation for your wedding? Is there anything you need assistance with?" At the mention of her wedding, Wen Lingran's enthusiasm waned. She languidly reclined, her gaze drifting among the treetops. With grandmother overseeing, the household staff are diligent. As for the third prince's estate, I needn't concern myself with their affairs. For now, I merely need to familiarize myself with the ceremonial customs. After a moment, she sat up, turning to Shen Zhinian. "Let us not dwell on that. Since that day, although I haven't ventured out, I have heard quite a bit. It is said that Jiang Yunting has been imprisoned for murder." Shen Zhinian, witnessing the spirited glint in Wen Lingran and Oppos' eyes, Kuden and Oppos' helped but chuckle. "Indeed, it seems he has been sentenced to exile. Those who engage in wrongful deeds inevitably meet their downfall." Wen Lingran nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Yunting was her cousin, like Wen Yunxing, she held little affection for her stepmother and her family. Moreover, Jiang Yunting and Oppos' prior malevolent actions only intensified her satisfaction with his current fate. Just then, a maid named Shurqin returned from outside with a message. "Miss, the matriarch has summoned you to Jinghua Hall for lunch with her guests." Wen Lingran, surprised, inquired, "Did grandmother mention anything specific?" Typically, family gatherings were reserved for festivals, with everyone dining separately at other times. This morning, when she paid her respects to her grandmother, she had mentioned hosting friends in her own courtyard. Grandmother, being kind-hearted, had permitted her to enjoy herself before her impending marriage. Shen Zhinian responded respectfully. The cousin from a Zhongyi Marquis's household has come to visit the lady. After conversing with her, the lady took her to meet the matriarch, who has decided to keep her for lunch. She thought it would be more lively to have you all together, rather than neglecting your guests. Being well acquainted with the household, Shen Zhinian was adept at gathering information, and she had easily discerned the reason behind the matriarch's request. The cousin from the Zhongyi Marquis's household, Jiang Yitong, came to Wen Lingran and Appo's mind, recalling her previous attempt to drug Shen Zhinian during the Dragon Boat Festival. A frown creased when Lingran and Appo's brow. It appeared that the Jiang siblings had a particular grudge against Shen Zhinian. She glanced at Shen Zhinian, hesitating to speak. Shen Zhinian, sensing Wen Lingran and Appo's discomfort, smiled gently. I have been a guest at the Duke of England's residence for quite some time, yet I have yet to pay my respects to the matriarch. It is truly an honor that she has invited us to lunch. I must go and extend my greetings. In the capital, it was generally considered inappropriate to intrude upon one's elders during visits between close friends, which was why Shen Zhinian had never met the matriarch or the duke's wife during her previous visits. Seeing Shen Zhinian's lack of resistance eased Wen Lingran's worries. All right, then we shall go shortly. Reflecting on Jiang Yitong's presence, Wen Lingran could not help but voice her concern. What could Jiang Yitong possibly gain from visiting? Given that her brother is a murderer, it is surprising she still has the leisure to socialize. Shen Zhinian peeled another lychee, pondering aloud. Perhaps she seeks to speak with her aunt regarding the matter? Wen Lingran, realizing the implication, scoffed. Indeed, a doting aunt may be inclined to sympathize with her nephew. The thought that the Jiang family might attempt to influence her father regarding the situation darkened Wen Lingran and Appo's expression. Shen Zhinian smiled reassuringly. Ultimately, it depends on whether the Duke is willing to intervene. I suspect he will not easily involve himself. She recalled that in her previous life, the Duke of England had remained passive when his son was exiled, choosing instead to protect his own interests. As a mere relative of his wife, he was even less likely to offer assistance. Wen Lingran was uncertain about her father and Appo's potential involvement, yet she dismissed the thought. Regardless of any assistance he might render, it would not erase Jiang Yunting's crime. The only question remained was the severity of his punishment. If she speaks disrespectfully, we need not fear. I will stand by your side, Wen Lingran assured. Shen Zhinian's expression softened. Iran, there is no need for concern. Before our elders, she will likely refrain from rudeness. Recalling Jiang Yitong's earlier attempts to ingratiate herself with Wen Yunqing, as well as the incident from her past life, Shen Zhinian surmised that Jiang Yitong was likely eager to marry into the Duke and Appo's household, and thus would not risk exposing her true nature before the matriarch. Very well, let us tidy ourselves and proceed. Shen Zhinian nodded, and together they entered the house to wash their hands before heading to Jinghua Hall. Jinghua Hall served as the matriarch's residence, occupying the main building of the Duke of England's estate, which was the largest structure, featuring 6 main rooms, 3 side rooms, and 3 annexes. After inheriting the title, the Duke had shown filial piety by allowing the matriarch to continue residing in her accustomed quarters, while he remained in the place he had occupied as a young heir. When Shen Zhinian and Wen Lingran arrived at Jinghua Hall, a maid standing on the stone steps noticed them and lifted the curtain to announce their arrival. Moments later, a senior maidservant emerged from beside the matriarch to welcome them. Chapter 78. The British Duchess. Upon encountering Wen Lingran, the young maid performed a respectful greeting. Wen Lingran then spoke. This is my friend, the daughter of the Minister of Rights. I just heard from the maid in the courtyard that grandmother has summoned us for lunch. The maid, Xiang Yu, glanced at Shen Zhinian and also curtsied, to which Shen Zhinian quickly offered her support, saying, Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Xiang Yu rose and smiled at the two. Lunch is still being prepared. At this moment, the old lady is speaking with the madam and the young miss in the room. However, she has instructed that when the young lady arrives, you may bring your guest directly inside. Wen Lingran nodded and turned to Shen Zhinian, saying, Anian, let me take you in to greet grandmother. Shen Zhinian acquiesced, and the two followed Xiangyu into the main hall of Jinghua Hall, where three individuals were already seated. In the center, on a short couch, sat a plump and amiable elderly lady. Despite her age, with strands of silver in her hair, she appeared quite sprightly. To the left of the elderly lady sat a charming woman in her 30s with an oval face, whose graceful demeanor was evident as she conversed with the old lady. However, upon seeing Wen Lingran enter with a guest, her smile gradually faded. Seated on the second chair to the left of the elderly lady was Jiang Yitong. Having been laughing with her aunt, changed countenance upon noticing Shen Zhinian's entrance. She quickly composed herself, sitting upright and avoiding eye contact with Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian merely cast a swift glance around, not lingering on any particular individual. "Grandmother, my friend and I have come to pay our respects," Wen Lingran announced as she bowed. Shen Zhinian followed suit, saying, "Anian pays her respects to our esteemed grandmother. Aran, this is the daughter of the Minister of Rights." "Called Anian, correct?" Lady Wen smiled at Shen Zhinian. "Good child, come closer so I can have a better look. My old eyes are not what they used to be." Shen Zhinian stepped forward, allowing Lady Wen to take her hand, and she stood beside her. Lady Wen patted Shen Zhinian and Appo's hand and observed her closely, her eyes crinkling with delight. "This child is truly beautiful." Shen Zhinian smiled bashfully, while Wen Lingran beamed with pride in her friend's beauty. Jiang Yitong felt disdain as Lady Wen praised Shen Zhinian, although she dared not show it. The British Duchess, Jiang, observed the reactions of those present and chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this girl has blossomed beautifully. I dare say suitors from the capital would be queuing at your doorstep." Jiang and Appo's words were intentionally crafted, having previously heard from a maid named Ling Long that Shen Zhinian and Appo's visit had caused some embarrassment for her son, Erlang. Today, upon her niece Yitong's arrival, she realized that the troubles concerning her family were intertwined with Shen Zhinian, thus deepening her impression of a young lady she had yet to meet. It was noted that today, the eldest sister had intended to come along, but due to her prolonged sorrow, she had fallen ill overnight, leaving only her niece Yitong to visit. Understanding the purpose of their visit, Jiang knew it was not merely social. Although she could not promise any assistance, being family, she felt compelled to offer some hospitality. After Yitong gently expressed her intentions, seeking Jiang and Appo's support to speak on behalf of her brother Yunting to the Duke, Jiang paused, reflecting on her own constraints. She understood that her family's standing paled in comparison to that of the Duke and Appo's, and since the incident involving her nephew, the Duke had grown more distant, likely avoiding her out of concern that she might mention family matters. After clarifying the situation to her niece, Yitong comprehended the limited options available to them and did not press further, showing a degree of understanding. However, seeing her niece and Appo's tearful eyes prompted Jiang to offer some words of comfort, engaging in a longer conversation. Yitong soon realized her brother and Appo's situation seemed to be at a standstill, shifting her focus to the potential impact on future marriages within the Jiang family. Although surprised by Yitong's rapid emotional transition, Jiang admired her niece and Appo's ability to gauge the situation. Rather than engaging in futile resistance, it was wiser for Yitong to consider her own future. Yitong was acutely aware that without her father's intervention, there was little they could accomplish alone. Her visit to the Duke's residence was merely a pretext to seek her aunt's assistance in arranging her own future marriage. Given the turmoil in the Jiang family, she feared her prospects were dimming, which distressed her greatly. She had always held a fondness for the British Duke's son, Wen Yunjing, but now felt the gap between them had widened considerably. Yet, she found it challenging to express her feelings directly to her aunt, as she was interested in her aunt's stepson, and any direct mention might cause discord. Instead, she delicately suggested to her aunt that she would like to visit the British Duchess more frequently to pay her respects, hoping to endear herself to the elderly lady, who might then facilitate an introduction for her marriage prospects. She planned to win the Duchess's favor first, then subtly express her admiration for Wen Yunjing, hoping for an opportunity to arise. Of course, this plan remained unspoken between her and her aunt. Jiang found it somewhat amusing that her niece did not directly request her assistance, yet it was for the best. The elderly lady had a fondness for young girls and had previously played matchmaker. Thus, bringing her niece along was not a bad idea. Furthermore, it served her own interests, as she could not assist her nephew, but could certainly accommodate her niece's request. Consequently, Jiang had previously taken her niece to meet the elderly lady, engaging in conversation that delighted the Duchess, who invited them to stay for lunch. However, they were unaware that not only Jiang's family had visitors today. When Ling Ran and Appo's friend was also present. Upon realizing that this friend was none other than the Minister of Rights and Appo's daughter, Jiang and her niece exchanged glances, recognizing the irony of their circumstances. When Shen Zhinian entered, Jiang discreetly assessed her appearance, noting her beauty and, to her surprise, her cunning nature. Observing that Shen Zhinian had caught the Duchess's attention, Jiang could not resist a subtle jibe. She was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Minister of Rights and the recently broken engagement with the top scholar, who had successfully sought the hand of Princess Pingyan. Thus, the number of suitors approaching the minister's residence would likely dwindle. Although the capital buzzed with rumors that the minister's daughter was spurned due to the scholar's fickleness, many highborn ladies speculated that perhaps there was something amiss with the minister's daughter, given that the scholar had turned his sights on Princess Pingyan, who had not declined his proposal. After making her remark, Jiang smiled brightly at Shen Zhinian, eager to see if the young lady would be struck with embarrassment. Chapter 79. Lady when standing beside the elderly matriarch, Shen Zhinian listened attentively as the lady with the egg-shaped face spoke. She recognized this to be Lady Jiang, the wife of the British Duke, and also the aunt of Jiang Yitong. Judging by Lady Jiang's words, there seemed to be no fault to find. Her beaming smile suggested she was innocently praising Shen Zhinian's beauty. Shen Zhinian glanced at Jiang's seemingly casual mockery and the barely concealed glee on Jiang Yitong's face, finding the situation rather amusing. It appeared that Jiang Yitong had come to visit her aunt today with the intention of speaking ill of her behind her back. Seeing her daughter-in-law speak, Lady Wen smiled and introduced Jiang to Shen Zhinian. Shen Zhinian graciously bowed and with a radiant smile responded to her earlier comment. "You are too kind, my lady. Currently, I remain unmarried, and there are but a few suitors who dare to approach our household." Observing Shen Zhinian's composed demeanor, Lady Jiang momentarily wondered if this young woman possessed an audacity that was rather excessive. Was she truly unashamed, despite the absence of suitors? Pretending to express concern, Lady Jiang inquired, "How can this be? Such a lovely young lady, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, and yet there are so few who seek your hand?" Her words overstepped the bounds of propriety, prompting Lady Wen to cast a discreet glance at Lady Jiang, silently signaling her to tread carefully. Noticing the displeasure on the elder's face, Lady Jiang felt a wave of disdain wash over her, but maintained an appearance of contrition, offering a semblance of an apologetic smile. Meanwhile, when Ling Ran perceived her stepmother in damp, Appo's veiled sarcasm directed at her friend and was about to retort, but upon receiving a calming glance from Shen Zhinian, she chose to remain silent. With a hint of shyness, Shen Zhinian replied to Lady Jiang, "I truly appreciate your concern, my lady. If you are so inclined to assist me in finding a suitable husband, I would be most grateful. I thank you on behalf of both my mother and myself." Lady Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This girl was audacious indeed, boldly requesting someone to seek a husband for her in such an open manner. Lady Wen erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Not only is she beautiful, but her character is also refreshingly candid." Turning to Lady Jiang, she added, "Since you show interest in my dear Zhinian, and she has broached the subject, do help her scout for potential suitors when you have the time." Lady Jiang found herself burdened with an unexpected task. Not only was she not securing a match for her own niece, but she was also being asked to assist an outsider. What nonsense was this? Yet, fearing the wrath of the elder, she dared not provoke her further. Thus, she acquiesced, privately resolving to fulfill her obligation only superficially. After all, such endeavors were often thankless. If she were to introduce a poor match, they would surely blame her, while a good match would hardly consider her niece worthy of their attention. It was already mercy enough that she had refrained from undermining Shen Zhinian. Suppressing her earlier antagonism, Lady Jiang turned to Lady Wen with a conciliatory smile. "Of course, should I come across a suitable candidate, I shall keep an eye out for both Yitong and Miss Shen. Lady Wen nodded approvingly and then smiled at Shen Zhinian. Marriage is indeed a significant affair in life. It is right for you to remain open to opportunities, dear child. Rest assured, I too shall keep an eye out for you. Touched by the elder's warm demeanor, Shen Zhinian felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing Lady Wen and Amp Oppo's genuine affection for her younger kin. She knelt once more in thanks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yitong and Amp Oppo's expression twisted with discomfort. Prior to Shen Zhinian's arrival, she had been conversing with her aunt for quite some time, hesitating to directly request assistance in finding a match for herself. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the notion of asking outright, especially since her heart was set on the heir apparent, and she could not afford to be too forthright. Now, seeing that Lady Wen had promised to help Shen Zhinian, she inexplicably felt a sense of loss, as if Shen Zhinian had outdone her in some way. Catching a glimpse of her niece's discontent, Lady Jiang discreetly gestured for her to compose herself. After a moment of conversation, Lady Wen gestured for Shen Zhinian and Wen Lingran to take their seats on the chairs to their right. Once settled, the group engaged in light conversation with the matriarch until a servant announced that lunch was ready. The group accompanied Lady Wen to the designated dining hall. In the presence of the elder, Shen Zhinian restrained her usual informality, while Wen Lingran too adopted a more reserved demeanor. Jiang Yitong, likely apprehensive of any impropriety, followed suit, resulting in a surprisingly harmonious meal. Upon finishing lunch, Lady Wen, concerned that her company might feel constrained by lingering with an elderly woman, encouraged them to return to their quarters. After Lady Jiang departed with her niece, and when Lingran escorted Shen Zhinian away, the matriarch was assisted by Granny Su to her inner chamber. Though accustomed to an afternoon nap, Lady Wen did not feel the urge to sleep immediately that day. Observing her expression, Granny Su surmised that the elder wished to continue their conversation. "Do you have further matters to discuss, my lady?" she inquired, recalling how Lady Wen had offered to assist Shen Zhinian in finding a match. "What are your thoughts on the minister's daughter?" Lady Wen asked, directing her gaze at Granny Su. Granny Su, somewhat puzzled by the matriarch's interest in the minister's daughter, replied objectively, "She possesses grace and decorum, neither subservient nor arrogant. She appears quite poised, yet her mind seems astute. She is indeed a commendable young lady." Lady Wen nodded. "Indeed, she is rather impressive. Did you notice how earlier Lingran nearly interjected on her behalf? Given her usual temperament, she would have likely clashed with Lady Jiang, yet Zhinian intervened and gracefully took over the conversation." Granny Su responded with respect. "Yes, Miss Shen seems to harbor no ulterior motives towards the eldest miss, with her limited social circle. It is heartening that she has found a kindred spirit in Zhinian." Lady Wen had long been concerned for her granddaughter's solitude, yearning for Lady Jiang to introduce her to social gatherings to foster friendships and a richer life. However, upon discovering that her granddaughter not only resisted outings with her stepmother, but also showed no interest in mingling with society and Oppo's elite, Lady Wen had reluctantly ceased her efforts. Now, it appeared that her granddaughter was discerning in her choices of companionship. Yes, even when Lingran marries into the Prince and Amp Oppo's household, she will have friends to converse with. While her grandmother and brother may not visit often, it's comforting to know she will have peers to confide in. This brings me solace. Chapter 80. The Matchmaker Today. The elderly matriarch took the initiative to agree to the matchmaking for Miss Shen. What could be her intention? Su Mama hesitated but ultimately voiced her confusion. In matters of marriage, it is typically dictated by parental authority and the words of matchmakers. Although Su Mama found Miss Shen to be quite open-minded, her previous bold remarks were indeed somewhat audacious. Generally, a girl in such circumstances would shyly defer to her parents' decisions. Old Lady Wen smiled gently and replied, "The matter of choosing a husband was not initiated by her. It was the Jiang family who first made things difficult." The girl, however, was not timid. She cleverly turned the situation to her advantage. "I merely offered a few words to prevent Jiang from continuing to create an awkward atmosphere, lest others witness the farce." Su Mama nodded. The old lady is indeed benevolent. It seems that the madam harbors a slight animosity towards Miss Shen, and I noticed that the young miss also appears to disfavor her. Upon hearing this, old Lady Wen sighed, The Jiang family still possesses a certain narrow-mindedness. In the past, Yunyang was only a little stubborn in front of Delang, but otherwise, she was not prone to making mistakes. Yunyang was the late legitimate wife of the Duke, and she was the biological mother of Wen Yunjing and Wen Lingran. During her pregnancy with Wen Lingran, her relationship with the Duke soured over the issue of concubines, and her health deteriorated. After giving birth to Wen Lingran, their bond further weakened, and within a year, she passed away. Old Lady Wen recalled the lively and mischievous Wen Yunjing during Yunyang's time. After her passing, his father quickly remarried, and he became increasingly withdrawn, likely due to his heartbreak. Wen Lingran, still a child at that time, was thought to be unaffected. Yet perhaps it was her nature, or perhaps Jiang, the stepmother, was not particularly close to the two children, resulting in her developing a cool demeanor, only showing liveliness in front of her grandmother and brother. Su Mama gently massaged Old Lady Wen's back, offering comfort. The late madam was quite filial during her lifetime. If she were to see you suffering now, she would surely be unsettled in the afterlife. Old Lady Wen, momentarily lost in thought, felt a pang of sadness for Yunyang and, noticing Su Mama and Appo's concern, patted her hand. "Do not worry. I am quite well." However, regarding the matter of the girl and Appo's matchmaking, beyond simply alleviating the awkwardness, I indeed harbor another intention. Su Mama looked at Old Lady Wen with respect, waiting for her to continue. It has been a year since Yunjing's coming-of-age ceremony. All the potential matches I arranged for him have been declined, as he claims he is not ready to marry. I have pressed him, yet he avoids me. Now, with his sister about to marry, he remains unengaged, and I am quite anxious. Old Lady Wen paused for breath and continued. Did that girl not visit our home previously? The last time I heard from the servants, Yunjing had entertained her and even took her to Mingyue Tower to borrow some books. At this mention, a glimmer of light appeared in the old lady's eyes. I was previously concerned that this child lacked awareness and interest in young ladies, but now I am not so sure. Thus, upon hearing that she had come to the estate today, I summoned her to have a look. Upon hearing this, Su Mama could not help but smile. Is the old lady attempting to play matchmaker for the young master? Old Lady Wen replied, Jiang is not particularly invested in this matter. Even if she were, Yunjing would likely not take her seriously. It falls upon me, as his grandmother, to put forth more effort. Then the old lady's earlier suggestion for the madam to keep an eye on Miss Shen's potential suitors means. Su Mama hesitated, concerned about adding competition for the young master. Old Lady Wen chuckled, knowing Jiang and Appo's temperament, this will likely only be for appearance and Appo's sake. Behind the scenes, she may not take any action. My earlier words were merely to prevent her from further troubling that girl. Su Mama responded respectfully. The old lady truly cares for the younger generation. Enough of this idle chatter. When Yunjing returns this evening, have him come to my courtyard for a conversation. I wish to gauge his intentions. Yes, I will inform the servants to relay the message to Lin Xianhao. Prior to this, Shen Zhinian had not given much thought to the old lady and Appo's words. The Duke and Appo's wife, Jiang, would likely not advocate for her. And while she appreciated Old Lady Wen's goodwill, she understood that if suitable candidates were to emerge, she would consider them. If not, it mattered little. After all, assistance is a matter of goodwill, while indifference is merely duty, especially as her focus remained on her business endeavors. Upon reaching Wen Lingran's courtyard, the two settled inside. Jishu and Mo Hua served them homemade cold drinks from the kitchen and fanned them gently. After taking a sip and feeling refreshed, Zhinian enjoyed the moment. While Wen Lingran's voice, somewhat sulky, broke the silence, today, Jiang was truly inexplicable. Shen Zhinian smiled slightly, seeing her friend still amused. Wen Lingran asked in surprise, Anian, are you not angry? Shen Zhinian looked toward Wen Lingran. There is nothing to be angry about. In the end, she did not gain anything and even offered to help me find a match. Her words may sound agreeable, but I doubt she will actually assist. Wen Lingran was well aware of her stepmother's nature. That is fine. I do not care whether she helps me or not. If she were to find someone for me, I would be concerned that she might deliberately choose someone unsuitable. Wen Lingran, upon hearing this, grew worried. What if she truly does find such a candidate? Whatever comes, we will face it. Besides, my parents will be there to oversee matters. We can inquire thoroughly, and if something seems amiss, we can thwart it. Shen Zhinian took another sip of her drink. When Ling Ran nodded, true. Then, recalling that her grandmother had also mentioned helping to keep an eye on candidates, she brightened. Grandmother said she would help you look for suitors. Shen Zhinian smiled. I am grateful for my grandmother and aunt. Oppose, as consideration. When Ling Ran, with a twinkle in her eye, whispered, actually, I would also like to recommend someone for you. Shen Zhinian chuckled, recalling that her friend had previously mentioned this. Now, as she suddenly took on the role of matchmaker, was she to revisit old matters? Wen Ling Ran reignited her matchmaking thoughts and, with the topic of Zhinian's marriage now raised, began to tout her brother and aunt. Oppose, his merits. What do you think of my brother? Though Shen Zhinian had anticipated this, she could not help but laugh at her friend's innocent enthusiasm, realizing that when Ling Ran was indeed keen on her becoming her sister-in-law, the young lord was accomplished and extraordinarily handsome. Observing Wen Ling Ran's hopeful gaze, Shen Zhinian offered her praises. That was brief, and Wen Ling Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, understanding that Zhinian had not spent time with her brother and was unaware of his qualities, she could not fault her for it. Consequently, Wen Ling Ran embarked on an impassioned discourse, listing all her brother's virtues, solely to ensure that Shen Zhinian recognized him as an exemplary suitor. Chapter 81. Each with their thoughts, Shen Zhinian did not interrupt when Ling Ran and Amp, oppose, as enthusiasm. Once when Ling Ran finished speaking, she took a sip of her cold drink and softly replied, Have you considered your brother's feelings, Aaron? When Ling Ran paused, setting down her floral bowl, and thoughtfully said, With someone as wonderful as Onion, my brother would surely be pleased. Shen Zhinian felt a slight blush creep to her cheeks. It was a bit embarrassing to be praised so sincerely. However, she knew she needed to convey her thoughts clearly. Aaron, while I am uncertain of the heir's sentiments towards me, you are aware that I recently ended an engagement. Given the circumstances, I wish to focus on my own endeavors for the time being. Acquiring some personal achievements will allow me to avoid relying entirely on romantic matters in the future. This was Shen Zhinian and Amp, oppose, as true sentiment. Finding a suitable partner was indeed important. Yet she had just begun engaging with the business of Typhoon Tower. If she were to marry too soon, her current freedom of movement would be severely restricted, and her earlier efforts might go to waste. When Ling Ran, reminded of Shen Zhinian's current pursuits, initially thought to persuade her brother that he would not mind, but then recalled her stepmother, Jiang Shi. If Onion truly entered the duke's household, Jiang Shi would likely criticize her for engaging in business. While still hesitating, Shen Zhinian added with a smile, Moreover, though I do not know the heir's thoughts, he must have his own decisions to make. It would not be appropriate for us to make them on his behalf. Although Shen Zhinian felt that when Yun Jing treated her well, she sensed it was not out of genuine affection, but rather due to his connection with her and Aaron. Upon hearing this, when Ling Ran understood that Shen Zhinian was at least indifferent to the matter, this was not something that could be forced, so she could only respond dejectedly, all right then. Noticing her friend's low spirits, Shen Zhinian could not help but tease, Are you so eager for a sister-in-law? If your brother truly desires to marry, you should have no trouble finding an exceptional lady. When Ling Ran cast a sorrowful glance at Shen Zhinian, Who knows what my brother is thinking? Grandmother has suggested several families to him, yet he has turned them all down. I fear he might end up as an old bachelor. Her brother rarely interacted with young women, with the exception of the present company, Onion, who had accompanied him on occasion. She had thought them a perfect match, but alas, the feelings were unreciprocated. However, Onion was her friend, and she could not bind her to such matters. With this thought, when Ling Ran perked up and shifted the conversation, Let us not speak of my brother. He simply lacks the fortune. Onion, let us find time to go shopping again and enjoy a meal at Typhoon Tower. With marriage approaching, it would soon be difficult to venture out from the prince's residence. When Ling Ran wished to make the most of this last stretch of freedom, Shen Zhinian understood her intentions and smiled, nodding, All right, I shall accompany you. While laughter filled Wen Lingren's courtyard, a somber atmosphere enveloped Jiang Shi's quarters. Jiang Yitong returned with her aunt and noted her aunt and oppose's displeased demeanor since leaving Jinghua Hall. Once inside, She dismissed the servants and sweetly said, "Aunt, do not be upset. Shen Zhinian is simply that kind of person, shameless and lacking propriety." Jiangshi glanced at her niece and sighed. "I lost my composure earlier. I fear it may have caught the old lady's attention. You, too, failed to manage your expressions." Jiang Yitong pressed her lips together. "It was my fault. I shall be more mindful in the future." Jiang Shi patted her niece's hand. "It is not that I blame you. If you wish to win the old lady's favor, you must learn to read her expressions and tread carefully. I, too, stumbled upon some of her taboos today. It was difficult to restrain myself upon hearing what you said about Shen Zhinian." Jiang Yitong worried. "I have caused you trouble." Jiang Shi waved her hand dismissively. "It is fine. I did not say anything too outrageous. The old lady will not hold it against us." Jiang Yitong hesitated before asking, "Aunt, do you truly intend to help Shen Zhinian find a match?" She was concerned that the old lady and Appo's words might compel her aunt to take action. Jiang Shi scoffed. "Why should I concern myself with her? She is not my responsibility. I can hardly manage my own children and nieces. Why would I help a stranger?" Jiang Yitong smiled sweetly. "You have many matters to tend to, and it is unnecessary to involve yourself with someone like Shen Zhinian. However, will the old lady be satisfied with your response?" Jiang Shi replied nonchalantly. "The old lady is likely worried I will continue to sabotage Shen Zhinian and wishes to assist her instead. Her words were merely meant to silence me. She would not truly entrust the matchmaking of other young ladies to an outsider. However, the old lady had mentioned wanting to keep an eye out, which warranted further consideration." Jiang Shi recalled the old lady and Appo's previous comments. In the past, she would occasionally help connect families only when there was a genuine interest from relatives. If both parties were suitable, she would be pleased to facilitate introductions. If she felt otherwise, she would simply remain uninvolved. It was rare for her to take the initiative to assist anyone. In the past year, the old lady had seldom taken on such tasks for outsiders, likely preoccupied with securing a match for her stepson. The old lady had shown interest in girls primarily to benefit her stepson. Was it possible that she had developed an interest in Shen Zhinian? While Jiang Shi pondered the old lady's intentions, Jiang Yitong remained bewildered. What did her aunt mean? Never mind. Perhaps I am overthinking it. This matter did not significantly concern Jiang Yitong. She decided to wait and observe. After all, she was very much interested in the future daughter-in-law of her stepson. She hoped for someone manageable, and she did not hold Shen Zhinian in high regard. Jiang Yitong's curiosity was piqued, but she dared not press her aunt for more information, instead silently contemplating the implications. Her aunt's mention of the old lady's involvement with Shen Zhinian was indeed worthy of reflection, particularly since it was uncommon for the old lady to take such an active role. Could it be that the old lady was genuinely seeking a match for someone within the family? Considering that the primary eligible bachelor in the Duke's residence was the heir, and while her cousin could also marry, he was still quite young, her aunt was not in a hurry. If the old lady was indeed looking to facilitate a match, it was likely for the heir. Jiang Yitong's face paled at this realization, and fearing her aunt would notice, she hastily lowered her head to conceal her expression. Jiang Shi remained oblivious to her niece and Appo's distress. With no other pressing matters at hand, she summoned a maid to fetch some precious medicinal herbs from the storeroom for Jiang Yitong to take back to the residence of the Duke of Zhongyi for her mother's nourishment. Jiang Yitong thanked her aunt and, clutching the herbs while deep in thought, hurriedly departed from the Duke's residence. She needed to find a way to comfort her mother, and, once her brother and Appo's matters were resolved, swiftly devise a plan to secure a match with the heir of the Duke and Appo's household for herself. Chapter 82. The stubborn young master. As the evening approached, when Yunjing returned to the Duke of England's residence, having been the subject of many people's thoughts. Recently, Emperor Joshuan had not assigned him any tasks, so he had been spending his days training soldiers in the military camp. Upon arriving at Lingxian Hall, he was greeted by Chang'e, who informed him, "Young master, Miss Shun has returned the book today." When Yunjing paused for a moment, "Did she come in person?" Chang'e shook his head respectfully, replying, "No, it was a maid from the Miss Shun's side who delivered it. Miss Shun visited Miss today." When Yunjing nodded and continued into the room. Behind him, Changfu wore a look of regret. wishing that Miss Shen had come on a day when the young master was free. Chang Gui shared this sentiment, but they both understood that their master had duties to attend to, and timing could not always align. Recalling another matter, Chang Gui hastily followed him inside, continuing to report. Young master, the old madam has requested you to visit her after you return. Having focused on Miss Shen's matter, he realized he could not delay the old madam and oppose as affairs either. When Yunjing responded, "Understood, I shall wash up first and then go." After spending the day in the military camp and sweating profusely, when Yunjing longed for a refreshing bath. Once he finished washing and changed into clean clothes at Lingxin Hall, he proceeded to Jinghua Hall to see his grandmother. Today, the old madam had once again taken it upon herself to consider prospective matches for her grandson. Since waking from her afternoon nap, she had been eagerly awaiting his return to glean his thoughts. Upon receiving word that the eldest grandson had arrived, she smiled and stepped outside to greet him. As when Yunjing entered the courtyard and saw his grandmother waiting, he hurried towards her, performed his respects, and assisted her back indoors. In an oppose, "It's hot outside. You need not have come out to welcome me," he remarked. The old madam chuckled. "I am old and no longer so afraid of the heat. Besides, a few extra steps are good for my health." When Yunjing chose not to argue further and helped the old madam to her seat. "What brings you to seek me today?" he inquired. The old madam dismissed the maids nearby, retaining only Granny Sue beside her, while when Yunjing noticed Chang Gui had discreetly stepped outside. After everyone had left, the old madam contemplated her words before directly addressing him. "Do not blame your grandmother for being nagging. Your sister shall soon be married, and though you, as her elder brother, have yet to secure a match, I find it hard to rest at night pondering this matter." When Yunjing, taken aback by her mention of this issue, maintained a calm demeanor and advised, "Grandmother, please take care of your health and do not trouble yourself with such concerns. Each generation has its own blessings. There is no need for haste in this matter." The old madam, feeling a rush of urgency, retorted, "You always say this, no rush. No rush. Yet here we are, and you are still of an age where it is expected." When Yunjing remained silent, the old madam, seeing his silent resistance, spoke with concern. "Your father was already a father by your age. Your second brother, although still young, is also of marrying age. Your stepmother has begun to look for suitable matches for him, yet you refuse to allow her to assist you. I have introduced several suitable families to you, yet you have turned them all down. How can I not be anxious?" Seeing her out of breath, when Yunjing quickly poured her a cup of tea, which Granny Sue offered to the old madam, allowing her to sip slowly. Once she appeared calmer, when Yunjing patiently added, "Grandmother, I have told you before that I am not against marriage. I simply wish to achieve some accomplishments first before considering such matters." The old madam sighed. "But you have already achieved much. You have been out with your uncle for quite some time, and now you are a young general. Do you intend to wait until you have seen more battles and received a higher rank before you marry? If you do, you may find that very few young ladies are willing to marry you by then." One Yunjing felt helpless. In the past years, he had indeed been disinterested in marriage. Recently, memories of his past life had surfaced, further solidifying his resolve to remain unmarried for the time being. He was contemplating how to persuade his grandmother to let go of her worries when she spoke again. "I've been contemplating whether the young ladies I introduced previously were simply not to your liking, and perhaps you have been using other excuses to decline." When Yunjing fell silent, it was fine. He would let her think that way. The old madam, noticing his lack of rebuttal, took it as a sign that she had struck a chord with him. "Today, I have found a suitable candidate for you, and I believe you have already crossed paths with her." While her grandson was handsome, he always kept a distance from the young ladies. The fact that he had taken the initiative to accompany Miss Shen on an outing indicated he held her in high regard. When Yunjing was taken aback, well, had he ever considered anyone? The old madam, observing his confusion, smiled and explained, "It is the Miss Shen from the Ministry of Rites who visited our residence previously. You accompanied her to Minjiula, remember?" One Yunjing shifted uncomfortably, realizing she was referring to Shen Zhinian. Noticing his slight discomfort, the old madam beamed even more. "I met with Nian girl today. She is truly lovely, with a charming and open disposition. I have taken quite a liking to her." When Yunjing cleared his throat, intentionally changing the subject, "Grandmother, you are kind-hearted and fond of young ladies. The old madam shook her head, refusing to be swayed by her grandson and Appo's diversion. I may like her, but what of you? You have seen Yin girl. What do you think of her? Wen Yunjing shifted his posture, avoiding her gaze. She is wonderful, deserving of a better match. The old madam grew anxious. What nonsense is this? You are the heir of the Duke of England, a young general with military accomplishments, favored by the emperor, and handsome to boot. Do you know how many young ladies would wish to connect with our family? Wen Yunjing regarded his grandmother calmly, advising her. Grandmother, I do not belittle myself. Rather, Miss Shen is extraordinary, and I do not wish to cause her any delays. The old madam, frustrated by his stubbornness, resisted the urge to tap his head. If you truly marry her, treat her well, you would not cause her any delays. Wen Yunjing remained silent, and after a moment, he replied, Grandmother must also consider the young lady and Appo's as perspective. She has been troubled by many matters recently, and likely has no inclination for such things at the moment. Now it was the old madam and Appo's turn to be astonished. It seemed she had not misjudged. Her grandson indeed harbored some feelings for Miss Nian, as he expressed concern for her troubles, considering her well-being. The old madam surmised that his concerns likely stemmed from the rumors surrounding Miss Nian and the top scholar, the Princess of Pingyang. Such gossip had spread widely in the capital, and even she had heard whispers of it. Initially, she had thought herself indifferent to the Shen family's previous broken engagement, but now, reminded by her grandson, she realized she had been viewing the situation solely from her own perspective. Chapter 83. The Wedding Feast. Seeing her grandmother lost in thought, Wen Yunjing chose not to urge her. However, when his grandmother unexpectedly mentioned Shen Zhinian, his emotions were stirred. The image of her smiling face surfaced in his mind, reminding him of the time he discreetly provided some silver notes to the officials escorting him. At that time, Wen Yunjing had just endured the death of his brothers and the tragic demise of his sister in the capital alongside his own banishment. A series of blows had rendered him somewhat numb, carrying the unhealed wounds of battle to Lingnan, before he was hunted down by elite soldiers. Shen Zhinian and Appo's farewell was perhaps the last glimmer of light he felt in his previous life. Recalling this, Wen Yunjing had a fleeting thought that he should seize the opportunity his grandmother had mentioned. You have a point. The Shen family likely does not wish to add more fuel to the gossip mill in the capital. Lady Wen and Appo's voice interrupted his reverie. Yes, so please do not worry too much, grandmother, Wen Yunjing replied, subtly deflecting the topic. However, Lady Wen continued, but after some time, these matters will pass, and you can always discuss it then. With a blank expression, Wen Yunjing thought it best to defer. Yes, with our Ran and Appo's wedding approaching and your birthday soon. We can talk about it later. Seeing her grandson soften a bit, Lady Wen felt a measure of joy. It was rare for her grandson not to outright refuse her. She resolved to find a way to manage things in the latter half of the year. Both grandmother and grandson had their own calculations. When Lingran and Appo's wedding was imminent, and Shen Zhinian became increasingly busy. She sought to prepare some gifts for Ran's dowry, while also ensuring that Typhoon Tower provided exquisite dishes for the wedding banquet, a responsibility she could not neglect. Fortunately, Jiang Yunting had been exiled, and there had been no disturbances, allowing Shen Zhinian to proceed smoothly with her tasks. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the joyous occasion of the third prince marrying the daughter of the Duke of England finally arrived. 2 days before the wedding, Shen Zhinian delivered 2 boxes of her prepared dowry to the Duke of England's residence, a detail she had kept to herself during a previous meal at Typhoon Tower with Wen Lingran. Upon receiving the gifts, Wen Lingran was deeply touched. Her grandmother had privately prepared a generous dowry for her, and even her stepmother Jiang did not dare to meddle under her father's authority. Although her brother had not yet married, he still gifted her a substantial dowry. These were her family members contributing to her marriage, and she felt no unease in accepting their generosity. However, Yin, not being her biological sister but a dear friend, had prepared a private dowry for her, including 2 boxes of valuable jewelry and fine silks. Wen Lingran felt an indescribable gratitude for her friend and Appo's thoughtful gesture. Lady Wen soon learned of Shen Zhinian's gift to her granddaughter and remarked to Granny Su. In other families, this would typically be the responsibility of the elder sister-in-law. Although the gift from Yin girl was given in friendship, it mirrored the duties of an elder sister-in-law. Granny Su, aware of Lady Wen and Amp, Appo's growing fondness for Shen Zhinian, chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang had also learned of Shen Zhinian's gesture towards her stepdaughter. She felt disdain, thinking that the Shen girl was merely trying to curry favor, especially since her stepdaughter was soon to become a prince in Amp, Appo's wife. Regardless of others in Amp, Appo's opinions, Shen Zhinian acted from her heart. Wen Lingran was not just a friend, but someone who had supported her on numerous occasions. Thus she felt compelled to prepare this gift. The next day, the dowry from the Duke of England and Amp, Appo's residence was delivered to the third prince and Amp, Appo's estate. On the day of the official wedding, Wen Lingran donned the royal bride and Appo's attire and was carried by the Duke of England into the bridal sedan, departing for the third prince and Appo's estate amidst the grand wedding procession. The third prince and Amp, Appo's residence was adorned with lanterns and vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. As was customary, officials and ministers attended the wedding to offer their congratulations, especially since the third prince was favored by the emperor, making it imperative for the ministers to show their respect. The entire Shen family attended the wedding banquet, with Shen Lijian and Shen Qianshun, both officials, naturally participating to celebrate. Shen Zhinian, due to her close friendship with Wen Lingran, accompanied her mother to toast at the banquet. Once the wedding ceremony concluded, the ethereal third prince, Li Jingyan, and Wen Lingran, holding a red silk ribbon, were escorted to the bridal chamber by the matchmaker and various relatives. Shen Zhinian could not follow them into the bridal chamber, but from a distance, she observed the third prince's seemingly perpetual smile, radiating the joy of a newlywed. This brought her some comfort. In her previous life, she had not paid much attention to the third prince, but she had heard that he and his bride maintained a respectful relationship. Observing him now, it seemed he was not forced into the marriage against his will, which suggested that Wen Lingran's married life would not be fraught with hardship in the coming years. The rituals in the bridal chamber did not take long, and soon the third prince returned to socialize with his guests. Once the banquet commenced, Shen Zhinian sat with her mother and female relatives, surrounded by familiar faces, making the dining experience all the more enjoyable. On such a joyous day, there were fewer formalities. The atmosphere was lively as everyone savored the delicacies of the royal wedding banquet while exchanging celebratory remarks. Some noble women took advantage of this gathering, subtly assessing potential suitors for their own children amidst the rare convergence of noble families and officials. Shen and Appo's mother harbored similar thoughts. Her daughter had been frequenting Tai Feng Tower lately, engrossed in business, and as a concerned mother, she feared her daughter might miss out on matrimonial prospects. She had a particular candidate in mind, the heir of the Duke of England who had saved her daughter, but when she mentioned it to Shen Lijian, he dismissed the idea. Shen Lijian believed that despite the Duke of England and Appo's high status, and Wen Yunjing and Appo's promising talents, marrying into a family with a princess would likely entangle them in political strife. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, his daughter might not lead a peaceful life. This consideration extinguished Shen's mother's hopes. She sought not wealth and glory, but a safe and happy life for her daughter after marriage. With her preferred candidate eliminated, Shen's mother could only urge her husband to explore other suitable matches. Shen Zhinian's aunt, the mother of her cousin Gu Wenjing, also shared in this concern. Observing her daughter enjoying the dompa pork, Gu mother exchanged a knowing glance with Shen mother. Shen Zhinian, sitting beside Gu Wenjing, couldn't and Appo's helped but laugh at her cousin and Appo's delight in the dish. Her cousin was practically a free promoter of dompa pork. Their previous visit to Tai Feng Tower had proven to be a delightful experience. At nearby tables, several ladies praised the taste of the dompa pork, curious about its origins. Gu Wenjing generously shared the information, enthusiastically extolling the merits of Tai Feng Tower's culinary offerings. It seemed there was no need for the servants of the prince's residence to provide explanations, as others were more than willing to sing the praises. Chapter 84. Gossip among the ladies. The atmosphere among the ladies was festive, while the gentleman's side was even more boisterous. At the wedding banquet of the third prince, both Crown Prince Li Jingxian and second Prince Li Jingchen arrived accompanied by their esteemed consorts, while the yet-to-be-married fourth prince, Li Jingheng, also brought lavish gifts to offer his congratulations. It was a rare occasion for all the princes to be present, and the civil and military officials took advantage of the celebratory mood to mingle with the princes. Although the current Emperor Jiashuan had designated an heir early on, his stance became increasingly ambiguous as the crown prince matured and the other princes gradually showcased their talents. The crown prince's mother, Empress Qin, had once enjoyed the emperor's favor, which extended to the crown prince himself. However, in recent years, both the empress and the crown prince seemed to have fallen out of favor, while the second prince, born of concubine Tian, and the third prince, born of concubine Ji, had gained the emperor's affection. The fourth prince, whose mother was a princess from the western Wuqiang tribe, had once been favored by the emperor during her lifetime. However, she passed away when the fourth prince was merely 5 years old. Unlike his brothers, who had maternal families to rely on, the fourth prince, despite the emperor's compassion, found himself at a disadvantage, resulting in a greater number of officials gravitating toward the other three princes. Shen Zhinian adhered to proper etiquette, offering formal greetings to the princes but made no effort to forge closer ties with any of them. Shen Zhinian initially intended to follow Wen Yunjing to engage in conversation with the third prince, but was subtly advised by his father to return to his seat after raising a toast. The third prince, Li Jingyan, being the groom, was inundated with toasts, and Wen Yunjing, observing from the side, feared he might be overwhelmed and stepped in to help deflect some of the drinks. As they were already connected through familial ties, it was unsurprising to onlookers, and the presence of the duke's heir also served to distract some of the guests. After enduring several rounds of toasts, Li Jingyan finally managed to extricate himself as the guests turned their attention to the dishes being served. Wen Yunjing sighed in relief and asked Changfu for directions to the restroom, leading the way. Noticing Wen Yunjing and Appo's retreating figure, Lu Qingchuan, who had been accompanying Prince Ping, discreetly exchanged a few words with his future father-in-law before following suit. For the banquet, the prince's residence had temporarily set up 2 spacious restrooms, partitioned by curtains, to accommodate the guests. Having consumed a bit of wine, when Yunjing exited the restroom to wash his hands. At the washing area, he noticed a bucket filled with clean water and glanced at Lu Qingchuan, who stood nearby. Without uttering a word, he scooped water to cleanse his hands. Lu Qingchuan, feeling slightly snubbed, cleared his throat and initiated a conversation, remarking on Wen Yunjing's impressive tolerance for alcohol. Once finished, Wen Yunjing turned his gaze toward Lu Qingchuan. "Is there something you wish to convey, Lu Shidu?" Lu Qingchuan had recently secured a betrothal to Princess Pingyang, and in response to concerns regarding his relatively low rank, Prince Ping had sought a favor from Emperor Jiashuan to elevate his future son-in-law and Appo's position. The emperor, not wishing to offend his royal brother, yet also reluctant to appear biased in favor of royal relatives, promoted Lu Qingchuan to the 5th rank as a Hanlin Academy reader. This advancement was indeed rapid, considering he had just recently achieved success in the imperial examinations. Such occurrences were rare throughout history. Despite some disparaging remarks regarding his reliance on connections, Lu Qingchuan remained unfazed, as the outcome was what mattered most to him. Elated by the dual triumphs of securing a marriage with the princess and a promotion, the formerly aggrieved Lu Qingchuan gradually suppressed his resentment over the Shen family's retraction of their previous engagement. However, at today's banquet, he inadvertently spotted Shen Zhinian, her complexion radiant and her smile bright as she accompanied her mother toward the ladies in Appo's section, reigniting his discontent. On the gentleman in Appo's side, he accompanied Prince Ping in socializing when he encountered Lord Shen and Shen Zhinian. He had hoped to maintain a semblance of dignity, but found that both men regarded him with disdain. While he could overlook the disdain from the Minister of Rights, given the latter and Appo's higher rank and his own current pursuit of a more advantageous marriage, the cold reception from Shen Zhinian, a mere 6th-rank martial officer who had previously insulted him, stung far more deeply. The indifference shown to him by the Shen family only fueled Lu Qingchuan and Appo's resentment. Seizing an opportunity, he spotted Wen Yunjing entering the restroom alone and deliberately followed him. At this moment, Wen Yunjing appeared nonchalant, recalling a scene he had witnessed outside Tai Feng Lu on Chongqing Street. Lu Qingchuan, weighing his words, finally spoke. Surely the heir of the Duke is acquainted with the daughter of the Minister of Rights? Wen Yunjing's eyes chilled at the mention of Shen Zhinian. What of it, if we are acquainted? Lu Qingchuan continued. I presume you are aware that the young lady from the Shen family was once betrothed to me. Wen Yunjing and Appo's impatience grew. That is a matter of the past. Lu Shidu is now engaged, so why cling to old grievances? Fearing Wen Yunjing would depart, Lu Qingchuan hurriedly expressed his intent. You may know of certain matters, but there are also things you may not be aware of. As someone who has experienced it, I wish to offer you a word of caution. It is not my intention to speak ill of others behind their backs, but my engagement to the Shen family was initially their wish, and the young lady appeared to reciprocate my affections. Yet, unexpectedly, she turned her back on the engagement, leaving me in a predicament. I advise you to limit your dealings with the Shen family to avoid potential troubles in the future. What Lu Qingchuan truly wished to convey was a warning to steer clear of Shen Zhinian. He had witnessed her smile at Wen Yunjing and had previously questioned her about it, but she had denied any feelings concealing their past. Later, at Tai Feng Lu, he realized that Wen Yunjing seemed well acquainted with Shen Qianchen, who had been on good terms with him when he was still the future son-in-law of the Shen family. All these signs led him to suspect that the Shen family had set their sights on this duke's heir, thus abandoning him. Regardless of whether Shen Zhinian truly harbored feelings for Wen Yunjing, he wished to intervene and thwart the Shen family's plans. Wen Yunjing cast a glance at Lu Qingchuan, scoffing softly. What is your purpose in bringing this up, Lu Shidu? It seems you have had dealings with a young lady from the Shen family before. I merely express concern that you might be captivated by her, and I come with good intentions to remind you. Wen Yunjing let out a cold snort. They say Lu Shidu is a person of integrity. Today, however, your words reveal you to be nothing more than a petty gossip monger. Lu Qingchuan and Appo's face flushed with indignation. My dealings with the Shen family are my own concern, and you need not fret over them, Wen Yunjing warned. Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from spreading rumors about the Shen family in the future. Should I hear of it again, you may want to be cautious when walking alone at night. Without waiting for Lu Qingchuan's reaction, Wen Yunjing turned and returned to the banquet. Chapter 85. Incense offering. Lu Qingchuan's countenance darkened as his well-intentioned gesture was met with ridicule and even veiled threats, leaving him quite embarrassed. It appeared that not only did Shen Zhinian have a peculiar fondness for Wen Yunjing, but the young master Wen Yunjing also displayed a certain favoritism towards Shen Zhinian. It was no wonder that the Shen family inexplicably insisted on breaking off the engagement. The cousin was merely an excuse, while their true affection lay with Wen Yunjing. Reflecting on Prince Ping and Princess Pingyang, he suppressed his frustration. Even if the heir of the Duke of England was formidable, the marriage the Shen family sought could not compare to the noble status of his future wife. Having composed himself, Lu Qingchuan returned to the male guests to continue accompanying Prince Ping. The wedding banquet of the third prince proceeded smoothly without any hiccups. The festivities were lively, yet neither the royal relatives nor the dignitaries seemed particularly impressed by the grandeur of the banquet. However, they did remember two dishes they had never tasted before. According to the servants of the prince and Appo's residence, the dishes were named Dompa pork and Dompa tofu, both supplied by Tai Feng building on Chongqing Street in the capital. The dishes were exceptionally delicious and unavailable elsewhere, prompting many nobles to arrange subsequent visits to Tai Feng building to savor the delicacies. In the following days, Tai Feng building indeed thrived, with Dompa pork and Dompa tofu becoming its signature dishes. Daily, patrons flocked to experience the culinary delights, leading to an increase in the staff employed by Tai Feng building. When the accountant returned from settling accounts with Tai Feng building to report to Shen Zhinian, he wore a beaming expression. Upon hearing the profits she was entitled to, Shen Zhinian went to bed with a smile on her face. During her recent visits to her mother, her steps were particularly light. Upon learning of her daughter and Appo's financial success, Shen and Appo's mother teased her that she would soon become a wealthy young lady. Shen Zhinian, filled with joy, could hardly blame her for being money-minded in her previous life. She had married in a conventional manner without experiencing such a life. Now, discovering the joy of earning money for herself was far more comforting than cautiously serving a husband. With business booming and wealth accumulating, she began contemplating new ventures to expand her endeavors. One day, while having lunch with her mother, she mentioned her intention to organize additional entertainment activities on the first floor of Typhoon building to attract more clientele. Upon seeing her daughter so engrossed in business, Shen's mother couldn't help but remind her, "The day after tomorrow, you will accompany your aunt and cousin Wenjing to Huiju Temple to offer incense. Do not stray off to Typhoon building again." Shen Zhinian served her mother a dish and replied with a smile, "I know." The incense offering at Huiju Temple was initially planned for the Dragon Boat Festival, when her aunt intended to take cousin Wenjing. However, owing to Shen Zhinian's prior warning, Gu Wenjing had postponed due to her menstrual cycle. Coincidentally, during this period, Gu Wenjing's elder sister was in delicate health due to her pregnancy, prompting her mother to take her daughter to the Dingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence for care. Only after ensuring her daughter and Appo's conditions stabilized did she redirect her attention to her third daughter. In addition to continuing to seek suitable matches for her daughters, she also considered going to Huiju Temple to pray for a good marriage. This time, avoiding the days of her daughter and Appo's menstrual cycle, she was determined to sincerely offer incense. At the third Prince and Appo's wedding banquet, Gu and Appo's mother and Shen and Appo's mother, sitting close together, exchanged words and learned that Shen and Appo's mother was also concerned about Shen Zhinian and Appo's marriage prospects, prompting an invitation to join her in the incense offering. With the realization that her daughter had indeed faced misfortune in matters of love, Shen's mother gladly accepted her sister-in-law's invitation and later specifically reminded Shen Zhinian. Unexpectedly, the mention of Huiju Temple caught Shen Zhinian off guard. Although she couldn't recall the exact date from her past life, she remembered her cousin encountering the crown prince shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival and before the third prince and Appo's wedding. Now that the third prince and Ran were wed, enough time had passed that there should be no issue in returning there. Moreover, her cousin could not perpetually find excuses to avoid her aunt, and the incense offering at Huiju Temple could not be indefinitely postponed. After some contemplation, Shen Zhinian agreed. On the appointed day, Shen's mother, accompanied by Shen Zhinian, first took a carriage to the Dingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence to meet her sister-in-law. The four of them then set off together towards Huiju Temple. Nestled on the eastern hillside of the city outskirts, Huiju Temple has stood for over a millennium, attracting visitors seeking fortune, academic success, and romantic ties. The temple was perpetually bustling with worshippers, its incense offerings vibrant and plentiful. As they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Gu Wenjing could not resist peeking through the carriage curtain to observe the surroundings. "Mother, aunt, it seems there aren't an Appo's too many people here today." Gu and Appo's mother gently chastised her daughter. "Lower the curtain. When we disembark, remember not to speak indiscreetly." Gu Wenjing pouted but complied, turning to Shen Zhinian and inquired, "How has your martial arts practice been lately?" Shen Zhinian replied confidently, "I believe I possess some talent. I have mastered the techniques you taught me before. I plan to learn more from the martial arts instructor and practice diligently. Dealing with mediocrity will be a breeze." Shen and Appo's mother interjected playfully, "My dear Zhinian, you are evolving from the role of shopkeeper to that of female knight." Gu Wenjing chuckled quietly, while Gu and Appo's mother observed her niece with a mix of concern and amusement. She genuinely wished to advise Zhinian against pursuing martial arts like Wenjing. Yet seeing her sister-in-law so unconcerned, she held her tongue. Shen Zhinian clung to her mother and Appo's arm playfully. "Mother, the more capable I become, the more at ease you will be." Shen and Appo's mother lightly tapped her daughter and Appo's forehead, shaking her head with a smile. "Skill is not paramount. Your happiness is what matters." Gu Wenjing, seeing the closeness between her aunt and Zhinian, also wrapped her arms around her mother and Appo's. Yes, Gu and Appo's. Mother was momentarily startled by her daughter and Appo's sudden affection, typically so carefree. Gu Wenjing's clinginess left her in a state of amusement. Finally, they reached the temple gate, donned their veils, and slowly ascended the steps. Gu Wenjing hurried up the stairs, pulling Shen Zhinian along, while the two ladies followed at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the temple and entering, Shen and Appo's mother and Gu and Appo's mother led their daughters in paying respects at various halls. Shen Zhinian and Gu Wenjing remained respectful in the solemn atmosphere, following their mother's and Appo's lead. After praying to Buddha, Gu's mother urged Shen's mother to donate for merit and to join the chanting in the main hall. Shen Zhinian and Gu Wenjing were dispatched to wait in the meditation hall, as the lengthy chanting session might prove tiresome for the two young ladies, who could inadvertently show disrespect to the Buddha. Once in the back courtyard of the meditation hall, Gu Wenjing finally relaxed, having stifled her impatience. Zhinian, our mothers will likely take a while. Should we go explore the back mountain? I heard from a novice that the osmanthus flowers are in full bloom there. Shall we take a look? Chapter 86. A turn of events, Shen Zhinian observed Gu Wenjing's eager expression, feeling somewhat hesitant. In truth, she was somewhat uncertain. There had not been many pilgrims at the temple earlier, and she assumed today might not be a particularly auspicious day for offering incense. However, on her way to the Zen temple, she noticed several monks solemnly making their way towards the back of the temple. Ordinarily, while the main hall was engaged in sacred chants, most monks would participate in the rites alongside the worshippers below. The unexpected presence of so many monks heading towards the Zen temple's rear suggested the arrival of an esteemed guest. Upon reaching the Zen temple, Shen Zhinian discovered that her concerns were not unfounded. A few resting quarters had been designated for the pilgrims, while the rear rooms were reserved for the monks' meditation. Usually, pilgrims seldom ventured that way, and the temple had not made any efforts to deter them. Currently, the path leading to the rear was being guarded by both monks and individuals in plain clothes, who appeared quite vigilant, patrolling the surroundings. Shen Zhinian speculated they were likely some sort of guards. Curious pilgrims attempted to proceed to the back, but were kindly halted by a monk, who explained that a distinguished guest was conversing with the abbot, requesting the ladies to wait. While the monk's demeanor was gentle, the guards cast stern glances, causing the ladies to abandon their intentions and retreat to the mountain behind. Observing this scene, Shen Zhinian surmised that the identity of the esteemed guest must be significant, prompting the monks to treat the matter with such gravity. Despite the changing times, could it be that they would encounter the crown prince once more? Gu Wenjing, noticing her cousin and aunt, Appo's lengthy silence, waved her hand before her face. Earth to you. Shen Zhinian. Seeing her cousin finally regain her composure, Gu Wenjing, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Shall we go? It's rather dull staying here. Shen Zhinian cautiously advised. It seems a notable figure may have arrived at the temple today. Perhaps we should refrain from wandering about? Gu Wenjing, slightly disheartened, replied, But those ladies have gone to the mountain. There are plenty of them. Her cousin was simply too cautious, with so many people who would particularly notice her. Shen Zhinian pondered for a moment. Her initial fear of trouble in crowded places may indeed hold merit, as they could very well encounter that esteemed guest. However, if it were truly the Empress and the Crown Prince coming to pray for blessings, they might not wish to draw attention to themselves and would likely avoid the bustling areas. Very well, let's take a look, but let us not stray too far. Upon hearing Shen Zhinian's agreement, Gu Wenjing's spirits lifted, and she eagerly pulled her towards the mountain. The rear of Huijua Temple was quite expansive, and neither Gu Wenjing nor Shen Zhinian had ventured there before. However, as they proceeded, they found themselves on an unintended path, not spotting the osmanthus flowers. And seeing that none of the ladies had noticed them either, Shen Zhinian quickly halted Gu Wenjing. There are hardly any people here. We must have taken a wrong turn. Sister Jing, let us return. Before Gu Wenjing could respond, a woman in damp, Appo's anguished cry resonated from ahead. Her expression shifted, and she released Shen Zhinian and Appo's hand, hastening towards the source of the sound. Shen Zhinian stomped her foot, fearing something might be amiss, and followed closely behind. Upon reaching a grove of bamboo, Shen Zhinian saw her cousin standing protectively in front of a woman, glaring at a man across from them. Quickly scanning the man, Shen Zhinian and Apos' heart sank. Despite all her attempts to avoid him, she had encountered none other than Crown Prince Li Jingxian. In her previous life, after her marriage, she had attended several palace banquets and recognized the faces of the princes, although the crown prince appeared younger now. Yet his pallid, sullen visage was identical to that of her past. "How dare you strike a woman, you shameless man?" Gu Wenjing exclaimed, filled with indignation. Shen Zhinian inhaled deeply, positioning herself beside Gu Wenjing. At that moment, her only desire was to resolve the situation swiftly and escort her cousin away. The sacred grounds of the temple abhorred violence, and this young man had come to pray for blessings. Did he not fear offending the Buddha, resulting in his wishes going unfulfilled? Feigning ignorance of his identity, Shen Zhinian refrained from revealing the truth, fearing it would complicate their circumstances. The crown prince, frail in health, likely sought something specific through his prayers, and such actions would surely weigh heavily on a believer's conscience. Li Jingxian cast a cold glance at Shen Zhinian, scoffing at her veiled threats. "My mother believes in Buddhism. I do not. I merely accompany her out of obligation. Why should the affairs between my wife and me concern outsiders like you?" he retorted icily. Shen Zhinian discreetly observed the woman seated on the ground, realizing with shock that it was indeed the crown princess, Chen Zhongling. As the daughter of the esteemed Chancellor Chen, her status was undeniably high. Yet, at this moment, her face was devoid of color, tears welling in her eyes, completely stripped of the pride characteristic of a noble woman. Chen Zhongling had likely received a slap, evident from the red mark on her cheek and the blood at the corner of her mouth. She remained unresponsive as the two debated with the crown prince. Recalling the rumors from her previous life, Shen Zhinian remembered that the crown princess had allegedly conspired to introduce many beauties to the crown prince, which had led to her cousin and Apos' tribulations. With a shift in her thoughts, she decided against further involvement and opted to leave. "If that is the case, then let us depart," Shen Zhinian declared, grasping Gu Wenjing and Apos' hand to leave. Gu Wenjing, flustered, protested. "Anian, how can you act this way?" She refused to back down, continuing to confront Li Jingxian. "Even if she is your wife, does that give you the right to strike and scold her at will?" Li Jingshuan's expression shifted from anger to amusement. As a crown prince, he had never been so openly reproached. Looking at the furious face before him, he found a peculiar sense of intrigue. He was accustomed to the dull, uninteresting demeanor of women like Chen Zhongling or those who spoke of Buddha with lofty airs. Lively individuals like Gu Wenjing were a rare delight, igniting within him a desire to crush the vibrant flower before him. "You are right. I should not strike my own wife, even if she speaks disrespectfully to me," he replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Now tell me, which family do you hail from?" Gu Wenjing mistook his inquiry for a threat, but felt unafraid. Just as she was about to reveal her name, Shen Zhinian swiftly pulled her behind her. Disregarding Li Jingshuan's displeasure, Shen Zhinian shielded Gu Wenjing from his gaze. "Since you acknowledge your mistake, treat your wife better. We shall not interfere in your matters any longer." With that, she disregarded Gu Wenjing's struggles and hurriedly led her away. Li Jingxian watched the two depart, a cold smile curling his lips. He shifted his attention back to Chen Zhongli. "What? Still wallowing in self-pity on the ground? How dare you claim that my fondness for women has led to my ill health? You possess quite the audacity." Chen Zhongling stood up numbly. "I will not overstep my bounds again." Li Jingxian snorted, his face pale. "Who was that girl who rushed to protect you just now?" Chen Zhongling and Apos' expression remained impassive as she replied softly, "She should be the third young lady from the Dingyuan Marquis." Chapter 87, summoning a peculiar smile, danced upon Li Jingxian and Apos' lips. Chen Zhongling cast a glance, and sensed that the crown prince was likely concocting some mischievous scheme. While she harbored disdain in her heart, she dared not reveal it. After wiping her mouth, she resolved to speak little when she encountered her mother later. Li Jingxian did not forget to instruct Chen Zhongling. "Very well," Chen Zhongling replied, her head bowed in a daze. Gu Wenjing was forcibly dragged away by Shen Zhinian, grumbling along the way. Once they were out of the crown prince and crown princess and Appo's sight and turned towards another path, Shen Zhinian sighed in relief. Releasing her cousin as she solemnly remarked, those two were the crown prince and the crown princess. Gu Wenjing expressed only a fleeting surprise before retorting. The crown prince cannot strike the crown princess. Anian, how can you be so callous? Shen Zhinian shook her head and sighed. Did you not notice that when you were protecting the crown princess, she showed no reaction at all? Why bother intervening? She may still be grieving after being struck by her husband and is unable to respond. Gu Wenjing looked at her cousin with disappointment. Sister Jing, if you deem me heartless, I must say this. Some matters cannot be resolved by outsiders. To escape a predicament, one must rely on oneself. Even if I could assist Chen Zhongling momentarily, could I aid her for a lifetime? If Chen Zhongling remains unawakened and does not resist, no one can save her. Moreover, if the rumors from her past life hold any truth, she not only failed to resist, but also aided in wrongdoing, making it even less worthy to champion her cause. Gu Wenjing observed her cousin's expression, feeling disheartened. So, in the future, shall we stand by idly in such situations? Shen Zhinian did not wish to chastise her cousin. The desire to help others is inherently noble, even commendable. However, now that they knew the other was beyond rescue, there was no need to expend effort. Should her cousin encounter other injustices in the future, she could intervene if it was clear that assistance was genuinely required. As for today and Appo's incident, she felt it unnecessary to get involved. If the crown princess truly needed help, seeking her father, Chun Taifu, would likely be more effective than our interference. Moreover, they had not revealed their identities. If they had, and Gu Wenjing continued to meddle, provoking the crown prince and empress could lead to dire consequences for the Ho residents. It was not that she was being pragmatic. The people and her maternal grandfather and Appo's estate held far greater importance than the crown princess. Gu Wenjing sighed in resignation. I understand. Let's go see the osmanthus flowers. Shen Zhinian took her cousin and Appo's arm, hoping to lighten her spirits. They would return to the temple later. For now, it was evident that the crown prince had indeed arrived, and the empress might be nearby. It was prudent to keep a low profile. They would join the other ladies and return to the temple together, ensuring they could leave early with their mothers and aunts. Eventually, Shen Zhinian and Gu Wenjing found the osmanthus grove on the back mountain, where fewer ladies were gathered. However, some pilgrims lingered nearby, which was preferable to being alone, as long as they did not encounter the crown prince and his entourage. Gu Wenjing and Appo's mood fluctuated rapidly. She understood that Shen Zhinian and Appo's intentions were for her benefit and thus chose not to dwell on previous matters, focusing instead on enjoying the flowers. Unfortunately, with others present, she truly wished to take Shen Zhinian up a tree to admire the panoramic view of Dongshan. The pair did not linger long in the grove, and sensing the time was near, they returned to the temple, wary of their mothers. Upon arriving, Shen Zhinian discreetly observed the guards who had previously been in plain clothes and noted that they were still present. In haste, she pulled Gu Wenjing into a resting chamber to avoid an encounter with the empress and the crown prince. They did not wait long before Shen's mother arrived. Not seeing her sister-in-law, Shen Zhinian quietly inquired of her mother, Mother, why did you not return with aunt? Gu Wenjing also looked at her aunt in confusion. Shen and Appo's mother, a hint of worry in her voice, replied, Today, a noble person has come to the temple. I do not know the reason, but I sent a lady-in-waiting to summon your aunt. Shen Zhinian's heart sank, and she whispered, Is it the empress? Shen's mother nodded, then asked her daughter, How did you know? Did you encounter them earlier? You did not breach etiquette, did you? Gu Wenjing, overhearing, began to feel anxious as well, yet fearing to alarm others. She lowered her voice, Aunt, Anian and I encountered the crown prince and crown princess earlier on the back mountain. The crown prince struck someone, and I admonished him. Could this have implicated my mother? Shen's mother gasped and quickly asked, What happened? Shen Zhinian reassured her mother with a glance. Just now. Sister Jing did not know the crown prince and Appo's identity and inadvertently witnessed the crown princess being struck, so she rushed forward in anger to intervene. However, we did not escalate the situation significantly. Even if the matter were to come to light, the crown prince would not be in the right. I believe that even if the empress were informed, she would not blow it out of proportion. Perhaps she called Aunt for another reason. The crown prince concealed himself in a hidden place on the back mountain to strike someone, and there have been no rumors of domestic strife within the East Palace. This matter is likely being kept under wraps. Even if the empress privately knows, she probably fears provoking the censors, which would further displease the emperor. To protect the crown prince and Appo's standing, it is unlikely the empress would escalate such matters. Shen Zhinian was more concerned about whether fate would repeat itself. Remembering the crown prince's words and demeanor towards her cousin before they parted, she felt a sense of unease. The crown prince seemed somewhat unhinged, his behavior distinctly abnormal. After a moment of contemplation, Shen and Appo's mother comforted her daughter and niece. I shall go to seek an audience and assess the situation to see if I can assist your aunt. Shen Zhinian looked at her mother. Mother, I will accompany you. I am aware of the circumstances, and having another person will facilitate discussions. Shen's mother nodded. Her daughter was astute, and her presence might indeed prove advantageous. Gu Wenjing wished to join them, but was persuaded by Shen Zhinian. Sister Jing, the empress and Appo's summons to aunt may pertain to you. I can go without issue, but your presence might complicate matters further. It would be wiser for you to wait here for us. The empress's sudden summons of her aunt surely indicated that the crown prince had relayed something to her, prompting this development. Whether it was to address grievances or concerns about fate repeating itself, it would not be appropriate for Gu Wenjing to go ahead. They should first ascertain the situation before devising a plan. Gu Wenjing acquiesced this time, realizing that her words might inadvertently cause more trouble, and thus agreed to Shen Zhinian's suggestion. Shen's mother, accompanied by Shen Zhinian, approached the guards, quietly stating their identities and intentions to meet. Upon learning that they were the wife and daughter of the Minister of Rights, the guards treated them with due respect and sent someone to inform the lady-in-waiting. Before long, a lady-in-waiting arrived, smiling as she guided Shen's mother and Shen Zhinian to the rear courtyard. Upon reaching a spacious guest room in the rear courtyard, the lady-in-waiting announced, "Your Highness, the wife and daughter of the Minister of Rights have come to pay their respects." She bowed respectfully before the Empress. Chapter 88. The Crown Prince and Appo's illness. Madame Shen eagerly guided her daughter to pay respects to the Empress seated at the head of the room. "Quickly assist Madame Shen and Miss Shen to rise," the Empress said with a smile to her attendants. Once the attendants helped Madame Shen and Shen Zhinian to their feet and ushered them to a lower seat, Shen Zhinian seized the opportunity to discreetly survey her surroundings. At the front sat two individuals, the resplendent Empress and the cold, sinister Crown Prince Li Jingxian. Behind the Empress stood the Crown Princess Chen Zhongling, who glanced up at Shen Zhinian's entrance with a neutral expression before lowering her head once more. Her aunt occupied a seat on the opposite side, and upon exchanging a worried glance with her mother, both women's eyes reflected their concern. The Empress continued cheerfully, "Madame Shen, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I was just speaking with Madame Gu about her third daughter. I heard she also came today, yet I only see you and your daughter. Where's Miss Gu?" Upon hearing the Empress's words, Madame Shen hastily replied, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I want to fetch the child, but only found my daughter, so I could only bring her to pay respects." Understanding her mother's intent, Shen Zhinian followed suit. "Please do not blame your Majesty. I was admiring the flowers in the back mountains with my cousin Jing. She was quite taken with the scenery and wished to linger a little longer, so I returned to the Zen courtyard first." The Empress, upon hearing this, abandoned her intention to call for Gu Wenjing. "Miss Gu certainly has exquisite taste," she praised. On the side, Madame Gu had already sensed something amiss. When the Empress had summoned her earlier, they exchanged only pleasantries before inquiring about her daughter and Appo's age, marital prospects, and temperament, to which she had responded anxiously. Observing the Empress's intentions and the Crown Prince's meaningful smile, Madame Gu felt a chill run down her spine. Although she was eager for her daughter to marry, she did not wish for her to enter the royal family, fearing her daughter's impetuous nature would lead to trouble. Madame Gu could not fathom why the Empress had suddenly summoned her at the temple. She speculated that some prior incident might have led her daughter to cross paths with the Crown Prince or the Empress. To prevent her worst fears from materializing, She intentionally portrayed her daughter and amp, Oppos, as character negatively. Your Majesty, I must humbly admit that my third daughter has always been rather unruly. Perhaps her admiration for the flowers was merely a fade, as she was likely off climbing trees and disturbing bird nests. The Empress frowned, sensing that Madame Gu seemed to be deliberately disparaging her daughter. Did she perhaps understand the implications of her words and was attempting to deflect? What is the matter? If we were to consider a union with the Eastern Palace, would the Duke of Dingyuan's household be unwilling? Before she could voice her thoughts, the Crown Prince interjected with a chuckle. Miss Gu is indeed quite amusing. Madame Gu felt flustered, realizing that whatever she said only seemed to pique the interest of the royal pair. Shen Zhinian thoughtfully remarked, "My cousin Jing is indeed spirited. Having been influenced by her grandfather, she possesses a bold and free-spirited nature, alongside a mastery of martial arts. She greatly admires valiant generals." Though subtly implied, it was well known that the Crown Prince was frail and had little in common with valor. Understanding her niece's insinuation, Madame Gu quickly added, "Indeed, Your Majesty, my daughter is rather boisterous. I have recently been seeking suitable military suitors for her, as only such families might tolerate her exuberant character." At this point, the Empress could no longer feign ignorance of Madame Gu's intentions. As the esteemed matriarch of a nation, with a son destined to be the Crown Prince, it was absurd for Madame Gu to shy away from flattery and even attempt to evade her. Bored with the conversation, the Empress, mindful of the sanctity of the temple, opted against any indiscretions that might provoke the Emperor and Oppos' ire. With a composed demeanor, she declared, "Enough, I am weary. You may all take your leave." Madame Gu, Madame Shen, and Shen Zhinian, seeing that the Empress had ceased her inquiries, bowed and exited. Once they departed, the Empress glanced at Shen Zhongling and instructed her to leave as well. With only the Crown Prince present, she finally questioned, "My son, I find the Gu family rather unremarkable. Why should we consider taking their daughter as a side consort and grant them such favor?" Today, the Empress had come to the temple to pray for the Crown Prince and Oppos' health. Earlier, she had sought the abbot for a private blessing, while the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess had gone elsewhere. Unexpectedly, upon his return, the Crown Prince expressed his desire to marry the third Miss Gu and sought her assistance in petitioning the Emperor for this union. "It is merely a side consort," the Empress mused. The Duke of Dingyuan was of military lineage and had earned considerable merit. His eldest son, the third Miss Gu's father, held a prominent position in the Ministry of War. Such a background would suffice for a side consort of the Crown Prince. The Empress did not hesitate to agree to investigate the situation surrounding Miss Gu. Hearing that the Crown Prince had recently encountered them, she sent an attendant to speak with Madame Gu. However, to her surprise, Madame Gu was evasive and dismissive, and Miss Shen chimed in to support her. The Empress found this utterly disdainful. "My Empress, I find Miss Gu's forthright nature rather appealing. Perhaps bringing her into the Eastern Palace would bring my spirits some relief, and even improve my health," the Crown Prince said, coughing lightly, yet wearing a peculiar smile. The Empress, noticing his discomfort, gently rubbed his back. "Why should we concern ourselves with the Gu family and Oppos' sentiments? With a single imperial decree of marriage, can they truly resist?" Observing the Crown Prince and Oppos' insistence, the Empress, worried for her son's health, decided not to oppose his wishes any further. "Very well. It is merely a matter of securing a marriage, and it grants her the title of side consort. This should not be difficult." While the Empress and the Crown Prince deliberated, Madame Gu and her companions returned to the foot of the Zen courtyard and hastily sought out Gu Wenjing. Once they boarded their carriage, Gu Wenjing, noticing the serious expressions on their faces, inquired, "Mother, you previously advised me not to ask questions. May I now know why the Empress summoned you?" Madame Gu maintained a stern expression, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events during their visit to the temple. "You must refrain from going out carelessly for the time being. I will arrange a suitable match for you soon." Gu Wenjing, confused, asked, "Why are we discussing marriage all of a sudden?" Shen Zhinian interjected, "The Empress likely summoned my aunt to consider your suitability for the Crown Prince." Gu Wenjing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is she out of her mind? Does the Crown Prince not already have a primary consort? I scolded him earlier, Does he really wish to pursue this? Is he not a sound mind? Gu Wenjing, mind your words, Madame Gu admonished, alarmed at her daughter's indiscretion, fearing that their conversation might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, when did you scold him? At this, Madame Gu felt a wave of unease. I saw him strike the crown princess. Gu Wenjing replied in a hushed tone, her frustration palpable. Chapter 89. Seeking the Empress Dowager, Madame Gu lamented. Did you impulsively confront the crown prince? Gu Wenjing lowered her head in silence, never anticipating that her single act of assistance would lead to such a multitude of troubles. Shen Zhinian, standing nearby, interjected, Aunt, do not blame my cousin. If you wish to prevent her from marrying into the royal family, it would be wise to make plans early, just in case. Madame Shen added, sister-in-law, although the Empress has lost interest, the Crown Prince's attitude remains rather unpredictable. This matter is likely far from over. Madame Gu nodded in concern. I understand. Earlier, when the Empress spoke, it seemed she was unaware that Wenjing had clashed with the Crown Prince, nor did she know what he had conveyed to her. His reaction is truly alarming. Previously, Madame Gu had assumed that either the Crown Prince or the Empress had taken a liking to her daughter. However, now that she was aware of the prior incident, her fears grew. Was the Crown Prince deliberately toying with her daughter? Did he intend to humiliate her in the Eastern Palace because she had offended him? Surely, it could not be that after her daughter had clashed with him, he genuinely took a fancy to her? Madame Gu was horrified by her own imaginings. She had heard of the Crown Prince's frail health. Could he possibly have ulterior motives? Furthermore, her daughter had mentioned that he had struck the Crown Princess. How could such a man be a suitable match? Shen Zhinian observed the sudden pallor of Madame Gu and Appo's face and cautiously inquired, Aunt, have you and Cousin Jing considered any potential suitors? With a sigh, Madame Gu replied, We have indeed looked at several respectable families, but none of those matches came to fruition. Casting a helpless glance at her daughter, she continued, Though there are suitors now, their status is somewhat lacking. Gu Wenjing huffed, her expression displeased. Madame Shen spoke up, A lower status is not a significant issue, provided the family possesses integrity and the suitor and Appo's character is commendable. They should be considered. Madame Gu felt somewhat embarrassed. I had always hoped my daughter would marry into a prominent family, but in hindsight, a match like the Crown Prince and Appo's might be less desirable than an ordinary family. Gu Wenjing glanced at her mother, her expression softening slightly. Shen Zhinian, curious, asked which family is it. Madame Gu responded, It is the second son of the Duke of Qingyong, currently a cloud cavalry officer. The Duke of Qingyong? That status is not insignificant. It seems my aunt has high standards, which explains why Cousin Jing had reacted with disdain moments ago. However, she vaguely recalled having heard of the Duke's second son, perhaps from her cousin's words. She remembered that after advising her cousin to postpone visiting Huijua Temple, her cousin had mentioned a polo match. Shen Zhinian looked at Gu Wenjing and noticed her cousin had turned her gaze towards the window, though her ears had turned slightly red. Madame Shen, noticing her niece's shyness, smiled at Madame Gu. Have you not already considered this match? The Duke's family is not lacking in status. If it seems promising, why not settle it then? Madame Gu sighed. It appears that we have no choice but to proceed, but the 6 rites will take some time, and I fear we may run out of time. Gu Wenjing could no longer contain herself. Then let us expedite the process. She could not fathom the Crown Prince's intentions. Reflecting on his gloomy gaze, she wished to keep her distance. The Duke and Appo's second son had been mentioned by a matchmaker, and recalling the brief encounter, Gu Wenjing felt a rare blush. In truth, she was amenable to this match, yet her mother remained indecisive. Madame Gu, hearing her daughter's words, helplessly remarked, As a young lady, you must maintain some decorum. Gu Wenjing initially wanted to retort, but considering her mother and Appo's concerns, she swallowed her words. And need not worry, I have a reliable plan. As long as you and cousin are satisfied with this match, I can seek a reassuring response from grandmother, Shen Zhinian proposed. Upon hearing this, both women turned to her with curiosity, urging her to continue. If the Crown Prince is truly interested, his meeting with the Empress today likely signifies his intention to take a concubine. After today, should he still wish to pursue my cousin, he will likely first seek the Emperor or the Empress Dowager's approval. My grandmother has a good rapport with the Empress Dowager and has often taken me to the palace for visits. The Empress Dowager holds me in high regard. It would be wise for me to approach her for a marriage decree. If we act quickly, the Crown Prince and the Empress Dowager will find it difficult to intervene. Madame Shen frowned. What kind of young lady seeks a marriage decree for her cousin? What purpose would your presence serve? Your grandmother should be the one to go. Madame Gu concurred. Indeed, let Wenjing and Appo's grandmother go. Your aunt will accompany her. Gu Wenjing shook her head. Yin, I can go myself. Shen Zhinian calmly replied. If I accompany you, success is more likely. The Prince Ping is also the child of the Empress Dowager. Currently, the granddaughter of the Empress Dowager, Princess Pingyang, is betrothed to Lu Qingchuan. There are rumors that Princess Pingyang has taken a liking to Lu Zhuangyuan, prompting him to abandon me for her. If the Empress Dowager still holds affection for me as before, this matter could be advantageous. Otherwise, it would merely be a marriage between the Marquis and Duke and Appo's families. The Empress Dowager would likely refrain from interference, leaving the two families to their own devices. Madame Shen remained silent. Her daughter's mention of Lu Qingchuan and Princess Pingyang evoking a sense of melancholy in her. Madame Gu looked at her niece with tenderness. Yin, will this place you in a difficult position? Gu Wenjing appeared conflicted, not wanting her cousin to suffer for her sake. Shen Zhinian reassured her, it will not be difficult. I do not dwell on the matter of Lu Qingchuan and Princess Pingyang. However, if I can leverage this situation to benefit our family, why not? Madame Gu glanced at Madame Shen, who, seeing her daughter's enthusiasm, eventually nodded. Then let Yin accompany you, dear. Madame Gu and Appo's face brightened with joy. Gu Wenjing felt a whirlwind of emotions. Despite her usual forthrightness, she still reminded, Yin, if we cannot obtain the Empress Dowager's marriage decree, do not feel pressured. We can always think of other ways. Shen Zhinian smiled and nodded in agreement. Having resolved this matter, they planned to return to the Gu residence to inform old Madame Gu. Madame Shen and Shen Zhinian chose to accompany Madame Gu and Gu Wenjing back to the Dingyuan Marquis. Upon arrival, they recounted the day in Appo's events to old Madame Gu. Without hesitation, promptly agreed to Shen Zhinian's proposal. This matter could not be delayed, and old Madame Gu invited Shen Zhinian to rest at the Dingyuan Marquis, preparing to visit the Empress Dowager the following day. The next morning, at the hour of Chun, estimating that the ladies of the palace had finished their morning greetings to the Empress Dowager, old Madame Gu led her granddaughter to Shokong Palace for an audience. Chapter 90. The Empress Dowager and Appo's response upon learning that the venerable Lady Gu had brought Shen Zhinian to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager was filled with delight and promptly summoned them to the main hall of Shokong Palace. Shen Zhinian and her grandmother followed the palace attendants into the hall, and, upon seeing the Empress Dowager seated at the head, they bowed respectfully, greeting her with the traditional salutation. We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. May you enjoy longevity and peace. The Empress Dowager smiled and instructed the pair to rise. After granting Lady Gu a seat, she deliberately called Shen Zhinian to her side, observing the young girl's delicate and rosy complexion. The Empress Dowager could not suppress her playful teasing. It has been quite some time since I last saw you accompanying your grandmother to the palace, and today, I must say, you have blossomed into a remarkable beauty. Such grace is indeed rare in the capital. Lady Gu chuckled from her seat, replying, I am honored by your praise, your majesty. This child has indeed grown even more exquisite than her mother in her youth. Shen Zhinian's mother was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, and Lady Gu did not shy away from acknowledging her granddaughter's striking appearance. Hearing the kind words from the Empress Dowager and her grandmother, Shen Zhinian feigned modesty and lowered her head, saying, Your majesty and grandmother have overestimated me. Even if I am pleasing to the eye, I cannot compare to the stunning Princess Pingyang. She is the true embodiment of beauty. Lady Gu remained silent, though her smile faded slightly, replaced by a hint of concern. The Empress Dowager sighed, taking Shen Zhinian's hand and inviting her to sit beside her on the couch. I have heard of your situation with Scholar Lu and the matter concerning Princess Pingyang. The princess has been favored since childhood and, at times, can be a bit willful. It is unfortunate that you have had to endure such grievances. The Empress Dowager had previously learned from the Emperor that Princess Pingyang had long set her sights on Scholar Lu, leading to the Shen family's forced withdrawal from the engagement. Hearing Shen Zhinian downplay her own worth compared to Pingyang, the Empress Dowager felt a pang of guilt and compassion, recognizing that her granddaughter had inadvertently taken away the princess's desired suitor. "Do not worry, Your Majesty, I am not aggrieved. The princess's affection for Scholar Lu is indeed a stroke of fortune for him, and my decision to withdraw was entirely voluntary. However, given the numerous rumors circulating in the capital regarding broken engagements, I fear it may impact the unmarried siblings in our family." This prompted the Empress Dowager to inquire about Shen Zhinian and Oppo's as previous engagement, providing her an opportunity to elaborate. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Lady Gu, asking, "Yin Yang, are the rumors outside truly as harsh as they say? Are they affecting the prospects for the Shen and Gu families? If there are difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. I shall see if I can offer assistance." Lady Gu met the Empress Dowager's gaze respectfully, replying, "My granddaughter is but a child and knows not to burden Your Majesty with such worries. Your kindness in not chastising her for her lack of decorum and in offering to alleviate our troubles is indeed a blessing for both the Shen and Gu families." The Empress Dowager feigned annoyance at Lady Gu's excessive politeness, saying, "Why do you speak such formalities? Between us, there is no need for such decorum. Shen Zhinian has grown under my watchful eye. Since the matter with Princess Pingyang is settled, I cannot intervene too much. However, for any minor issues that I can assist with, I shall gladly do so, as a form of compensation for the princess." Lady Gu's expression softened at this. "I have worried too much. Your Majesty need not take it to heart. The arrangements for my granddaughter's engagement are still being negotiated, and our visit to the palace today is primarily to seek a favor on behalf of my other granddaughter." The Empress Dowager was taken aback, not for Shen Zhinian. She had assumed that Shen Zhinian was facing difficulties. Before Lady Gu could respond, Shen Zhinian reassuringly glanced at her grandmother, signaling her intent to speak. "Your Majesty, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for the rumors to pass before considering my own situation. Today, I accompanied my grandmother to the palace to seek a favor for my third cousin." "Third cousin? Is she the young lady from the Ho residence, Miss Jing? I recall she is not yet married. What favor do you wish to request?" The Empress Dowager was filled with curiosity. Shen Zhinian replied with a smile, "Yes, it is Sister Jing. She remains unmarried, but my aunt has already arranged a match for her. However, due to my circumstances, their engagement has been delayed. Thus, I urged my grandmother to accompany me to seek a marriage decree from Your Majesty, as your personal endorsement would be a tremendous blessing. Which family is being considered? Surely such rumors have not caused them to hesitate?" Shen Zhinian shook her head. "It is the second son of the Earl of Qingyong and Oppo's as household. They have not retreated, but the rumors are indeed disconcerting. My cousin S' engagement has been adversely affected, and I wish to provide her with some reassurance. You have a kind heart. After all, I am the one who has inadvertently caused her distress. I hope to utilize this opportunity to seek Your Majesty's favor." Shen Zhinian realized that the Empress Dowager's current guilt was something she could not overlook, so she chose to be forthright in her acknowledgement. Considering the Empress Dowager's previous remarks, she felt confident that as long as her requests were not excessive, they would likely be granted. Lady Gu interjected, "When this child spoke to me about her intentions, I too felt a pang of sympathy. However, given her sincere heart and the fact that her cousin is older by 2 years, it truly is time to proceed. I also beseech Your Majesty to show mercy and consider granting this favor for my granddaughter." The Empress Dowager did not deliberate for long before responding. "This is not a difficult matter. Since your family has already established an understanding with the Earl of Qingyong and Oppo's as household, I shall issue a marriage decree shortly, as a delightful addition to their union." Shen Zhinian quickly rose to kneel before the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Lady Gu followed suit in reverence. With the favor granted, both Lady Gu and Shen Zhinian felt a wave of relief wash over them. They spent some time conversing with the Empress Dowager about familial matters before taking their leave from the palace. After their departure, Emperor Jiashuan arrived at Shokong Palace. Though the Empress Dowager had spoken extensively earlier and felt somewhat weary, She perked up upon the emperor's arrival. "Have you concluded your court session?" she inquired warmly. The emperor approached and bowed. "I pay my respects to you, mother. Today's discussions in court extended longer than anticipated, hence my late arrival." Prior to entering the court, the emperor had sought the Empress Dowager's well-being, but due to time constraints, he had only mentioned that he needed to discuss a matter with her. Seeing the emperor come forth, the Empress Dowager asked, "What was it you wished to discuss with me earlier?" The emperor replied, "It concerns the crown prince. The empress mentioned yesterday that she wishes to arrange a secondary consort for him and has requested my assistance in issuing a marriage decree. I thought it prudent to first inform you, mother." The Empress Dowager smiled and inquired, "Which young lady has caught the empress in oppos?" "Si, the third miss of the Dingyuan Marquisate. It is said her name is Gu Wenjing. Yesterday, the empress and the crown prince visited Huijua Temple to pray and encountered her. It is said she possesses a certain charm, and the crown prince has taken a liking to her." Chapter 91. Escaping this calamity upon hearing the words of Emperor Jiashun, the Empress Dowager was taken aback. Just moments ago, Miss Yu and Shen Zhinian had petitioned for a marriage decree for the third Miss Gu, and now the emperor was discussing the potential betrothal of Miss Gu to the crown prince. Could it be that Miss Yu had foreseen the crown prince and Oppo's intention to take her granddaughter as a concubine, and thus had sought another marriage proposal? It seemed that the Duke of Dingyuan and Oppo's household was reluctant to marry the third Miss Gu into the Eastern Palace. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, recalling her earlier promise. They had only met yesterday, and already the crown prince was to take someone into the Eastern Palace? Had there been any inquiry into whether the young lady was already betrothed? Even within the royal family, we cannot coerce others with imperial authority. Noticing the displeasure in the Empress Dowager and Oppo's tone, Emperor Jiashun hastily replied with respect. The empress has stated that inquiries were made with the Gu family, and it was mentioned that there were suitors, though no formal engagement has been established yet. The Empress Dowager, somewhat displeased, retorted, "I happen to know that the Gu family has already found a suitable match for that third Miss Gu, even if there is no formal engagement. They are about to proceed with the 6 rites." Emperor Jiashun, observing his mother's apparent discontent, gently inquired, "If it is your wish, mother, do you not desire to grant this marriage to the crown prince?" With a sigh, the Empress Dowager responded, "Before your arrival, I had already met with the grandmother of the third Miss Gu and promised to bestow her in marriage to the second son of the Earl of Qingyong. Can I retract this promise now? Moreover, even if I had not previously agreed, considering the many military merits the Duke of Dingyuan has contributed to our great Qian dynasty, should you not first consult their wishes?" Emperor Jiashun bowed his head. "You speak wisely, mother, yet the arrival of the Gu family is rather fortuitous." Although the emperor did not hold a particular fondness for the crown prince, he still felt a pang of dissatisfaction as his son was clearly being looked down upon by the Duke of Dingyuan's household. It was a classic case of a father who may disregard his son but cannot tolerate others doing so. The Empress Dowager discerned the emperor's sentiments and disapproved. What if they have come with ill intentions? Previously, Pingyang snatched away the suitor of the Shun family, and now the crown prince wishes to forcibly take the third miss from the Duke of Dingyuan. How can I face the lady of the Duke of Dingyuan in the future? Does the emperor not feel remorse towards the old duke? Desiring to avoid provoking his mother further, Emperor Jiashun recalled the empress and Oppo's indulgence of the crown prince, coupled with the unsavory rumors circulating about him. He chose not to insist. "I understand, then this matter shall be put to rest." The Empress Dowager nodded. The Eastern Palace already has 2 concubines. If the crown prince wishes to take another, let the empress find someone else willing to marry into the Eastern Palace. The emperor acquiesced. That evening, Emperor Jiashun visited the empress and Oppo's cunning palace, where Empress Qin greeted him with a smile. "Does His Majesty wish to rest here tonight?" After exchanging pleasantries, her eyes were filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Emperor Jiashun shook his head. "I have matters to attend to." A flicker of disappointment crossed Empress Qin's face, though she masked it with a smile. "Does His Majesty have something to discuss with me?" Recalling their conversation from the previous day, she speculated that perhaps the emperor had conferred with the Empress Dowager regarding a marriage decree. Casting a glance at Empress Qin, Emperor Jiashun stated flatly, The matter you sought yesterday cannot be fulfilled. Empress Qin was taken aback, anxiety creeping into her voice. Is it that the Empress Dowager does not consent? She struggled to comprehend why the Empress Dowager would oppose, knowing that she was on amicable terms with the old matron of the Duke of Dingyuan. Why would she not wish for her friend's granddaughter to enter the Eastern Palace? The Crown Prince and Amp, Appo's status was exceedingly noble. Once wed, she would enjoy untold wealth and honor. Emperor Jiashan shook his head. The third miss of the Duke of Dingyuan is already promised to another. There is no need to interfere, lest I issue a marriage decree and offend the Duke. Empress Qin was perplexed, but they are not yet wed. Does the Duke's household truly disdain the Eastern Palace? Furrowing his brow at Empress Qin's obliviousness, he replied with a hint of weariness. Not everyone aspires to marry into the Eastern Palace. Unaware of the Emperor's displeasure in his tone, she grew increasingly agitated. Your Majesty, I cannot accept this. The Duke of Dingyuan shows such ingratitude. Is this not a slight against the royal family? Emperor Jiashan, growing impatient, retorted, regardless. The third miss of the Duke of Dingyuan and the second son of the Earl of Qingyong will receive the Empress Dowager's marriage decree. Should the Crown Prince still desire to take a concubine, you may assist him in finding another suitable match. Realizing the Emperor's annoyance, Empress Qin felt a surge of indignation upon hearing that the Empress Dowager intended to grant a marriage to the third Miss Gu. Unable to suppress her emotions, she exclaimed, the second son of the Earl of Qingyong cannot compare to the Crown Prince. The Duke of Dingyuan would rather choose a mere Earl's son than allow his granddaughter to marry into the Eastern Palace. What face do we have left as the Crown Prince and I? Your Majesty, I feel deeply wronged. Emperor Jiashan let out a cold laugh. Do you believe the Crown Prince is a coveted prize? What troubles lie within the Eastern Palace? Should I enumerate them? Focus on disciplining the Crown Prince first. Empress Qin and Appo's face paled slightly at his reprimand. She understood all too well the implications of his words. The Crown Prince's frail health had rendered him temperamental. At times, in fits of anger, he would lash out at those around him. She had believed she had kept this under wraps, unaware that the Emperor was fully aware of it. The Crown Princess, being timid, and the Chun family overly favoring males, had left her unable to voice her grievances at home. The other concubines and maidservants had been warned, and, due to the Eastern Palace's power, no one dared to speak out. Empress Qin had always considered this a minor issue, believing it would not lead to any significant trouble. Now, exposed by Emperor Jiashan, who bore a semblance of anger, she feared the Crown Prince might lose his father's affection and hurriedly explained. The Crown Prince has long suffered from ill health, which naturally affects his mood. Occasionally, he loses control, but it is not his intention. He suffers greatly from it. I shall heed your teachings, Your Majesty, and diligently guide the Crown Prince to prevent further mistakes. Emperor Jiashan grunted. Let us hope it remains so. As for the matter of taking the third Miss Gu as a concubine, do not bring it up again. With the Empress Dowager poised to issue a marriage decree, Empress Qin found herself powerless to alter the course of events. Suppressing her indignation, she replied respectfully, I understand. 2 days later, the households of the Duke of Dingyuan and the Earl of Qingyong received the Empress Dowager and Appo's marriage decree, wherein the third miss of the Duke of Dingyuan was betrothed to the second son of the Earl of Qingyong, along with a generous dowry. Coincidentally, these two families had intended to unite, and now, with the Empress Dowager and Appo's blessing, both were deeply grateful and knelt in thanks for her benevolence. Madame Gu breathed a sigh of relief and took her daughter, Gu Wenjing, to the Shun residence to convey the joyful news and deliver gifts to her niece. Had her niece not sought the Empress Dowager and Appo's favor first, it was likely her daughter would have been wed into the Eastern Palace, leading to a challenging future. Upon learning that the decree had been issued, Shen Zhinian felt greatly relieved, for she had ultimately helped her cousin evade the calamity that had befallen her in her past life. Chapter 92. Celebration of longevity in the sweltering heat of August. Having resolved matters concerning her cousin Jing, Shen Zhinian found herself frequenting only Tai Feng Lu, neglecting other venues. The business at Tai Feng Lu thrived, and under Shen Zhinian's guidance, Zhan Yang devised an array of refreshing summer beverages, unique offerings that other establishments had yet to unveil. Thus, despite the scorching summer, while competitors faced a decline in patronage, Typhoon Lu remained bustling with guests eager to sample the new delights. Previously, Typhoon Lu only featured storytelling sessions. But with significant profits now flowing in, Shen Zhinian and Madame Qin decided to enhance the entertainment by introducing performances such as singing, face-changing acts, and acrobatics, further elevating the establishment's popularity. Shen Zhinian relished this prosperous period, counting coins with delight for half a month, until the end of August approached, heralding the birthday celebration of Old Lady One of the Duke's household. The Shen family had long received the invitation to the celebration, and this time, there was no need for Shen Zhinian to plead with her mother to accompany her, as the invitation had explicitly included the young ladies of the Shen family. Aware of her daughter's close friendship with the granddaughter of Old Lady One, Shen's mother anticipated a warm reception, hoping to take her daughter to the grand event where potential suitors might present themselves. Meanwhile, Shen Zhinian was preoccupied with another matter. She recalled that Jiang Yitong would fall into the water at this birthday celebration, becoming entangled with Wen Yunqing. Although she had previously cautioned Wen Yunqing to steer clear of the water, one could never predict unforeseen incidents. Thus, it seemed prudent for her to keep a watchful eye. On the day of the celebration, Shen's mother escorted Shen Zhinian to the Duke's residence. Upon entering Old Lady Wen's quarters, Shen Zhinian performed her greetings and well wishes. The elderly matron, pleased, engaged Shen Zhinian with a few words of concern before encouraging her to join her peers for some merriment. Shen's mother remained to converse with the other ladies in attendance. As the festivities unfolded, the atmosphere within the Duke and Oppo's residence was jubilant, filled with various programs. The maids intended to escort Shen Zhinian to the stage set up in Yixin Garden for performances. However, halfway there, she spotted Jiang Yitong at Shuiwa Pavilion, engaged in lively conversation with Yin Mingzhu and Princess Pingyang, their laughter echoing in the air. Before Shen Zhinian could utter a word, Princess Pingyang noticed her and recalled the recent rumors circulating in the capital, whispers that Lu Qingchuan had forsaken Shen Zhinian for her. While she felt somewhat embarrassed by this, she could not deny the truth behind the gossip. The Shen family had insisted that Lu Lang and that cousin shared a childhood bond, likely fueled by their resentment over the failed engagement. Princess Pingyang's feelings were mixed as she beheld Shen Zhinian. While she disapproved of the Shen family's conduct during the broken engagement and felt that Shen Zhinian had disregarded her previous counsel, she also recognized that this situation stemmed from her own actions. Shen Zhinian, in her eyes, was merely a victim of circumstance. Today, seeing Shen Zhinian, who appeared somewhat diminished, evoked sympathy within Princess Pingyang, overshadowing her initial disdain for the Shen family's behavior. With a gentle demeanor, she greeted Miss Shen. With a warm smile, Shen Zhinian approached. "It has been quite some time, Your Highness. You are even more radiant than before." Princess Pingyang touched her cheek and replied joyfully, "Really? I feel the same." Since becoming engaged to Lu Lang, she felt invigorated, her complexion glowing with vitality, more striking than ever. Meanwhile, Jiang Yitong, witnessing Shen Zhinian's cheerful expression, was reminded of her elder brother Jiang Yunting, who had been exiled to the borders, stirring a sense of indignation within her. With Old Lady when absent, she could not resist a sharp retort. "Miss Shen seems quite cheerful, despite being cast aside. Instead of reflecting in seclusion, you choose to roam freely with such audacity." Yin Mingzhu, taken aback by Jiang Yitong's harshness, could find no words to counter and merely nodded in agreement. Princess Pingyang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the exchange. These two had previously encouraged her to pursue her heart's desire, and while she was grateful, Jiang Yitong's cruel words toward Shen Zhinian left her feeling uncomfortable. She softly admonished, "Yitong, do not be disrespectful. Refrain from touching upon sensitive topics." Jiang Yitong, wishing to deliver another cutting remark, restrained herself upon sensing Princess Pingyang's displeasure. Shen Zhinian, smiling at Princess Pingyang, remarked, "Your Highness, you are ever so considerate. However, there is no need for concern. I have always taken such unfounded remarks with a grain of salt." Understanding Shen Zhinian's subtle jab at Jiang Yitong, Princess Pingyang offered a sheepish laugh. To avoid further conflict, She swiftly changed the subject before Jiang Yitong could retaliate. Miss Shen, you appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. You must take care to nourish yourself. If you become too thin, others might speculate that you are heartbroken over Lu Lang, which would make interactions quite awkward. Shen Zhinian beamed. The summer heat has dampened my appetite, so I have eaten less, but rest assured, I am quite well. I appreciate your concern. In truth, her recent preoccupation with Tai Feng Lu and her continued practice of martial arts had led to her slight weight loss, yet she felt more agile than ever. Far from a severity princess, Pingyang suggested. Nonetheless, Jiang Yitong could not refrain from interjecting again. Is it truly the heat affecting your appetite? Perhaps it is love that troubles you. I advise you, Miss Shen, to be wise and not dwell on matters concerning the princess. Shen Zhinian chuckled coldly, fixing her gaze on Jiang Yitong. It seems you are the one preoccupied with such matters. Your incessant mentions of certain topics today suggest a desire to sow discord between the princess and myself. Princess Pingyang felt exasperated, aware that even if Shen Zhinian were indeed heartbroken, she had maintained her composure and dignity, not seeking pity. Shen Zhinian had always been an astute individual, and Princess Pingyang did not wish to be excessively harsh. However, Jiang Yitong's relentless probing into their affair only served as a reminder of her own misdeeds, having taken a fiancé from another, leading to Shen Zhinian's current plight. It was one thing to remain ignorant of such matters in private. Now, however, the incessant reminders were becoming tiresome. Princess Pingyang cast a displeased glance at Jiang Yitong. Enough of this. Miss Shen has not mentioned it at all, yet you persist in discussing it. Jiang Yitong's expression faltered momentarily before she quietly conceded, I misspoke. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. Princess Pingyang waved her hand dismissively. Let be. You seem a bit out of sorts today, and given the tension between you and Miss Shen, it will be better for you two to resolve this privately. Yan Mingzhu and I shall explore elsewhere. With that, Princess Pingyang departed with Yan Mingzhu. Chapter 93. The Fall into Water after Pingyang departed. Shueihua Pavilion was left with only Shen Zhinian and Jiang Yitong, accompanied by their maids. Shen Zhinian was not in a hurry to enjoy the performances. Her intention today was to follow Jiang Yitong closely, preventing her from causing any trouble. Jiang Yitong was equally unhurried with the departure of the princess. She had ample time to ridicule Shen Zhinian further before seeking out her cousin Jing. Shen Zhinian, the princess may not have seen through you, but I am not fooled. You present a facade of propriety, yet I suspect you are capable of the most sinister deeds, Jiang Yitong thought, indignant on behalf of her elder brother. The Shueihua Pavilion, with its benches and archbacks facing the water, provided a serene setting. Shen Zhinian leaned against the railing and said gracefully, Oh? What do you refer to, Miss Jiang? I'm unaware of any such abilities I possess. Jiang Yitong replied sharply, Do not feign ignorance. Are you not aware of your recent actions? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Zhinian shook her head. I truly do not know. I would appreciate it if Miss Jiang could clarify. Do not be so shameless. Did you not meddle in my brother and Appo's affairs? Since the incident involving him, I find it challenging to maintain the decorum befitting a lady in your presence. Shen Zhinian responded in surprise. Are you referring to your brother's escapade at the Nanjing Academy or the matter of his exile for murder? Without waiting for Jiang Yitong's response, she continued, If it pertains to the Nanjing Academy, what can I, a mere woman, possibly do? Your brother is himself inclined towards such pursuits. I can only admire his audacity in defying societal expectations. As for the latter, how could I, as a frail woman, intervene? His hands are his own. If he chooses to commit such acts, can I physically restrain him? Even if he is your kin, Miss Jiang, it is vital to discern right from wrong. Jiang Yitong and Appo's face contorted with rage. Clenching her handkerchief, she spat, You ought to be less arrogant. You are merely a discarded woman, cast aside by the scholar. You are steeped in scandal yourself, yet you presume to judge others? Shen Zhinian laughed. I have never been wed to that loose scholar. How can I be deemed discarded? Besides, it was my family that called off the betrothal. You may shout until hoarse, but that remains an undeniable fact. And as for judging others, do you not find it amusing? Did you not raise the subject of your brother first? Unable to match Shen Zhinian's wit, Jiang Yitong felt a surge of frustration. Reminded of her pressing matters, she decided against prolonging their exchange. You are utterly shameless. I disdain to converse further with you. With that, she left with her maid in tow. To Shen Zhinian and Appo's surprise, Jiang Yitong chose not to engage in further conflict. Observing her departure, Shen Zhinian rose and followed with Chun Tao and Chun Xing trailing behind. Jiang Yitong did not head towards the performance stage in Eastern Garden, but rather made her way towards Linxian Hall. Having previously visited only the quiet halls of the matriarch and the splendid chambers of when Ling ran, Shen Zhinian had not roamed the estate freely. However, she discerned that Jiang Yitong was headed towards her residence, prompting her to maintain a safe distance. Jiang Yitong was preoccupied with her own scheming, oblivious to the number of guests celebrating the matriarch's birthday. Upon reaching a tranquil lake near Linxian Hall, her eyes brightened, and she chose to wait there for someone. Having previously visited the British Duke's residence to see her aunt, Jiang Yitong was aware that Linxian Hall was Jing's abode. While the estate bustled with preparations for the birthday banquet, it was customary for the ladies to be involved, while the young men accompanied the Duke to entertain male guests. It was unusual for them to be absent from their own quarters for an entire day. As anticipated, it was not long before she spotted Jing and Che approaching from a distance. With Che present, she would need to devise a way to divert him and speak to Jing privately. She scouted a suitable spot by the lake to await their arrival. However, to her bewilderment, Jing did not approach, but halted by a nearby rockery instead. Jiang Yitong could only see him smiling at someone, and Che greeted the person with laughter. But after exchanging a few words with Jing, he walked over with a displeased expression. Jiang Yitong shifted closer to a safer position and greeted Wen Yunche, cousin Che. Wen Yunche and Appo's smile returned. Sister Tang, what brings you here? Why aren't and Appo's to you at Eastern Garden enjoying the performances? I have seen them, she replied softly. Perhaps due to the summer heat, I have a slight headache and sought the coolness of this lakeside. Not wishing to linger on small talk, she inquired, Cousin Che, I noticed you and Jing were together. Why hasn't an Appo's tea come over? Wen Yunche responded, We encountered Miss Shun from the Ministry of Rights. She was lost and wandered this way. My brother is attending to her. Jiang Yitong was taken aback. It was Shen Zhinian again. Why was she here? Looking back at the rockery, she saw Jing had already left that spot through another path towards Linxian Hall, not even glancing at the lakeside. Wen Yunche, noticing his brother and Appo's departure, said to his cousin, Father asked me to assist my brother in fetching some fine wine from Linxian Hall. I must go help. Sister Tang, you may rest here. With that, Wen Yunche departed. Jiang Yitong's anger intensified as she recalled Jing's earlier smile and how he had not even bothered to greet her. Fueled by resentment, she headed towards the rockery, intent on confronting Shen Zhinian. Having just exchanged pleasantries with Wen Yunche, Shen Zhinian was not prompted to remind him to speak with Jiang Yitong, nor had he intended to engage with her. He was careful to avoid the water and Appo's edge, knowing that Jiang Yitong would have a difficult time succeeding today. Shen Zhinian, are you following me? Jiang Yitong and Appo's voice pierced the air. Shen Zhinian glanced at Jiang Yitong, amused. The paths of the Duke and Appo's residence are not exclusive to you, Miss Jiang. I am simply walking my own way. How does that equate to following you? What did you discuss with Jing? Why has he not returned to Linxian Hall from the lakeside, but instead taken a longer route? Jiang Yitong suspected Shen Zhinian of foul play. I was merely exchanging pleasantries with Master One. It is his prerogative to choose whichever path he wishes to return. Miss Jiang, do not create a scene here without cause, Shen Zhinian replied, before taking her leave with Chun Tao and Chun Xing, reassured that Wen Yunche was indeed cautious. As Shen Zhinian walked along the lakeside towards Eastern Garden, Jiang Yitong and Appo's chest heaved with frustration. Reflecting on the disdain her family had recently endured and the complications surrounding her own engagement, her animosity towards Shen Zhinian surged. She hastened a few steps. Approaching Shen Zhinian's back, feigning a slip, and using her strength, she pushed Shen Zhinian towards the lake. Caught off guard, Shen Zhinian instinctively grabbed at the offending arm, and with a splash, both women tumbled into the water. Chapter 94. Rescued events transpired with alarming rapidity. Chun Tao and Chun Xing were positioned at the right rear of Shen Zhinian, intending to shield their mistress from the scorching sun. However, who could have anticipated that the third young lady of the Zhongyi Bo family would act so rashly, instigating a provocation and resorting to underhanded tactics when she could not prevail in verbal sparring? In the midst of this turmoil, both young women found themselves in a state of panic. Chun Xing, her voice trembling, cried for help while attempting to wade into the water. "Help! My mistress has fallen into the water." Although Chun Xing had not ventured to the Shen residence in her youth, she had frolicked in the shallow waters of her hometown's river. Thus, while she could swim, her skills were not particularly refined. In her moment of desperation, seeing her mistress sinking beneath the surface, fear was cast aside as she dove in. Chun Tao, anxiously watching from shore, let out a piercing scream. She was not a swimmer. Upon witnessing Chun Xing plunge into the water to save their mistress, she hastily ran towards the nearest building, Ling Xian Hall, in search of assistance. Even if she could not find reinforcements, a bamboo pole would suffice. Jiang Yitang and Amp, Appo's round-faced maid, Jiao Yu, was taken aback when her mistress suddenly slipped, plunging into the lake alongside the young lady from the Shen family. Her face turned pale with terror. For if anything were to befall her mistress after the incident involving the eldest son of the Zhongyi Bo family, she feared she would incur the wrath of the master and mistress. Weak-kneed, she collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Someone please! My third young lady has fallen into the water. I beg you, come save her." At the moment Shen Zhinian was thrust into the water, her heart skipped a beat. Despite the sweltering summer heat, she felt an icy chill. Just before plunging, she had grasped the person behind her, and at that moment of immersion, Jiang Yitang's panic command to let go of me echoed in her ears. Shen Zhinian found the situation absurd, recalling how in her past life she had succumbed to a fate unworthy of her, and now she was faced with an equally humiliating demise. There remained so much she had yet to accomplish. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, compelling herself to remain calm. She recalled some self-rescue techniques from books she had read, and rather than flail about chaotically in the water, she attempted to tilt her head back and keep her lips sealed, hoping to float. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded little success, as Jiang Yitang continued to thrash nearby. Yet, Shen Zhinian did not succumb to despair. She heard the cries of Chun Xing and Chun Tao, and since they were close to Ling Xian Hall, assistance was likely to arrive. Moreover, she seemed to spot Chun Xing, determinedly swimming towards her, albeit with little finesse. A surge of hope filled